You were just an ordinary physician. Yet you found yourself pursued by saintesses of unparalleled beauty who were willing to sacrifice everything for you. When they began competing for your affection, each vying to offer themselves to you, you simply declared, "Only children make choices, I'll take them all." From then on, your days were spent either brewing various tonics or diligently practicing the renowned Kegel exercises. At this moment, atop solitary cloud gorge, a young woman in white, her robe stained with blood, knelt on the ground, gripping her sword, and before her stood hundreds of figures. Bai Muwang, you murdered your sister and mother. Such wickedness is intolerable to heaven. 360 lives from Shenying Valley, how cruel you are. There's no escape left for you. Surrender quietly. The gazes of all were filled with mockery, fixed intently on the blood-stained young maiden in white. The girl trembled, her delicate frame severely wounded, as she desperately pleaded, "It wasn't me. Truly it wasn't." "Then who do you say it was?" someone asked. The girl weakly sobbed, "It was Su Jiao." Yet no one believed these words at all. "Nonsense. Miss Jiao is kind-hearted and pure as jade. How dare you slander her?" Bai Muwang looked at the white-robed elderly woman in despair, weeping, "Master, please believe me. It really wasn't me." The white-robed woman sighed softly and said, "Muwang, no matter what, was it worth it for you to go this far for the Song of Repentance?" The Song of Repentance is the foremost of the 10 ancient demonic melodies. Legend has it that those who hear this song will repent for the evil deeds they have committed in this life, ultimately ending their own lives in shame. Upon hearing this, the gathered cultivators turned pale with shock and exclaimed, "What? She actually possesses this Song of Repentance? This woman must not be spared. Everyone, attack together and suppress her quickly." Bai Muin was utterly plunged into despair, unable to defend herself, isolated and helpless. Finally, she became enraged, her eyes flashing with a bloody light as her body suddenly rose, hovering slowly in mid-air. "Why are you forcing me?" As soon as the girl's words fell, in an instant, an eerie, mystical melody faintly spread all around, enveloping everyone present. The attacks came to an abrupt halt. Immediately, a nascent soul stage cultivator suddenly roared, "No, I didn't do what happened to Qingjiang sect." Yet the moment these words left her mouth, her nails dug into her own flesh in the next second. "I killed the eldest senior sister. It was me who killed her." As soon as these words were spoken, many were horrified. "What? The eldest senior sister of Qingjiang sect was actually killed by you?" But it didn't end there. Under the baptism of this demonic melody, another person began confessing the sins of their lifetime. "For the sake of cultivation, I sacrificed my entire clan in a blood ritual. I deserve to die. I killed my brother who had trained with me for 13 years. All for treasure. I deserve to die too." One after another, hundreds took their own lives, and in an instant only a mere 2 or 3 remained standing. The white-robed old woman shouted sharply, "Bai Muin, stop! Cease playing the Song of Repentance." Yet Bai Muin seemed to hear nothing. She floated mid-air, curled into a ball, as countless demonic notes continued to pour forth from her as usual. Finally, the white-robed old woman could no longer withstand the demonic melody piercing her ears. Muttering to herself, she cried out, "Nonsense! When did I ever kill my master? She died from chi deviation during cultivation. Stop saying these things, it wasn't me." With a piercing scream, the white-robed old woman struck her own head with her palm and collapsed instantly, her breath vanishing entirely. In the span of just a few incense sticks worth of time, the stench of blood had already filled the entire lonely cloud gorge. The girl stared blankly at the scene before her, trembling uncontrollably. Deep down, she knew there was no turning back from this moment onward. The next day, at the break of dawn, when the morning mist had yet to disperse and the mountain breeze carried a slight chill, you suddenly discovered a young woman in white lying outside the door of your thatched cottage. The girl seemed to have fallen here after a fierce battle. Her plain white robes were already soaked in red, her dark hair disheveled and strewn with grass and dirt, yet none of it could obscure her pale face. Driven by a healer's compassion, you didn't hesitate and walked toward the girl. You placed your hand on her wrist. There was still a faint pulse. She could be saved. You quickly hooked your arm around the girl's neck, intending to lift her up, but in the next second, her eyes suddenly flew open, staring fixedly at you. You were startled as well, but quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, miss. I'm a physician. I save lives, not take them." Perhaps the word physician eased her mind a little, as the girl quieted down and stopped struggling. Seeing this, you lifted her up, carried her inside, and gently laid her down on the wooden bed. After a careful examination, you find that while the young girl has numerous external injuries, none are life-threatening. She's just lost too much blood and needs nourishment. However, what troubles you is that the girl's soul seems to have suffered severe damage, now rendered extremely fragile. Noticing the girl still staring blankly at the ceiling beams with her eyes open, you say, "The external injuries are easy to treat." The young girl sniffed and silently glanced at Yi Chongqing without saying anything. Yi Chongqing let out a bitter smile and said, "I can temporarily help you heal your external injuries, but as for the injuries to your soul, I'm afraid you'll have to go to a pill refiner and beg for a soul-solidifying pill of the 7th grade or higher from them." However, a few moments later, the young girl was suddenly said, "I don't believe in anyone. If you can cure it, then cure it. If you can't cure it, let me go." Yi Chongqing froze. It was the first time he had seen a woman with such character. After a pause, Yi Chongqing said, "If you leave now, within 3 months, your soul will be scattered." The young girl looked away and said nothing. Seeing this, Yi Chongqing could only say helplessly, "If you believe me, I can now teach myself and try to cure it." If the average patient heard Yi Chongqing's words, it would be strange if they didn't leave on the spot. But the young girl in front of her, who was also unconventional, actually nodded and said, "As you wish." Yi Chongqing's heart warmed. As a doctor, it was a great fortune to be believed by a patient. "Don't worry, I'll do my best." Afterwards, Yi Chongqing went to the pharmacy and used that black cauldron to boil up some blood-replenishing medicinal liquid. "You're a monk. I use a lot of it, and it will be bitter." Watching Yi Chongqing walk over with a bowl of blackened medicine, the young girl frowned slightly. It smelled bitter all the way through and was obviously extremely hard to swallow. Yi Chongqing laughed. "It can't be helped. I'm not an alchemist, so you'll just have to make do with what you've got. But don't worry. The medicine I boil is guaranteed to be even more effective than an alchemist's elixir." The young girl nodded silently, and then her mouth opened. Yi Chongqing then remembered that she was too badly injured. How could she have the strength to take the medicine over? So, Yi Chongqing took the initiative to support her, letting her lean in his arms, and then whirled the bowl to her mouth, feeding her little by little. The medicine was indeed bitter, not usually bitter, and the young girl practically cringed before she finished it. I have to say, though, that the medicine is really strong and it's still immediate. The young girl clearly felt the warmth appearing within her body, especially when coupled with the fact that she was still leaning on Yi Chongqing's arms. She also smelled the medicinal fragrance of Yi Chongqing's body, which was somewhat mesmerizing. Just then, Yi Chongqing suddenly said, "The wound on your body needs to be bandaged. If you don't mind, I can help." The wounds on the young girl's body were at least dozens of wounds, big and small. "If you want to deal with it, you'll have to take your clothes off." The young girl naturally thought of this, and 2 moving blushes appeared on her stunningly beautiful cheeks. But she didn't say anything after all, and nodded silently. Yi Chongqing heart relieved, just afraid that she heard his words storm. Practicing medicine for many years encountered this kind of thing countless. Immediately afterward, he got ointment and gauze over. "I made the ointment as well, and I guarantee you that in 3 days, your body will be as good as new with no scars." Women love beauty after all. Hearing Yi Chongqing's words, she finally spoke up, "As soon as possible." Simple and concise. Yi Chongqing guffawed and said, "Okay, don't worry. Just think of me as a doctor. Doctors only have patients in their eyes, no men or women." He then reached down to untie the young girl's bloodied white shirt. It was just that what made Yi Chongqing helpless was that the young girl's clothes were really a bit strange, and after he had unraveled it for half a day, he couldn't even get it off. Yi Chongqing awkwardly asked, "How can that be solved?" The young girl raised her head, her eyes staring tightly at Yi Chongqing, her chest rising and falling slightly as if she had some anger. The next second, though, she lifted her hand as best she could and pointed to a ribbon. Yi Chongqing suddenly realized, and hurriedly gave a gentle pull. The plain white clothes spread out like an avalanche. Immediately afterward, a body as white as cold jade was suddenly revealed, but it was covered with shocking scars. Chapter 3 Care. The young girl wasn't too old, probably only 17 or 18 years old. But at the moment, she was slender yet prim and slender. Her shoulders were like chiseled shoulders, her waist was like about a veil, and her skin was glowing with a porcelain shimmer. And below the heart, A hideous wound was slowly oozing blood, snaking across the flat belly and eventually into a pale green bruise at the waistline. Yi Chongqing hurriedly helped her to lie down, then used the ointment to apply the wounds on her body. The skin is soft and elastic. But Yi Chongqing's attention really wasn't on it. He would only apply the wound and wouldn't touch anywhere else. Only, the young girl was still blushing, her brows furrowed and her eyes closed. It was the first time that she had, for the first time, shown her body unreservedly to a man. It seemed like torture. However, whenever Yi Chongqing's hand touched on her wounds, the slight itchiness that it brought about made the young girl want to stop, because she didn't seem to resent the man. Finally, Yi Chongqing spoke. "It's been taken care of from above." When the young girl heard this, her eyelashes fluttered lightly as she opened her eyes, and she saw that the upper half of her body had been wrapped tightly in layers of gauze. She had just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Yi Chongqing say again, "And down below." His gaze fell on her leg. "You have a 3-inch gash on the side of your leg." The tip of the young girl's ear was suddenly colored scarlet, biting her lip and whispering, "Then you... hurry." Yi Chongqing nodded slightly, his fingertips lightly hooking the ties of her hakama pants around her waist. The moment the fabric slipped off, a pair of jade legs were presented like the bright moon breaking through the clouds. Slender and straight like a jade tree, skin as moist as the first snow new lychee. Only the dark red scar on the outside of his right leg stood out. Without admiring it too much, he treated and bandaged the wound as quickly as possible, so that it was complete. "Well, you just need to recuperate now, the trauma is pretty much gone. As for the injury to the soul, I still need to study it." The young girl nodded without speaking. Yi Chongqing was not surprised by her character, and with a light laugh, he found a quilt to cover her, and then left straight away. The Shinong ancient scripture was the technique Yi Chongqing practiced, and it was divided into 4 chapters. They are the chapter on trauma, the chapter on internal injuries, the chapter on epidemics, and the chapter on the soul. Currently, Yi Chongqing had already finished the first 3 pieces of exhaustive math, only the last piece of the soul, which left Yi Chongqing at a loss. Previously, that wisp of residual soul and Yi Chongqing had said that learning the first 3 chapters would be enough to solve any difficult problems between heaven and earth. Yi Chongqing inquired doubtfully, "What about the soul chapter?" The residual soul said, "The soul chapter needs to be assisted by the soul-breaking sound songs, but the music path has long been decadent, and those songs are even banned, so the soul chapter can't be practiced." After saying this, the remnant soul dissipated. In this way, Yi Chongqing had not learned the soul chapter so far. But there was no way out now. In order to save people, Yi Chongqing could only take the risk and forcefully cultivate his soul. The time passed and it was late at night. Unsurprisingly, Yi Chongqing found nothing. Every word above the scripture Yi Chongqing could understand, but in the dark, he always felt that something was still missing. He had no choice but to get up and go to the house to see how the young girl was doing. The young girl seemed to fall into a deep sleep, and a few snores could be heard occasionally. Yi Chongqing leaned over and reached out to place his hand on her forehead. However, just at the moment when the fingertips had just touched the young girl's forehead, there was a steep stabbing pain in Yi Chongqing's brain. Immediately afterward, an eerie song echoed in his head. "Do you have anything to confess? Have you committed any sins in your life?" The inexplicable 2 sentences caused Yi Chongqing to take several steps backward, his face as white as paper. The song came again. The blood bell secretly leads to the yellow springs, and the paper ash butterflies dance in the air. Rusty copper coffins sealing spells, 3 shifts of phosphorus fire, 7 mists of the underworld, whose whispering. A bone needle pierces the book of reincarnation and writes about countless sins in life. In front of the sinful mirror, I was shocked to say, "Under the skinning lamp, the clever woman with sewn lips is the original Rouge Master." It's a lyric with the title, "The Case of the Green Jade." As for the content, Yi Chongqing only felt a wave of creepiness and horror. At that moment, the eerie voice in his ear came again. "Do you have anything to confess? Have you committed any sins in your life?" Yi Chongqing clasped his head with both hands and endured the gusts of stinging pain. But a moment later, his spiritual platform cleared, and he said in a deep voice, "Healers, seek prescriptions to save people, evergreen. In this life, has saved countless people, without a single sin." The eerie voice lapsed into silence. After a few breaths, a voice was heard saying, "You need not repent." The voice then faded away. But immediately after, Yi Chongqing suddenly realized that in his mind, there are many more things, and these, surprisingly, were the soul chapters of the Shinong ancient scriptures. He learned it. He mastered the spell of soul healing. What was even more surprising was that Yi Chongqing's cultivation now had also broken through to the 9 Revolutions Foundation establishment realm. It was just that what made Yi Chongqing puzzled was that voice just now. What exactly was it? Why should I make myself confess? However, very soon, Yi Chongqing smiled helplessly. The people he had saved in his life, there were 8,000 if not 10,000. There was no limit to his merits and virtues, so what was the point of sinning? The next day, Yi Chongqing carried the black tripod up the mountain, preparing to pick some herbs that could heal the soul. This black cauldron was not an ordinary cauldron. It was extremely magical and was able to lock the direction in which the heavenly material was located. Every time he goes to the mountains, he takes it with him. Also, it can be used as a storage ring. It was noon. Yi Chongqing picked a full pound of herbs and went down the mountain. In the middle of the grass hut, a zither sounded. The sound of the zither was extraordinarily beautiful now compared to the eerie late night yesterday. The one playing the zither was no one else but the young girl in white. Seeing Yi Chongqing return, the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end, and the young girl sized up the man in front of her, silent. Yi Chongqing said, "You have injuries on your body? It's better for you to lie in bed. I've picked some soul-calming herbs to heal your soul in a moment." The young girl pursed her lips and stood up after a long time. "My name is Su Wushu." Yi Chongqing also didn't expect her to suddenly announce herself, so he smiled and said, "Good day, Miss Su." Su Wushu's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, "I don't have any money to give you, and it would be in vain for you to save me." Yi Chongqing guffawed. "Miss Su is too much to worry about. Human life is the most important. There are expensive 1,000 gold, a party to help, virtue over this. If Mr. Yi was greedy for money, why would he have saved you in the first place?" Su Wushu frowned slightly, paused, and said, "You're too kind. In the world of cannibalism, kindness doesn't have good results." Yi Chongqing shook his head. "I'm just a doctor. At least so far, no one has tried to take revenge on me." Hearing this, Su Wushu stopped speaking and silently turned around and entered the hut. Afterwards, Yi Chongqing boiled the medicinal porridge and fed it to her. "What kind of prescription is this? And why should the effect be even better than an elixir?" After Su Wushu drank it, the effect was immediate, and a warmth came from the depths of his soul, and he was surprised to ask. This prescription was naturally the one that came with it inside the soul chapter of the Shinong ancient scripture, specializing in repairing the divine soul. Yi Chongqing didn't hide it and directly explained it. Su Wui frowned. "Actually, you don't have to say it. The prescription is just as valuable as the Dan prescription." Yi Chongqing smiled bashfully. "I'm not afraid of stealing the master. If I can pass it on, it would be good to let the world suffer less from illness." Of course, there was one thing, and that was that there was a prerequisite for reaching Yi Chongqing's means. That is, one must be a medical practitioner. However, it was obvious that currently in the Taiyin ancient realm, only Yi Chongqing was the only one who met the conditions. Chapter 4: Departure. 3 months after that, under Yi Chongqing's care, the young girl finally recovered as before. Not only that, her cultivation level had also been upgraded peak Jindan. It was only one step away from being a Yuaning. The young girl seemed to be used to being with Yi Chongqing. Every morning, she would play the piano in the courtyard. After 3 incense sticks of fiddling, Yi Chongqing would get up. Then it is time to receive patients for consultation. Those who came were all nearby mortals. As for cultivators, there were almost none. Su Wushu didn't understand that every time Yi Chongqing wrote a prescription, he didn't take any money. She asked, "Not even a little bit of money?" Every time she asked this, she got only one answer. "I have practiced medicine for so many years, and I have cured countless diseases. But there is one disease that is the most difficult to cure, and it cannot be cured. That's what it is, a disease of poverty." Yi Chongqing sighed. "When mortals get sick, it's a death sentence. Spirit medicine is monopolized by pill refiner cultivators. No one cares about them." Su Wushu stroked her hand over the strings of her zither and said indifferently, "Right. No one cares, so why do you bother?" Yi Chongqing, however, smiled and said, I care about this person. I care about that person. I'm a doctor. Saving lives is my mission. Just as when I saved you." Su Wui froze, her eyes flickering with a faint light. After a long time, she blankly glanced at Yi Chongqing without any good humor and said, I hope you don't have a day of regret. One day at noon 3 months later, Yi Chongqing was still boiling the medicine and at the same time listening to the relaxing sound of the zither in the courtyard. Unsullied. There's a wrong tone. You're playing it wrong. Su Wui in the courtyard said with a red face. What you taught was too difficult. Yi Chongqing washed his hands and walked to her side, teaching him the tune from Yi Chongqing's previous life. A big name. The name is Xiaoxiang Shuiyun. When Yi Chongqing first learned on his own, it took him a year to become proficient. You get up off the ground and I'll show you how it works. Su Wuyao skimmed his lips and got up, saying, You didn't teach me seriously. It's not that I'm stupid. Yi Chongqing smiled helplessly. Then I'll be more serious this time. However, just as Yi Chongqing had just taken his seat, the moment his fingers touched the strings of the zither, steeply, a cold light flashed and pushed straight into Yi Chongqing's face. The moves were appalling and as fast as lightning. The foundation stage Yi Chongqing didn't even have time to react before the aura of death hit him. In the nick of time, Su Wushu, who was on the side, suddenly stepped out and pinched the flying knife the moment it was about to touch Yi Chongqing's face. Afterward, Su Wushu's figure flashed and leaped, heading straight into the depths of the mountain forest. In an instant, aura stirred and gold and iron clashed. A few moments later, Su Wushu returned with a trace of blood on his cheek. Yi Chongqing hurriedly greeted him and asked, Are you all right? Su Wui shook her head gently and said, It's fine. Who is that person and why did he want to assassinate me? Yi Chongqing was confused. When did he offend someone? But Su Wushu said, It's not at you. She was silent for a moment, raised her head to look at Yi Chongqing, and gritted her teeth. I'm leaving. Hearing this, Yi Chongqing froze for a moment. But soon he smiled faintly and said, It's also true that it's not really a good idea to stay here with me when the injuries on your body are also healed. Yi Chongqing thought about it precisely because Su Wui was beautiful, so his mind never went towards men and women. Su Wui frowned slightly, his gaze always falling on Yi Chongqing. After a long time, she took out a jade pendant from her bosom and placed it on Yi Chongqing's hand. Take care. One day I'll come back for you. Yi Chongqing couldn't help but cry and laugh, but he still took the jade pendant as a memento of this encounter. Before leaving, Su Wushu asked again, You said that you only want to devote your entire mind to the cause of healing in this life, and that you have no interest in the affairs of men and women, right? This question confused Yi Chongqing. Looking at Su Wushu's serious look, he could only smile and nodded. You're right. That's what I'm planning to do for now. Female world, he didn't want to share a woman with another man. Moreover, having lived 2 lives, Yi Chongqing was very open-minded in this regard. Su Wui got a satisfactory answer. A light smile raised on her face, then said, That tune. I'll practice it myself, and when I can, I'll play it for you. Yi Chongqing nodded and smiled. Good. Take care of yourself. You too. The young girl is gone. It is 3 years since I left. No sign of them. That piece of jade pendant also lost in an epidemic chaos. The figure of the young girl, also gradually by Yi Chongqing, fade out of mind. He was still the same healer who saved suffering and traveled the Tai in ancient realm. Until, that is, meeting another young girl. Endless city. An epidemic spreads, and the name of this epidemic is no less than the smallpox that previously struck the city of Moon. Its name is Black Death. Millions of people in the city fled, and even those cultivators scattered. Only, among the fleeing group, there were 2 figures that stood out. The man had long hair, was dressed in a white robe, and carried a medicine chest around his waist. The young girl was a bit shorter than the man, wearing a green-colored dress, with a slender and elegant figure, following the man closely. Her face was delicate like jade, her eyes were deep and bright, and she only had the figure of a man in her eyes. Evergreen. I've heard that those infected with this epidemic will blacken and bleed all over, so it's better to be careful. Yi Chongqing turned back, his gaze looking at the young girl, and said somewhat helplessly, So, you should be inside your home. Why are you following me? Shui Yusher smiled sweetly and put her arm around Yi Chongqing's shoulder and said, I want to protect you. You're out there alone? What if you're in danger? Remember when we first met? You saved me and left, only to run into a bad guy, and if I hadn't shown up, you would have lost your little life, she said playfully. Yi Chongqing guffawed and a soft color flashed in his eyes. Shui Yusher was the holy daughter of the Highland Snow Clan, and a chance encounter 2 years ago brought the two together. Since then, she had almost always followed Yi Chongqing around. This kind-hearted girl was very compatible with Yi Chongqing, and the Snow Clan patriarch didn't seem to object to the two of them being together. If not for the epidemic that had appeared in Endless City, the two would have even been betrothed. Shio, how much longer will the Endless City be? The closer he got, for some reason, Yi Chongqing always felt something wrong in his heart. A sense of foreboding set in. On the side, Shui Yushi broke her fingers and counted. It should take another half a day. Why don't I fly over there with you in my arms? Yi Chongqing shook his head and refused. Epidemics are just as effective against cultivators. If you hold me, the aura surging in your body will reveal a break. And when the virus enters your body, it will not be good for healing. Shui Yushi nodded, her long snow-white hair fluttering slightly as she rested her head on Yi Chongqing's shoulder, murmuring, "Thank you for thinking of me. After we finish solving the epidemic in Wu Terminal City, is it okay if we return to Snow Mountain to get married?" Hearing this, Yi Chongqing smiled slightly and rubbed her head. "So eager to marry me?" Shui Yushi tilted her head and said, "Of course. Who will I marry if not you in my life?" She raised her little fist and said, "If you don't marry me, I'll beat you up." Oh. It was just that Yi Chongqing didn't realize that not far behind him, on the top of the mountain, there was a silhouette standing. Clad in a black robe, his green silk danced wildly in the wind. The woman's gaze always fell on the figure of the man, not far away. Vermilion lips lightly opened, and a voice as gentle as water leisurely resounded. "I think you lied to me. But it's okay. I'm finally in a position to come to you." Chapter 5: The Golden Snake Demon Cult. There seems to be a commotion up ahead. The majestic aura stirred, and the sound of killing shook the sky and the earth. Shui Yushi's strength had reached the 6th revolutions of Yuaning, and her divine sense was strong, so she quickly scouted it out. She looked grave and said, "Evergreen, something's wrong. It's people from the Golden Snake Demon Cult. They're chasing after the disciples of the Smoky Rain Pavilion." Yi Chongqing frowned slightly. The Golden Snake Demon Cult and the Smoke and Rain Pavilion were both two major forces within the Floating Moon Dynasty. The Smoke and Rain Pavilion passes on to women, not men, and all the disciples in the pavilion are women. It was one of the 6 major sects of the Jingxi Alliance within the Floating Moon Dynasty. The Golden Snake Demon Cult, on the contrary, was infamous. 300 years ago, after the Yusheng Dynasty was overthrown by the Floating Moon Dynasty, the remnants of the forces formed the Golden Snake Army in order to continue the revolt. However, the Golden Snake Army Soldier Master was later killed by the Floating Moon Dynasty, and the remaining group was leaderless, eventually turning into the Golden Snake Demon Cult. They were entrenched in the western plateau of the Floating Moon Dynasty, cutting a swath through the country and making a living by plundering caravans and occasionally raiding border towns. Burning, killing, looting, and doing no harm. Moreover, in recent times, Yi Chongqing had heard that a new sect master had appeared in the Golden Snake Demon sect, a woman. The methods are cruel to the extreme, inhumane, and serpentine. Many second-rate sects were either annexed by the Golden Snake Demon sect or were decimated. Currently, it is rumored that there are as many as 300,000 disciples in the Golden Snake Demon sect. Even the Floating Moon Dynasty was powerless against it. Shui Yushi frowned. "Evergreen, the Golden Snake Demon Cult has a large number of people. The people of the Smoky Rain Pavilion can't support them any longer." She had the intention to make a move. After all, the Snow Clan and the Smoke and Rain Pavilion were both part of the Jingxi Alliance, and both sides were considered allies. Seeing this, Yi Chongqing also nodded and said, "Okay, go together." In 3 years' time, Yi Chongqing's cultivation had also reached the 2nd transformation Jindan. Don't look at the fact that he had only raised 3 small realms, but as a man, his cultivation speed in this female world was already considered to be at the top level. Eldest sister, they're just a bunch of monsters. A purple-clothed girl, covered in wounds, couldn't help but say to the white-clothed woman at the side. The woman in white was equally bad. Her sword had been cut to the point of curling its edge, and a bloody gash had been cut out of her chest in a tragic manner. The Golden Snake Demon sect can sit firmly at the top of the evil path. Naturally, they have their means. They had mastered a kind of demonization ability, normally no different from normal people, but once they entered the demonization state, their attack power, defense, and speed would all increase exponentially. Also, they can't feel pain. To kill it, you either have to cut off the head directly or you can only chop it into pieces. Otherwise, even if you stab them in the vitals with your sword, nothing will happen to them. Relying on this, people in the Golden Snake Demon sect could often cross a large realm to kill their enemies and win. The white-clothed woman forced herself to endure the severe pain in her chest as beads of sweat rolled down on the ground, gritting her teeth. "You guys go. I'll try to stall for you as long as I can." There were only 4 people left in the smoke and rain pavilion, while the Golden Snake Demon cult still had more than a dozen people. Once she chose to stay, she would almost certainly die. "Eldest sister, how can this be? If something happens to you, how can we explain to the master?" "Yes, eldest sister. We're like sisters. We won't leave you behind." At that moment, the demonized congregation hissed and roared in a creepy manner. The woman in white frowned and said, "Stop talking. If we say more, no one will be able to leave." The 3 young girls gave the woman in white a desperate look and helped each other to leave. The demonized religious didn't pursue because the demonized ones had a weakness which was almost zero intelligence. They will only attack the nearest target. One of the congregants had already rushed towards the woman in white, sharp claws in his hands. Seeing this, the woman in white hurriedly held her sword to block. But in the next second, a huge force hit her, and she was jolted backwards several steps, blood spurting out of her mouth. However, that wasn't all. At some point another person appeared and slapped his palm on the woman in white. Instantly, the woman in white was struck by lightning, like a broken kite flying backwards and smashing to the ground. Her face was covered in blood. She could no longer stand, and could only look at the dozen or so demon cultists in despair, approaching towards her. These people opened their bloody mouths and looked greedily at the delicacy in front of them. The demonized girl's favorite food is blood and flesh. "Howl!" With a hiss, one of the congregants pressed on and lunged towards the woman in white. There was nothing she could do to avoid it, but close her eyes in despair. But just in the nick of time, a black cauldron flew in and smashed straight onto the religious man. The congregation suddenly flew backwards and smashed to the ground, but she quickly climbed back up. However, this time was already enough for Shui Yushi to save that woman in white. Shui Yushi carried her and walked to Yi Chongqing and said with a smile, "Chongqing is really powerful. He actually managed to send that person flying with a single move." Yi Chongqing smiled helplessly and said, "That's the Black Cauldron's ability." This was not a false statement. The Black Cauldron was considered to be his magic weapon, although Yi Chongqing himself could not figure out the grade of the Black Cauldron. But at least so far, there was nothing that could destroy the Black Cauldron. At that moment, Shui Yushi suddenly noticed the face of the white-clothed girl and said in surprise, "You are the Smoke and Rain Pavilion's senior sister? Yen Drinking Frost?" Yen Drinking Frost's expression was stunned. She actually knew Shui Yushi. She couldn't help but barely squeeze out a smile and said, "So it's the holy daughter of the Shui clan. It's been a long time since I've seen you." Her gaze fell on Yi Chongqing again, and she was surprised. "It's you." Yi Chongqing didn't have much of an impression of her and just nodded his head silently in greeting. At that moment, the few demonized religious rushed over, murderous. Shui Yushi lost her color and hurriedly said, "Evergreen, be careful." Yi Chongqing smiled faintly. The black cauldron crossed in front of him. He reached into it with both hands and cupped a pool of clear water. Then he spun around and splashed it towards these people. When the clear water was sprinkled on these congregants, the original demonization disappeared without a trace, and the people all returned to normal. He had once studied the Golden Snake demon sex followers after they were demonized, and through the Black Cauldron, he had surprisingly discovered an epidemic disease from within their bodies. Patients infected by this epidemic become a walking corpse, bloodthirsty and murderous. Yi Chongqing thought of a moniker almost instantly, and that was zombie. No sense of pain, preference for killing and cannibalism. Isn't this exactly like the zombies of the previous life? However, the good thing that made Yi Chongqing relax was that currently this epidemic had no ability to be transmitted from person to person. They should have been forcibly transformed through some kind of external force. The more he researched, the less favorable Yi Chongqing felt towards this Golden Snake demon cult. Turning people into the living dead is simply unconscionable. The clear water that had just been poured on these people was actually the antidote that Yi Chongqing had configured, able to make them regain their sanity again. It's just that this antidote can't cure the root of the problem. It can only temporarily restore the consciousness, which belongs to treating the symptoms but not the root cause. And what Yi Chongqing was worried about was that at this stage, this epidemic didn't seem to have reached signs of human-to-human transmission. However, once the epidemic gets evolved and is able to spread from person to person, that's when the nightmare begins. Especially those monks are also infected. The sober Golden Snake Demon sect members looked dazedly at Yi Chongqing in front of them. Shui Yushi hurriedly blocked in front of Yi Chongqing and said in a deep voice, What do you want to do? If you don't want to die, hurry up and get out. She didn't dare to act rashly in case these people became demonized again and attracted more religious people. Then it would be over. The congregants looked at each other. But soon, one of them suddenly said, "You resemble a man. What is your name?" Yi Chongqing was confused. "What do you mean?" Chapter 6 Bereavement Epidemic. Since ancient times, good and evil do not oppose each other. You and I have nothing to say to each other. And I have even less to do with the golden snake demon cult. So leave quickly. Yi Chongqing shook his head and finally said so. Luckily, this group of believers didn't continue to pursue the matter. Instead, they even rushed at Yi Chongqing and respectfully saluted before leaving. When they left, Shui Yushi couldn't help but ask, "Evergreen, what did they mean by that?" Yi Chongqing cried and laughed. "If you ask me, who am I going to ask?" Shui Yushi was helpless, but still said, "Ugh. It can't be that there's some kind of female demonic sect master who has her eye on you, right?" Those words were purely a joke by Shui Yushi. What she just didn't know was that this statement would, in the future, be prophetic. At this time, that senior sister of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion walked over. "Mr. Evergreen, recently the Golden Snake Demon Cult has become so powerful that the Righteousness Alliance intends to unite with the Floating Moon Dynasty and send out troops to conquer it." Mr. Evergreen was able to solve the demonized Golden Snake cultists just now with the lift of his hand. His means is ghostly. Why don't you join the Righteousness Alliance and kill the demon cult altogether to contribute to the Righteousness Way? Yi Chongqing was slightly stunned, and then he guffawed and said, "Miss Drinking Frost is joking. How could Chongqing have that kind of ability to penetrate the heavens? But it was just a fluke to use some small means. Besides, Evergreen has always been idle and accustomed to it. Just idle clouds and wild cranes, and doesn't have too much heart for these disputes, so I hope Miss Drinking Frost will understand." He refused. For the righteous or evil path, Yi Chongqing was not willing to get involved. If I had to ask which side of the fence he stood on, there might be only one answer. That's the mortal folk. He's a healer. He only saves lives, he doesn't kill. Yen Drinking Frost was a bit lost and gloomy. She couldn't help but cast her gaze to the side of Yuki Yushi. But Shui Yushi could only shrug her shoulders helplessly. "Don't look at me. I respect Evergreen's opinion. In a female-dominated world, it is a great blessing for a woman to respect a man's wishes." This was also the reason why Yi Chongqing would gradually move towards her. Yen Drinking Frost had no choice but to leave, but when he was leaving, he still said, "Mr. Evergreen saved his life. Drinking Frost can't return the favor. In the future, if there are any difficulties, you can come to Smoke and Rain Pavilion to find me."
Ye chang nodet nonjo mittal.
Only just taking a step, Yen Drinking Frost suddenly planted herself on the ground and fell into a coma. Yi Chongqing froze and hurriedly said, "Sure. Go over and take a look." Shui Yushi also rushed over and helped her in his arms. Fixing his eyes on Yen Drinking Frost, who was already as pale as paper, trembling and dripping with cold sweat. "She's so hot." Shui Yushi was surprised. Yi Chongqing's brows tightened as he walked over and placed his hand on her pulse. In the next second, Yi Chongqing's face suddenly changed. Not good. People pass on people. The most feared thing happened after all. Demonization with signs of human transmission. Inside Yen Drinking Frost's body, she was currently being eroded by the epidemic, and at an extremely fast rate. At this rate, in less than a day's time, she would also turn into a walking corpse that only knew how to kill. Shui Yushi was kind-hearted and couldn't help but ask, "Evergreen, what exactly is the situation?" Yi Chongqing explained, "This is an epidemic, no less than the Black Death epidemic within Endless City, and more terrifying than the Black Death epidemic. At present, this epidemic is still the first human-to-human transmission phenomenon. As for the name, let's call it the Funeral Storm Epidemic." The name Morning Storm was naturally chosen by Yi Chongqing as a link with his previous life. Shui Yushi couldn't help but feel a pang of fear after hearing this, and couldn't help but say, "I touched her. Is it okay to be infected as well?" Yi Chongqing shook his head and said, "The morning riot epidemic will only spread through blood. As long as you don't get caught and bitten by her, you'll be fine." Afterward, Yi Chongqing added, "Carry her on your back. Let's go to Endless City as soon as possible and find an inn. I'll think of a solution." Still going to Endless City? Shui Yushi could not help but worry. There is still the Black Death epidemic within the Endless City. Drinking Frost Chi? Yi Chongqing said gruffly. Morning Storm epidemic should be saved, and hundreds of thousands of common people in Wu Terminal City should also be saved. So save them together. He had no choice. He could tell the difference between saving one person and saving hundreds of thousands of people. Shui Yushi didn't say much as she carried the unconscious Yen drinking frost on her back and headed straight to Endless City. On the way, Yen drinking frost woke up. Yi Chongqing didn't hide it and explained the situation to her. Unsurprisingly, Yen drinking frost was terrified, her face pale and red as she said, "I don't want to turn into a demon, Mr. Evergreen." The thought of being demonized and turning into an ugly walking corpse in her future was a nightmare for her. But fortunately, Yi Chongqing always looked calm and unchanged. "Don't worry, I'm here." Shui Yushi was a bit jealous, always feeling like she had become an outsider. But the thought of a patient behind her was all she could muster. Not long after, Endless City arrived. City Lord Qin Haixia, Strength 3 transforming gods, was thrilled to know that divine Dr. Yi Chongqing had come, and hurried out of the city to greet him. Over the years, Yi Chongqing had traveled the Tai-in ancient realm and saved countless people, and his reputation had spread far and wide. Especially when epidemics were rampant, Yi Chongqing would definitely receive a welcome everywhere he went, even if he was only a weakling with Jindan cultivation. How is the situation inside the city?
Ye Chang inviret söksinki.
Qin Haixia said helplessly, "Mr. Evergreen, there are currently 6 million people in the city, of which 200,000 have already contracted the epidemic, and 1 million people have already fled, due to panic." "A million?" Yi Chongqing's face finally changed, and it was still shocked. "Are you kidding me? 1 million people released out of the city? Are you trying to infect the entire Zhangzhou with an epidemic?" Although he had seen fleeing people along the way, the number was not much, but when he heard the figure of 1 million, he was really afraid. 1 million people. Who knows how many people in here have contracted the epidemic? And the Black Death epidemic is known for being extremely contagious. Contact with bodily fluids, the air, all of these can be transmitted. At the thought of this, Yi Chongqing couldn't help but tremble as he rushed at Qin Haixia and said angrily, "Foolishness! How did you become this city lord? Do you think epidemics only infect mortals? Let me tell you, even cultivators will be infected just the same. They don't care what realm strength you are. As long as you're human, you're all the same." Yi Chongqing's head was as big as a bucket. The epidemic infecting cultivators had only appeared in the last 100 years, and had not been taken seriously in the past, indeed only because it was only infected among mortals. But not anymore, they got evolved. Qin Haixia was scolded and didn't dare to raise her head. Her face was embarrassed. Instead, it was the several vice city lords on the side who said angrily, "Bold, you're a Jindan stage or a man, and you dare to insult Lord City Lord?" Without waiting for Qin Haixia to open her mouth, Shui Yushi, who was on the side, angrily said, "How dare you?" Apologize to him immediately. "And who are you?" the men said disdainfully. However, when Shui Yushi pulled out the Snow Clan's token, these people were finally afraid and fell to their knees with a thud. Good lord, it's actually the Snow people. The Snow Clan patriarch was in existence at the transition stage. Fortunately, Yi Chongqing did not dwell on this, but instead looked to the side at Qin Haixia. Qin Haixia smiled awkwardly and hurriedly asked, "Then, Mr. Evergreen, what should we do?" Yi Chongqing sighed and said, "I suggest that you immediately report to the governor of Zhangzhou, and then blockade Zhangzhou." Chapter 7: Feeding Poison with Your Life. Zhangzhou was the border town of the Floating Moon Dynasty, and the countless goods of the Floating Moon Dynasty would gather in Zhangzhou, and subsequently be sent to all parts of the Tai-in ancient realm through the Road of the Blue Sky. Over time, Zhangzhou has a large population and a developed economy, with countless business travelers coming and going. Because of this, the 4 words Yi Chongqing proposed to blockade Zhangzhou were nothing short of a mirage to Qin Haixia and the group of deputy city lords. If Zhangzhou is blockaded, who will bear the loss if so many goods can't be sent out? And who can do that? Looking at the faces of the crowd, Yi Chongqing let out a long sigh in his heart. He also knew that the probability of adopting this suggestion of his was almost zero, but what could he do? When he first came here, he didn't expect 1 million stragglers to escape from Endless City. It was supposed to be a minor epidemic, but now I'm afraid things have gone beyond my expectations. If you can't make a decision, report upwards, to the governor of Zhangzhou, to the court. Once the epidemic spreads, none of you can afford this responsibility. After saying this, Yi Chongqing didn't bother in talking to this group of people and headed straight to the inn that Qin Haixia had arranged. Yi Chongqing still needed to start dealing with the sick people within the city of Endless City. As for the morning riot epidemic in Yen drinking Frost's body, He hadn't thought of a way to solve it for the time being, so he could only let Shui Yushur accompany her first. After watching Yi Chongqing leave, Yen Drinking Frost's heart grew more and more flustered. Miss Tsukushi, I don't want to become a monster. You kill me? She would rather die than be demonized and turned into a walking corpse. Shui Yushur inevitably flooded with a trace of sympathy and hastened to comfort. Don't worry, Evergreen's medical skills are very good. When my father was poisoned by the Emperor's snow-ringed serpent, didn't Evergreen cure him as well? It will be fine. Heavenly Emperor Snow-ringed serpent. Ranked 6th on the list of venomous snakes in the Tai-in ancient realm. Venom can do heavy damage to the soul. In reality, the Yi Chongqing at that time had not yet practiced the soul chapter of the Divine Nong ancient scripture, and being able to cure this kind of poisonous injury was more a matter of luck, plus finding a snow mountain sacred lotus. Comforting as it was, Yen Drinking Frost still had more despair in her heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Chongqing was making arrangements. The number of infected patients in the city was recounted to be as high as 300,000. For these people, Yi Chongqing chose to centralize and segregate them, purposely vacating a large open space in the west of the city, while summoning all the physicians and pill refiners to come and help. Yi Chongqing had a certain amount of prestige among the physicians, and the vast majority of them were willing to listen to him. However, it was a bit difficult compared to the alchemist. The relationship between alchemists and physicians has always been at odds. They looked down on physicians who would only treat mudbloods, and from start to finish they looked superior. For this situation, Yi Chongqing was furious and directly called Qin Haixia. City Lord Qin, if they really don't want to cooperate, just let them go. What we need here is manpower. We don't need a grandpa. Qin Haixia smiled awkwardly. Pill refiners had a lofty status, and often third-grade pill refiners could turn their noses up at him, a strong harmonized God realm practitioner. However, right at this moment, among the pill refiners, a purple-clothed girl suddenly stood out. The young girl had a stunningly beautiful face, long hair reaching her waist, a baby face with a dull hair on top of her head, and always had a smiling appearance as she said, Mr. Evergreen, I'm a disciple of the Taiji sect, so if you don't mind, I can stay and help out. Taiji clan. Yi Chongqing was a bit surprised. This clan was also one of the 6 major clans of the Jingxi Alliance, specializing in sword and dan techniques. What's the name? My name is In Zixin, the girl in purple said. Yi Chongqing nodded and said, Good then. Follow my prescription and go collect the herbs. With one, there is naturally a second. What's more, In Zikeru was still a person from Taiji Palace, so these pill refiners had to give a few points of face anyways. Mr. Evergreen, on the night of the full moon last month, my master used the Ziwei Xing Jian technique, which has been passed down by my master's family for thousands of years, to observe the signs of the heavens at the Stargazer's Terrace. At that time, the star chart of the night sky was in disorder, the stars flickered without any rules, and the tropical star, which was in charge of epidemics, was particularly unusual. It was hidden and hard to find. But that night it shone brightly, several times brighter than usual. Its asterism is dark purple. Every time it flashes, it seems to have a disease overflowing and spreading. The surrounding stars are infested. The light is dimmed and distorted, and the stars around the sky are in chaos. Master asserted that there will be a great epidemic in the world that will come with great ferocity, and now this epidemic in Songzhou may be the beginning of the great epidemic. In her spare time, In Zixin found Yi Chongqing and said this to him. Yi Chongqing didn't know anything about astrological signs, but from In Zixin elaborating on it, his expression also became more and more grave. Human illnesses can be broadly categorized into a variety of categories. But when it comes down to it, there are really just 2 categories, one non-contagious and one definitely contagious. Non-communicable diseases are not a big threat. Just look for the rule of law on the other side. The fear is of a contagious epidemic. Because they are uncontrollable, one passes them on to the next. Previous epidemics have tended to victimize mortals. However, in the past 100 years, the epidemic had evolved to the point where it could infect strong cultivators, and if this continued, I'm afraid that the Tai-in ancient realm would be reduced to a world of plague gods. Yi Chongqing sighed softly and added the herbs into the pot, sighing, Soldiers come to the defense, water comes to the earth to cover up. If we can save one, it's one. In Zixin's beautiful eyes were colorful and she couldn't help but say, Mr. Evergreen has a heart for the world and a great doctor. I admire you. Yi Chongqing smiled bitterly. It's just a matter of duty. The boiled herbs were distributed, but apparently not in sufficient quantity. Yi Chongqing simply distributed the prescription and called on all the cultivators in the city to go out of the city to collect herbs. At the same time, Qin Haixia did her best to contact Sangzhou to request some support. After all that, it was already evening. It was only at this time that Shui Yushi hurried over. Evergreen. Something's wrong. Miss Drinking Frost seems to be showing signs of an attack. Yi Chongqing's face changed slightly. Compared to the Black Death epidemic, the horror of the Morning Storm epidemic wasn't the least bit weaker. Take me there. Not long after, Yi Chongqing returned to the inn. Yen Drinking Frost had already been tied to the bed by Shui Yushi, her entire body appearing in a big shape. Blood was rubbed out at the wrists and ankles and was shocking to the eye. At this moment, when he saw Yi Chongqing come in, his originally blood-red eyes finally calmed down and he no longer struggled. It looked like a brief moment of clarity was restored. Shui Yushi explained, Miss Drinking Frost instructed me to tie her up with a rope before she went out. That's why Yi Chongqing interrupted her. I know. You go out first. Hearing this, Shui Yushi was instantly shocked and worried. Are you alone? How can this be? Yi Chongqing turned around and smiled, softly saying, Don't worry. Have you forgotten? I'm a doctor. Shui Yushi had no choice but to go out. But she didn't leave. Instead, she stood guard in front of the door. It's you, mister. Yen Drinking Frost weakly snorted a greeting, her starry eyes carrying a bit of hope. Yi Chongqing pondered for a moment and looked at her. I'm sorry. I've been busy with the city today. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's okay. It's just that I want to ask you something. If I do end up demonized, please, sir, give me a hard time beforehand. Yi Chongqing cried and laughed, pulling a stool with him to sit beside her. Don't be so pessimistic in everything. Although I haven't dealt with the epidemic in your body, it's not without a solution. You need to cooperate with me. Hearing these words, Yen Drinking Frost couldn't help but stare, a trace of surprise welling up in her heart as she said, Really? What should I do? Yi Chongqing guffawed and laughed. I'm going to feed the poison with my body. Chapter 8, What Mood? Feeding the poison with your body? What does that mean? Yen Drinking Frost was confused, but a hint of fear couldn't help but flash through her beautiful eyes. Yi Chongqing pondered for a moment. He actually didn't know how to explain it himself. The solution he came up with was exactly what was called the immune function within infectious diseases in his previous life. The human body has its own immune mechanism. Under normal conditions, the immune system recognizes and fights off the invasion of foreign pathogens. The feeding of toxins with one's body is to utilize this property to introduce minute amounts of toxins into the body in a controlled manner. These toxins act as training signals against which the immune system generates a specific immune response and produces appropriate antibodies. Only this kind of approach Yi Chongqing had never tried before, but it was really the only thing he could think of at the moment. Subsequently, Yi Chongqing still introduced this method in the most understandable way. Yen Drinking Frost was unsurprisingly shocked upon hearing this. How can this be? I don't want to harm anyone, she said with red eyes. Yi Chongqing said helplessly, I didn't intend to find someone to be an experimental subject either. Yen Drinking Frost froze and said, Then what does Mr. mean? As soon as the words left her mouth, she heard Yi Chongqing spit out a word without changing his face. Yi Chongqing stood up and walked over to her, saying, There's no one better than me. I'm a physician. I know more about human body structure than anyone else. The morning storm epidemic may be too much for others to carry, but I have a chance of survival. In a trance, 2 tears slipped from the corner of Yen Drinking Frost's eyes. Ask yourself, between her and Yi Chongqing is not a relative or a friend. Before this did not even see the face. But despite this, when his own life was on the line, he would still not hesitate and come to his rescue, even willing to take his life for himself. Even if it's the last glimmer of hope, even if it's 9 deaths. No, it can't be. Like this. Yen Drinking Frost kept shaking her head. Yi Chongqing ignored it and explained to himself, Once the antibodies are produced in my body, I will input my blood into your body, so the morning storm epidemic in your body will not break by itself. Mr. Evergreen. Yen Drinking Frost choked. Bang! At the same time, Yuki Yushi, who was outside the door, rushed in. Evergreen, are you crazy? You're only at Jindan Cultivation. Drinking Frost's 5-turn Yuaning couldn't resist the epidemic. How can you dare to guarantee that you'll be fine? Yi Chongqing frowned slightly and looked at her. Who will come if I don't? Shui Yushi was momentarily speechless, and after a moment of silence, she said, "I'll." Yi Chongqing laughed in a humorless manner and shook his head. "It's better for you to come than for me to come." Having said that, he was still touched in his heart. But touching is touching. Human life is at stake. Time waits for no one. Afterward, Yi Chongqing clapped his hands and said, "All right, it's settled." The next step was carried out according to Yi Chongqing's idea. He stretched his arm to Yen Drinking Frost's lips and said, "Bite down." Yen Drinking Frost's willow brows knitted tightly, never able to get her mouth to speak. "Can I not bite?" she said weakly. Yi Chongqing glanced at her and said, "The morning storm epidemic spreads through blood. If you don't bite and bleed, how is the epidemic going to enter my body?" Seeing that she was still unmoved, Yi Chongqing finally said in a deep voice, "You're still staying awake now, so you at least have a sense of proportion. When you're completely demonized, the bite won't just be a piece of meat." Hearing this, Yen Drinking Frost finally made up her mind. Her eyes closed tightly, and she bit down hard on Yi Chongqing's arm. Hiss! Yi Chongqing sucked in a mouthful of cool air and forced himself to endure the severe pain. His brows locked. Only when the blood flowed out of the wound did Yi Chongqing signal Yen Drinking Frost to let go. "Mr. Evergreen." "Me." Shui Yushi also hurriedly came up, holding a roll of gauze in her hand and quickly bandaged it. Turning back to see Yen Drinking Frost's worried face, Yi Chongqing shook his head, his face pale, but he still managed to squeeze out a small smile and said, "Don't worry, as long as I can survive tonight, you'll be saved." Shui Yushi said angrily with tears in her eyes, "You still have the heart to joke. What if you don't survive tonight?" Yi Chongqing helplessly rubbed her head and said, "What? You can't wait for me to die." Shui Yushi was anxious and said with red eyes, "You know I don't mean that." All right, you go out first, it's best to isolate." Yi Chongqing paralyzed in his chair and said, "Don't worry, don't we still have an agreement between us?" Shui Yushi clenched her silver teeth and wiped away her tears. "After the Zhangzhou matter, I'll take you back to Snow Mountain and beat you to death and won't let you come out anymore. Stinky nerd. Obviously so weak. Has to be the savior." Yi Chongqing could only report a bitter smile. He didn't know when his personality had become like this. Perhaps it was because of practicing the Shinong ancient scripture? Physician, isn't physician treating the sick and saving lives of the people? When it comes to illness, the doctor doesn't come on, so who is it? After Shui Yushi left, Yen Drinking Frost also began to show signs of the early stages of demonization. Blurred sanity, chills, and more than a little trembling of the body, as well as stiffness. But the good thing is, she can still talk. Yi Chongqing found a bed quilt to cover her while saying, "Be sure to stay awake. I'll always stay with you and talk to you. You must answer me when I ask you." Yen Drinking Frost only felt that she was in the deep sea, and it was Yi Chongqing's whisper in her ear that dragged her, who was about to drown, back from the ghost gate. She opened her eyes, her pupils a little dilated, but good enough to speak. "I heard." Yi Chongqing nodded and said, "Find a topic." Yen Drinking Frost smiled hard and responded, "Good, Mr. Do you like anything?" Yi Chongqing froze and said, "Hobby? Too?" Yi Chongqing smiled lightly and said, "I don't have any hobbies. I just love to grow some herbs on weekdays. Right? How about you?" Yen Drinking Frost pondered for a moment and said, "I like to write poems. It's just that I don't write them very well. I wrote one before, and I was made fun of by my senior sisters for a long time." Her speech was broken, but the good news was that logic was not a problem. Yi Chongqing intended to guide her to continue, having to remain conscious at all times. So he asked, "Then do you remember? Can you read it to me? I can appreciate it." Hearing this, Yen Drinking Frost's pretty face flushed red as she said, "I'm a little embarrassed." "There's no harm in it. What's there to be embarrassed about? Just think of us as friends. Friends share with each other. Friends." Yen Drinking Frost heart flooded with a trace of dissimilarity. But in a whirlwind, she nodded, "Good." She closed her eyes slightly and pondered for a long time, as if remembering. After a while, she read, "Thin smoke haunts the distant trees, dense mist on the curtain at the beginning. Dark rose goose water, light cold swallow hut. Smoke deep suspicion die shallow, incense cold timid red at the beginning. Don't roll the western curtain to sleep, listen to the residual drip beads." After reading it out, Yen Drinking Frost's cheeks were even more scarlet. It was the first time she had, for the first time, read a poem she had written to a man. She was tickled inside, not sure exactly what that emotion was. If it was shyness, why was there a hint of relief mixed in? But now, it seems that she can't care about anything else. Her beautiful eyes fell on Yi Chongqing's face, and she timidly said, "It's not very good, is it? I've changed it many times." However, Yi Chongqing had a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "It's not, is it? That's not how you play Versailles." Chapter 9 is so hot. What's the matter? It feels like you have a strange face, is it not good? Yen drinking frost inquired cautiously. Seeing her question, Yi Chongqing only opened his mouth and said in a bad mood, "If this is not good enough for you, then I really don't know what it means to be good." Yen drinking frost froze, then a blush appeared on her cheeks and she couldn't help but say, "Really? Then? Thank you." Yi Chongqing guffawed and suddenly said, "In that case, I'll do one too. Let's have an elegant and popular song." Upon hearing this, her eyes lit up and she hastily nodded her head. "Yes, I quite like to pair poems with others." She blinked her eyes and locked onto Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing coughed lightly, his brain racing. It was true that he was not good at writing any poems in the past, but after crossing over for so many years, he had been through countless storms. Sometimes, poems are the kind of thing that tend to be written naturally just by experiencing them. Experience is more important than experience. After a long period of silence, Yi Chongqing suddenly pointed at the night outside the window and chanted, "1 shift, 2 shifts, 3 shifts, 4 shifts, 5 shifts, 6 shifts, 7 shifts, 8 shifts." Yen drinking frost's beautiful eyes instantly froze. "What does this say? You're not kidding. This doesn't seem to be poetry." She couldn't help but say. Yi Chongqing ignored it and instead walked to the window and pulled the curtains open, only to see the sky full of stars in his eyes. He then completed the last 2 lines. "Suddenly I saw the dragon take off into the Black Sea, and 10,000 scales splashed into the sky as stars." Swallow drinking frost? It always felt like I was being played. She huffed and glared at Yi Chongqing, saying in a bad mood, "You deliberately bullied me." Yi Chongqing cried and laughed, walking up to her and saying, "Where did I bully you?" Yen drinking frost clenched her silver teeth and said, "You did. You wrote it so well, but you had to mess with the first 2 sentences. You're abominable." Yi Chongqing couldn't help but laugh out loud, and only said after a long time, "It's just a matter of writing poems. Why should you care too much about every line, and even less about other people's eyes? What do you care? Don't you just write it?" Yen drinking frost was astonished and said, "You are so open-minded. I envy your broad-mindedness." Yi Chongqing smiled lightly and said, "There is no need to envy. Just follow your heart." The two talked for another half-hour. As time went deeper, the morning storm epidemic also began to take hold within Yi Chongqing's body. At first it was chills, his whole face was as pale as paper, his lips were purple and black, and he was trembling. Yen drinking frost noticed the change in Yi Chongqing. Her heart was suddenly alarmed, and she hurriedly said, "You don't matter, right?" Yi Chongqing gritted his teeth and winced, saying, "No harm done. I'm just starting to have an attack. All I have to do now is to carry it through. As long as I'm okay tonight, then I'll have antibodies in my system and you'll be saved." Of course, resisting wasn't a dead weight. Yi Chongqing naturally had a backhand. He signaled with his eyes for Yen drinking frost not to worry, then took out the black cauldron and directly began boiling the medicine. When your body is cold, it is natural to boil up medicines that can generate heat. Ephedra, cinnamon sticks, perilla, epiphyllum, dried ginger. These medicines, with the main effect of dispersing surface evils and relieving surface symptoms, some of which are warm in nature, can help the body dispel cold evils and improve the symptoms of malignant cold, fever, and lack of sweating due to the attack of cold evils on the muscle surface. Simmering with the black cauldron was quick. Almost 10 minutes. Yi Chongqing drank the medicinal liquid. It did have some effect at first, with body temperature returning. But this only cured the manifestation after all, and the funereal storm epidemic in his body launched a second attack not long after the first one had been suppressed. This time, it was even more terrifying than the previous one. Yi Chongqing only felt that he was in a cold winter month, freezing him to the point that he was shivering. Yen drinking frost was even more worried, and kept struggling to get up, the ropes tied to her body, strangling her wrists and ankles with blood again. Seeing this, Yi Chongqing frowned. "Don't move, I'll be fine." He fought back the chill and walked over to her, applying an ointment to stop the bleeding. Yen drinking frost said with tears in her eyes, "You still say there is nothing wrong. Your face is so white." Yi Chongqing avoided the importance and said, "Don't talk about me. Lie down and rest properly. Even if you break the rope free, you can't help me. At that time, if you become demonized, everything will be lost." After treating her wounds, Yi Chongqing returned to the black cauldron. Appearances didn't seem to be working. Yi Chongqing could only look inside for a solution, that is to replenish the inner yang. Deer antler, epimedium, cistanches, cuscuta, lockjaw. The smell of the medicine filled the entire room, and because the dose was so high, Yi Chongqing could feel his body tingling even if he was smelling it. He pinched his nose and poured it down, his gaze inadvertently landing on Yen drinking frost on the bed, a hint of fire flashing in his eyes. "The medicine that I just drank not only replenishes the inner yang, but also has another effect, which is aphrodisiac. A room, men and women, the effects of the drug playing out at the moment growing exponentially. In fact, not only Yi Chongqing, even Yen drinking frost, who was on the side, was a bit off at this time. "What's that? You're simmering. I feel so weird." Yi Chongqing did not respond with a red face, and found a piece of screen to block the line of sight, coming to a blind eye. It's just that the bereavement epidemic is getting more and more aggressive, and just after it's been suppressed, it ends up coming back with a counterattack in no time at all. In desperation, Yi Chongqing could only continue to simmer and fight it head-on. Fortunately, Yi Chongqing had prepared enough herbs. Bowl after bowl, in no time at all, his whole body was like a fire, and his mind was even more chaotic. Although the morning riot epidemic had been suppressed, there was an even more horrifying reality in front of Yi Chongqing, and that was he longed for it. Desire women. Just then, he suddenly heard, from beside his ear, a soft humming voice. "Mr. Evergreen, I am so hot." The voice was soft, as if a fragrant wind was coming, and the smell of it knocked the bones and sucked the marrow, and it was soft and weak. Yi Chongqing's brain only felt like it exploded, and his entire body directly fell from the chair to the ground. "Just bear with it. It's actually quite effective to use it to suppress the morning riot epidemic," Yi Chongqing said with tears in his eyes. He was truly surprised that the herbs in this world had such horrific medicinal effects, and that they could even have an effect when smelled. But whatever the case, at least the funereal epidemic was suppressed. Only, Yi Chongqing's words didn't make Yen drinking frost relax, and instead, she began to struggle once again. It was just that through the screen, Yi Chongqing couldn't see it, and he could only hear Yen drinking frost continuously letting out light humming sounds. Yi Chongqing was helpless. He even wanted to go out to find Shui Yushi, at least she and himself, nominally about to be married, just short of a marriage contract. But then he thought of the funeral storm epidemic in his body and eventually suppressed it. Just then, however, he suddenly heard the sound of a rope crumbling. "What's wrong with you?" Yi Chongqing was startled and asked in a hurry. Yen drinking frost said in a hoarse voice, "No, nothing." But just as her words left her mouth, the voice sounded again, followed by a third and fourth course. The rope completely collapsed, and the screen was torn to shreds by Yen drinking frost. Yi Chongqing was dumbfounded as he watched the Yen drinking frost with bloodshot eyes stand in front of him. Then, in the next second, she lunged toward Yi Chongqing. You calm down." Chapter 10 Attack. In fact, at this point, Yen drinking frost state had already reached semi-demonization. Half of her had lost her mind and the other side retained her primal instincts because of the drugs. The two were entangled, and Yi Chongqing was able to resist for a moment or two at first. But as the power increased, not surprisingly, he who was only at the Jindan stage naturally fell into a disadvantage. It was the sort of thing that was incredibly unfamiliar to both men. But primal instincts made the two gradually become one. Entanglement, collision, seeking, request. It wasn't until later that Yi Chongqing's body, too, became demonized. Although the morning riot epidemic hadn't managed to completely consume him, it had at least affected Yi Chongqing's mind. Finally, it didn't end until dawn. When Yi Chongqing awoke, it was already around 10 in the morning. He was lying on his bed, empty beside him. Other than that, it's all aches and pains and dizziness. His mind quickly recalled the events of last night, when he seemed to be having sex with another woman. Thinking of this, Yi Chongqing couldn't help but have his pupils shrink and his face change dramatically as he violently climbed up from the bed. What to do? Swallow drinking frost. Not only her, but also Shui Yushur. What should one explain to her? A female-dominated world where only women can be monogamous and men are just subservient. Even if Yi Chongqing didn't mind, what about Shui Yushur? She's lucky to ditch the monogamy system, and she's expected to accept other women together? Yi Chongqing thought a lot in an instant, but just then, a letter in front of the cabinet caught his eye. Fighting back the weakness in his body, he crawled over and picked up the letter. At first glance, it was a paragraph of beautiful handwriting. Sir, I'm going back to the Smoke and Rain Pavilion. All is well. Don't miss me. Besides, I didn't see Ms. Tsukushi when I left, so I wonder if she knows what happened between the two of us. I need to be quiet for a while, and if it's meant to be, I'll see you again sooner or later. At the end, one of her poems. I am standing in front of the maple in the evening. It is difficult to tie up the boat when the leaves fall, and the geese are not transmitted when the clouds are deep. The river is in the twilight, and there is cold smoke on the other side of the river. There are no words to speak, but the waves are empty. Yi Chongqing was silent for a long time and silently put the letter into his arms. Life is unpredictable. Who could have predicted this outcome today? He had no choice but to take a step and see what happens, only that he should take this matter and make it clear to Shui Yushur. Whether it's a grudge or a hate is also for later. He pushed out the door and found the inn's youngest, inquiring about the whereabouts of Shui Yushur. Xiao Er was confused and said, I do know the girl you're talking about, but I don't seem to have seen her all day. Yi Chongqing had no choice but to say, then keep an eye out for me. After instructing the store assistant, Yi Chongqing only had to go to the Epidemic Disease Center in the west of the city first to check out the situation. Shui Yushur was at least a Yuaning realm powerhouse, and at the same time she was also the holy daughter of the Shui clan, and within the Floating Moon dynasty, she was almost able to walk horizontally. City West. Several physicians rushed to welcome Yi Chongqing when they saw him arrive. Hello, Mr. Evergreen. Yi Chongqing nodded and asked, how is the situation? One of them replied, according to your previous orders, a lot of medicinal herbs have been collected, but it's still difficult to satisfy the needs of hundreds of thousands of people. The Zhangzhou side has already promised to mobilize some medicinal herbs over to support them. Have there been any new epidemic patients in other parts of the city? Yi Chongqing asked again. There is, and there's a steady stream of them, and as you instructed, in the event of an epidemic in one family, the entire family is quarantined at home and forbidden to leave the house. Hearing this, Yi Chongqing couldn't help but rub his brow and said tiredly, you guys go down and do it. Just follow what I said. Absolutely no carelessness. In addition, there is the sanitary environment, which must also be attended to. The people of the city lord's mansion should immediately gather all the city soldiers and implement a great cleansing of the entire endless city. Obey! Epidemic prevention is like this. Yi Chongqing is a traveler after all. In his previous life he had experienced two epidemics that swept the world, one in 2003 and one in 2019. Because of this, Yi Chongqing had experience in this area. The method is old, but it does work. However, whenever there was an epidemic in the Taiyin ancient realm, as long as he was there, it could basically be resolved satisfactorily. Yi Chongqing had just walked into the tent when suddenly a pill refiner walked in. This person was the president of the Endless City Alchemist Association, a fourth-grade alchemist, female, named Zhang Yan. Does President Zhang have something to do? Yi Chongqing asked. She still had the same snotty look. Alchemists just don't look down on physicians. It's in their nature. Dr. Yi, I just discovered a situation that when more and more epidemic patients are infected with the epidemic, on the contrary, there will be a small portion of people who will not be infected by the epidemic, and this situation is not a column. More and more situations in Endless City have proved this. Yi Chongqing frowned slightly. Of course he knew what Zhang Yan was talking about. There is a sort of more specialized term for this condition, which is herd immunity. A significant percentage of individuals in a population are immune to an infectious disease, thus blocking the spread of the disease in the population. If a large number of people survive infection with the Black Death, they will produce the appropriate antibodies in their bodies, which could theoretically create a herd immunity that would stop the further spread of the Black Death. What do you mean? Yi Chongqing asked with a gloomy face. Zhang Yan frowned slightly. Her heart was upset. I'm a fourth-grade alchemist, you're a small physician, even if you're a medical practitioner, you're not qualified to instruct me, she said nonchalantly. That means leave these people alone. As long as the number of infected reaches a certain number, the rest will naturally survive. Yi Chongqing immediately questioned, "What about the infected people?" Zhang Yan said stiffly, "Self-generated." Yi Chongqing was enraged and slammed the table and drank, "Nonsense. You have to be responsible for the words you utter. I know that herd immunity does have some effect, but that's only from a theoretical perspective. But have you ever looked at it from a realistic perspective? The Black Death epidemic isn't the normal epidemic it used to be, it's evolved. Trying to achieve herd immunity through natural infection would surely result in the loss of countless lives. And the entire endless city, as well as the chaos of Zhangzhou, would be overwhelmed. Moreover, the Black Death epidemic spreads extremely quickly, making it difficult to accurately control its spread and the population it infects. Even if some of them survive, they may be left with serious after effects. Have you thought about these? Zhang Yan's entire face turned scarlet at the yelling. Her fists clenched in anger. You dare to yell at me? I'm a pill refiner. And you, a man, dared to scold me. Do you want to die? Yi Chongqing didn't bother to talk nonsense with her and directly drank. Don't you come to this. If you don't want to stay, get lost and go for the test. You can go wherever you want after the test if there's no problem. After saying that, Yi Chongqing directly raised his head and left. In a world of the weak and the strong, few people care about the death of others. But as a medical practitioner, Yi Chongqing had to care. He was willing to be a grungy retrograde, to bury the monstrous plague, as much as he could. While inspecting the epidemic patients, a few pill refiners suddenly ran over in a hurry. Mr. Evergreen, something's wrong. When Miss Ian was picking herbs, she encountered people from the Golden Snake Demon Cult, and the demon cultists named you and demanded that you, sir, go alone, and if you didn't arrive before noon, they were going to kill Miss Ian. Chapter 11. My name is Su Wui. Something happened to Yin Zixiang? Yi Chongqing's face changed slightly, and his brows tightened. It was the Golden Snake Demon Cult again. In the past few years when he was walking the rivers and lakes, the Golden Snake Demon Cult did not give him much trouble. Basically, wherever this group goes, there is an epidemic there. Even though there was currently no substantial evidence to prove that the Golden Snake Demon Cult was putting out epidemics, Yi Chongqing already wouldn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards this floating moon dynasty's #1 evil demonic quackery. I know right away, Yi Chongqing sighed and said. No matter what, Yin Zixian had been very cooperative with himself before, and now that something had happened to him, Yi Chongqing naturally wouldn't ignore it. What's more, behind Yin Zixian stood the Taiji sect, one of the 6 major sects of the Jingxi alliance, so he should go and save it in public and in private. A few alchemists saw Yi Chongqing agree so readily, and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Yi? But you? They didn't say it all. Yi Chongqing is only a second-turn Jindan. With his cultivation, he can go empty-handed and get away with it? Yi Chongqing naturally knew what these people meant, and said in a deep voice, You guys inform City Lord Qin? I'll go over first. With Qin Haixia, a transformation god powerhouse. Receiving him, Yi Chongqing had a bottom line. However, as Yi Chongqing was leaving the city, another person suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked Yi Chongqing's way. It was a black-robed woman, shrouded in a cloak, and with an aura of death emanating from her body. In just an instant, Yi Chongqing judged her identity, the Golden Snake Demon Cult. Kidnapping someone from the Taiji sect, you don't have a lot of guts.
Ye Chang'sın iret.
The woman let out a jie laughter, and then said, The Golden Snake Demon Sect has never been afraid of the so-called Jingxi Alliance. This time we came here, by the order of the sect master, to convey a message. Mr. Evergreen would like to listen to it. Yi Chongqing frowned. What news? She smiled faintly. Is it possible that Mr. Evergreen has no feelings for the Snow Clan's holy maiden, that she has been missing for so long? Yet you remained as steady as a mountain, and it wasn't until missing Ziqiao disappeared that you hurriedly left the city? Hearing this, Yi Chongqing's face changed drastically. Can it be that Shui Yushur has also fallen into the hands of the Golden Snake Demon Cult? Where did you guys get her? Yi Chongqing's eyes widened in anger. The woman said sorrowfully, Be at ease. The sect master wants to play a game with you. The misty mountains outside of the city, divided into the middle mountain, the west mountain, and also the east mountain. Yin Zixian and Shui Yushur have been hidden by the sect master in 2 of these 3 places respectively. You only have half an hour to find them. Half an hour later, the person you found, we will not do it. But the one who did not find it. Ha! Yi Chongqing's complexion was ironic, and he was furious. The Misty Mask Mountain was tens of thousands of miles in circumference, filled with miasma, and there were numerous demonic beasts in the mountain, and there were even spirit transformation stage demonic beasts sitting around. Half an hour of searching for someone. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. And even if they did their best with Yi Chongqing's cultivation, they could only save one at most. This must also be to ensure that he doesn't encounter any other contingencies midway through. 2 peaches kill 3 spades? This godfather is so poisonous. Yi Chongqing gritted his teeth and asked, Yi Chongqing, asked myself, over the years, I have never offended the golden snake demon sect, much less killed a single one of your followers, so why are you doing this? The woman pondered for a moment and said instead, Indeed, Mr. Evergreen is a man of high integrity. But think carefully, in the past 3 years have you really not betrayed the trust of others? These words directly confused Yi Chongqing. He still wanted to open his mouth, but the woman interrupted Yi Chongqing's words and said with a cold expression, Mr. Chongqing, time is running out. As the words fell, a cone of incense that had already been lit appeared in her hand. Yi Chongqing had no choice but to glare at her indignantly and sailed away. In the meantime, Misty Mountain's middle range. Inside a log cabin, Yin Zixian and Shui Yushi were tied up tightly and lying on the ground. Luckily, there were no injuries on either of the 2 women. Only their hair was slightly disheveled and their cheeks looked haggard. Being a member of the same Righteousness Alliance, Yin Zixian naturally recognized Shui Yushi, and seeing that she was also tied up, she couldn't help but ask, Sacred Maiden of the Shui clan, how could you be here as well? Shui Yushi struggled for a bit, but both her hands and feet were bound by the spirit-locking rope, and her body's spiritual energy was restricted, so she couldn't move at all. Hearing Yin Zixiao's inquiry, she said in an aggravated manner, I met a woman who was so strong that I didn't even have a chance to make a move before she swept away in a black wind. Yin Zixian sniffed and also said with a stunned face, Then what happened to us is almost the same. Shui Yushi sighed softly and said, I don't know how Evergreen is doing. He's still helping Yen drinking frost to heal. It's been a night since. In the final analysis, what was in Shui Yushi's heart until now was most worried about Yi Chongqing, not herself. The Golden Snake Demon Sect and the Jingqi Alliance are incompatible, but the Snow Clan is located on the plateau, and the Golden Snake Demon Sect has not seen the head of the 2 sides have not had a substantial conflict. Unless the Golden Snake Demon Sect was ready to wage war against the Jiangqi Alliance, she would definitely be safe. Right in the middle of the 2 women's conversation, there was a sound of footsteps coming from outside the door at that moment. Shui Yushi and Yin Zixian simultaneously stared at the doorway with a face full of vigilance. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and blinding light shone in. Shooting, the 2 women couldn't help but close their eyes slightly. However, they still saw that a black-robed woman, who was standing in the doorway, scanned the 2 women with a disdainful gaze like looking out of the corner of her eye. Shui Yushi has always been hot-tempered. Her gentleness was only towards Yi Chongqing, and when she saw the gaze, she exploded, You're the sect master of the Golden Snake Demon Sect, right? If you don't want to offend the Snow Clan as well as the Taiji sect, release us immediately. However, these remarks did not make the black-robed woman wince. Instead, she had the corners of her mouth rise slightly, evoking a sneer. She slowly took a step and walked in front of Shui Yushi. Her footsteps were silent, but every step was wrapped in the aura of death. Suddenly, the black-robed woman raised her hand and directly slapped Shui Yushi. There was a crunching sound, and Shui Yushi froze on the spot. She was the holy maiden of the Snow Clan, and after living for so long, how had she ever suffered such a strange humiliation? After returning to her senses, Snow Moon Shi was already gnashing her teeth and said angrily, Bastard! The Snow Clan will not let you go. What answered her, however, was another slap. However, the black-robed woman didn't use her aura. It was just an ordinary palm. No damage was done. Not even a red mark, but the insult was extreme. 2 consecutive slaps finally caused Shui Yushi to stop talking, her eyes reddening as she glared hatefully at the black-robed woman in front of her. On the side, Yin Zixian also shrunk her neck. Her heart felt like it was being pinched, and her delicate body shivered slightly. At that moment, the black-robed woman reached out her hand and cupped Shui Yushi's jaw, lifting her up. She then surveyed Shui Yushi with eyes like she was surveying goods. The Snow Clan has always been out of beauty. Once the era of the Hashimoto dynasty, the Snow Clan even came out of 8 queens. As for Shui Yushi, she even had the title of the first beauty of the Snow Clan for 10,000 years. After admiring it for a moment, the black-robed woman's willow brows knitted slightly, and a hint of jealousy showed in her eyes. Although she was similarly born with beauty which was rare on Earth, She did inevitably feel inferior in the face of Shui Yushi, in terms of beauty alone. But the feeling comes and goes quickly. So what if it's beautiful? Just ruin it. Anyone who steals his woman from me has to pay. The corner of the black-robed woman's mouth raised into a light smile as she said, "My name is Su Wushu. How about playing a game?" Chapter 12. 2 peaches kill 3 men. Su Unsullied? The name is just too unfamiliar. Shui Yushi obviously hadn't heard of it. She only knew that the current sect master of the Golden Snake Demon sect was a woman. Remnants of the Heisei dynasty? Without waiting for Su Wushu to respond, Yin Zixian, who was on the side, suddenly lost her voice and said, "You're not from the Floating Moon dynasty. Could you be the one from the Northern Clear Night dynasty? The Xianin Valley?" Hearing these words, Su Wushu looked at her with interest and asked with a smile, "You've heard of my story?" Yin Zixian swallowed her saliva and nodded. 3 years ago, I went to a trip to the Dan sect of the Clear Night dynasty and heard about the huge change in the Xianin Valley, in which all 370 people of the sect lost their lives. And then I went to the Lonely Cloud Gorge where I saw corpses all over the ground. After a pause, she looked up at the black-robed woman in front of her and said, "You did all those things, didn't you?" Hearing this explanation, Shui Yushi suddenly came to a realization. Xianin Valley incident, of course she has heard of. At that time the Qing Night dynasty Shuk had deployed tens of thousands of troops to track down, but also invited the Qing Night dynasty's first arresting officer to investigate. In theory, Xianin Valley was nothing more than a second-rate sect, so naturally, there was no need to get so worked up. But the key lies in the Xianin Valley, where one of the 10 forbidden songs of the ancient Tai in ancient realm, the confessional song, had been sealed. Disappearance. In this way, the nature is completely different. It's not for nothing that Confessions is listed as a banned song. A full 3 million people committed suicide because of it in the era it existed. Not a few of them were at the Mahayana stage or even at the transitional stage, and all of them committed suicide and perished after listening to the confessional song. Therefore, a group of Emperor Realm powerhouses in the Taiyin ancient realm decided to seal the confessional soul song, as well as the rest of the 9 bizarre tunes, as much as they could separately. The Xianin Valley then sealed this confessional song. Su Wujiao was the only living soul, so wouldn't that mean that the confessional was in her hands? Shui Yushi swallowed her saliva. She finally knew why Su Wushu would join the Golden Snake Demon sect. Controlling the forbidden song heaven and earth was not benevolent. Who would take her in besides the demonic sect? Just as the two of them were in a state of confusion, Su Wushu interrupted the 2 women's contemplation and faintly said, "If she were really in my hands, do you think the Zhengqi alliance would still be alive today?" Hearing this, the 2 women were shocked again. Seems like it. If Su Wushu really had the confessional song, she could have gone directly to the headquarters of the Zhengqi alliance and played the confessional song in front of a group of executives, and then all of them would commit suicide and everything would be solved once and for all. The 2 women looked cloudy. Su Wuyao didn't seem to want to dwell too much on this topic as she brought up that so-called game again. "I've already informed Yi Chongqing. He'll come to rescue you guys in a while." Shui Yushi frowned. This was good news. It was just that when she looked into Su Wujiao's eyes, she clearly read a hint of intrigue. As expected, the next second she was heard saying, "But he only has half an hour before I will separate you and have informed him of where you are. Of the 2 women, he can only save one, and when the hour is up, the one not saved will surely fall under the sword." How's that for a game? After hearing the narration, Shui Yushi was furious and gritted her teeth. Despicable and shameless. You're setting him up for injustice. Yin Zixian did look bleak. The relationship between the 2 of them, Shui Yushi and Yi Chongqing, destined her to be saved. She, on the other hand, had nothing more than a nodding acquaintance of a few words with Yi Chongqing. The Golden Snake Demon cult might not kill Shui Yushi, but she will definitely kill herself as a Taiji sect member. After all, Taiji sect's Purple Cloud Peak Master once died in the hands of the Golden Snake Demon cult. Both sides have long been like water and fire. Unrighteousness. Su Wushu sniffed. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and said, "Unrighteousness is righteousness. In this man-eating world, what's the use of having benevolence and righteousness?" She stroked Shui Yushi's cheeks and murmured in admiration, "Actually, you should be very happy, right? You're so good-looking and you've been through so much with him. He'll definitely come to save you, right? You're the one who gets to live, and this one next to you dies without a trace. Divorce. Naked dissociation. In fact, but any intelligent person would be able to see that. It's just that a scheme like killing 3 men with 2 peaches has the greatest effect on Shui Yushi and Inzi Keiru. 2 people who weren't very familiar with each other in the first place. After all, how can there be so many Lu Guanzhongs in history? Isn't the vast majority of them Wagongzai? Shuiliangshan. Therefore, Su Wushu's ploy had been achieved. After she left, Yin Zixin wasn't talking to Shui Yushi. Silent. Her petite body curled up in a ball. Shui Yushi was kind. She wanted to comfort a few words. But when the words came to her mouth, she couldn't say anything. The only thing she could do was to curse Su Wushu in her heart. Despicable and nasty and dirty. It was just that she didn't realize what would have become of the outcome if Yi Chongqing hadn't come to her rescue. 2 peaches kills 3. 3. Can also include Yi Chongqing. It was just that the 3 years of chivalry and standing side by side had made Shui Yushi not even think in that direction. Outside the door, Su Wushu silently gazed at the sky, a smile spreading across his face. Without the sinister cunning of the house at this moment, she was exactly the same as the Qin-playing young girl from Qingchuan Mountain 3 years ago. A few Golden Snake Demon sect followers came over. One of them said gruffly, "Sect Master, instructions came from the Polyester Society. The Golden Snake Demon sect needs to continue to expand its strength. The Zhangzhou epidemic cannot be in accordance with what that physician said." The smile on Su Wui's face came to an abrupt end. After a moment of silence, she nodded her head slightly and said, "Make your move. The chess pieces on the Zhangzhou side, they can be moved. Also notify the black-clothed ambassador and the white-clothed ambassador to prepare the talismanic water to heal the sick and save people. I respectfully obey the teachings of the sect master." The crowd hurriedly responded. The foot of misty mountains. Yi Chongqing looked at the 3 towering mountains in front of him with a grave expression. He could sense 2 familiar auras hidden in the east and west mountains. The one on the eastern mountain, the most familiar, was Snow Moon Shield. The one on the west mountain, filled with the aroma of medicine, was naturally Inzi Smoked. However, what was before him was a choice question that was difficult to the extreme. It's even comparable to, who do you want to save first, me or your mom? By saving Yin Ziqiao, he himself could gain favor with the Taiji sect and promote unity between the medical path and the alchemists to defend against future epidemics and catastrophes. But if we do, what about Yuki Yushi? The young girl who, in her eyes, had only herself. Is he or she doing right by her? He was already very sorry to Shui Yushi for the yen drinking frost matter. If he added this to it, what face would he have, staying by her side? When the Snow Clan was in the beginning, in order to protect herself from being bullied by the Snow Clan, Shui Yushi, but she lied that she was already pregnant with her own child, and exchanged her name and honor for a long-lasting friendship between Yi Chongqing and the Snow Clan. Now, you're going to forget your roots? A moment later, Yi Chongqing opened his eyes. In this moment, he made a choice. Go to East Mountain and save the maiden. The young girl who had only herself in mind. The young girl who abandoned worldly ideas for herself. The young girl who was kind and lively and would always stand in her way. The stars under my eyes were not last night, and the wind and moon on earth are the beginning of my heart. Chapter 13. Shameless Bad Woman. Yi Chongqing used his fastest speed to go straight to the top of the mountain. The closer he got, the more he could feel Shui Yushi's aura. Only he didn't realize that there was always a pair of eyes in the dark, silently watching his every move, especially when he saw that Yi Chongqing had made his choice very decisively. The owner of these eyes looked very tasty. Does she really matter to you? Is it worth risking your life for? To put your life on the line? In the world of women's honor, it has always been a woman who rushes for the sake of a man. Because a man is the face of a woman, an accessory. Without status or dignity, all they can do is obey their wives unconditionally. And like Yi Chongqing, for a woman to be able to go out of their way to achieve this is really rare in ancient times. Su Wuyao sighed softly. She had already made up her mind. In that case, she had to break up these 2. After all, it was obvious that she arrived first. Why should she work so hard and diligently for half a day? And in the end, the peach let a loser pick it? It's hard to get even. Thinking of this, the corner of her mouth lifted into a cold smile, and her heart made up its mind. The figure flickered and disappeared in place. A third of a column later, West Hill. Opening her eyes, Yukiyoshi could still feel a wave of dizziness coming from her brain. It seemed that she had just been knocked out, but after waking up, she realized that everything around her was as usual, still the same as it was a moment ago. It was just that Shui Yushi didn't realize that her party had been dropped. From East Hill transferred to West Hill. However, Su Wuyao had long ago moved her illusions, changing the scenery of the western mountain to be exactly the same as the eastern mountain, and with her drowsy mind, she was unaware of it for a while. At that moment, Su Wui appeared in front of her. Although Shui Yushi was scared, her character was more or less unconvincing. Seeing this, she still gritted her teeth and said, "Shameless bad woman." Su Wui laughed lightly and said, "So what if it's bad? You can't beat me." Shui Yushi was momentarily speechless. Indeed, she was only a mere 5-turn Yuaning, so how could she be a match for this demon sect master in front of her? Even though she was currently unclear about Su Wushu's true strength, she thought that it wouldn't be too low just by virtue of the other party's divine means. After a pause, Shui Yushi couldn't help but ask, "Evergreen is just a doctor. He's been doing good deeds all his life. He's never offended anyone. Why are you doing this to him? Can't you just come at me with what you have?" Su Wuyao sneered in his heart. "He has already offended me by loving you so much." Of course, Su Wushu was very arrogant and naturally would not admit this, but only guided his words. "You seem to be very calm, thinking that he will definitely come to save you?" Shui Yushi sniffed, naturally proud. "That is, of course. I and he is a lifelong friendship. Think of the year, Yen Demon Valley life and death, In Soul Mountain 9 deaths, and is not you can understand." Su Wu Jiao was obviously enraged again in his heart. Indeed, compared to her and Shui Yushi, her experience with Yi Chongqing was too pale. Nothing more than those few idyllic months at Clear Spring Mountain. That's all. But it was precisely because of the rare tranquility of that period of time, on the contrary, that it truly made Su Wushu unforgettable forever. Those were the days when she was at her most desperate, betrayed, planted and framed by her most trusted sister, abandoned by his own master, abused by a bunch of moralistic, self-proclaimed righteous people who are actually dirty hypocrites. Only Yi Chongqing reached out to her. "I'm a doctor. I don't know how to heal in terms of souls, but I can learn. This tune is called Dashing Water Clouds. Try it? Well, I'm teaching you a little, so learn carefully." Su Wushu slightly closed his eyes, but steeply opened them again, while reaching out his hand and strangling Shui Yushi's neck. Shui Yushi only felt a vigorous attack, and the suffocating sensation raged like a tidal wave. "Are you showing off to me?" Su Wushu laughed hideously. Shui Yushi was in pain, but she would never bow down to the demon sect master, or even a woman who might be a love rival. She squeezed out a few words with difficulty and said, "You like him?" Su Wu Jiao froze, her hands slightly loosened. Her pretty face could not hide a flash of scarlet color, but it was quickly covered by her. Unfortunately, it was still captured by Shui Yushi. As if she had discovered a new continent, she couldn't help but laugh, and said in a silver bell-like laugh, "Looks like I guessed right. Fine then, just kill me, and after you kill me, see if he'll still love you." Shui Yushi knew Yi Chongqing's character too well. If he hadn't died himself, perhaps Su Wushu still had that slight chance. But if he died, Yi Chongqing does not hate her to the bone. As expected, these words did poke at Su Wu Jiao's weakness. She had actually wanted to get rid of Shui Yushi more than once. Only the dead were the least qualified to compete with her. But she was afraid that once Shui Yushi died, there would be no more possibility between herself and Yi Chongqing. She didn't like him, she loved her. In these 3 years, the number of people who had died at the hands of Su Wushu, directly or indirectly, was no less than hundreds of thousands. She had blood on her hands, sin, and could never go back. But even so, Su Wuyao still wished to show her cleanest side to him. After a long time, Su Wuyao let go of Shui Yushi. Looking at the young girl with a proud and disdainful face, Su Wushu changed his mind. She wanted to see this woman with her own eyes, desperate and downcast and sad. She will single-handedly make it happen. And is coming up soon. One incense burner was almost ready to burn out. Yi Chongqing encountered a Jindan stage white jade over mountain peak on the way. This snake-type demonic beast was extremely poisonous, and was known for its large amount of venom discharge and actively attacking humans. With his Jindan stage cultivation, a patient who was bitten and injected with poison, even if he was at the Yuaning stage, would die from the poison within half an hour. Thus, helplessly, Yi Chongqing delayed for at least 10 minutes before escaping from it. But it was these 10 minutes that made Yi Chongqing's purpose of arriving early completely defeated. By the time he climbed to the top of West Mountain, everything seemed to be too late. As he drifted off, he heard the Golden Snake demon cultist say, "The hour is up, do the killing." In the next second, Yi Chongqing saw several golden snake demon cultists raising their butcher knives in their hands, and among them, they seemed to be surrounding a young girl. Yi Chongqing couldn't see clearly, and in his haste, he hastily shouted, "Stop!" Hearing this loud shout, everyone present all froze. Not only these congregants, but also sitting paralyzed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat and as pale as paper. In Zixian. In Ziqiao stared blankly at the figure that came flying in with an anxious face. Is it Yi Chongqing? Why did he choose to come to his own rescue? It's a good thing the congregants had the good sense to get out of the way. It was also at this moment that Yi Chongqing saw the young girl's appearance. He was similarly dumbfounded, stopping violently and looking in surprise at the dumbfounded In Zixian in front of him. How is this possible? He went through the scent traces, and it was clear that what Dongshan was in should be the Snow Moon Shire. Why would it be in purple smoke? Then where's Yukioshi? Without waiting for him to open his mouth, the golden snake demon cultist said sorrowfully, "It seems that Mr. Yi has already made his decision. Since that's the case, Miss Yin's life will be returned to you." Chapter 14: The Devil's Murmur. Phew! A fragrant wind came, and In Zixian had already been pushed into Yi Chongqing's arms. Warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms. But Yi Chongqing did not feel the slightest hint of happiness. On the contrary, at this moment, his body blood has been cooled through. One may have been deceived. That so-called golden snake demon sect master either used a blindfold or cheated. And he really wants to save the Snow Moon Shire. I am afraid that he has. He couldn't stop shivering slightly as he dared not think in which direction. In Zixian in her arms also came back to her senses and raised her head to survey Yi Chongqing in front of her. But she soon caught on to the fact that Yi Chongqing was not right. Immediately afterward, a touch of gloom also appeared in In Zixian's eyes. He was not here to save himself. Just the wrong place. The holy maiden of the Snow Clan may be in the eastern mountain. Before I felt a dizzy spell, perhaps it was at that time that I was interchanged by that woman. She sighed softly. Yi Chongqing let her down. His eyes fell on the few golden snake demon cultists, and he snapped, "Where's the other young girl?" The religious man smiled coldly. "Mr. Evergreen, you have to trust your own judgment. Although the Snow Clan's holy maiden isn't bad, it's still inferior to the Taiji sect's Purple Cloud Peak Master's personal disciple." Rather than feeling sympathetic for Yi Chongqing, In Zixian still couldn't help but blush with her pretty face. In fact, she still had that much in her heart towards Yi Chongqing. After all, she had heard a lot of stories about Yi Chongqing walking the rivers and lakes and practicing medicine to save people over the years. Coupled with the fact that this is a young girl's age of love, more or less naturally have a lot of good feelings. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so decisive in standing up for Yi Chongqing during the Endless City. The other side, West Hill. Compared to In Ziqian, at this time, Shui Yushur no longer had her previous condescending appearance. Her face was as gloomy as ink, and her pupils were filled with sorrow and even a hint of anger, because she didn't wait for the man to come. This showed that Yi Chongqing had not chosen himself, but In Zixian. But what the hell is that for? Why in the world? Muttered Shui Yushur, her eyes gradually moist. On the side, Su Wushu said in a very timely manner, "He is a medical practitioner, and the medical path and the Dan path have always been at odds. In Zixian is the personal disciple of Dan Emperor Yuxinxian of the Taiji sect's Purple Cloud Peak, and Dan Emperor Yuxinxian has a high status amongst pill refiners. Climbing up to In Zixian is equivalent to climbing up to the moon heartstring, so it will be easy to reverse the long-standing conflict between the medical and Dan paths." Slowly, Su Wushu had come up to Shui Yushur's ear and released a brainwashing demonic murmur. "In fact, you should be clear that what Yi Chongqing is most relieved of in his heart is not you, but his medical career, right?" Just this one sentence shattered the last line of defense in Shui Yushur's heart. "Yeah, that's true." She was very satisfied with Yi Chongqing. The only point of dissatisfaction was that this man, herself in his heart, was not the only one. Rather, it's a 50-50 split with the healing business. This was also the point that she, Snow Moon Shield, was most unhappy about in her heart in the face of this. Giving up the engagement for the Endless City epidemic is enough to see that. In the past, when something like today had not happened, Shui Yushur was still able to forcefully suppress the dissatisfaction in her heart. But now what? Anger. Already burning in the bottom of her heart. She herself was not the only one in his mind. It's his career that is. A host of emotions of being betrayed and made to feel like monkeys came to life and grew stronger. Su Wushu was mesmerized as she watched the scene in front of her. Divorce. She'd used it more than once, and each time it had gone over very well. This time is no exception. Easily, it made these two people's hearts and souls, and the gods flew to the 9 heavens. At that moment, a knife landed on Yuki Yushi's jade neck. Su Wushu held a sharp blade and said indifferently, "Now, it's time to settle the results of this game." Shui Yushi lifted her head unwillingly. A trace of despair flowed out from the bottom of her eyes, and her heart was as dead as a knife. "Just do it. He doesn't have me in his heart. Just kill me." She felt raw, as if she had been betrayed by her favorite person. However, the knife didn't end up falling. Su Wui withdrew his hand. Shui Yushi frowned. "What do you mean?" Su Wui's expression was as calm as water as she said, "Go away. Seeing as you're also a pitiful person, go back to your snowy mountain to lick your wounds." Hearing this, Shui Yushi angrily said, "You're humiliating me?" Su Wushu cried and laughed, and snorted in his heart. "I, Su Wushu, have always acted with a ruthless heart. But there is one thing. I will definitely not be gracious and hateful. 2 years ago, I was severely poisoned and made a trip to your snow clan to steal a snow mountain sacred lotus. And your mountain guardians didn't make things difficult for me, so I was able to survive to this day. The story, told ambiguously, is anyone's guess as to whether it's true or not. But after all, Shui Yushi was the saint daughter of the Snow Clan. Of course she had heard of the theft of the Snow Mountain Sacred Lotus, and now once she heard the words of Su Wushu, the person in question, the doubts in her heart were instantly dispelled. She stood up and said with a leathery smile, "It seems perhaps I was wrong about someone?" Su Wushu smiled blandly and said with his hands behind his back, "There is no need to say those words. I'll spare you this time. But if we meet again next time, we are enemies." Shui Yushi wasn't hitching a ride, limping and leaving in a slumped figure. However, Su Wui vaguely heard her let out a giggle, but the laughter was interspersed with crying. Su Wuyao's heart remained as if it was still water, and he didn't have any afterthought of letting the tiger return to the mountain. Because the matter of the sacred lotus of the snowy mountains that she elaborated on was indeed true. It's also true that she's murderous and cold. The same is true for grudges. A few moments later, there was no more Su Wushu and Shui Yushi in the western mountains. Yi Chongqing was unwilling to leave just like that. He directly asked Yin Ziqiang to go down the mountain back to Endless City. He still had to find Shui Yushi, alive and dead. But Yin Ziqiang was worried. "Mr. Evergreen, the Golden Snake Demon Sect Master is powerful, and there are countless Yuaning realm followers in the Misty Monster Mountain. So what if you're at the Yuaning stage? Don't you have to look for it?" If he couldn't find Shui Yushi, what face would he have to face the tens of thousands of Shui clan members? In the face of that young girl's fistful of heart for herself? "Don't say any more. Just leave." In the heat of the moment, Yi Chongqing's tone was extremely hard. Yin Ziqiang was so struck that she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. She reddened her eyes and commiserated, "I'm sorry. I really didn't know you'd come to my rescue." Seeing this, Yi Chongqing also finally came back to his senses. In the final analysis, Yin Ziqiang was caught because of herself. After all, he was the one who told Yin Ziqiang to go up the mountain to collect the elixir that could cure the Black Death epidemic. Seeing her tearful eyes, Yi Chongqing was very remorseful and hurriedly walked up and said, "Sorry, I just had some problems that were mine." Fortunately, Yin Ziqiang didn't linger on this matter, and hurriedly wiped away her tears and said, "It's okay, Mr. Evergreen. I'll go back. In addition, I'll notify the Qin City Lord, as well as contacting my master. No matter what, you saved me. Zi Yunfeng will always be your friend. If you have difficulties in the future, you can come to me." The young girl waved and left, stumbling slightly. Yi Chongqing let out a sigh of silence and went straight to the western mountain. Chapter 15. Familiar Everything. Misty Mountain, the mountain as its name suggests, is foggy and covers the sky. Yi Chongqing trekked through the mountains, dodging the demonic beasts that might appear at any time along the way, concealing himself as much as possible. Without realizing it, he had already arrived at the Misty Middle Mountain area. There was actually a bamboo forest in front of him, green bamboo and pines, rustling in the breeze. The thing that made him a little surprised was that the furnishings of this bamboo forest was almost exactly the same as the bamboo forest of the grass hut in Qingchuan Mountain where he had lived 3 years ago. It even got to the point that even if Yi Chongqing had never been here before, just based on his intuition, he would be able to tell which way he should go. This place. After turning a few corners and passing through several tall bamboo trees, he became more and more determined. This bamboo forest was not the slightest bit different from the bamboo forest outside the Qingchuan Mountain Grass Lodge. Steeply, Yi Chongqing saw a small stream, and behind the stream there was a grass hut. The grass hut is made up of 3 huts on the left, center, and right, with a little smoke coming from the chimney. Outside the small courtyard was a medicinal field. How is this possible? Aren't I in Misty Mountain? Why is this place exactly the same as the grass hut on Qingchuan Mountain where I lived 3 years ago, completely carved out of the same mold? Yi Chongqing forced himself to hold back his shocked curiosity and couldn't help but walk towards the grass hut. Suddenly, clang, a piano sound comes lazily. Immediately afterward, Yi Chongqing, who had just stepped into the stream, heard a tune that was incomparably familiar to him. He was a traveler, and this tune was one of the top 10 famous ancient Chinese tunes in his previous life, Xiaoxiang Shuiyun. In a trance, Yi Chongqing almost didn't drop his jaw in shock. How can someone play this song? Can it be that there's another traveler in this world? He stopped in his tracks and even took a step back. It's unlikely that a traveler meeting a traveler would have 2 tears in their eyes when the old folks meet the old folks. Only one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. It's so weird that this happened today, too. Just then, the sound of the piano came to an abrupt halt. Yi Chongqing's pupils suddenly shrunk, his body's sweaty hairs stood on end, and he was ready to pull his legs out and run almost instantly. But just as he took a step, a ghostly female voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. "If you're here, why are you leaving?" A woman's voice? Yi Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief, although one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. But don't forget that there is the next sentence, unless 1 male and 1 female. He turned around, facing the grass hut in front of him, and couldn't help but ask, "I'm just passing through, heading to Misty Monk's Western Mountain. Please forgive me for bothering me more." In the courtyard of the grass hut, the female voice paused for a moment and said, "There's no harm in it. Since you're here, please have a cup of tea in the courtyard." Yi Chongqing frowned slightly. He didn't forget that he still had to find Shui Yushi. So he said, "There's no need for the girl to bother. I'll take my leave now." However, as soon as the words fell, the female voice said, "Are you looking for a white girl?" Yi Chongqing was stunned. His heart was shocked. "Could it be that you have seen it?" Instead of answering directly, the girl blandly said, "You'll see when you come in." Hearing this, Yi Chongqing had no choice but to enter the grass hut. Unsurprisingly, the small courtyard furnishings and the Qingchuan Mountain Grass Lodge are also the same. Even if the items are placed, they are all 1-to-1 replicas. Only, there was no one in the small yard, and the woman should be inside the house. Yi Chongqing pondered for a moment and asked curiously, "Miss, that song just now, was it created by you?" These words were Yi Chongqing's test. He had to test if this woman was a traveler like himself or not. Xiaoxiang Shuiyun. That's from ancient China. Just the next second, what made Yi Chongqing puzzled was that the woman in the room said, "That song? It's someone else who taught me. I've practiced for 3 years, traveled 10,000 miles across the Taiyin ancient realm, broken 4 or 5 strings, and now the results. I wonder what you think, sir? Someone else taught it? Is it possible that the traveler is someone else?" But seeing the woman inquired, Yi Chongqing still hardened his head and said, "Silky and flowing, I admire you." The woman in the room laughed softly and said, "Hee to be praised by you. These are the happiest words I've heard in 3 years." Yi Chongqing became more and more puzzled and simply asked the biggest doubt in his heart, "Miss, have you been to Qingchuan Mountain?" He really couldn't figure out how this place was exactly the same as where he had lived before. The woman in the room sniffed, pondered for a moment, and said, "Clear Spring Mountain? Yes, I've been there. That place is a paradise that I will never forget in this life and the next. Over the years, no matter where I am, my residence will always be laid out according to that grass hut." Making you laugh, sir? Yi Chongqing was dumbfounded. He sort of completely discounted the possibility of a traveler. This woman in the room was perhaps a former patient of his own. After a long time, Yi Chongqing swallowed his saliva and said, "Miss, can you tell me my last name?" At those words, the woman in the room smiled slightly. "Has sir forgotten?" The corner of Yi Chongqing's mouth twitched. Since he became a medical practitioner, the number of people he had saved directly plus indirectly was at least several 100,000. So how could he possibly remember every name? Without waiting for him to open his mouth, The woman in the house suddenly threw out a fish-shaped jade pendant from within the window. Then she was heard to say, "Remember now?" Looking at this jade pendant on the ground, Yi Chongqing slowly reached out and picked it up. Only after a few moments of surveying, he was still confused. After a pause, Yi Chongqing helplessly said, "The girl is better to come out to see it. In my memory is not good. Really have no impression." However, as soon as those words were uttered, the woman in the room froze. Immediately afterward, that stunningly beautiful face was instantly as gloomy as ink. "On you, there should be an identical jade pendant." The woman forced down the anger in her heart and said. Yi Chongqing could naturally feel the trace of anger in the woman's words. But the problem, he had nothing but a pillbox on him. Not to mention decorations like jade pendants. He wouldn't even carry money on him on weekdays. "Does the girl have any misunderstanding?" Yi Chongqing cried and laughed. "There is no misunderstanding." The woman's voice was icy cold, her anger almost on the verge of being suppressed. "I gave it to you with my own hands. You wore it yourself. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't tell me you lost it." Yi Chongqing eyelids wildly jump. If what she said is true, then 80% I'm afraid that this so-called jade pendant, their own really to lose. However, Yi Chongqing still didn't quite believe the woman's words. He couldn't help but retort, "Is there some kind of misunderstanding, girl? When I see a doctor, I never charge any valuables, and if it's a mortal even more so, I won't take a penny. Something like a jade pendant is even less likely to be accepted." However, the words just fell. There was a loud bang. The hut in front of him collapsed, and the originally bright and clear sky around them was steeply cloudy and dark, almost out of reach. Yi Chongqing was shocked and fixed his eyes, only to see two pairs of bloodshot eyes appearing amidst the smoke created by the collapsed house. In this instant, Yi Chongqing felt like his blood had frozen. Fear was like a tidal wave, engulfing him in an instant. Tick-tock-two. After a second passed, the figure rushed towards Yi Chongqing with lightning speed. Chapter 16. How could you forget? Based on this means of reversing the heaven and earth visions of a space with a single move of his hand, his strength had at least reached the harmonious Tao realm or above. With Yi Chongqing's Jindan stage cultivation, there was no way he could be a match for the woman in front of him. Nonetheless, Yi Chongqing did not choose to sit back and wait for death. No matter who this person in front of him really was, he was going to live, and he was going to find Shui Yu sure. In the next second, the black tripod appeared in front of Yi Chongqing. All of his martial arts were for saving people, and the only one with offensive properties was this black cauldron. However, the gap between the two was not even worthy of the word heavenly difference to describe it. Yi Chongqing only felt a cloudy breeze in front of him, and in the next second his back suddenly went cold. Immediately afterward, his entire body stiffened as if he had been hit by an electric shock, and with a single movement of his body, he directly fell softly into an embrace. All around the sky, light was once again restored. Yi Chongqing, on the other hand, saw the woman's full face. A black robe, bloodshot eyes, skin as white as snow, and a blood-colored rune on his brow. Her face was extremely delicate, with soft and smooth lines on her melon face. Her agar nose was straight, and her lips were like delicate roses without pointing. It was just that the look was icy cold to the extreme, without a trace of warmth, and it was intimidating. It's a good thing the woman didn't make the next move. On the contrary, as she gazed at Yi Chongqing, the anger and murderous aura on her body quickly disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a rare touch of tenderness. For eyes met for several breaths. Yi Chongqing was the first to start struggling. Taking advantage of the woman's moment of disorientation, he broke free and retreated several steps in a row, his face alert. "I might have just forgotten. You're not so angry, right?" Yi Chongqing said helplessly. The woman looked back, her bloodshot eyes regaining their original brightness. She pursed her lips, wanting to speak, and then sighed softly. "Really forget?" Yi Chongqing didn't have the good sense to say, "I've saved too many people. It's impossible to memorize everyone's name, right? Did you get this answer?" The woman's heart stung slightly, and within her gaze, a trace of aggression flowed out as she stared tightly at Yi Chongqing in front of her. 3 years. It's like walking on thin ice, being cautious, and dying like yesterday. It seems to be a dream, and I want to tell you about it, and I have 1,000 things to say about it. I look forward to it day after day and night after night, thinking towards the end of the day. But in the end, the result of waiting. But this sentence, "I'll ask you again. Have you really forgotten?" The woman rasped, her fists clenched, and she snapped. The sudden angry shout once again startled Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing was practically in tears. He has done nothing, and somehow a man comes out and asks if he remembers him. He'll be damned if he remembers. He had been so busy every day over the years, either seeing patients or going around to solve epidemics, that he had little time to memorize the names of anyone and everyone. "You're aggravated. I'm more aggravated than you are." "Not. Girl, if you don't calm down a bit, I really don't understand what you are saying." With these words, Yi Chongqing was considered to have completely ignited the anger of the woman in front of him. She dodged again and rushed to Yi Chongqing. At this moment, she wasn't being gentle anymore, but deadlocked Yi Chongqing's neck. Her eyes once again blood-red, and said sternly, "Can't understand, right? Good. I'll let you recall it now. Recall it well." She let go and Yi Chongqing fell heavily to the ground. But before Yi Chongqing could catch his breath, a rope appeared in her hand, and with a flick of the wrist, Yi Chongqing was tied up tightly, unable to move. Immediately after, in Yi Chongqing's horrified gaze, she grabbed the other end of the rope and dragged it directly towards the west room. The west room was the bedroom and the collapsed one was the center room. Yi Chongqing could not cry. "What are you doing? Let go of me. We have no grievances. I still have to save people." The woman stopped and turned back to look at Yi Chongqing with a murderous gaze and asked, "Save who?" Yi Chongqing said with a straight face, "My fiancé." "Woman, no need to think to know. At this moment, the flame in this woman's heart has been completely ignited, never extinguished." Su Wushu thought about the scene of seeing Yi Chongqing countless times. She thought about how Yi Chongqing might hate herself because of what happened to Shui Yushi. She had also thought that Yi Chongqing would forgive her regardless of her past mistakes. She thought even more about Yi Chongqing hating her current identity as the demon sect master and thus alienating her. All three of these possibilities, Su Wushu had a solution for them. However, Su Wushu never thought to death that there was a fourth possibility other than the three mentioned above. That is, Yi Chongqing forgot about her. It was too much of a shame for her to accept. Love someone without fear of being hated. The fear is that the person doesn't even know you. What's more, Su Wushu had always been proud and looked down on the world. Not to mention what the Snow Clan's holy daughter, Taiji Sek's own disciple, the whole world's women she does not put in her eyes. But now they don't even remember her. That's a lot of talk. Anger, impotent rage, storming. Directly led to Yi Chongqing, suffered the first miserable torture. House. Yi Chongqing was viciously thrown onto the bed and his forehead was hit solidly. The rope that bound his body was obviously capable of imprisoning spiritual energy, and the current Yi Chongqing was no different from a mortal. The impact caused a sharp pain in his brain 7 times. But it wasn't over yet. Before he could react, Su Wuyao had already ridden on top of him. Both legs deadlocked Yi Chongqing's waist. Both hands pressed down on his shoulders, and with a slight force, Yi Chongqing was in pain as if his bones were about to crack, and couldn't help but let out a gust of agonizing cries. Immediately after that, Su Wuyao leaned down and completely pressed Yi Chongqing underneath him. 2 faces close together. The breath she exhaled, sprayed on Yi Chongqing's face. It was an ethereal fragrance like orchid and musk, but with a hint of weirdness. "Like a poppy. Don't move. I don't want you to be in pain. You made me do all this." Yi Chongqing could do nothing and gave up struggling. In reality, putting up or not putting up was a result. He was simply no match for the woman in front of him. Not 100 or 1,000,000. "Who the hell are you? If you really know me, just say your name directly. Let me go when you're done talking. I really need to go save someone," Yi Chongqing said indignantly. "Not allowed to go." Su Wushu gritted her teeth. "If you mention saving someone again, I'll kill you, and later on, I'll go kill the person you're trying to save." Yi Chongqing's pupils shrunk and closed his mouth. Still, he was relieved in his heart. If he followed the meaning of her words, Shui Yushi should still be fine. "You're from the Golden Snake Demon Sect? Could you be that sect leader?" Yi Chongqing suddenly asked. With such a strong strength, he could only guess in that direction. Su Wushu sneered and said, "Sect master? I don't need you to call me that. I'll give you half a moment at last. If you still can't recall it, then I'll do it for you." Yi Chongqing's heart was half cold. Half a quarter of an hour. No hints at all. How does one recall? "Aren't you bullying?" Yi Chongqing commiserated. Then I'll bully you, what's wrong with that? Su Wujiao was disdainful. Chapter 17. Let go of me. Then can you give some hints? Yi Chongqing said tearlessly. You're dreaming. Su Wui refused very decisively. Hearing this, Yi Chongqing's eyes went black, and he simply turned his head away and shut up. He could sort of see that this golden snake demon sect master was more or less a bit brain dead. It's simply the unbelievable kind. Instead of talking to her, it would be better to choose to be silent, and when she got bored herself, maybe this would be over. It was just that this kind of idea of Yi Chongqing might still be possible in the face of other people. But what he didn't know was that what he was facing now was not the cool young girl from before, but the demon sect master whose personality had been twisted to a certain point for 3 whole years. Half a quarter of an hour passed in a flash. Obviously, without a single hint, Yi Chongqing couldn't possibly guess who he was. Therefore, when Su Wui asked the words, "Do you remember?" with the last trace of expectation, Yi Chongqing replied very naturally, "No." Su Wushu's face instantly changed, gloomy to the extreme. Seeing this, Yi Chongqing said in a deep voice, I, Yi Chongqing, have asked myself that I haven't done anything bad in my life, and I haven't had any conflicts with your golden snake demon sect. I'm just a healer. Please let me go now for the sake of the tens of millions of other common people in Songzhou who are facing the Black Death epidemic sweeping through the city. Hearing this, Su Wushu laughed in anger. You really are lovable and hateable. A sneer surfaced on her face. Afterwards, she fiercely struck out and pinched Yi Chongqing's jaw dead center, forcing him to meet her eyes. She came closer to the front of Yi Chongqing's face and, word by word, murmured, "Letting you go? Perhaps you're still not clear about your current situation. When I see you again, when you set foot in this hayloft, it will be impossible for you to go. All your life, you should have stayed by my side, loved me, followed me, witnessed me." Yi Chongqing frowned and gritted his teeth. "If you get sick, I can help cure it. Are you nuts? Love you, follow you, witness you? You're still laughing."
I'm laughing. Okay.
Unsurprisingly, Su Wushu was truly furious. Among the 12 seats of the Cleansing Council, Su Wui might not be the strongest, but when she was furious, she must be the most terrifying. Yi Chongqing, for the first time, experienced witnessing it with his own eyes. Rip. With a shocked gaze, Yi Chongqing saw that Su Wushu ripped off her clothes with one hand. The white robe ripped, revealing his slightly thin chest. Yi Chongqing was not a strong type of man. He was slim from running around all the time and being tired all the time. "You are free to kill me if you want to kill me. What is the point of taking off my clothes?" Yi Chongqing frowned and couldn't help but say. Su Wushu sniffed and looked up at him, smiling coldly. "Why should I kill you?" As she spoke, her plain hand touched Yi Chongqing's chest. The slender jade-like nails gently scratched the skin with a slight itch, causing Yi Chongqing to instantly shiver. "Don't touch me. Get yours off me." Right now, this behavior of Su Wushu was actually exactly the same as in the male-dominated world, where a man strips a woman of her clothes and then reaches out to touch her indiscriminately. This is certainly a strange shame. It was good that Yi Chongqing did not lose his body and seek death. After all, he was a traveler. Apart from feeling angry and shy, there were no other emotions. Su Wuyao smiled contemptuously, his fingertips landing on the most vulnerable spot, gently turning in a circle. "What are you going to do if I don't take it away?" Yi Chongqing blushed. Well, he had to take back what he had just thought. It was really a bit humiliating now. "Don't come like that, you're a woman. Can't you be a little more reserved?" Hearing this, Su Wushu was puzzled. If ordinary men were to be screwed like this by themselves, they would have long been aggrieved and looking for death, while Yi Chongqing obviously did not come to this point. "Not bad for a man you've been looking at. It's really different." She smiled slightly, growing more reckless. "That Snow Clan Saintess, is she your fiancé?"
Su Wushu inquired.
Yi Chongqing looked away and closed his eyes tightly. "Why are you asking this?" Su Wui leisurely said. "Nothing, just some regrets." She paused for a moment, then suddenly came to Yi Chongqing's ear and murmured in a low voice. "You say, if she were to see this scene, what would she think?" Yi Chongqing was startled and said in a deep voice, "She's still in your hands?" Su Wushu straightened up and laughed lightly. "This is a question that you are not qualified to know." Yi Chongqing was helpless, and a sense of powerlessness arose. In front of absolute strength, everything was futile, and the gap between him and the woman in front of him was not even half a star. What the hell do you want? Su Wuyao wasn't answering this time. Her hands were no longer satisfied with humiliating Yi Chongqing's upper body, but slowly descended downwards. In this scene, Yi Chongqing really couldn't remain calm. He was horrified and instantly struggled violently with all his might. Hey, don't mess around. Have a conversation. You're a woman. Don't you have a face? Su Wui frowned and glared fiercely at Yi Chongqing as her hand fiercely exerted force. In an instant, the last line of defense is easily so lost. The capital is actually so big? She said with a wicked grin on her face. Yi Chongqing blushed, his entire face suffocated in red, unable to say a word. Yes, he was slim, but he should have had a lot of capital. I vaguely remember that in his previous life in junior high school, he was flirted with by a few roommates in the same dormitory, Lao Ai, and he was angry that he did not speak to the group for a few months. Yi Chongqing suddenly shivered and trembled as he was forced to open his eyes. Don't do this. Count on me begging you. Okay? You may be a patient of mine once, but even if you are a patient, the relationship between us is nothing more than that of a doctor and patient, and no more than that. When Su Wu Diao sniffed, a trace of shyness actually flashed in her eyes. Although it flickered, Yi Chongqing still keenly captured it. It was then that he realized that, in fact, the woman in front of him, she seemed to have a hard-on as well. It's not a natural debauchery at all. In a trance, Yi Chongqing let out a sigh of relief. Only, Su Wushu asked, "What do you mean?" Yi Chongqing could see that she was also the head of a silver spear candle and simply said, "All right, I know you're just fooling around too. Hurry up and put your clothes on for me." A joke? Hearing those 3 words, Su Wushu was instantly enraged. You despise me? She gritted her teeth, her almond eyes rounded, and her hand was even more violent. Yi Chongqing was immediately in pain and almost didn't break on the spot. You're crazy, it hurts. Get off me. Su Wushu was enraged, and as he choked Yi Chongqing's neck, he said in a single word, I will show you whether I'm fooling around or not. As he spoke, Su Wushu's black robe also disappeared without a trace. A white torso suddenly appeared. Under the shimmering light, the skin looks like sheep's fat jade, delicate and glowing. Slender waist, a grip that is gathered, legs long and straight, body concave and convex. Every inch of the curve is precisely outlined, full and round, the interpretation of the female sexiness and femininity to the extreme, but also inadvertently exudes the coldness people both covet and cannot help but be chilled. Chapter 18: The Most Poisonous Words in the Gentlest of Tones. Yi Chongqing felt in a trance. Today is estimated to be the yellow calendar is not quite right. He actually had sex with 2 women on the same day, and every time he was the passive party, and each time he was defenseless, in all sorts of states, being taken by force and knocked on the bone. Last night's yen drinking frost, at that time, both Yi Chongqing and her were in the midst of the drug effect plus the erosion of the morning storm epidemic disease. So Yi Chongqing didn't really experience this feeling. But this time, it's completely different. He was in a state of wakefulness and was killed in a complete and utter mess. In reality, Su Wushu likewise did not feel good. She hadn't a dime's worth of experience, and the most intense pain erupting from her most vulnerable spot barely kept her from passing out on the spot. However, when she thought that Yi Chongqing had forgotten all about her, she was furious. Firm up her idea of not giving in, can't top but also have to top, can't get on hard also have to get on. However, after gradually adapting to it, Su Wushu completely let go. She choked Yi Chongqing's neck, covering her shyness with a grimace. And as the man underneath her was about to suffocate, she said, word by word, bitingly, "Remember my name. My name is Su. None. Dirt." Once, twice, 3 or 4 times, 5, 6, 7 or 8 times. Jade muscle gradually through the rouge sweat. Iron stone is difficult to bear willow branches. Steeply, Yi Chongqing finally recalled. Memories of Clear Springs Mountain. Early that morning, a white girl covered in blood lay outside his door. He took her into the hayloft, healed her wounds, and cared for her for 3 full months. The young girl later excused herself and left, presenting him with a jade pendant on her way out. Just a year later, the Acacia sect of the Northern Shao dynasty in the East Extreme domain had a Acacia epidemic. When he was healing in the Acacia sect, he was targeted by the Acacia sect's holy woman, and when he was in a hurry to escape, the jade pendant was snatched by her. Thinking of this, Yi Chongqing looked towards Su Wushu, who was still frantically destroying himself, and he very decisively didn't dare to tell the whereabouts of the jade pendant. The clock ticked down to the wee hours of the morning. When Yi Chongqing was repeatedly wandering around in a coma, an awakening that was worse than death, Su Wushu was also finally paralyzed on top of him. Fragrant sweat rained down, and it was like an ocean all around. Have you memorized it? Nonetheless, Su Wushu raised her head and murmured. Yi Chongqing sighed softly, nodded slightly and said, "So, it's you." Hearing these words, Su Wushu's complexion was stunned, and she immediately hugged the man underneath her tightly. "What about the jade pendant?" Yi Chongqing was immediately embarrassed and hastily said, "Over the years, traveled all over the world, lost a lot of things." Su Wui frowned slightly. That jade pendant, but her late mother gave it to her, and before she left, she also instructed that it would be given to someone worthy of trusting you in the future. When he was at Qingchuan Mountain, Su Wushu held such a thought before giving the jade pendant to Yi Chongqing. But now the jade pendant is lost. Yi Chongqing clearly detected the trace of anger in Su Wui's expression. But what could he do? Could he not tell the truth and be snatched away by the Acacia Sect's holy maiden? It's a wonder that you won't be skinned yourself. Isn't that?
Sorry. Jade pendant important.
But Yi Chongqing still comforted. Why don't I compensate you for one? I've accumulated quite a few spirit stones over the years. Hearing this, Su Wui sighed after all and didn't say anything more. It's nothing. The jade pendant is just an object. It doesn't represent anything. To have you by my side is beyond all things of value. She rested her head on Yi Chongqing's chest and murmured, "It's been 3 years since I've seen you for a long time. I miss you." Yi Chongqing had some helplessness in his heart. To be honest, he originally had no feelings for Su Wui. Even if there was, then I'm afraid it would have to be 3 years ago at the Clear Springs Mountain Grass Lodge. But the two of them hadn't seen each other for so long that even Yi Chongqing had forgotten all about him. Plus, so many things had happened in the middle of the journey, and he had met the Snow Clan's holy daughter, Shui Yushi. Now that we see each other again, the previous affection has long disappeared without a trace. Even if the relationship between the two of them had formed substance now, Yi Chongqing's love for her was pressed to the dime. "Why are you the sect leader of the Golden Snake Demon Sect?" Yi Chongqing changed the topic. Su Wui smiled faintly at his words and sat up from him, rolling over and lying on her side. "Why are you asking me this? Whether or not I'm a godfather doesn't mean anything in relation to our relationship." Yi Chongqing frowned. Golden Snake Demon Cult. Floating Moon Dynasty's #1 evil force. Doing no evil, bloodthirsty and brutal. 36 clans in the western region, and the 18 cities in Huzhou are tired of blood debts. Don't tell me you did all this. Also, there's the epidemic. Why is everyone in your congregation infected with the bereavement epidemic? Although he didn't have love for Su Wushu, but friendship was still there, he didn't want to see that cool young girl 3 years ago turn into the great devil of the Floating Moon Dynasty nowadays. However, Su Wushu let out a light laugh, propped up his jaw and said, "Bereavement epidemic? It's a good name. Deranged, bloodthirsty, and berserk. It does fulfill the conditions. From now on, it'll be called Bereavement Riot Epidemic." Yi Chongqing's face instantly turned iron blue as he said in a deep voice, "It was really you who messed up." He forced his aching and softened body to straighten up and angrily stared at the smiling Su Wushu in front of him. "Turning living people into walking corpses? How could you do it? Are you still the same Su Wushu as before?" Looking at the angry look of the man in front of her with his furious eyes, Su Wushu looked exceptionally calm, because she had expected this moment to come now. She had been in the darkness for a long time, and she did not long for the light. What she longed for was only Yi Chongqing as a person. If I'm evil and you're good, heaven and earth can't accept it, then it would be better to turn him into an evil poop. The process of taking a good person and evilly corrupting them into someone like herself was something that mesmerized her. Su Wuyao reached out his hand and wrapped it around Yi Chongqing's neck. Then in the midst of Yi Chongqing's struggles, he forcibly held him down on his chest. She smiled wickedly and said softly, "In fact, at that time when you saved me, I was already not the former Su Wuyao. It's very late for you to say that now." "Oh." Yi Chongqing frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Su Wushu thoughtfully rubbed his face, causing Yi Chongqing to blush with shame and indignation, then said with a delicate smile, "I have the confessional soul song in my hand. Before you saved me, I used the confessional soul song to kill more than 300 of the Qing Knight dynasty's righteous powerhouses, which also included my master, a woman, in the gentlest of tones, said the most vicious and horrible things. Yi Chongqing shivered and looked at her incredulously. This is impossible. How is that possible? Where was she then? Where is she now? It's hard to believe that you've really saved a demon? The lives of millions of living beings in the floating moon dynasty have been ruined, all because of their own healer's benevolence cannot be. Looking at the man in his arms with a skeptical look, Su Wushu laughed more and more openly. She tightened her arms around him, letting the softness press against his face, and the words came out. There's nothing impossible, it's just that you don't want to believe it. You saved me from this scum. It led to the rise of the Golden Snake demon cult, to the spread of epidemics, and to the destruction of countless living beings. Chapter 19. Is this imprisonment? The Confessional, the third of the top 10 forbidden songs in the Taiyin ancient realm, had caused millions of suicides. Tragedy was sealed by a group of Emperor realm powerhouses. Bereavement and epidemics, the most horrible, brutal, contagious epidemic of all time. Now, two of the most hair-raising killing moves in the human world were all gathered in the hands of one person. Yi Chongqing closed his eyes tightly, his body trembled, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth as his throat churned. He was pissed off. The Black Death epidemic in Sangzhou was also your doing, right? After a long time, Yi Chongqing gritted his teeth and asked. However, unexpectedly, Su Wushu shook his head and said, I'm a person who dares to act. If it's me who did it, I'll naturally admit it. If it's not me who did it, no one else should try to impose it on my head. Not her? And who is that? Yi Chongqing stared at Su Wushu dead in the face. She smiled helplessly and spread her hands. I'm just in charge of cooperating. I only have a grasp of the morning epidemic you're talking about. Hearing this, Yi Chongqing was even more dumbfounded. Su Wushu, this sentence, the information can be too much. The spread of the Black Death epidemic in Sangzhou was actually not the work of Su Wushu. Does that mean that behind Su Wushu, there are even greater dark forces? Yi Chongqing smiled to himself. You really have a lot of secrets. Su Wui guffawed. Yes, people with secrets are the most likely to attract others. Yi Chongqing snorted, breaking away from her arms and shrinking to the side, gritting his teeth. That also depends on the person. An unmitigated demonic lunatic like you will only make people fear and stay away. Seeing him hide far away, Su Wui laughed softly and said, Fear is the thin veil that blinds the eyes, making people mistakenly recognize the truth as a demon. And when you have the courage to lift it, you will find that the so-called calamity is nothing more than the coded language of the workings of heaven and earth. Staying away is a sharp blade that cuts through the connection, but the more you avoid it, the more you get entangled in the threads of destiny, and the only way to glimpse a glimmer of life in the chaos is to face the truth head-on. Riddler? Yi Chongqing frowned. What do you mean? Su Wui didn't answer directly, but stood up, and the clothes beside the bed automatically flew in front of her, wrapping around her exquisite and delicate body in a matter of moments. Afterward, she turned back and smiled sweetly at Yi Chongqing, saying, It's still too early for the truth, and you don't need to know. What you need to do is get some early rest and then spend every day from now on with me. Also, please be assured that I will always keep a tender heart for those I love and will not hurt you. Of course, what we just did, acting out of primal instinct, that point falls under the exception. With a playful smile, she left in style under Yi Chongqing's dumbfounded, blushing gaze. Regardless of what riddle Su Wushu was playing, one thing that was clear was that Yi Chongqing would never be able to just listen with her. He still had to find Shui Yushi and return to Endless City, especially the Sangzhou epidemic. Once the Sangzhou epidemic is not under control, the deaths will not be as simple as a few 100,000. Seeing that Su Wushu seemed to be far away, Yi Chongqing hurriedly covered his softening waist and quickly put on his clothes, intending to grab the door and leave. However, just as he stepped out of the door, several black shadows appeared in front of him, blocking the way. The woman in the lead said in a deep voice, Mr. Yi, you're not allowed to go anywhere without the sect master's order. Yi Chongqing was dumbfounded. Was he imprisoned? I'm going back to Endless City. I'm a doctor and there's a lot of sick people there. Doctor? A few female congregants looked at each other in disbelief, and Yi Chongqing actually captured a hint of hesitation. Wait, is it hard to have a show? Yi Chongqing hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. I want to save people. There isn't any conflict between me and your Golden Snake demon sect. There's no injustice or hatred. Please let me go. As soon as the words left his mouth, A female congregation member suddenly said, "Mr. Physician, the sect master has ordered again and again that even if you have not had a conflict with us, we cannot let you leave." Yi Chongqing was dumbfounded. Then you just looked at each other face to face and made a difficult look for what? Do not put it, where is so much drama? Who knew that just then? Another congregation said, "Third sister, don't scare Mr. Physician. Have you forgotten about little dance?" Upon hearing the words little dance, the other few congregants' expressions changed again, and a flash of intense worry flashed in their eyes. Yi Chongqing frowned and couldn't help but ask, "Who is Little Dance?" At this time, the religious man who had just spoken explained, "Little Dance is the younger sister of several of us. She was poisoned by the white jade overlaying Mountain Peak. Her life is hanging by a thread, and the refiners in the sect are at their wits' end." Saying this, she suddenly knelt down in front of Yi Chongqing as she choked, "Mr. Physician, I implore you to come to the rescue. If you can save Little Dance, we would be willing to let you go even at the risk of being executed by the sect master." When the rest of the crowd saw this, their expressions were extremely complicated, and they seemed to be struggling violently inside. But before long, they all fell to their knees in unison, saying in unison, "Please, Mr. Physician, come to the rescue." Yi Chongqing mouth corners slightly twitching. Feelings are trying to let himself out to save people. White jade over Mountain Peak toxicity is indeed very strong. Poisonous snake list are belong to is on the list, but does not mean that he cannot cure. Only, how credible are these women's words? Saved myself and will let me go? Seemingly sensing Yi Chongqing's unwillingness to believe, a young girl congregation member at the head raised her hand and swore, "I swear to heaven, if we renege on our oath, we are willing to be struck by heavenly thunder." Something like an oath in the metaphysical world belonged to the kind that worked sometimes and sometimes not. It's usually people with high cultivation levels who are willing to believe that such things exist. Yi Chongqing was internally torn for a moment, but finally nodded. No matter what, he had to go. It was the only hope so far. "All right, you guys take me there." Finally, Yi Chongqing nodded his head in a deep voice and said. A few female believers were overjoyed and hurriedly stood up, leading the way for Yi Chongqing. On the way, Yi Chongqing naturally began to inquire about the situation. What is the cultivation level of that little dance? And what is the realm of the white jade overlaying Mountain Peak? The congregation member called Yu said, "Little Dance is a third transformation gene Dan, and the encounter was with the foundation establishment stage white jade overlay Mountain Peak." "What about bite time?" "An hour ago." Hearing this, Yi Chongqing felt relieved in his heart. The poisonousness of a viper is elevated with the level of the realm. The higher the realm, the stronger the poisonousness. And, of course, count the amount of detoxification. However, it is essentially impossible to have a lesser amount of detoxification in the alabaster overlaid peaks, and there are no signs of empty bites in any of the bite cases to date. Well, after understanding the situation, Yi Chongqing already had a good idea. He had even detoxified the stronger snowy mountain white-ringed snake venom, so this was naturally out of the question. In a trance, Yi Chongqing always felt that someone was following him behind. He turned back, only to find it empty again. The divine sense swept over and found even less. "What's wrong, mister?" Seeing this, Yu on the side couldn't help but inquire. Yi Chongqing shook his head. "Nothing. How much longer? It's coming up soon. Just up ahead." Shortly after a few people left, a ghostly sigh came from the middle of the woods. Looking at the thin back, the woman seemed to smile and murmured under her breath, "Sacred tears do not water crimson roses. They only breed blood-sucking leeches." Chapter 20. Enmity and Murder. The women of the female world all seemed to have pretty high face values, and the little dance they were talking about was no exception. 15 or 16 years old, slender figure, weak willow, delicate face, frowning look is even more pathetic. Let a person look at it will inevitably give birth to the desire to protect. Yu quickly stepped in front of Xiao Dai and asked with a worried face, "Xiao Dai, sister has invited the healer over. You're saved." Hearing her sister's shout, Mai opened her eyes in pain. Her pupils were white, like alabaster. "Sister, it hurts. I can't see anything anymore. Where are you?" When Yu heard this, she was shocked and hurriedly asked Yi Chongqing at the side, "Mr. Physician, what's going on? Why can't she see me?" Yi Chongqing cried and laughed as he quickly walked over to Xiao Dance and his gaze fell on her legs. Blood was flowing from the wound and it was still black. Taking a pair of white gloves out of the black cauldron, He gently lifted up his pants leg, and the wound was already a mess. Afterward, Yi Chongqing explained, being bitten by the white jade overlaying mountain peak will cause pain in the wound, blood flow, dizziness, blurred vision, and difficulties in speech, breathing, and swallowing. It's a good thing that the white jade-covered mountain peak that bites people is only at the foundation stage. If it was replaced with a Jindan stage, I'm afraid it would be more than what it is now. After taking the pill, Yu was relieved. So what should we do now? She inquired. Yi Chongqing took out the black cauldron while faintly saying, You don't have to do anything. Leave it to me. Within a short time, several elixirs were placed on the ground. What are these? Medical Dao spiritual herbs and Dandao spiritual herbs were different. Many alchemists only knew about Dandao spiritual herbs, not to mention Yu, who was not even an alchemist, and it was only natural that she didn't know about it. Yi Chongqing had to explain again in order to put her mind at ease. Snakeberry clears heat and detoxifies, relieves swelling and pain. This is prosperous bamboo, which dispels wind and relieves pain, and can be applied externally or taken internally. This is phoenix grass, which has the ability to neutralize snake venom bites. Yu could be said to be confused and clueless as she listened. But looking at the large pile of spirit grass piled on the ground, she couldn't help but say, Do we need to use so much? Yi Chongqing nodded and said, It can't be helped, although the white jade overgrown mountain peak toxicity isn't particularly strong. It can't help but have a large amount of detoxification, and these have been minimized as much as I can. In fact, Yi Chongqing actually had plans to invent something like a serum. In his previous life, he had been bitten by silver ring snakes and five-pace snakes, and also went to the hospital to get serum. Unfortunately, this world has no so-called technology and is a metaphysical world. If he wanted to invent the serum, he had to go and find venomous snake demons that were above the god transformation stage and could transform into forms and extract the origin's poison from their poisonous glands in order to create the serum. Even though Yi Chongqing was bound to get a lot of merit once this thing came out. But right now, he was only a mere Jindan, and before his brain went out of his head, the matter of the serum could only be discussed later. Soon, Yi Chongqing took care of Xiao Dance's injuries. The blood has stopped. These pairs of medicines you boil and give her to take 3 times a day, in addition to abstaining from eating spicy food for 3 months. Also don't eat any pills. Yu hastily reached out to take it, but looking at the heavy medicine bag in her hand, she couldn't help but say, Mr. Physician, I'm not very good at it. Can you stay and leave when Xiao Dance is better? Hearing this, Yi Chongqing immediately frowned and said, Hundreds of thousands of epidemic patients in Endless City are waiting for me. How could I possibly give up hundreds of thousands of people for one person? Besides, the portions of the medicine are all assigned to you. You only need to boil and feed them. Do I need to teach you all this by hand? With an embarrassed look on her face, Yu could only look at a few other people around her. The remaining few congregants saw this, but they suddenly took a step and surrounded towards Yi Chongqing, while blocking his path. Yi Chongqing was startled and said in a deep voice, What do you mean by this? At this time, Yu suddenly smiled faintly and walked over to Yi Chongqing. She was completely not pretending anymore. No longer the previous aggrieved, pleading and petitioning look, replaced by a sneer. Mr. Yi, to tell you the truth, we have no intention of letting you go. After all, you're the one that the sect master has named and gone through a lot of trouble to get his hands on. So if we let you go, the sect master will skin us. The remaining few congregants also sneered and said, Right, Mr. Yi. What do you think? What the hell do I think? Yi Chongqing was furious. We all agreed before. I'll save you guys, but you're doing this now, it's just shameless. Who knows that Yu disdainfully said, Did we force you to save it? Is it hard for us to put a knife on your neck and threaten you to save it? It's you yourself, holding unrealistic fantasies and vainly trying to escape that led to the current result. You blame us instead. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Yi Chongqing's lungs are almost exploding with anger. It is worthy of being a person brought out by Su Wushu. The boss is a scum, and everyone under his hand is following the example. Fine, I can go back, but tomorrow when I see Su Wushu, I will definitely talk to her about how to control her own people. Hearing this, the faces of these few congregants instantly changed, especially Yu, who was even more pale. Su Wuyao's methods as members of the Golden Snake Demon Sect, they couldn't be clearer. Previously, there was a woman named Sujio, who didn't know how she offended Su Wui and ended up in her hands. Then, hundreds of thousands of followers of the Golden Snake Demon Sect witnessed the woman called Sujio. First, she was disfigured, then chopped off her limbs to be made into a human swine, and finally loaded into a tank of water, thrown into the snake's den, and gnawed and eaten without even a crumbs left in the picture. You can say she's not beautiful, but you can't say she's not ruthless. Yu winced, then jerked out a short sword. Seeing this scene, it was Yi Chongqing's turn to change his face. What do you want? Yu smiled wryly and said, Mr. Physician, you've reminded me, in that case, you can neither leave nor live now. The remaining few congregants also apparently shared the same point, with aura surrounding their bodies and killing aura. Murder and extermination? Yi Chongqing's face was as pale as paper, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. You guys, despicable and shameless. Yu sneered, blame yourself for being too kind. As the sect master once said, the goodness that tolerates all evil is itself the most exquisite evil. Su Wushu is ruthless, but she's right about that. Sisters, why don't you do it? As the words fell, a group of Yuaning stage devotees struck out boldly, their majestic aura blasting towards Yi Chongqing. Death, like a tidal wave, has stepped in. Yi Chongqing's face was ironic as he drove the black cauldron with all his strength. Fortunately, the black tripod was still given, and in the nick of time, a light green-colored air shield surfaced in front of Yi Chongqing. However, while one attack was able to withstand it, two paled in comparison. Not to mention, there were a full 6 Yuaning stage powerhouses in front of them. Click! The protective shield fell apart in an instant, and the remnants of the aura brazenly smashed onto Yi Chongqing. In an instant, his robes disintegrated, blood soared wildly, and Yi Chongqing smashed heavily to the ground. Chapter 21. It's Gojin who is lying down to taste gall, and it's Gojin who has no bitterness to eat. These people obviously really intend to kill to silence, one by one, all of them are under the dead hand. If the black tripod hadn't unloaded most of the attack, Yi Chongqing was afraid that he would have been left with no bones left. Nonetheless, now he had lost all his strength. There was intense pain and blood everywhere. Yu gazed suspiciously at the black cauldron beside Yi Chongqing, and suddenly her eyes lit up as she hurriedly said, That black cauldron is odd. It must be a treasure. Let's take it and defect to the harmonization sect of the Northern Shao dynasty. The remaining few congregants also showed excitement on their faces. The rules of the jungle, without a ladder how can you climb a high branch? North Shao dynasty Acacia sect's Saint Daughter Yen Ruoliu is a medicine refiner. This black tripod when just can be a gift to lean on the mountain gate up. Thinking of this, the crowd pressed forward towards Yi Chongqing, their killing aura becoming more and more intense. Yi Chongqing coughed heavily and was too weak to move. Seeing the broken blade in Yu's hand, about to slice through his throat, he couldn't help but close his eyes in despair. But 1 second, 2 seconds. The long-awaited pain did not strike. Yi Chongqing was a bit surprised and couldn't help but open his eyes. Without looking at it, it was fine, but once he looked at the scene in front of him, his pupils widened. Only to see that the originally arrogant Yu, along with a group of devotees, had knelt on the ground in unison. The delicate body trembled madly, cold sweat rained down straight, and fear permeated the surroundings. And in front of them stood a black-robed woman. That disdainful look in her eyes, her stunningly beautiful and demonic ice-cold appearance. If it wasn't Su Wujiao, who else could it be? Su Wui's gaze landed on Yi Chongqing, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked into a light smile as she said, 3 years ago, I said something to you, that you will one day pay the price for your benevolence. Yi Chongqing was speechless and silent. But in the next second, only a thud was heard. The few female believers who were kneeling on the ground, they all had their heads, exploded, blood spurting out wildly, and eventually planted themselves on the ground. Yi Chongqing didn't even see Su Wui make a move because, by merely using her cultivation pressure, she wiped out all of these Yuaning stage cultivators. So strong. But that didn't end there. Su Wuyao walked over to the unconscious Shao dance again. Without thinking, Yi Chongqing could guess what she wanted to do. Wait. She's been in a coma and doesn't know this is happening. Su Wu Dirt stopped his steps, looked at Yi Chongqing with a smile, sneered, You really don't have a long memory at all? Yi Chongqing was dumbfounded. Su Wushu faintly said, They are sisters who have always been like brothers. If she wakes up and learns of the situation, will she take revenge? Yi Chongqing lowered his head. Seeing this, Su Wui laughed lightly and a bottle appeared in his arms. Unscrewing the cap, the powder spilled over her. In a mournful scream, this little dancer turned into a blood dance fog and dissipated. Su Wuyao sighed quietly, walked to Yi Chongqing's body, and gently held him in his arms as he lay powerless on the ground. "Why are you trying to run away? I really won't hurt you." Yi Chongqing lightly coughed a few times, coughed out a lot of blood, hoarsely said, "Songzhou, epidemic. Immaculate." Yi Chongqing shouted out the name he called the woman in front of him 3 years ago. "You know that my endless city has escaped 1 million people. If these people are not controlled, Songzhou will be all over. There are also hundreds of thousands of sick people in the city, and the numbers are rising every day. I'm a medical monk. I promise someone else." Su Wui's willow brows knitted slightly, wanting to speak. After a long moment of silence, she picked Yi Chongqing up and whispered, "I'm happy that you can call me by my old name, but what you said, I don't like." Yi Chongqing people were numb. He called out his previous name, just to awaken that tiny bit of conscience in Su Wuyao. Now well, he could already be sure that Su Wushu's conscience, after leaving himself for 3 years, had dripped greatly. Su Wuyao didn't care about Yi Chongqing's furious and ironclad face. She hugged herself and walked towards her residence, saying as she walked, "You have so many injuries on your body right now, I'm even more unlikely to let you go. So let's get well before we talk about your injuries. Besides, the epidemic in Songzhou is simply not something you can solve alone. There are those who are born with a predetermined value. There are those who live to provide for the growth of others. There are those barking in need of order, saviors, destined to be powerless, alone, and miserable. The powerful don't care, so why should you care so much?" Yi Chongqing coughed heavily a few more times. He knew that this was Su Wushu trying to brainwash himself. "These are not the reasons why your western regions are stained with blood. And these do not explain the tens of millions of people in Songzhou who are in deep water. Don't take your sinful ideas and force them on me. You can look down on what I do, and you can stop me from everything, but you can't erase my idealistic beliefs." Yi Chongqing smiled with difficulty and said, "Su Wushu, you can continue to humiliate me and abuse me, but I will not submit to you, ever." A man's earnest and stubborn words stop a woman in her tracks. After a long period of silence, Su Wushu let out a bitter smile and said, "Your lesson doesn't seem to be enough, but don't worry. There's still a long time to go, and there will always be a day when you come to your senses." Seeing that Yi Chongqing still wanted to speak, she simply attached herself and used her soft lips to block his bloodied mouth. Originally, Yi Chongqing's stomach was full of words, which were instantly broken by Su Wushu's action. "No, 1 minute you're all philosophical and the next you're kissing up like a wannabe lunatic. Can you just keep your character distinctive?" Yi Chongqing wanted to cry. Su Wuyao smiled in a mocking way. "Are you still talking? Say it again and I'll continue to kiss you. Words can't break you, but the body always does, right?" Yi Chongqing gritted his teeth. "Sugar coating. I don't eat that." Su Wushu was full of concern and continued to hold him forward, disdainfully saying, "If you don't eat, I'll force you to eat until you are conditioned to do so and it becomes a habit." "Anyway, I have plenty of time." It was 3 days in the blink of an eye. Healers cannot heal themselves. Yi Chongqing these days almost all lie in bed, cannot get off the ground, not to mention their own boiled medicine to drink. And Su Wuyao, the demon sect master, was always by his side. "I'm only injured. Can't you give me a healing pill? You're so busy. Are you really that idle?" Yi Chongqing, who was wrapped in gauze like a mummy, cried without tears. This injury of his could be cured with just a single healing elixir, and he didn't believe that Su Wushu couldn't take it out. But she preferred not to. She chose to follow the method of healing mortals. Su Wushu sniffed, smiled faintly, and came to Yi Chongqing's body and said, "Healing you so quickly, you must have some running? Take your time to raise it, and wait for it to get better naturally." Speaking of which, she laughed wickedly. "And haven't you noticed that since you've been injured, you've been willing to listen to me in anything I do? Like changing medicine, like eating." Yi Chongqing snorted. "Nonsense. Man is iron. Rice is steel. The body is the capital of the revolution. Lying down to taste gall is gojian. No bitter hard to eat that is not tramp go?" Chapter 22. Sicko. It's a good thing it's not completely twisted. Su Wui couldn't help but laugh out loud, covering his stomach. "You're quite open-minded, but who is Gojian?" Yi Chongqing skimmed his mouth and bragged. "A character in a classical novel I read earlier. It was boring anyway." So Yi Chongqing recounted the story of Gojian's lying down and tasting the gall to her. In fact, it was not the first time that this similar historical story was told to Su Wushu. 3 years ago, when he was at Clear Spring Mountain, he had told her quite a bit about it. Of course, it was all artistically processed by Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing was happy to speak, and Su Wuyao was also happy to listen. For example, right now she was listening extremely attentively. Lying in wait turns out to be. Suddenly, she felt that the life of the hooker was exactly the same as her own. Suffering humiliation, enduring humiliation, and finally avenging the bloodshed. 102 Qin passes finally belong to Chu, and 3,000 Yuejia armor can swallow Wu. So, she pressed on and told Yi Chongqing a story as well. It tells the story of her revenge. Only, she devoted almost the entire length of her speech to how she tortured the woman called Sujiu. For example, cut into human swine, such as taking to feed snakes, listening to Yi Chongqing a chill. Stop, 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 stop. You're not fit to tell stories, you stop. If you do, you won't eat lunch today. Su Wushu teased and laughed. Yeah, she herself hadn't laughed in I don't know how long. It was only in front of this man, the cool and collected, that she would return to her girlish appearance. Laugh if you want to. Unfortunately, Yi Chongqing was unable to empathize with Su Wui after all. Unconsciously, his eyes looked out the window, and his mind drifted to the epidemics. Tens of millions of people in Songzhou. What? Thinking about the epidemic again? Su Wui withdrew his smile and saw through Yi Chongqing's mind with a single glance. Yi Chongqing didn't hide it and nodded silently. Su Wui smiled helplessly and held Yi Chongqing's hand, saying, Alas, do you know that I actually don't like this savior look of yours? Because such a you can never fit only me in your heart. Yi Chongqing was speechless. Here we go again. Starting to be self-absorbed again. Only, unexpectedly, Su Wu Dirt's next sentence made Yi Chongqing freeze. For, she continued immediately, yet, I could not part with it. For it was you then that made me what I am today. The corners of Yi Chongqing's mouth twitched slightly as he said, Then you're still treating me like this, and you're still not letting me go. Who knows that Su Wushu immediately flipped her face and said in a bad mood, Why would I let you go? People are complex and selfish. I have enjoyed your goodness myself. Naturally, I won't give it to others. Well, scum demons are scum demons after all. Yi Chongqing leaned on the pillow in a lifeless manner, no longer taking care of her. As a result, Su Wu Jiao was unforgiving. Seeing Yi Chongqing ignoring herself, she simply climbed directly onto Yi Chongqing's bed and directly drilled into Yi Chongqing's comforter. Yi Chongqing was dumbfounded, wanting to cry, What are you doing? Where's the reason to get into a patient's bed? Su Wushu said with a straight face, I am the reason. Is that clear enough? Enough is enough. What else could Yi Chongqing say? Just go along with her. However, will you mind your hands? I'm hurt all over. Ah, can you still have that kind of mind? Yi Chongqing's liver was broken and collapsed to the extreme. Su Wui grunted. Shut up. You're mine now. I let you around for 3 years. Now it's time to give it back. She grabbed Yi Chongqing's jaw and said in a serious manner, Don't say you're a patient. You're a dead man. I can do whatever I want to you. Your body, all of you, is now mine. Yi Chongqing instantly got goosebumps. This woman must be hopeless. He packed his bags in the name of a medical monk. It can't be cured. Go back. After being forced to desecrate for a full half-hour, Su Wuyao seemed to be tired as well, and quietly lay on top of Yi Chongqing. You are really thunderstruck, obviously reacting more than me, and still tightening your face and pretending that nothing is happening. Yi Chongqing's old face turned red and said, Bull, normal physiological reaction. What can I do? No reaction is considered a problem. Su Wu Diao thoughtfully, That's true. Let's continue when you've recovered from your injuries? Yi Chongqing didn't have the good sense to say, Hee. You still know how to ask for my opinion. Look at what you said. Su Wui rolled her eyes. Like I said, I haven't gotten so twisted from love to hate that I want to torture you into a life worse than death. What? Do you really want to? Yi Chongqing was instantly struck with a vicious chill. Because, from Su Wushu's mouth, he recalled a psychomedical moniker sickly petite. Explained from the perspective of psychological medicine, psychiatry, sickly petite this personality usually manifests itself as having excessive paranoia, distorted emotions and possessiveness towards someone or something. Well, this is something that Su Wushu already has. But it's not too serious. A really serious sicko that's really going to torture the person who's in love, to the point where they're as good as dead. From body to mind to soul. Good thing Su Wushu didn't go to this extent. In fact, Yi Chongqing more or less knew some of the reasons. The reason why Su Wuyao hadn't gotten completely twisted was thanks to the fact that 3 years ago, he himself had pulled her along when she was at her most helpless. Not only that, but he took good care of her for more than 3 months, leaving quite a good impression in her mind. She, who made herself a spiritual pillar, even a savior. In that case, it all makes sense. Yi Chongqing was a healer, and it was natural for him to think of problems and explain them from a medical perspective. It was a good thing that he hadn't encountered a truly horrible sickly girl so far in his travels to this world. Also, the women I've met so far that have crossed paths seem to have pretty normal personalities. Well, probably. Endless City. When Yin Zixin saw that Yi Chongqing hadn't come down the mountain for 3 full days, she was truly panicked. She intended to go find Qin Haixia, but Qin Haixia had long since run off to Cangzhou to get busy, and the other few Vice City lords were directly scared out of their wits when they heard that there was a golden snake demon cult outside of the city. In this way, Endless City barely had the power to enter the mountain to save Yi Chongqing. In the midst of despair, a strange sound suddenly came from the Tongshan jade in her bosom. The Tongshan jade possessed the function of transmitting sound over 10,000 miles. This thing was exactly the same as Yi Chongqing's cell phone in his previous life. Looking at the voice transmission comer, Yin Zixin was actually overjoyed, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Wang Shu? That's great. It's you. In the Tongshan jade, a delicate voice came out. Purple smoke. What? You're so happy after not seeing me for a long time. If it was before, Yin Zixin would have definitely wanted to catch up. But now she didn't have the heart to do so, and hurriedly said, Wang Shu, the matter of catching up will be discussed later. I have a favor to do. You have to help me, ah? The voice was a bit surprised, and after a moment, it said, Hee. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't think that you, the Dan Emperor's eldest disciple, would actually use this tone of voice well. Let's hear it. Yin Zixin had no choice but to say, It's like this? Wang Shu, you don't laugh at me, ah? I want to ask you to help me save a person who is very good. In order to save me in danger. Now the whereabouts are unknown. Chapter 23, Cangzhou Death. The Taiji sect was ranked first amongst the major sects of the Floating Moon Dynasty. In addition, the contemporary head of the Taiji sect was the only sect amongst the Floating Moon Dynasty's sect forces to have an Emperor Realm powerhouse in attendance. Even the Alliance of Righteousness was dominated by the Taiji sect from the beginning to the end. Even the Floating Moon Dynasty, more often than not, had to rely on it. Because of this, as the eldest princess of the Floating Moon Dynasty, Xia Wangshu, from a young age, had befriended the Taiji sect's heavenly pride, Yin Zixin. The two grew up basically sort of talking to each other and being close. It was the first time that Xia Wangshu had personally heard that Yin Zixiao would actually mention a strange man in front of her. Moreover, just listening to Yin Zixin's tone of voice, all of them carried the appearance of shy infatuation, which made her feel even more curious. Purple Keiru, I can't believe that you have a favorite so soon. What's his name? I, as a sister, have to give you a good check. Yin Zixin suddenly had a pretty pink face and was shy. Sister Wangshu, don't be like this. I'm just. Suddenly, a trace of loss flared up in Yin Zixiao's heart again. To put it bluntly, between himself and Yi Chongqing, I'm afraid that, in the final analysis, it is still his own wishful thinking. Between her and him, but there was still a Yukiyoshi in between. After a long time, Yin Zixin replied, Sister Wangshu should stop poking fun at me. It's better to talk about things first. I really need your help. Seeing that she didn't want to say anything, Xia Wangshu couldn't help but feel depressed for a while. Okay. What favor do you want me to do? Yin Zixin hurriedly said, Something big has happened over here in Cangzhou. The Black Death epidemic has spread in Endless City, and there are also activities from the Golden Snake Demon Cult. As far as I know, the sect master of the Golden Snake Demon Cult is currently within Cangzhou as well. As the words fell, Xia Wangshu on the other end of the Tongshan jade fell into silence. Million miles away, Taiyin Middle-earth, there is a land covered with flowers. The aura lingered like a fairyland. Deep within the billions of spiritual flowers, there was an immortal palace situated. 10,000 hectares of Yaofeng are connected to the jade sky, and 9 fairy pavilions lean on the clouds. The east wind suddenly scatters the rain of smallpox, half neon and half raw silk. This was one of the top 10 clans in Taiyin Middle-earth, the Qianghua Immortal Palace. An attic in the clouds stood a young girl with white hair and red clothes. Her silver hair was like the moonlight pouring down, and the red silk tied at the end of her hair rolled up with her sleeves, just like a streak of residual sunshine in the sky. Between the forehead dotted with cinnabar flower tin, lining the snow skin more and more crystal clear, eyebrows and eyes like autumn water sheer on, the end of the eyes slightly upward, the flow of the eyes haloed between 7 shy 3 points of animation, eyelashes like butterfly wings fluttering. Cheong nose is small and delicate, cherry lips without pointing and jus, at the moment is pursed, flooded with watery lips also condensed with a touch of if not a smile. If Yi Chongqing had been there, he would have instantly recognized who this young girl was just by virtue of her eternally unchanging white hair and red dress, the eldest princess of the floating moon dynasty Xia Wangshu. However, now she had a new layer of identity, the holy maiden of the Cheonghua Immortal Palace. Golden Serpent Demon Sect Master. Third seat of the Cleansing Society. Disperser.
Shubushu.
Xia Wangshu muttered, his mouth chanting a long string of ambiguous words. At that moment, from the Tongshan jade in her hand, Yin Zixian's voice came, Sister Wangshu, are you listening? Xia Wangshu's eyes moved slightly as she said, I know. I will contact the floating moon dynasty soldiers and horses to enter Cangzhou. Besides, I'll be on my way. Pinching off the Tongshan jade, Xia Wangshu traveled to the depths of the Immortal Palace. Cheonghua Pavilion. This was the place where the Immortal Palace's palace master lived and practiced. Contemporary palace master of the Cheonghua Immortal Palace flower pure eucalyptus. Peak of the Emperor Realm. Xia Wangshu was a holy maiden. All the way was naturally unimpeded, and soon entered it, separated by a water screen, and reported to the palace master. Senior, I need to return to the floating moon dynasty. The water rattled, and through this curtain, one could vaguely see a red-robed woman seated inside. In the middle of the day, an ethereal voice came out quietly. Be careful in everything. The polyester society has already set their eyes on you. When Xia Wangshu heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said, Don't worry, master. The disciple has his own measure. The woman was silent for a moment and said, Good, when you go back, give my regards to the Taiji Palace's Zen Master Zhang. Xia Wangshu responded in a hurry since, even though the clans of Taiyin Middle-earth were nominally stronger than the clans of the East, West, South, North, and South Polar regions. However, when the handful of these Middle-earth sects were faced with that white-haired old man from Taiji Palace, they would still be short. There was no other reason for this, because that Zenith Zhang of the Taiji Palace was the only Emperor Realm powerhouse who had touched the path of immortality when the Taiyin Ancient Realm entered the post-Aura era. Moreover, he had once been enlightened by the primordial emperor of the Taiyin Ancient Realm. That alone is way ahead of the game. Half a month later, Cangzhou. It's not a surprise. It's a surprise. Due to the concealment of the epidemic by the governor of Cangzhou, it directly led to the complete spread of the Black Death epidemic in the 17 cities of Cangzhou. In just a few days, the number of people infected with the epidemic reached a full million. There were even a few second-rate clans that had their entire clan infected with the Black Death epidemic, and everyone from the harmonization realm down to the Jindan stage was wiped out without exception. The whole of Cangzhou has become a sea of disease. The streets, the fields, the countryside are full of corpses with blackened skin and bleeding sevens. The rotting corpses accumulated the Black Death plague, and they spread with the wind, all the time in all directions, furiously devouring every living being in the land. The dean of the Cangzhou Rudao Academy, a powerful man of the 8-turn harmonization realm, contracted the Black Death epidemic, and before he died, he wrote in despair, Ink epidemic across the sky, millions of sorrows, immortal and mortal with rotten bones pile of frost. The black blood of the 7 orifices coagulates in the desert, and the sad wind of the 9 fields rolls up the corrupted astral. The tides of corpses are draining the vitality of the living, and the ghosts of grievances are crowing through the walls of the government. The most cold crows dare not fall, fearing that they may be stained by the dead miasma and turn into dust. And in such a desperate time, what the Cangzhou government did, not to say trenchless, at least call it a loss of conscience. A group of officials deliberated for a full day, and eventually came up with a result in 4 words: nothing could be done. Because this scale of epidemic was the first of its kind in the history of the Floating Moon Dynasty. Before that, they hadn't even thought about this situation. Mortals despair, the powerful despair. However, in the midst of despair, a group of retrogrades emerged. The group wore cloaks that concealed their bodies, and they held bowls of talismanic water for the relief of the victims. Whether they are mortals or cultivators, As long as they drink the talismanic water, the Black Death epidemic will be dispelled by itself. And the only requirement is to join their team. Devote your entire being, all of it, to the Golden Snake Demon cult. The dynasty has no way, and Cthulhu is dead. When the Golden Snake rises, all the people will be converted. What is there to fear for those who have already lost all? These people, in fact, know whether the Golden Snake Demon cult is good or bad. But when everyone is sick and in deep water, those who claim to be righteous have closed their doors. And these people who have done nothing wrong lend a helping hand. Can't we see who's good and who's bad? Only the demon sect is willing to save us. Those officials will only save those sect cultivators. Sisters and brothers, pledge allegiance to the bishop. Long live the bishop. Long live. Chapter 24 said nothing more than an interrogation stream. Yi Chongqing's injuries are almost healed. It was only when he followed Su Wushu, left Misty Mountain, and wandered through the land of Tsangzhou, looking at the miserable and horrifying scene in front of him, he almost had a feeling of a major relapse. Su Wushu, is that what you said, that you came to heal? Yi Chongqing looked at the black-robed woman in front of him and gritted his teeth in anger. Suppressing the Black Death epidemic with the bereavement storm epidemic allows those who have it to be eaten by another disease. What kind of ing salvation is that? The corner of Su Wui's lips, who was walking in front, hooked up a light smile and turned back to say, "It's their own willingness to drink. If they don't drink it, they will die. If they drink it, they will live." The talismanic water couldn't possibly cure the disease at all. That was just the source of the bereavement epidemic that Su Wushu had added to it. Those who drank the talismanic water would contract the funereal epidemic and become a walking corpse. All became walking corpses, and the Black Death epidemic was naturally cured. Don't you medical practitioners talk about fighting poison with poison? This is called fighting poison with poison. Hearing this shameless bull, Yi Chongqing almost didn't turn his back in anger. You shut up. Get your men to stop right now. I'll do it if you don't. However, it was obvious that Yi Chongqing's anger did not even have a minimal effect on Su Wui. Su Wuyao took a graceful step and walked in front of Yi Chongqing. She stroked the cheek of the righteously indignant man in front of her and said in her softest tone, "You can't heal." Yi Chongqing said angrily, "You people, if you get angry again, I'm going to bully you." Yi Chongqing's heart tightened and he subconsciously said, "What does it mean?" Su Wui smiled faintly and wrapped her arms around Yi Chongqing's waist, and the two of them instantly disappeared without a trace. When Yi Chongqing opened his eyes again, he realized that the two of them were in a cave. "Where is this? What are you taking me for?" Yi Chongqing struggled to stand up and frowned as he looked at Su Wushu, who was sitting leisurely on the boulder. Su Wuyao shrugged and laughed lightly. "Of course it's doing what needs to be done. I brought you out this time. It was supposed to be just a trip to the mountains. What else did you think it was going to be? Doing what needs to be done." Upon hearing this, Yi Chongqing instantly understood what Su Wui was trying to do. Must be trying to force himself to do that dirty work again. "Are you out of your mind? Do you think that I still have the heart to have manly love with you after looking at the situation in Tsangzhou today?" Yi Chongqing was trembling with anger. This woman, is she really that horny? Anytime, any place, she can have such nasty thoughts? In reality, this was Yi Chongqing not understanding Su Wushu. Ever since she was forced to part with Yi Chongqing, Su Wuyao had almost been pining for him that much. Sometimes the thought of going mad, to ease the pain of her lovesickness, she found the concordant and got the spring heart mirror from her. In this way, almost every night, she was able to have a rendezvous with Yi Chongqing in her dreams. This also leads to waking up every morning. A spiritual treasure like the spring heart mirror could indeed be used occasionally. However, once you use it too much, it is extremely addictive. And now Su Wuyao was almost addicted to the extreme. At the sight of Yi Chongqing, she simply couldn't hold it. Instead of planning to let Yi Chongqing fall into evil, it would be better for her to fall into evil herself first. Su Wuyao slowly jumped down from the stone, and as she walked, her two jade legs were hidden between her skirts. She walked up to Yi Chongqing and said with a cheeky smile, "Male love, I didn't expect you to be more direct than me." Yi Chongqing had a vicious chill and said breathlessly, "What I meant by my words is that I don't have the heart to do this kind of thing with you. Can you not take things out of context? Only know how to grab keywords." Su Wujiao slightly beamed and wrapped her arms around Yi Chongqing's waist, the two of them sticking close together. "Why would there be no heart? Am I not attractive enough?" She blinked her watery eyes in pity. It is hard to imagine. Obviously has a high cold and cold face, but always like to make a condescending look. This kind of contrast, who understands? If this were to be seen by those of the Golden Snake Demon cult, it would be strange if they didn't die of fear on the spot. Even Yi Chongqing couldn't help but shiver and gulp. Don't you dare do that. I'm really not in the mood today. Can you show me some respect? Not to mention that he was with Su Wushu now. Even when he was with Shui Yushi in the past, his mind was never focused on beauty. He merely appreciates the character of Shui Yushi as a person, and this kind of thing of appearance is just like that for Yi Chongqing. Su Wushu reddened her face and grunted. I don't care. I can rely on you for everything else. You must satisfy me in this aspect. Yi Chongqing shivered again and simply swung to. Then I don't care. I can't get it up and you can't use it yourself. This time it was Su Wushu's turn to freeze. No way, you as a man, in order to not cooperate with me, you can say this kind of words, Yi Chongqing's old face reddened and he said with a thick skin. This is the way to deal with a scum devil like you. Scolded. However, a refreshing emotion suddenly surged in Su Wui's heart. Scum of the earth, huh? That's a pretty good name for it, she said with a leathery smile. Really? But then again, I don't believe you can't get it up. Saying that, Su Wuyao raised her slender white jade hand and said confidently, after practicing for the past few days, I do know your weaknesses. Oh, you're the kind of person who, as someone said, has a dissatisfied mouth but an honest body. Yi Chongqing was dumbfounded. He knew that Su Wushu had a thick skin, but he really didn't think that it could be as thick as this. This is no longer a color demon to describe it. He took advantage of Su Wuyao's inattention and violently broke away from her demonic embrace before pulling out his legs and running. Escape game? That's interesting. Su Wui slowly stretched out his hand, then gently made a scratching motion. Unsurprisingly, Yi Chongqing, who was at the Jindan stage of the district, was easily captured back alive by the female devil at the Mahayana stage. The devil held the frantically struggling white rabbit and bared his sharp fangs. Stop struggling. It's time for me to eat my meat after all this chatting, right? Yi Chongqing wanted to cry without tears and said sadly, Go away. I'm really not interested. Can't you stop for a day or two? Spare me, please. Sister Su, Lord Sect Leader, His Majesty the Demon King. Su Wui's eyes lit up and her expression grew more and more excited. A game that likes plots? Evergreen is really interesting. In that case, then we might as well follow through. Yi Chongqing people were numb. He's just making up in the heat of the moment. Don't you? I'm not playing. But... Say, you traitor, who did you pass on the core secrets of the Golden Snake Demon sect to? This is the Infiltration Investigation Failure stream. Hee. You lost the battle to me. I'm going to make you experience hellish pain. This is the stream of defeat and humiliation. You righteous traitor, are you going to surrender or not? If you dare to refuse, I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve. It's surrendering to the captured stream. Of course, none of this is anything, because at the end of the play, Su Wushu, on the spur of the moment, actually took a huge rock and turned it into the likeness of Shui Yushi. Then, Yi Chongqing saw Shui Yushi crying red and paralyzed with grief. You shameless devil, get off of Evergreen. Don't move my Evergreen. Don't move my... You asshole. The genre, on the other hand, is the big name said it can't pass the review stream. Chapter 25, Leave Me Alone. I'm confessing. From the depths of the cave, the sound of Su Wushu's proud, maniacal laughter came from the depths of the cave. As if she had discovered a new continent, she smiled at Yi Chongqing and said, Chongqing, I really didn't expect that you were actually good at this. After all that play before, you did carry it through. I didn't expect that as soon as that little girl appeared. You actually broke your power directly. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chongqing was so angry that her entire face was so red that it was almost dripping with blood. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, and her eyes were clouded with grief, anger, shyness, shame, and countless emotions. Especially when he saw Su Wushu's incessant mockery of himself. He couldn't wait to give himself a few big slaps in the face. Yeah, the first three genres he did hold back, dead or alive. However, the moment Shui Yushi appeared, Yi Chongqing instantly failed to tense up. So much for the current scene. Shame, sadness. How can you do this to yourself? You kill me. I have no face to see people. Yi Chongqing covered his face in shame. He didn't dare to imagine that if this were to circulate today and Snow Moon Shield knew about it, his life would be over. Seeing this, Su Wujiao couldn't help but laugh out loud even more, laughing so hard that the entire cave was filled with her silver bell-like laughter. It couldn't be helped. It was the first time she had seen Yi Chongqing in these mortified looks. It's just so cute and contrasting. It wasn't long before Su Wushu barely stopped laughing, and then explained in a serious manner. In fact, you don't need to seek death so much, because this plot of betraying a loved one is all about excitement and novelty and an interest in exploring human nature and emotions. And seriously, your life is so bland, which leads to that situation just now, with all the entanglements, taboos, and unexpectedness that can bring you intense excitement and impact, satisfying your craving for fresh, unique experiences. Oh.
Ye Chang collapsed. Su Wushu, shut up.
However, Su Wushu preferred not to. She just wanted to see Yi Chongqing in this state right now, so she continued. Of course, there is another situation that is curiosity and hunting. Yi Chongqing's fists are dead clenched. Steeply, he sat up violently from the boulder, grabbed Su Wushu, and in her shocked gaze, ruthlessly pressed down on the stone. You like to talk, don't you? As if struck by lightning, Su Wushu's pupils slightly contracted and her delicate body slightly trembled. That? Me? Yi Chongqing gritted his teeth. Shut up, don't say it. You want it, right? I'll fulfill you. Su Wuyao froze, but then smiled sweetly and gently wrapped her arms around the neck of the man in front of her, holding him tightly in her arms. You're so nice. Scum, shut up. Oh, okay, Nung. Dawn. Yi Chongqing sat at the entrance of the cave, the cold wind blowing against his thin body. He hugged his legs, his body shaking slightly, and buried his head in his knees again. Now he was desperate inside. If anything, the previous him, in the face of Su Wushu's attack, was still resisting to the death, occupying his morals and maintaining his heart. However, everything that happened last night completely buried all of Yi Chongqing's previous efforts. Do you still have the face to appear in front of that snow-like maiden now? I am a betrayer. Tsukushi.
I'm sorry.
What am I supposed to do now? I have no face to see you again. Suddenly, a black robe was draped over Yi Chongqing, and the sound of Su Wui's words came from beside his ears. What's wrong, Chongqing? Yi Chongqing said irritably. Leave me alone. I'm confessing. These 7 words, Su Wushu instantly didn't tense up and laughed in a bad mood. What's there to repent for, as I said? You were originally the kind of bad guy who says no on his mouth, but his body is incredibly honest. She moved to Yi Chongqing's ear and began to emit a demonic whisper. Stop resisting. You can't go back anymore. Last night you were so proactive. That's enough to show that you've already fallen into the hands of me. A scumbag female devil. Yi Chongqing's body trembled again, and with one hand, he opened her evil beating hand on his shoulder and angrily retorted. Bull, how could I possibly fall? Scum devil like you. I will never submit to your lustful authority in my life. You go dream in your blue sky. Su Wuyao was a little surprised. She originally thought that after last night's incident, Yi Chongqing would definitely succumb due to self-blame, but she didn't expect there to be such a strong resistance. Rubbing her hand that had some minor pain, Su Wushu lightly grunted and said, Just keep your mouth shut. With the first time, there will naturally be a second time, third time. I tell you, the cat that steals fish always blames the fish for being too fishy, but forgets about the fish on its own paws. It is always said that the east wind misses the flowers, but it is forgotten the branch has its own owner. Yi Chongqing was dumbfounded, his face a shade of green and white. After a long time, he could only glare fiercely at Su Wushu and gritted his teeth. You'll see if I'll give in to you and be done with it. He had already thought about it. Even if Shui Yushur wouldn't forgive himself, even if he and Shui Yushur were separated because of this, he wouldn't submit to the scum devil's garnet skirt. The big deal is to go to the smoke and rain pavilion to find Yen drinking frost. Wait a minute. Why did I mention Yen drinking frost? It's hard to believe that I'm really… No, it must not be, it's just a metaphor. Metaphor. I must believe in myself. After adjusting his mindset, Yi Chongqing was no longer fearful. He found Su Wushu and said in a deep voice, Is Snow Moon Shield in your hands or not? Su Wui raised his eyebrows. What, you want to find her to smooth things over between us? The corners of Yi Chongqing's mouth twitched, but in order to get an answer as to whether she was safe or not, he could only nod his head. Seeing this, Su Wui couldn't help but cover her lips with a smile and said, "What a coincidence. In fact, as early as when you fell into my hands, she was already disheartened and returned to Snow Mountain because you didn't go to her rescue. By the way, I'm afraid I don't know. When she left, she was laughing, but I always felt that she was covering up her crying with laughter again." Looking at the woman in front of him with a victor's smug smile, Yi Chongqing's fists clenched in anger and said in a cold voice, "You switched their positions, right? Winning and despicable, you still have the face to say that. So you know all about it," said Su Wushu, full of concern. "But so what? Isn't it already too late for you to know now?" Yi Chongqing couldn't help but close his eyes as a feeling of powerlessness surged through his body. The enemy was clear and I was in the dark, and from the beginning to the end, he was being counted by Su Wushu. With the help of Shui Yushi's weakness of character, he came up with a move to kill 3 people with 2 peaches, so that the fake sword is like frost.
Su Wushu.
In the beginning, you really are not like this. Liang Long Yi Chongqing loosened his fists and said with a long sigh. At those words, Su Wushu slightly froze, but immediately resumed his previous disdain. Evergreen. Memory is a prison, and the nostalgic voluntarily wear shackles. The past is a graveyard, and every time you dig, you make one more monument to yourself. She stood up and moved in front of Yi Chongqing, close at hand, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she said word for word, "The river never asks its reflection why it is always one step behind it. If you wish only to offer up the ashes of time, you will surely not be able to free your hands to ignite the future. This is the truth that I, over the past 3 years, have killed in blood and rain. I will be me less and live up to this life." Chapter 26, The Purgatory Society. May this journey culminate in eternity. Yi Chongqing wasn't brainwashed by Su Wushu's few philosophical villainous golden phrases. The reason is simple. He was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze of the crossing, not native to this world. Even though he knew that the world was a weak world, and whoever had the biggest fist had the right to be there. But the education he received in his previous life of more than 20 years predetermined that it would be difficult for him to empathize with the people of this world. If he had to say which side did he, Yi Chongqing, stand on, there is only one answer: Van Min. He cured the sick and saved lives without charging mortals a penny, and it was precisely his position that he had been practicing for more than 10 years, from the time he became a medical monk until now. In his eyes, the Jingxi Alliance and the Golden Snake Demon Cult were actually the same. Because of this, he did not choose to join the Righteousness Alliance, nor did he even plan to go to the Floating Moon Dynasty to become an official. Otherwise, he would have agreed to that invitation from the Floating Moon Dynasty's eldest princess 3 years ago in the first place. Thinking about this, Yi Chongqing's eyes became clearer and clearer. He no longer felt self-hatred, nor did he feel sorrowful and penitent over last night's events. Instead, he looked at Su Wui in front of him. His voice was as firm as a rock. "Do not advise others to be good without their suffering. Your experiences have predestined you to come to this point today. Your accomplishments, your strength, it's what you deserve for knowing the shame and then bravery. But I am in no position to choose to forgive you and sympathize with you for those who died at your hands. Your philosophizing is no more subtle and brilliant than a gold rim for a butcher's knife. Will the souls of those who died in vain rest in peace at the sound of your enlightenment?" Su Wui frowned slightly, and in a trance she suddenly realized that a golden light was flowing from the man in front of her, dazzling and sacred and vast. At that moment, a tossed word came to her ear. "I am a healer, and I, Yi Chongqing, only do 3 things in this life: cure the disease that must die and save those who seek to live." As well as, Yi Chongqing gently removed Su Wui's hand on his shoulder and said sternly, "Cure hysteria for the devil who boasts of having realized the heavenly Tao. A healer seeks out prescriptions to save people, the world, and the living." A half-hour-long silence. Again, neither of the two said a word, didn't move a muscle, just gazed at each other in silence. After an unknown amount of time, a touching smile surfaced on Su Wui's stunningly beautiful and cool cheeks. She clapped, and the applause was crisp. "Yi Chongqing, you are really surprising. I like you more and more. From the flesh, in love with your soul." If you say that the previous Su Wushu situation towards Yi Chongqing stayed in the situation of thinking about the disease, dependence, and still the flesh is smooth. Now then, it develops into the soul. She's completely in love with him, hopelessly so, and there's no turning back, because both are men of faith, even if the paths that the two are taking are not the same. Tyene Middle Earth, a pristine forest of dark woods. This place, one of the top 10 forbidden areas in the Tyene ancient realm, had the creepy nickname the Cave of Life and Death. Deep in the forest, there is a mottled old castle. The putrid stench filled the surroundings, and it was sickening to smell. Although the ancient castle was dilapidated, it was still vaguely discernible that 3 words were written right in the center: Polyester Society. A gust of wind whipped by and a few cold crows fled on their wings. In a moment's whisker, a hoarse and eerie voice came from the ancient castle. Polyester Society, the 7th round table, officially begins. 11 people were seated at a round table 10 meters in diameter. There's still a spot open. Of the 11, 8 women and 3 men. At the head of the group was an old man wearing a half-mask. The old man was dressed in a black robe, and the face that was exposed was so rotten that the eyeballs had even been completely exhibited. He was the one who spoke just now. At this time, a young girl sitting in a wheelchair with her eyes wrapped in green-colored gauze opened her mouth and said, "Aside from the stragglers who went to the East Extreme region to carry out their mission and did not arrive at the meeting, the rest of the 11 seats, all of them have arrived. Praise, cleansing the air." Her voice was melodious, as clear as an oriole's. The old man nodded slightly, facing the crowd, and slowly said, "The disperser holds the core source of the disease, and since joining the society, she has worked hard for me, and has made great achievements. She has worked hard, but there is always the discordant voice that appears. But I hear that she, who is now the hardest worker, seems to be slacking off a bit." The one who spoke was a woman with a perpetually sneering and condescending face, with a hot and exquisite figure, especially with a touch of elegance that was extraordinarily striking. Accompanying the fall of her words, a bloodless, puppet-like young girl opened her mouth and said, "If the heart is tied to love, it is difficult for the feet to reach faraway places." Immediately after that, someone else chimed in, "What the martial artist said is very true. She has already delayed the matter of Endless City for a full 15 days. Time is an item more precious than life to us, and this is a fact that cannot, and should not, happen at her hands." A man with a broken arm got up and said, "I'm sorry, I have to disturb the pleasure of all of you. I've got the exact information. The beautiful lady from the Cheonghua Immortal Palace has already moved back to her homeland. I believe that it won't take long for a confrontation to occur over there in Songzhou." The old man at the head lifted his head slightly, his gaze locking onto the man with the broken arm. "Spirit-winged one, can you judge then the chances of the disperser winning?" The man with the broken arm smiled slightly and bowed. "Dear Mr. Chief, please forgive me for the words I'm about to speak against unity. If the minds of the stragglers are still focused on that doctor, we are also at risk of failure." The old man sniffed and sighed slightly, his gaze falling on the crowd. "Fellow officers, we need to honor the connection. The only way to move forward is to join forces. Give trust to the stragglers. We need to give our brothers and sisters the benefit of the doubt. Also, please don't forget my principles of our polyester society: ideals, connection, and fearlessness." As the words fell, the crowd chorused, "May the ideal be realized. May the cleansing be eternal." The old man nodded slightly with satisfaction, then raised his hand to signal for silence, and then said in a raspy voice, "Fellow colleagues, I have good news for you all. At 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, following the smallpox epidemic, the Black Death epidemic, the acacia epidemic, and the morning storm epidemic, our wise sages have succeeded in creating a new epidemic." When the crowd heard this, a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes, except, of course, for the veil-covered maiden the Reverend, as well as the ever-expressionless martial law. The old man continued to elaborate, "This epidemic, possessing the power to turn people into blood and water, I think this will again be a great help to us in the future." He stood up and said, "Fellow officers, please join me in offering the highest salute to those who are silently in the background, the wise sages." The meeting drew to a close. Inside the old castle, 11 oaths were heard in unison. "We will not bring destruction. We have to rely on ourselves and break the cage of heaven and earth. By virtue of our own efforts, we make the people of this land embrace eternity. We cleanse the filth of the earth. May this journey, at last, reach the sublime. Praise our ideals. Praise our connection. Praise our fearlessness." Chapter 27. Delays. Xia Wangshu. Returning to Misty Mountain, Su Wui became a bit strange. She had rarely shown a real smile in front of Yi Chongqing, and every time she seemed to be just forcing a smile. Of course, Yi Chongqing didn't care about this at all. Looking at the summoning woman from Middle-earth in front of him, Su Wui silently put the envelope aside. Seeing this, the woman frowned and said, "Lord Seneschal, you've been delayed for a full 15 days. The order given to you by the center was for you to develop and grow the strength of the Golden Snake Demon cult as soon as possible. But you've delayed it for so long for the sake of a man. Do you know that time is racing against the clock? Now that the floating moon dynasty's people have reacted, with a full 100,000 troops, already approaching towards Zhangzhou, are you ready to go to war against the entire Zhengxi alliance?" The senator's seat was Su Wushu's position in the Cleansing Council. The top three are the Chief the Eternal, second seat Adjudicator, and she, ranked third, Senator Disperser. To circulate, to spread, to grow, to develop, that was her task. Facing this high and mighty messenger from the center of the Middle-earth Polyester Society in front of her, Su Wui frowned slightly and said, "Are you ordering me around?" The woman was instantly startled, as she instantly felt a killing aura, if any, coming from Su Wushu's body. She took a step back in fear and said, "Lord Seneschal, the tone I used just now was merely representing the emotions of the 11 lords, so please don't be angry." Hearing this, Su Wushu instantly gasped and laughed. "Representing their emotions? You deserve that." With a cry, the woman's liver and guts cracked and she fell to her knees. Su Wuyao walked over. She was already irritated, and after reading the words written by the Prime One Giant Thunder Woman on the letter, it made her storm even more. With a foot on the woman's shoulder, Su Wui said in a chilling voice, "Go back and tell her. Tell Ekaterina that I will take responsibility for all my actions. I don't need her to remind me." She exerted a slight force, and the woman was already in a cold sweat and in a quiver. "And you!" Bang! A stream of blood spurted out of his mouth, with a broken tongue mixed in, and smashed on the ground. Su Wui's voice sounded like it came from the depths of hell. "This is a lesson for you for not being able to distinguish between superiority and inferiority. Get lost." The woman had already lost the ability to speak, and when she heard this, she was as if she had been pardoned, and hurriedly fled in distress with tears in her eyes. In fact, with Su Wushu's cruel and bloodthirsty nature, this woman must have been a dead man before she had seen Yi Chongqing again. After the woman left, Yi Chongqing's sigh came from behind her. "Now that the Imperial Army is about to arrive, are you still not leaving?" Su Wushu was startled and said, "When did you appear?" Yi Chongqing didn't have the good sense to say, "Wasn't it you who told me to come?" Confused in the head. Hearing these words, Su Wushu then remembered and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Yi Chongqing gave a light humph and said, "Hurry up and take your people away. Although you are strong, with only your cultivation at the Mahayana stage, even with the help of the Morning Storm epidemic, you can't possibly be a match for the entire Zhengxi alliance." Previously, Yi Chongqing also wondered why the Righteousness Alliance had not completely cleaned up the Golden Snake Demon sect until now, and dared to say that the Golden Snake Demon sect, behind it, stood an even more terrifying existence. He saw 3 words in the letter on the table: Polyester Society. This organization, it's the real villain. Su Wuyao skimmed his lips and walked over to Yi Chongqing, snatching the letter and tearing it to shreds. "What's there to see? Might as well look at me." Yi Chongqing pointed at the shredded confetti and said, "It's better to look at you than to look at it." "You!" Su Wushu blew up a bit. She was already in a bad mood, and now that she was deliberately provoked by Yi Chongqing, she was even more furious. "You owe it again?" Yi Chongqing, dumbfounded, cried and laughed. "You? Forget it. Lazy, you have not answered my question. And then do not go can be destroyed by the group Ah." Su Wushu huffed and puffed and sat on the chair, full of concern. "Panic what? The task is not even completed. Above scared is expanding 1 million, now only 200,000, only 1/5 I go back how to deliver." Upon hearing this, Yi Chongqing was happy and said with a big smile, "Who let you be greedy for enjoyment? Now well, it's time." Su Wujiao was completely furious and fiercely stood up, picking up the man who was mocking her in front of her. The man's laughter came to a screeching halt. "Hey, what are you doing? You! Wait! Aren't you doing something? Stinking man, shut up." "Oh!" Endless City. Yin Zixin's face was pale, her forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and she kept gasping for air. During this period of time, with the epidemic in Zhangzhou completely out of control, many of the countless people who fled the city had re-influxed into Endless City. In Yi Chongqing's absence, the pill refiners had almost all run away, and now in the entire city, only she and 7 or 8 other physicians were left struggling to hold on. And they, in turn, have to deal with a full 800,000 patients. And every minute, 15 more. Even if Yin Ziqiao was already a Yuaning realm powerhouse, she was already on the verge of exhaustion under this kind of frantic consumption of mental energy. Dizziness, weakness. This was the consequence of a serious overdraft of spiritual power. At this point, she couldn't lift a single ounce of strength in her body, and her vision was gradually blurring. She really didn't know how she was holding up. Perhaps because of the mind, the unattainable figure, he faced countless illnesses and still dared to be a retrograde traveler and move forward. If you like him and respect him, shouldn't you learn from him, become him, surpass him? But I'm really so tired. Suddenly, a physician hurriedly shouted outside the tent, "Miss Yin, there is a sudden outbreak of epidemic in the north of the city. Someone is concealing the situation, and thousands of people have all been infected." Yin Zixian lost her color, and her eyes were horrified. But before she could take a step, her entire body fell straight to the ground. Consciousness had blurred, and his body was overdrawn to the limit. He's in a coma. After an unknown amount of time, Yin Zixian opened her eyes. There seemed to be someone busy beside her, but she couldn't see it for a moment and subconsciously called out, "Mr. Evergreen." The moment the words fell, the young girl who was pouring the spirit tea by the side obviously had her hand movements violently stalled. The tea in the teapot poured over the entire cup, and she was oblivious to it. Xia Wangshu stared blankly at Yin Zixian in front of her, and after a while, she asked, "What did you just say? Calling who?" Yin Zixian at this time also finally came back to God. Eyes flowed a touch of loss. The original care of their own is not Yi Chongqing, but Xia Wangshu, shy. Yin Zixian naturally wouldn't tell the truth and hurriedly said vaguely, "Did I say anything? But Sister Wangshu, why did you suddenly appear here?" Xia Wangshu shook his head. Maybe he heard wrong. Recently this period of time, always cannot help but think of him. Spring Heart Mirror has been used to break more than 300 pieces and have to go back to buy. Shaking off these chores, Xia Wangshu looked at Yin Zixian and smiled faintly. "I rushed back from the Cheonghua Immortal Palace after we passed on to God. And not only that, I also brought quite a few people over. More than quite a few, a full 100,000 troops right now, in addition to the most elite 10,000 of the ever-victorious army arching Wufeng. The remaining 90,000 people have already gone to all parts of Cangzhou to eliminate the Golden Snake Demon cult. Now it's on. By the way, where's that sweetheart you were talking about before? I'll help you save it." Chapter 28, The Bishop's Favor, is not yet finished. Sweetheart? Yin Zixian's face was instantly scarlet as blood, and her hands and feet were at a loss. He's just outside the city on Misty Mountain. Misty Mountains? Xia Wangshu pondered for a moment. As the eldest princess of the Floating Moon Dynasty, the future successor of the entire dynasty, for the domestic mountains and rivers, since it should be well aware of. The Misty Mask Mountain was 800,000 miles in circumference, spanning across 4 cities in Cangzhou, with many demonic beasts, making it extremely easy to hide. Although there are still 10,000 standing soldiers under his command, this number of people is still overstretched compared to Misty Mountains. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Wangshu said, "I'll go into the mountains to explore the path, just as the Golden Snake Demon cult's people are also hiding among them." On the side, Yin Zixian sniffed and hurriedly said, "Wait, Sister Wangshu. I'll go with you." Seeing Xia Wangshu staring at himself again with a smile, Yin Zixian's palms sweating, grabbed the hem of her skirt and whispered, "I'm familiar with the road." Xia Wangshu let out a petulant laugh. "I think you can't wait, right? What, are you afraid that my sister will steal your man?" Yin Zixian blushed and said in shame, "Sister Wangshu, don't tease me. I believe you are not that kind of person." Xia Wangshu lightly hummed and said without any good manners, "It's good to know. Do you think this princess is that colorful man from Silver Moon Academy? The man I'm going to marry hasn't even been born yet." Having said that, Xia Wangshu's mind still unnaturally conjured up that figure. In just a few moments, she almost lost her mind and her mind's eye, and a ghostly path gurgled. Misty Middle Mountain. Currently in Cangzhou, apart from Endless City, the Golden Snake Demon cultists in the rest of the places had already engaged the regular army of the Floating Moon Dynasty. This time, the Floating Moon Dynasty's army that marched into Cangzhou was the elite of the elite, and the per capita strength of the soldiers had all reached the Jindan stage cultivation. As for the ever-victorious army in Xiao Wangshu's hands, it was even more so that everyone was a Yuaning. Since its founding, the ever-victorious army has fought more than 300 battles of all sizes without a single defeat. Sect Master, the Battle of West Mountain City, our deaths and injuries are tragic, just converted to the religious near-regimentation. In addition to the core disciples died 80% of the battle. Report, Sect Leader, Shanghai City is in an emergency, requesting reinforcements. Sect Master, the black-clothed ambassador led 100,000 troops to counterattack Songzhou City, but encountered an enemy ambush, and the black-clothed ambassador was seriously injured. Defeat reports flew to Su Wui like snowflakes, and these days she no longer had her usual smile. This time, when she plotted Songzhou, she didn't bring many people with her. The core disciples were only about 50,000, and the remaining 200,000 congregants, most of them had just completed the bereavement epidemic transformation, and most of these people were mortals. Although they had been infected with the death riot epidemic, they could only deal with foundation stage powerhouses at the end of their lives, and as for Jindan and above, they were, to put it bluntly, cannon fodder. Looking at the defeat report in front of him, Su Wushu only had one answer left in his mind. The matter of Songzhou, it was over. Instead of accomplishing her goal of violent expansion, she lost tens of thousands of her co-religionists and ended up with nothing. What is it about? Was it because the floating moon dynasty had reacted quickly and the dynasty's eldest princess had rushed back from 10,000 miles away from Middle-earth?
No.
Not this one. The real reason was that Su Wushu didn't dare to admit it. That is Yi Chongqing. To put it very politely, ever since seeing him again, Su Wuyao slacked off. For 15 of the most critical days she was with the man almost all the time, and did nothing, except leave a sickly soil in Songzhou. So much so that the floating moon dynasty only had the chance to start counterattacking. Thinking of this, the always proud Su Wushu couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly, saying to himself, "What a red face!" Yi Chongqing, who had just walked through the door, directly heard these words, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The female world is different. He has always thought that only women can be called a red face. Men will also have this kind of name one day. Seeing Yi Chongqing arrive, Su Wui smiled faintly and said, "You've come at the right time. Do me a favor." Yi Chongqing decisively refused. "No help," Su Wui said helplessly. "Did you reject it without me even saying it? It's very heartbreaking." She looked at the red-faced woman in front of her with aggravation and watering eyes. Yi Chongqing got goosebumps and couldn't help but say, "You're wearing a cool and haughty face. Can you not put on this look? You're so unsuitable." Su Wui grunted and said, "I want it, what do you care?" She stood up and walked quickly towards Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing saw the situation and hurriedly escaped. It was only a pity that the others blocked his retreat in a single flash. "Help me!" Su Wushu clenched her silver teeth and said with a pleading face, "It is said that a one-day husband and wife have 100 days of kindness. We've been a dewy husband and wife for almost a month, so how can you repay me 30 times 100 of kindness?" Yi Chongqing exploded with anger. "Meaning I have to repay you 3,000 pieces of favor? The sect leader's favor can't be paid back. Can it?" Su Wushu hurriedly nodded his head, like a chicken pecking at rice. Seeing this, Yi Chongqing was considered completely defeated, and helplessly said, "You first say what kind of favor, as long as it doesn't violate the principle." Yi Chongqing still has a favor to repay. Before he was injured, Su Wushu people, although bad, but still took care of him for half a month. Read on this matter, he still intends to make a move. When Su Wui heard this, she finally revealed a smiling face, blinking her beautiful eyes and said, "The black-clothed ambassador was seriously injured during the attack on Songzhou, so you can help heal him?" Yi Chongqing frowned and said, "You don't know to give her a healing potion. I don't believe that your golden snake demon sect doesn't have a pill refiner. Alchemist?" Su Wushu skimmed his lips and said, "If the alchemist is useful, do I have to lose so much?" She exasperatedly sat down on a chair and said, "Those infected with the bereavement storm epidemic will automatically destroy their Dantian meridians and have their aura severed. Therefore, the elixir had no effect at all." Speaking of this, Su Wushu raised her head. Her gaze fell on Yi Chongqing, and she said very seriously, "You are a medical practitioner. Perhaps only you have the ability to save her. There's such a thing?" Yi Chongqing couldn't help but be shocked. His research on the morning storm epidemic disease was currently only stuck in using potions to make them briefly awake, belonging to the category of not even reaching the entry level. "I didn't realize that the infected people actually isolated the aura of heaven and earth." If before it was still with the idea of returning the favor, now it became a must. There is no other way to cure a disease naturally, you have to study it first. Yi Chongqing also stopped talking nonsense and directly asked, "Where is that black-clothed ambassador of yours? Take me there." Shishan Su Wushu moved to stand up and gratefully grabbed Yi Chongqing's hand. "Thank you." Yi Chongqing had a vicious chill and hastily broke away from her. "All right, cut the crap and take me over." If anything, the sect leader of the Golden Snake Demon cult is a handful. Then the black and white ambassadors under them are the second and third in command. The black-clothed ambassador's name was Ren Yunshu, and he was said to be one of the earliest henchmen to follow Su Wushu, and he could be described as loyal to Su Wushu. Otherwise, she might have done something as foolish as attacking Sangzhou with 100,000 men and then dare to attack it with a stone. She tried to save the day, but the idea was good, the reality cruel. Looking at the red-pupiled white-haired woman with a heroic face in front of him, Yi Chongqing pondered for a moment and said in a bad mood, "I'm a doctor. I'm here to save people. Don't stare at me with such murderous eyes." Chapter 29. Yi Chongqing's Research. Ren Yunshu naturally knew of Yi Chongqing, and also knew that he came here, called by sect leader Su Wushu. Only, the words Yi Chongqing said made her a little embarrassed. After a pause, Ren Yunshu said with difficulty, "I didn't try to kill you, my eyes. They were born this way." Yi Chongqing was a bit surprised and took another closer look. Ren Yunshu's eyes were peculiar, and her blood-red pupils could be described as carrying a murderous aura of their own, giving people a kind of bloody beauty. The left eye, in particular, still had a crack-like mark. A moment later, Yi Chongqing suddenly rang out and said, "Bloodshed demon pupil?" Ren Yunshu froze, but quickly nodded her head in a hurry. "Well, it's like this. Before I was infected by the bereavement storm epidemic, I could use the power of the bloodshed demon pupil, but not anymore." The bloodshed demon pupil, which was born with a deterrent power, was able to cause fear and dizziness in the brain. When strong men clash, deciding victory or defeat is often a matter of that instant. Unexpectedly, now Ren Yunshu was unable to utilize this power instead. Yi Chongqing guffawed and smiled. "I heard that you were willingly infected. Do you regret it now?" Who knew that Ren Yunshu was incomparably firm, and said in a deep voice, "It is Yunshu's great honor in this life to follow Lord's sect leader. Please don't doubt my loyalty, Mr. Yi." Upon hearing this, Yi Chongqing couldn't help but cry and laugh, saying, "You've got it wrong. Whether you're loyal to her or not has nothing to do with me. Now, all you have to do is lay down for me and let me heal you." Ren Yunshu sniffed and was angry in her heart. Obviously the topic was started by you. It's really unbelievable. Still, she lay obediently on the bed. Of course, after lying down, she was still mouthy and said, "Mr. Yi, with all due respect, the sect master is deeply in love with you. She does like you, but you shouldn't bully her." Yi Chongqing froze, a pause in his hand movements, and said unhappily, "What do you mean? When did I bully her?" Ren Yunshu said in a deep voice, "You have failed the sect leader's heart for you. I have never seen the sect leader so fond of a man, and yet you have repeatedly rejected her and even humiliated her with your words." "Humiliated?" Yi Chongqing sneered. "Like, calling her scum, right?" Ren Yunshu said with red eyes, glaring at Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing snorted, "You'd better mind your own business. If you're screaming, I won't save you." In fact, there was another sentence that Yi Chongqing didn't say. That is, when he himself was calling Su Wushu scum, Su Wushu wasn't angry at all, and it was quite refreshing for people to think against it. Especially at certain times, the siphoning effect produced all but nearly caused Yi Chongqing's soul to be scattered. Of course, it was definitely impossible for him to say such words to Ren Yunshu. Anyway, you'll understand naturally when you have a man later. A touch of redness surfaced on Ren Yunshu's pale face and she spat, saying, "I'm not going to look for a man. I'm the sect leader's person for the rest of my life." Yi Chongqing didn't bother to listen to her show of loyalty, took a bowl of black, boiling hot medicinal liquid from the black cauldron and handed it over. "Okay, cut the crap and drink up." Ren Yunshu took a look and almost didn't spit acid on the spot. "What is this? It smells so bad." Yi Chongqing didn't have the heart to say, "This is the drunken soul soup I researched. I'm going to operate on you in a while, or it'll hurt you to death." Being infected with the bereavement epidemic doesn't mean that one is immune to pain all the time. One is still normal when not demonized. Ren Yunshu didn't understand what surgery was, but she didn't have the heart to ask. and pinched her nose and drank the bowl of drunken soul soup. Once the tonic was down, the results were immediate. She suddenly realized that her entire body instantly stiffened and she couldn't move. The spot that was originally flat also instantly bulged. What the hell is this thing? So strange. Before she could get back to her senses, that was when she realized again that Yi Chongqing had already changed into a white robe, put on his gloves, and walked towards her. Not only that, but his hands, they were reaching towards the clothes on his body. When Ren Yunshu saw this, she immediately froze, forcing her body to endure the paralysis, and said sharply under her breath, "What do you want to do?" Yi Chongqing was startled. "You can still talk?" Looks like the medicine wasn't enough. When Ren Yunshu heard this, her heart was suddenly ashen. It's over, he actually tried to drug and then tried to do that to himself. Why is this man so shameless? How could the bishop like such a person? She opened her mouth to reprimand, but by then the drug had completely exploded inside her. Nowadays, Ren Yunshu was already unable to speak. Her body was completely stiff and paralyzed, and she couldn't do anything. The only thing that did was the eyes that still moved. In doing so, she witnessed, with her own eyes, the asshole in front of her, stripping herself naked. Ren Yunshu almost didn't faint from anger. The sect master is confused. The man you've loved for so long is a bad man. Slutty scum. Once he thought about when Su Wushu brought him to himself. He also mouthed that he should fully cooperate with Yi Chongqing, and said something about Yi Chongqing's words being her Su Wushu's words. But now, how will he see people in the future? Woo-hoo. In fact, Yi Chongqing didn't know that the current Ren Yunshu, in her heart, was staging a small theater. His mind, at this point, was all focused on research. It was the first time he had ever so closely observed someone infected with the bereavement storm epidemic. Reaching out and touching every inch of skin was extremely flexible and warm, especially since the blood is still flowing and the pulse is still jumping. A slight heave could even be heard at the heart. Yi Chongqing hurriedly picked up the book on the side and recorded all these and wrote, "Patients in an undemonized state are no different from normal people." Ren Yunshu at this moment, shameless, scum, touching me all over and planning to draw all of my current appearance. How could there be such a person? Normal body fluids, normal body function response, normal emotional response. Ren Yunshu, shameless, scum. I will kill you, even if the sect master wants to kill me as well. The bones have not mutated, and the adrenaline after demonization has spiked extremely, reaching levels far beyond what is normal for normal people, and the mind has been thrown into disruption. But it seems that as the strength gets stronger, it seems that these negative effects will gradually diminish. Ren Yunshu, shameless, scum, lecherous, actually forced me to enter a demonized state. Is he even interested in a demonized state? Birth. For a full afternoon, Yi Chongqing finally figured out this so-called morning storm epidemic. He summarized a few key messages. 1. Mortals as well as those below the foundation stage who are infected with the bereavement epidemic will not have a waking moment and will forever become walking corpses. 2. Jindan stage and Yuaning stage powerhouses are infected with the bereavement epidemic, possessing both a sober form and a demonized form, but sometimes they are sober, sometimes they are berserk, and they are unable to control themselves. 3. Above the transformation stage, able to control themselves freely, able to switch freely between awake and berserk, complementary to speak normally in the demonized state. 4. 5. All in all, this research, although it was only a small step forward for Yi Chongqing, for the entire Taiyin ancient realm, it was a groundbreaking step. After doing so, Yi Chongqing smiled faintly at Ren Yunshu and said, "All right, I'm going to start healing you."
Yunshu Rein.
Chapter 30. That's a good point about the female-dominated world. The second chapter of the Shinong ancient scripture was the chapter on traumatization, which possessed the unique traumatization surgical ability of medical practitioners. Although the injuries that Ren Yunshu had received were serious, to Yi Chongqing, the top physician of the Taiyin ancient realm, it was nothing at all. It only took him about 10 minutes to treat all the injuries and stitch them up. Of course, the faster the time, the more Yi Chongqing's mental power was consumed, and the moment he put down the scalpel, the whole person was considered to be sweating like a pig and his face was pale. He slumped down on a side chair and rushed to Ren Yunshu, who was lying on the bed. "Don't worry, it'll be fine after a few days of rest and recuperation. You're infected with a harmonization stage cultivation. You'll recover very quickly." Ren Yunshu didn't speak, silently looking at the beams of the room. No one knew what she was thinking. Yi Chongqing didn't bother and silently closed his eyes. He has to take a break now. Too tired. And I don't know how long it was. Yi Chongqing suddenly felt an emptiness under his feet, as if he was hanging in the air with an abyss under his feet. A sharp pain came from his wrist as well. In a daze, he opened his eyes. Before he could see the situation in front of him, a murderous voice came from beside his ear. You, awake! Yi Chongqing involuntarily shivered and fixed his eyes on the scene in front of him, which almost didn't scare him out of his wits. Only his entire body, bound tightly, was seen tied to a pile of iron crosses. The clothes were stripped clean, but luckily there was a white cloth wrapped around the key location below. And in front of herself, Ren Yunshu, dressed in black, stood there holding a barbed red whip. The already blood-red eyes were getting redder and redder. Her petite body trembled slightly, and her body's fury was like a black cloud pressing down on the city, sweeping towards Yi Chongqing.
Ren Yunshu.
What are you doing? Yi Chongqing was dumbfounded and exclaimed. How the hell did he wake up and become Jesus? Shut up. With a snap, the whip hit Yi Chongqing's body, and instantly a blood scar appeared on his abdomen. Yi Chongqing sucked in a breath of cool air in pain, and tears almost fell out of his eyes. Stinking woman, you are gracious. I saved your life and you do this to me? Is this my blessing? Snap. The words fell, and there was another whip. Hey! Yi Chongqing crumbled and screamed miserably. This damn Ren Yunshu was obviously torturing herself, deliberately not exerting her full strength, and intentionally trying to come up with a set of life and death. Listening to the miserable screams of the man in front of her, Ren Yunshu's heart felt unprecedentedly soothing and painful. Turns out that being an abuser actually feels so good. She looked at the agonizing Yi Chongqing, the corner of her mouth hooked into a sardonic smile as she walked over to him. The whip gently scratched across the agonized face, and his voice was icy cold. So you still know pain? Yi Chongqing gritted his teeth and said, Nonsense. I'm not a dead man, so hurry up and untie me. I'm telling you, if I tell Su Wushu about this, you'll just wait for death. Hearing this, Ren Yunshu immediately snorted. Hee hee. Before you had so many racks and were indifferent to the sect leader, but now that you know you're going to die, you have her in your heart? This sentence could be said to have choked Yi Chongqing. It seems like is still true, but now, in this situation, he couldn't care less. Who knows what this woman is mad about? Yi Chongqing gritted his teeth and said in agony, Since you know, why don't you let go of me? If you let go, I won't talk to her about today. Ren Yunshu sneered and said, To tell you the truth, the sect leader has left Misty Mountain, and I am now in charge of things here. Boom! As if a thunderbolt had exploded, Yi Chongqing's heart instantly cooled by half. However, he was still grasping for one last straw. She's always coming back, isn't she? Ren Yunshu smiled and said with a wry smile, Of course, I naturally took this into consideration. Yi Chongqing was shocked and said, You want to kill to silence? Ren Yunshu smiled disdainfully. Killing to silence? Am I that stupid? After saying that, she took out an elixir from her bosom. This is the forgetfulness pill. It can make you forget the memories of the past few days. Boom! Another thunderclap. Now Yi Chongqing's heart was considered completely cold. Its ing obviously prepared. Yi Chongqing wanted to cry and said, No, where exactly did I mess with you? I cured you and dragged you back from the gates of hell. Is this how you treat your savior? Can it be that there really isn't a single good person in the Golden Snake Demon cult? Hearing this, Ren Yunshu almost didn't explode her lungs. Her pretty face red with anger as she lifted the whip and wanted to whip down again. Good guy, bad guy, you're the biggest bad guy of all. Despicable and shameless scum. She frantically poked Yi Chongqing's heart with her whip and gritted her teeth. What have you done to me? Don't you know in your own heart? Asshole, if it wasn't for the sake of the sect master, I would have killed you, thwarted your bones and chopped them up to feed the dogs. Yi Chongqing was so confused by what he heard. What did I do? It was Ren Yunshu's turn to be dumbfounded. Although she was a member of the devil cult, it was the first time she had seen such a shameless man after living for so long. Ren Yunshu clenched her fists hard and cackled. I have never seen your kind, a brazen man. You lecherous doctor. In the name of healing the sick, but in reality, your heart is filthy. You undressed me, slighted me, humiliated me. A person like you, Dying 1,000,000 times is not enough to die. Finally, Yi Chongqing heard it. Sense. Is this thing? Looking at the woman in front of him, who was angry and in a state of madness, he cried and laughed. I am only a doctor. There is no man or woman in the eyes of a doctor, only the patient. When you do surgery, you definitely need to take off your clothes. How am I supposed to do it with clothes on? I don't have perspective eyes. As soon as the words fell, Ren Yunshu angrily rebuked. You're still sophomoric. Then let me ask you, did you give me that weird poison to drink in the beginning? It made me unable to move my body and left me to be humiliated by you. So let me ask you, did you grope me afterward? So let me ask you, did you also draw me naked on paper? You despicable scum. You asshole died. In the end, Ren Yunshu actually squatted on the ground and sobbed uncontrollably. This time it was Yi Chongqing's turn to be confused. Not. Why are you still crying? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he explained. That drug? It's actually a numbing agent. I'll put you under the knife when you're awake. Aren't you afraid of the pain? When I operated on you, I cut off several chunks of rotting flesh from your body. Ren Yunshu reddened her moist eyes and said, Then why are you touching me? Yi Chongqing smiled awkwardly and said helplessly, To tell the truth, I want to study you. Studying me? Ren Yunshu was dumbfounded at first, but immediately followed by anger. You're lying to ghosts. I'm going to beat you up. With that, she wiped away her tears and picked up the whip again. Yi Chongqing's liver and guts cracked, and he hurriedly said, I didn't lie to you. You've been infected with the bereavement storm epidemic, and if I want to save those who have been infected with this epidemic, I definitely need to research it first. You're the first person I've ever met. That's why I'm like this. Also, I did make a mistake by not talking to you. Ren Yunshu said angrily. Then I'm asking you why you didn't talk to me. Yi Chongqing carefully said, It's not because I'm afraid that you won't agree. That's why I'm making a decision first. And come on. I'm a man and you're a woman. You don't seem to be at a disadvantage. Yi Chongqing silently thought in his heart. This point of the female world is good. Inverted Big Dipper. Chapter 31. Then Lord Sect Leader did have something wrong with him. In fact, Yi Chongqing was definitely not this kind of person before. However, along with Su Wushu's demonic brainwashing these days, it was only then that he, to a greater or lesser extent, had some influence. Hearing Yi Chongqing's words so bluntly, she, Ren Yunshu, then remembered that what Yi Chongqing said seemed to be right. This has always been the case in the ancient realm of Taiyin. It would be a great honor for a woman to be actively pursued by a man. Something that can make other women envious for the rest of their lives. Wait. Why am I thinking of this? For a moment, Ren Yunshu's face reddened. This time it wasn't red with anger, it was red with shame. I can't think about that. I can't apologize to the Godfather. Soon. Ren Yunshu's gaze cleared and she rushed at Yi Chongqing again. Good. Count yourself as passing. Yi Chongqing skimmed his lips. Feel free. Can you untie me now? Who knows that in the next second? Ren Yunshu exploded again and said angrily, Who told you to untie me? You're dreaming. Hand over your painting. Hearing this, Yi Chongqing was truly speechless. With a thought, the experiment report hidden in the black tripod appeared in Ren Yunshu's hand. See for yourself. Ren Yunshu willow eyebrow slightly knit. A hand picked up, fixed eyes to see, above which has what painting, only densely written full of countless handwriting. There's normalcy, demonization, epidemic, and a whole bunch of other terms that I can't even read. You. What are you? She looked up, her expression no longer the anger she had before. There was only endless embarrassment. You didn't draw me. Yi Chongqing snorted coldly and said, So, are you satisfied? Ren Yunshu couldn't help but freeze at her words. She did get angry before, but now that the truth is out, why is she not the slightest bit happy? But on the contrary, she is still lost. After a long silence, Ren Yunshu untied Yi Chongqing, so that he finally didn't have to cost Jesus anymore. That
I'm sorry.
is that I misunderstood you. Yi Chongqing glared at her without a good mood, and couldn't help but lower his head to look at the 2 whip marks that were bloodied, crying without tears. Look at the beating you gave me. Su Wu Dirt didn't even dare to hit me when he was around. You actually dared. Ren Yunshu jabbed her finger and said, I'm sorry, well, I apologize to you. Yi Chongqing said, You should change this character, you strike indiscriminately. Young men like me, even if it's not. What if it's an old man of age? Ren Yunshu jabbed her finger and said, then I apologize to the old man. And what if the baby? Then I apologize to the child. Your character needs to change. Then I apologize to me.
Ye Chang.
The view of misty mountains at night is beautiful. The moon and the stars are thin, and the alabaster is high. He had the habit of taking walks at night. Only this night it was no longer Su Wui beside him, but another woman. Ren Yunshu smiled helplessly and replied, it's like this Then this matter of Lord Sect Leader is not done very right, so it turns out that you also have bitter feelings. Yi Chongqing glanced at her and said, that's right. I haven't even seen her face in 3 years, and just met her and forced me to follow her. How can that be? Ren Yunshu thoughtfully said, it is so then, although I have not read any books, but I think that feelings also need to be slowly cultivated. Love is a delicacy. You cannot treat her as if she were fast food. If the latter, there is always a time when you get tired of eating. Yi Chongqing was slightly stunned, crying and laughing. You golden snake demon sect, there is still some kind of cleansing society per capita philosophers? Ren Yunshu tilted her head and looked at the man beside her, and under the moonlight, he was like a silver veil, holy and flawless. The corners of her mouth turned up with a hint of a curve. Just feeling it. Suddenly, she grabbed Yi Chongqing's hand. Yi Chongqing was slightly startled as his gaze fell on her. What's wrong? Ren Yunshu blushed and whispered, Mr. Evergreen has a beautiful moon tonight. Yi Chongqing dumbly laughed. Fortunately, he was a traveler. If the local natives heard this, they would really think that they were boasting about the moon. After a long time, Yi Chongqing still let go of the woman's hand. He turned of and raised his head to look at the full moon in the sky and muttered, when I was young, I didn't know the moon. I called it a white jade disk. The beauty of the moon is in its whiteness and lack of dirt and blemishes. And that's what makes it most attractive. When Ren Yunshu heard this, her petite body trembled slightly, and her eyes showed a hint of loss. Does Mr. Evergreen mean that I'm not pure and innocent? That I'm dirty? Yi Chongqing turned back, his gaze lingering on her for a moment, and said indifferently, this question, I don't think I need to tell you the answer. If you want an answer, you can go and walk around Songzhou and see what this vibrant land has become after the arrival of your golden snake demon cult. Yi Chongqing clearly felt the wariness of the woman beside him, but he ignored it and continued, I'm a doctor, and my greatest enemy is sickness. Besides, I don't like the moon. I love the sun. The night always clears and the dawn will come. Yi Chongqing took a deep breath, smiled at the lost her and said, all right, it's getting late. I should go back to rest. Also, you'd better persuade your godmother Sama that evil is not good. And if she doesn't leave, it's time to pay the price for what she's done. Early the next morning, Yi Chongqing was awakened by a fierce quarrel. This is where Mr. Evergreen lives. He is a medical practitioner and is able to treat injured sisters. Then what are you waiting for? Let him out. We've injured so many people. If we don't save them all, it'll be too late. But Mr. Evergreen seems to be extremely close to the sect leader. Will we upset the sect leader if we do this? Just then, a gasp came from the crowd. Lord Black Envoy has arrived. Everyone get out of the way. As the words fell, Ren Yunshu's voice came over. Without last night's gentleness, only coldness and killing intent remained. You guys are so bold. Do you want to die? The people were silenced and bowed their heads in fear. Ren Yunshu swept her gaze across the crowd, but in the end, she let out a long sigh. All of you get lost. If you dare to make any more noise here, the rules of the sect will severely punish you. Only, in the face of these murderous words, none of these people were willing to leave. A moment later, a young girl summoned up the courage to say, Lord Black Clothes Ambassador, the sisters are seriously injured, and if they are not saved, I am afraid. Yes, we're also doing this for everyone's sake. Why don't we implore Lord Black Envoy to go and meet Mr. Evergreen and ask him to make a move? We implore your honor to step in. Ren Yunshu was speechless for a moment. As a black-clothed ambassador, she was currently temporarily in charge of Misty Mountain, and she knew everything about the current situation. The number of wounded is in the thousands, and these are still the co-religionists. If you count the others, the number starts at 50,000 or more. After a long time, Ren Yunshu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I know. No matter what, you guys go first. When she finished, she stepped into the small courtyard. Chapter 32 Poor Counting Points of Bodhi Water. Inside the house, Yi Chongqing had woken up a long time ago, and he naturally heard the situation outside clearly. It was just that, at this moment, he was in a heavenly battle within himself. The Golden Snake Demon Cult undoubtedly was the guilty party. The sins they had committed in the Floating Moon Dynasty, in Songzhou, could not be adequately described with the words, too many to mention. What makes yourself to be saved? But immediately afterward, the other side of Yi Chongqing added, a healer, seeking a prescription to save people. There are no good or evil people, men or women in your eyes, only patience. Have you forgotten? Once promised that old man that in this life and the next, I will be without me, healing the sick and saving people. At that moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Yi Chongqing frowned slightly and sighed softly. Neither looked up nor moved as if he hadn't heard. Ren Yunshu's gaze fell on Yi Chongqing on the bed, and she sighed at the same time. She really didn't know what to say. Yi Chongqing was willing to save himself, and that was for Su Wushu's face. But who was he to save the followers of the Golden Snake Demon Cult? He's from the Floating Moon Dynasty's side. Staying on the side of the Golden Snake Demon sect, from the beginning to the end, is Su Wushu forced him to. Between internal complications, Ren Yunshu had already walked to the bedside. Before he could open his mouth, he heard Yi Chongqing's voice coming leisurely. Saving can be done. You let Su Wushu take a heavenly poisonous oath in front of me. In this life and in this world, he must never do something like Songzhou again. Ren Yunshu's delicate body trembled violently, and subconsciously then shook her head. How could she do it? Not to mention her, even if Su Wushu really did it, it wouldn't help. Because without Su Wushu, there is still Li Wushu and Zhang Wushu. Mr. Evergreen. Me, she said dryly with a clench of her teeth. We are also following orders. Yi Chongqing glanced at her slightly and said indifferently, whose orders? Your own orders or the orders of that so-called purification society? Is it not a betrayal of your conscience to raise the butcher's knife to plague the world? Ren Yunshu was dumbfounded. Mr. Evergreen. Me. Yi Chongqing silently rolled over, turned his back to her and said, you Golden Snake Demon Cult? It's outrageous. I won't save it. Not to save a wicked man who raises a butcher's knife, to save a wicked man, is a crime against the innocent. Only, as the words fell, a pounding sound was heard from behind him. Yi Chongqing frowned slightly and turned around to see Ren Yunshu unexpectedly kneeling on the ground. In the female-dominated world, a woman kneels to a man, which is to be laughed at by other women for the rest of her life, and even men have to make a few jokes. However, Ren Yunshu couldn't care less. She knew very well that the conditions Yi Chongqing had proposed were simply impossible to fulfill. She knew very well that her always eloquent self was all in vain before this man of integrity and selflessness, of good and evil. She knows better. Today's Golden Snake Demon sect. There are still tens of thousands of people waiting to be saved. She had no choice. Sir.
I'm sorry.
Please don't laugh at me. It's all I can do. It's the only way I can show my sincerity. Looking at the woman kneeling on the ground sobbing uncontrollably, Yi Chongqing's heart became even more mixed. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had been knelt down by a woman. Not to mention that this was a female world. Even in his previous life, he had never experienced it. What are you doing? Get up. Yi Chongqing gulped and reached out to yank her. As a result, who knows, the woman's legs were like roots. No matter how much they were yanked, they just refused to get up. Well, you can never drag someone who wants to be on their knees themselves. Yi Chongqing gave up and said in a bad mood, I still say the same thing. Let Su Wushu take a poisonous oath. There's no need for you to kneel down because of her. However, Ren Yunshu immediately said, Mr. Evergreen, you should also know that we, the Golden Snake Demon Cult, are just an organization under the Polyester Society. Without Su Wuyun, there are other Wyans. There's no point in doing this. She propped her hands helplessly on the ground, tears rolling down from her eyes. I'm sorry. I know it's shameless, but I really can't help it. What Yi Chongqing can't see is a woman crying. Not to mention a beautiful woman. Once he cried, the qi nurturing technique directly broke in half. You get up first, men. Cough. Daughter's knees have gold. Who knew that Ren Yunshu was not generally stubborn? She just wouldn't get up. Please, Mr. Evergreen Chunquan, whether you call me shameless or vile, I willingly accept it, but I implore you to save them. Yi Chongqing still didn't speak, but closed his eyes. Calling her names? What?
Moral abduction?
Didn't they say, feel free to curse, it doesn't matter as long as you save lives? After a long time, Yi Chongqing finally let out a long sigh. He slowly opened his eyes while mouthing, I. However, in the next second, the words in Yi Chongqing's mouth suddenly choked in his throat, because the Ren Yunshu in front of him at some point had removed everything from her body behind his back. Before him was a flawless body, white and red. Ren Yunshu let out a bitter smile and said, Don't worry. If you want to cross the other shore, you should first offer the heart incense. She raised her head, her blood-colored pupils full of clarity. My heart and hands are dirty, but my body is clean, shameless or despicable. There are principles for the wicked. The price I pay will surely satisfy you. After saying that, she slowly stood up from the ground and stepped closer towards Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing man was dumbfounded. His whole face was written with a cackle. You wait. Not so much, not so much. He grabbed aside his own white robe and tried to drape it over her, covering the coveted body. Only, just as Yi Chongqing had just stood up, the entire person instantly turned heaven and earth, and his brain became chaotic. At the moment of unconsciousness, he saw on a sideboard, burning an ecstasy incense. The grade of this ecstasy incense was such that even a strong person of the god transformation realm would be intoxicated by smelling it. Dazed and confused as Tarzan. Again, it's like standing on top of a mountain, wrapped in soft clouds. The mountain breeze was blowing, but the heart could not be calmed. Poor counting points of Bodhi water. Misty Mountain, Golden Snake Demon Sect Temporary Medical Center. Yi Chongqing is busy. On the side, Ren Yunshu was extraordinarily diligent, living like Yi Chongqing's medicine boy. Yi Chongqing sighed softly and said helplessly, Why are you so bitter? Ren Yunshu froze at his words. A blush surfaced on her pretty face and said, Don't worry. This is just a secret between the two of us. You are still a person of Lord Sect leader. That's the same as saying, You're not responsible for this. I volunteered. Although this was the world of women's respect, women who did these things were not at a disadvantage and belonged to the category of taking advantage of the sky. But Yi Chongqing, there is always some prickling and scratching in his heart, and he is a little overjoyed. In fact, she didn't have to do this at all because Yi Chongqing's unfinished sentence, the complete sentence is probably, You take me there. Who would have thought that Ren Yunshu would suddenly come up with this? But it's happened. There's no point in saying anything. This matter of Ren Yunshu was not without its benefits. That is, it caused Yi Chongqing to feel guilty. When people feel guilty, it's like making amends, and the more they make amends, the more serious they get. Take these herbs, be careful. They can be tens of thousands of years old. Chapter 33. Fallen Immortal Poppy. Huh? Tens of thousands of years. Would it be a bit too expensive? Ren Yunshu's expression instantly became extraordinarily tense. She just wanted to ask Yi Chongqing for help, but didn't want him to break the bank too much. Yi Chongqing didn't have the heart to say, Go on then, it'll get better fast. Herbs such things, although rare, but Yi Chongqing is still quite open. There is no end to find that is. Moreover, in his mind, compared to a woman's chastity, what were tens of thousands of years of herbs? Thank you? Ren Yunshu pondered for a moment and solemnly took it, but she immediately added, I will take it as I owe you a favor. Immediately after that, she took a knife out of her arms. Yi Chongqing was startled. What do you want?
Ren Yunshu hurriedly explained.
You. Don't be afraid. This is my gift to you. She handed it over, hung her head low, blushed and whispered, Actually, I'm from the Northern Shao dynasty, and although women are still honored, the women of our grassland nation are not allowed to have sex with other men at will after marrying their husbands. If forced to do so, you must use this knife to protect your last dignity if necessary. Yi Chongqing frowned slightly. It wasn't that he didn't know this, on the contrary, he knew very well that the Northern Shao dynasty did have this bit of inverted Big Dipper's rules. The Northern Shao dynasty was a grassland nation, and when their women came of age, the mother of the family would build a knife and gift it to the child, naming it the chastity blade. Even though they are still monogamous, they still protect their chastity for all the men they are with. If they are in danger, they will use this knife to kill their enemies or commit suicide. Looking at the chastity blade that Ren Yunshu handed over, Yi Chongqing awkwardly said, What are you giving me this for? Ren Yunshu's face was red, and the shame on her face had reached the extreme. She said with difficulty, What I mean is that this knife and I are connected by heart. If you are in danger in the future, just clutch the knife in your hand and shout my name 3 times. No matter how far away it is, I will be able to sense it and come to your rescue. Saying this, Ren Yunshu also calmed down and looked at the man in front of her, saying seriously, please do take it. The words have been said to this point. Yi Chongqing originally wanted to open his mouth to refuse, but at the solemn and serious look of Ren Yunshu, his stomach full of words stuck in his throat. After a long time, Yi Chongqing finally guffawed and reached out to take the knife. I hope there isn't a day when I can use it, Ren Yunshu said with a bitter smile. Yi Chongqing nodded slightly and smiled. All right, it's better to boil the medicine. Misty western hills. There was an inexplicable scent of flowers coming from the forest path. The aroma, so like an orchid and like a peony. The aroma travels for miles and is mesmerizing to smell. That's why it attracts a lot of wild bees and butterflies. What's going on? Why does it smell so good? A few golden snake demon cultists sniffed and approached towards this trail. One of the religious at the head of the group tightened his face, looked around and said, Be smart all of you. Recently the Floating Moon Dynasty's Everlasting Victory Army has been stationed at the nearest Endless City. If they launch a sneak attack, we'll be all screwed. Big sister, you can rest assured. When we were in the Snowy Mountain Plateau, it's not like we haven't fought with the official army. They are just so-so. As long as we don't take the initiative to attack, they will surely choose to cower and not come out. Who knew that Big Sister was glaring fiercely at the religious person who spoke and chided? What do you know? The one who led the ever-victorious army here this time is the eldest princess of the dynasty. Let me tell you, she's not an ordinary person. People can't cultivate until they're 15 years old, and as a result, after being cured of a smallpox attack, she actually opened up her spiritual aperture and then worshipped the Chonghua Immortal Palace. It only took less than 3 years to break through to the harmonization stage. How dare you believe this? Upon hearing this, several of the congregants were dumbfounded. Breaking through from 0 to harmonization in 3 years. How is this possible? It's not possible for this dam to eat pills so fast. Big Sister took a deep breath and said, it's better to be careful. In case that woman doesn't follow the rules and comes to sneak up on us, what can we do? The crowd nodded their heads in succession, and a look of awe surfaced on their faces. However, right at this moment, a delicate female voice steeply appeared behind them. What are you guys looking for? The voice is not big, but it seems to be extremely penetrating. Instantly these few religious all creepy, cold sweat straight up. Who? Come out here. The eldest sister, fighting for courage, turned around with a long knife in her hand to look behind her. But there was nothing behind him but thick woods. But then, out of nowhere, a gust of wind came to his ears. Immediately afterward, she distinctly felt that someone was in her ear, seemingly blowing on it. The exhaled aroma brushed against her earlobe and burrowed into her ear, and the big sister felt a tingling sensation all over her body. Who the hell is it? She took the knife and subconsciously slashed towards her side. As a result, the long knife slashed at the tree, and the body remained empty. In this way, this group of people were all scared out of their wits. It can't be a ghost, can it? Big sister, what do we do? I think it's 80% that what's his name, the holy daughter of the Chonghua Immortal Palace, the eldest princess of the Floating Moon Dynasty, is here. The words just fell, just above the heads of the crowd, but actually a burst of delicate chanting laughter sounded. I didn't think that you guys are quite smart. The crowd was alarmed and rushed to look overhead again, only to see that in the treetops above his head, there was actually a red dress with white hair, holding a handful of blood-red flowers. The young girl's face was absolutely beautiful. Her phoenix eyes were narrow and slightly narrowed, and the knitted brows between her eyebrows always carried a soul-stirring, seductive beauty. But this kind of beauty is not the kind of beauty that is pure and elegant, nor is it enchanting and charming. Rather, it is beauty with poison, with epileptic bloodlust. And the flower in her hand was more than indicative of that.
Fallen immortal poppy.
It is so poisonous and hallucinogenic that even the gods and goddesses smell its aroma and become addicted to it and fall. You. Who are you? The big sister asked as her liver and guts cracked and her trembling body looked at the young girl. The corners of the young girl's mouth raised in a flirtatious arc, playing with the fallen immortal poppy in her hand as she chanted in that enchanting and melodious voice. The jade bone should have been planted in the Yao garden, but it was the poppy dew that tainted the fragrance. 3 nights of nightmares wrapped around icy wrists, a pillow of madness devouring snowy cheeks, slowly twisting the remnants of the flowers to curdle the blood, idly throwing the broken moon to bury the deserted platform. The most sentimental of all is the flotsam of the Agar Palace, which still blooms to the sick places of the earth. She sat on the treetop, propped up her jaw, her expression seemed to be smiling, and said word for word, Qianghua Immortal Palace, Xiaowang Shu. The words fell. A charming aroma lingered around. A group of believers felt dizzy. Their bodies were all light and airy, a comfortable feeling that they had never experienced before. Only they didn't realize that right underneath their feet, in the eyes of the young girl teasing as if she were watching a play, a fallen immortal poppy rose up from the ground. 3, 2, 1. The counting sound of the young girl ends. The 8 golden snake demon sect masters, 3 Yuaning and 5 Jindan, all fell to the ground. The breath is all gone. They died with a look of unprecedented joy on their faces. The only remaining big sister didn't seem to be affected. It wasn't that her cultivation was heavenly, but the young girl didn't want to kill her at the moment. She looked at the red-clothed, white-haired girl in front of her in horror, her body shaking like a sieve. Don't kill me. Chapter 34, 300,000 against 100,000. Advantage me? Spare me. The big sister flung herself to her knees, tears in her eyes. Xia Wangshu let out a light laugh, and with a gentle leap, he jumped in front of her. The bare jade feet stepped on the ground, but they were spotless, and each toe, it seemed as if it was like beautiful jade. The aroma of the fallen immortal poppy kept drilling into her nostrils, and her whole body was like a drunken cloud. Xia Wangshu's hand, gently pressed on her shoulder, said with a faint smile, "Want to live?" The big sister nodded her head in a hurry. "Wanna live, wanna live." Seeing this, Xia Wangshu nodded with an approving face and said, "It's good that you want to live. It seems that not everyone in the Golden Snake Demon cult is so persistent." She played with the fallen poppy in her hand, the petals brushing against her big sister's face, from her nose to her lips and back again. Finally, Xia Wangshu got close to her big sister's ear and asked in a low voice, "Then tell me, did you arrest a man?" The big sister was shocked at her words and couldn't help but raise her head to stare at Xia Wangshu. "How do you know?" Xia Wangshu wore a smile on her face and said, "Although time is not precious to me, I still don't want you to waste my time. You only need to answer my questions." It was obviously a smile on his face, but it was creepy. Big sister hurriedly said, Yes, and it's also a doctor. He's a healing cultivator. Medical monks?" No one expected that right at the moment when these 4 words of medical cultivator were exported. Xia Wangshu's face changed violently. Instead of the enchanting epilepsy from before, there was a strong shock. A moment later, Xia Wangshu frowned slightly, the fallen immortal poppy raised slightly, and the big sister kneeling on the ground was lifted up from the ground out of thin air, hard and fast, as if she was being choked by an invisible force. Xia Wangshu asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure you're a medical practitioner?" The big sister was in tears and said, "Yes. He's still healing our congregation." "Where is he?" Xia Wangshu snapped. This bellowing sound almost didn't shake big sister's eardrums to rupture. This woman, what a lunatic. No way, Mr. Yi is my savior. If he hadn't saved my sister, I'm afraid my sister would have died. Never reveal Mr. Ye's whereabouts, even if it means death. Thinking of this, the big sister returned to a look of awe and said, "That medical monk, it seems that he went to the East Mountain side to pick herbs. I've said it all, will you spare me?" Having received the answer, Xia Wangshu's tightly frowning brows slightly loosened. The big sister, who was pinched in mid-air by the big hand of emptiness, also fell head over heels. "Yourself? Saved?" A flash of joy appeared on her face and she hurriedly said gratefully to Xia Wangshu, "Thank you for not killing me." Xia Wangshu smiled faintly and said adorably, "That's fine. Then I'll go to Dongshan to look for him. So make way and lend a hand." After saying that, she stepped over her big sister with her slender legs. Just a second after Xia Wangshu brushed past her for a moment. A fallen fairy poppy, pierced like a spike from the dirt beneath her. The woman's eyes were wide open and she was trembling as blood spurted out of her mouth. On top of her head, a flower bloomed. Looking at the red-clothed, white-haired girls fading back, the woman murmured unwillingly under her breath, "Despicable, shameless, untrustworthy." But soon, she too became a cold corpse, becoming the sustenance for this fallen immortal poppy. The other side, along with more and more battles, the number of wounded that the Golden Snake Demon sect sent to Misty Monster Mountain grew exponentially. Gradually, the healing herbs that Yi Chongqing had stored in the Black Cauldron over the years had been squandered to the bottom. But the wounded, they are still growing. Ren Yunshu was also incredibly anxious to find Yi Chongqing and said, "Mr. Chongqing, do you have more? Another batch of wounded has been sent." Yi Chongqing was furious. "It's gone. What is your sect master thinking? Still want to fight? Must the whole army be wiped out before she is satisfied? Didn't I tell you to inform her to give the order to retreat?" Yi Chongqing was a healer, and even though the Golden Snake Demon cult was currently considered the biggest villainous force he had encountered, he was still incomparably furious when he looked at so many miserable patients. Anger at Su Wushu's cold-bloodedness. So what if you're resilient and your ambition is higher than the sky? It all boils down to the same thing. With the gentlemen do not talk about the matter of the feudal lords. A general success will be 10,000 bones withered. Run Yunshu's face blanched at this loud yell, and she couldn't help but lower her head, saying, "Yes, I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? It's not like I scolded you." Yi Chongqing was speechless. He found that every time he lost his temper, Ren Yunshu would always immediately bow her head and apologize. How could this still look like the second in command of the Golden Snake Demon sect, the hallowed black-clothed ambassador? Ren Yunshu laughed bitterly. "I talked to the sect master. The sect master only let me stay in the Misty Mountains. Other things do not need to heart." Yi Chongqing snorted. "Oh, she's so calm and relaxed, planning to rely on the 300,000 rabble left now to deal with 100,000 elite troops of the Floating Moon Dynasty. Do you really think that 300,000 versus 100,000 is an advantage for me?" Ren Yunshu was still loyal to Su Wushu. Seeing Yi Chongqing denigrate her idol so much, she couldn't help but say, "The sect leader should still have her considerations. Let's focus on the big picture. You can pull it off." Yi Chongqing had a helpless look on his face and directly stood up and was about to walk out. Ren Yunshu was instantly anxious and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Evergreen, what are you doing?" Yi Chongqing didn't have the good sense to say, "There's no more herbs. There's a valley over the East Mountain with quite a lot of herbs. I'll go over and pick some." It turned out to be picking herbs, and she thought Yi Chongqing was angry and wanted to leave. Her heart was relieved, but Ren Yunshu still said, "Shall I accompany you?" Yi Chongqing said without turning his head back, "No need. Stay here to look after your big picture." Obviously, he was still angry at Su Wui's decision. Although Run Yunshu was worried, she was more afraid of Yi Chongqing's anger, so she could only stay where she was and silently watched him leave. However, she still believed that Yi Chongqing would not take this opportunity to escape. If he wanted to escape, he would have run away long ago. Why would he need to stay here for the sake of so many injured members of the Golden Snake Demon sect, and take the herbs that he had collected over the years? The Misty Mountains are indeed a strange place. On the western mountain grew the spiritual herbs used by alchemists, while this land on the eastern mountain was the medicinal herbs used by physicians. He naturally couldn't pick that much by himself, so he still brought more than 20 Golden Snake Demon cultists to help with the picking. A congregant ran to Yi Chongqing with a storage ring and respectfully inquired, "Mr. Chongqing, which of these herbs do we need?" Yi Chongqing said indifferently, "Basically, as much as I can step on." The religious sniffed and hurried down to make arrangements. More than 20 people were all out, just like the wind sweeping away the leaves, frantically pocketing all the medicinal herbs growing on the ground. Of course, Yi Chongqing didn't watch from the sidelines and joined in. Right at this moment, a flower as bright red as blood appeared in front of Yi Chongqing. "Huh?"
Fallen immortal poppy.
Yi Chongqing's brows suddenly furrowed and his face changed slightly. The flower, the fallen immortal poppy, belonged to both spiritual herbs and medicinal herbs. It is used by alchemists and healing practitioners. Alchemists need it to make some elixirs that can produce hallucinations, as well as some evil elixirs that control people's souls and bodies. As for medical practitioners, they would be more inclined to utilize it to relieve pain, coughs, and diarrhea. However, the medicinal effects of the fallen immortal poppy were so strong that medical practitioners would often only go and pick the juvenile fallen immortal poppy. And this one in front of me, the vintage reached at least 1,000 years. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chongqing still stretched out his hand toward this fallen immortal poppy. Chapter 35 Reunion. Although the year was long, It was nothing to a top medical practitioner like Yi Chongqing. His control over the dosage of medication was at a fever pitch. However, what killed Yi Chongqing did not expect. Just at the moment when his hand was about to touch this fallen immortal poppy, as if it was alive, directly disappeared in place. Yi Chongqing froze and subconsciously looked up. Only the disappearing fallen immortal poppy appeared in a position 10 meters in front of him. However, he was not surprised because the last 1,000 years of fallen immortal poppy has a spirit. You go to catch it, it is strange if it does not run. This is why healers will only pick young fallen immortal poppies, because the adults don't have that ability. Yi Chongqing shook his head and helplessly walked towards it. Turned out, unsurprisingly, that it ran away again. Once or twice was just fine, but as a result, on the third and fourth time, Yi Chongqing found nothing. In this way, he was a bit furious and directly mobilized his aura and lunged towards fallen immortal poppy. The speed of a Jindan stage cultivator was still more than enough to face a 1,000-year-old fallen immortal poppy. However, when Yi Chongqing flew and pounced over to him, then spread out his hand to look at the empty image in the palm of his hand, he was instantly dumbfounded. Is this hardly 10,000 years old? Fallen immortal poppy over 10,000 years old. Yi Chongqing swallowed his saliva. He had picked up a treasure. No matter what, he had to get his hands on this fallen immortal poppy. It was just that he was getting farther and farther away from the large group because he was chasing this fallen immortal poppy. Many congregants saw this scene and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Evergreen, what are you?" Yi Chongqing glanced back at the crowd and smiled bitterly. "You guys keep collecting. I'll come back after picking up a spirit medicine." After all of them had a mission, and it was not good to say anything more when they heard that. In this way, Yi Chongqing completely disconnected from them. Without realizing it, Yi Chongqing came to a mountain path. On both sides of the road grow tall and lush bamboos. The fallen poppy was still not far away, swaying as a maiden mocking at her pickers. Yi Chongqing gritted his teeth in anger. "Just run away. When I catch you, I'll boil you into medicinal juice." The fallen immortal poppy seemed to be able to understand Yi Chongqing's threat, and surprisingly dodged once more, appearing further away. Yi Chongqing was furious and immediately chased after him again. However, this time, releasing him with a flying lunge that once again came to nothing. He looked up for a moment and froze. This place, as it were, is a new world. There were countless blooming flowers everywhere, in an endless variety of colors. The scent of the flowers kept pouring into Yi Chongqing's nostrils, and the rich aroma made him unable to help but feel dizzy for a while. Ahem, there's such a thing as fragrance, and smelling it too much can make you feel dizzy and short of breath. Under exhaustion, Yi Chongqing couldn't help but lie down on the ground. No, it's gonna slow down. Only, just at the moment Yi Chongqing laid down and closed his eyes, he suddenly felt a fresh breeze in front of his face, and immediately after, it was as if something was pressed on his body. Yi Chongqing was shocked and hurriedly opened his eyes, but they were empty again. Who? With his intuition, it was impossible to feel wrong. There was indeed someone just now. Just then, Yi Chongqing felt, again, a hint of itchiness coming from his neck. Fruity. Yi Chongqing first purposely didn't feel it, letting the itch spread on his body. Subsequently, taking advantage of the momentary inattention of the figure behind him, Yi Chongqing steeply struck out, violently grabbing a wrist and flipping his body over, while a sharp sword appeared in his hand. Ah! Yi Chongqing looked dazedly at the young girl who was being held down by her own death, her eyes filled with intense shock. The young girl's eyebrows contained spring. "That eyes are like pulling silk," softly said. "Just met. You pressed me down. How? My body, so let you obsessed." Yi Chongqing shivered and hastily threw the sword in his hand to the side, but still said suspiciously, "So it's the eldest princess, but why are you here?" That's right. This young girl in front of him, Yi Chongqing was familiar with her. 6 years ago, there was an outbreak of smallpox epidemic in the moon city of the floating moon dynasty, and it was himself who saved the life of this princess. I vaguely remember that she even sent someone to find herself 3 years later, asking her to go to Moon City to be her emperor's son-in-law. However, it was politely rejected by Yi Chongqing, who wrote a poem. However, Yi Chongqing did not wait for a reply from this floating moon dynasty Rapunzel. On the contrary, this Rapunzel suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Yi Chongqing's all-white robe with a heavy pull. Instantly, Yi Chongqing was directly dropped by her, and he pressed down on this Rapunzel again. The two were close at hand, and the unique fragrance of the princess kept sweeping Yi Chongqing. "I like it, why get up and go?" she said with a smirk. Yi Chongqing couldn't help but frown and smiled bitterly. "Rapunzel, you let go first? This kind of position? I'm not comfortable." Xia Wangshu let out a light laugh and said thoughtfully, "Like this? Then how about—" She paused, suddenly smiled wryly, and then rolled over in a steeple, and in an instant offense and defense changed shape. Xia Wangshu was mesmerized as she surveyed the man underneath her, slowly breathing in the man's unique androgynous scent. Her powerful limbs firmly clamped Yi Chongqing, deliberately making him unable to move, allowing himself to feel. Yi Chongqing finally came back to his senses, tried to struggle a little. Obviously, nothing useful. He cried and laughed and said, "What are you doing? Get up." Xia Wangshu sniffed, finally stopped, slightly raised his head and said with a smile, "What's your hurry? I haven't seen you for so long. Let me have a good sniff. Isn't it good?" It has indeed been a long time. He and Su Wushu only 3 years apart. But Xia Wangshu, it was a full 6 years. Only, Yi Chongqing said helplessly, "You're right, but you can't come up with this right off the bat. Princess, you are after all a princess of a country, the future empress of the floating moon dynasty. Doing this is a loss of your status." Hearing this, Xia Wangshu's lips pouted slightly, obviously very unhappy with Yi Chongqing's words. She sighed in a small voice, her jade-like fingertips lightly tapping Yi Chongqing's thin lips, murmuring, You're still like this." As the words fell, she actually completely lay on top of Yi Chongqing, bringing her crimson rouge lips, which were as red as blood, to Yi Chongqing's ear. "The stars of heaven do not share the dust and sand, and the ocean has never contained dew. The ice heart of the ages seals the jade, and a lifetime of wind and snow thanks the peach blossoms."
Ye Changangs pupils suddenly shrunk.
ISNT this poem, the one he wrote about Xia Wangshu and politely rejected her 3 years ago. When Xia Wangshu saw Yi Chongqing's reaction, his face raised a wry smile. "You write really well. Far-reaching mood, profound ideology, gorgeous words." Speaking of this, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Her jade hands clutched Yi Chongqing's shoulders in a death grip and asked with a smirk, "Do you know how I felt when I looked at it at that time? Is it lost? Is it a release? Is it happy? Is it anger? Guess what?" Chapter 36, If we meet again, I will make you pay. Yi Chongqing was already at a complete loss for words at this point. It wasn't just this issue of Xia Wangshu, but the key was a state she was in now with herself. Those who have never eaten meat when they taste it once will remember how delicious it is. The saying that you can't eat your heart out is true. Xia Wangshu naturally also felt Yi Chongqing's wrongness, but she did not have the slightest hint of shyness. On the contrary, she lightly bit her finger and her figure moved subtly. Yi Chongqing's brain instantly went blank. His eyes rounded. "Yeah, you're shy." Xia Wangshu snorted, her tone seeming to carry a hint of mockery. Yi Chongqing wanted to cry and said, "You get up first. If there's anything you want to say, let's get up and talk about it." Who knew that Xia Wangshu was unforgiving? But instead, the strength of his legs gradually increased. This feeling was like being wrapped in fire, and beads of sweat had densely covered Yi Chongqing's entire body. The smirk on her face faded, and in its place, a hint of coldness. "To answer my question, guess what my reaction was when I looked at it?" Yi Chongqing was helpless and subconsciously said in a rush, "How do I know? If you're always going to put on a crazy face, then we're not going to have much to talk about." This feeling of being forcibly suppressed by a woman made Yi Chongqing very uncomfortable. Beat him to death for accepting it. Xia Wangshu's face finally sank when he heard this. "You are very good at it." Her tone was icy. Yi Chongqing swallowed his saliva and had an ominous premonition in his heart. As expected, the next second, Xia Wangshu was like a furious lion. His hands deadlocked Yi Chongqing's throat. She gritted her teeth and came up to the man in front of her. Her starry eyes rounded out, and her pupils, which were originally deep, actually began to become blood red at this time, eventually forming the appearance of a fallen immortal poppy. Not only that, her silky white hair was gradually dyed the color of blood. Xia Wangshu's hands were shaking madly, and Yi Chongqing, all suffocating feeling, also rolled in like a tidal wave. Is she going to kill herself? Yi Chongqing was fearful in his heart and hurriedly struggled to the death. However, with his Jindan stage cultivation, how could he be a match for Xia Wangshu, who was sufficiently at the harmonization stage? All in vain. He always paled before women. See, this is what happens when you don't practice hard enough. If you don't make an effort, you will be a woman's plaything. Xia Wangshu came up to Yi Changqing's face, and the tips of their noses had touched. Her fallen immortal poppy pupils flickered with red light as she murmured and whispered. At that time, when I saw that poem, I was close to having my heart and soul broken and spitting blood from my mouth. You know why I haven't come to you? It's not because I've given up on you. It's because I'm having trouble with my heart because of you. Go back 3 years. On the hospital bed, or the black hair of the young girl breath like a swimmer. The original pink lips at this time a black and blue, pale as paper without a trace of blood. Beside her, sat an old man dressed in rough linen. The old man could not seem to see a trace of cultivation, but the floating moon dynasty empress standing on one side, the ferrying stage powerhouse in front of him, actually did not dare to breathe a single breath. Because this old man was no one else but the Taiji Palace sect leader Zhenren Zhang. Real name Zhang Shunqing. After briefly taking her pulse, Zhang Zhenren released his hand and said to the floating moon empress on the side, "The princess's sickness is not in her body, but in her heart." In its heart. The floating moon empress was confused. She could not figure out Xia Wangshu Hall of a country's eldest princess, the future successor, want what things cannot get. How can the heart out of the problem? However, she still respectfully inquired, "Then may I ask Mr. Zhang, how should I be cured?" Zhang Zhenren sighed softly and said, "If you go off the deep end, poor Tao has some methods. It's just that the princess's problem doesn't arise from cultivation." He pondered for a moment and asked Xia Wangshu, who was lying on the side, with a stupefied face, "Dare I ask the princess, who is the person who made you this way? A disease of the body is easy, but a disease of the heart is hard to save." Whether it was a pill refiner or a medical practitioner from the ancient times, there was no prescription that could cure the heart disease. Of course, the heart disease here is not a heart attack as such. Rather, it means mental illness. Only, in the face of the respected Zhang Zhenren's personal inquiry, Xia Wangshu did not utter a single word from the beginning to the end. She looked exactly like someone who was already dead, her gaze always fixed on the flaming light on the palace beam. Dull, desperate, agonizing, crumbling. That's what she looks like at this point. She lived for so many years as a country's eldest princess, but could not cultivate, from childhood by the other royal sisters looked down on, until suffering from smallpox epidemic, will die when met that he had cured himself, and with some unknown method, he had also opened her meridians and remodeled her dantian, allowing her to cultivate. It was, as it were, a light of hope for a man who was drowning in the deep sea. However, he saved himself but ended up leaving without saying goodbye. She knew that he should have many unfinished business. Dreams. It's okay. One can wait. If 1 year doesn't work, then 2, and if 2 doesn't work, then 3. But, as an adult, she was full of anticipation and wanted to invite him to her side again. It was the first and the last invitation she had ever summoned the courage to make in this life. But what? And the result? In return, I got an icy one. A lifetime of wind and snow to thank the peach blossoms. Thank you, peach blossom. Hee hee. Thanks, peach blossom. Unprecedented pain. It was even more painful than the failed spiritual vein awakening when he was 8 years old. Obviously you've already saved me, but why can't you save me again? Do I have to drown in the water again? She spat blood from her mouth and fainted. Waiting to be discovered, the country's eldest princess is already out of oil. The heart is dead. Even the strength to look for him is gone. Zhang Zhenren finally gave a human approach. He and the Middle Kingdom's Cheonghua Immortal Palace Master Friendship perhaps can send Xia Wangshu, sent there, to see the Cheonghua Emperor. There is no cure. The floating moon empress agreed. Xia Wangshu was her own daughter. She had to live and take over her throne. So, carrying the mother emperor's reluctance, she came to the Cheonghua Immortal Palace. There she found a flower. It's beautiful, but with a highly toxic beauty. Fallen immortal poppy. Xia Wangshu knew that this flower was highly poisonous and knew that it was highly addictive, but only by reveling in the visions it brought. Could she meet him? So what if it's poisoned? So what if it's dead? It's better to be dead than to see him. So she wrote a song called Everlasting Love. Afraid of dusk, dusk again. Leaning alone on an empty building, tears swallowed in secret. Falling flowers like snow cover the heavy door. Remembering the king's kindness, I am negative about the king's kindness. An inch of tenderness and 100 inches of scars. This life is not a soul. Under the ravages of the fallen immortal poppy's intense poison, she was tortured to the point where she didn't look like a human being, and she didn't look like a ghost. She locked herself in the underground yellow springs by herself and spent her days in darkness. So she wrote another song, Butterfly Lovers. The nightmare of the night, the dark reddish-red wax beads, the cold illumination of the empty curtains, the dark seal of the departed soul. I wanted to turn my love for you into a bracelet, but my palm suddenly cracked the red lotus. Remember the painting of the eyebrow, her hand trembling. Soft words for 3 lives, soft words without separation. Tonight the rouge even ghost face, for you to peel the cocoon of the heart. Later, the maiden exchanged her white fairy dress for a red one. Later, the young girl's black hair turned white. Later, the young girl merged with the million-year-old fallen immortal poppy of the Agaric fairy palace. Later, the young girl is completely twisted. If we meet again, I will make you pay. Chapter 37. A Played Life. This feeling of dying was something Yi Changqing had never experienced in his life. He couldn't breathe a bit of oxygen. His face gradually turned blue, and his struggling limbs had stopped swinging. Right now, the only thing he could do was to look powerlessly at the red-clothed, white-haired girl in front of him. Just as in the beginning, the dark-haired girl looked at the flash of flame in despair. The wind and water had turned, and it seemed that now he was going to experience what Xia Wangshu had felt in the beginning. On the verge of death, Yi Changqing only had a few words left in his mind. She really wants to kill me. Xia Wangshu laughed hideously. No, it should be a twisted laugh to be precise. On the absolutely beautiful face, anger, resentment, love, and God, countless emotions piled up. Is it painful? Is it desperate? She let out a demonic whisper. Yi Changqing was speechless, and his pupils gradually laxed. Xia Wangshu laughed softly and said, At first I was also like this, Who asked you to save me once and won't save me a second time? And to write a poem of absolute humiliation. It's all you deserve, ya. Ha ha ha. Yi Changqing was helpless. He finally understood why Xia Wangshu wanted to kill himself. Just because he refused to marry her? How can a woman be so twisted over something like this? Are you still a human being? Yi Changqing struggled to squeeze out the words, but Xia Wangshu was hoarse and sneered. I've long since stopped being human, because I've long since turned into a ghost. It's all you're doing. You have yourself to blame. She renewed her power as if she were a volley. Yi Changqing completely lost any power to resist. Even speaking was deprived. But, whoosh, just in the nick of time, several arrows shot towards Xia Wangshu. It was accompanied by a few terrified cries. Save Mr. Yi! Kill that woman! It's a member of the Golden Snake Demon cult. At this time, Xia Wangshu had already gone crazy to the extreme. His attention was all on Yi Changqing. He didn't even think that someone would launch a sneak attack at this time. Several arrows shot hard into Xia Wangshu's back, and there was a muffled grunt, a wisp of blood greasy out from her already bright red lips. But fortunately, the stinging pain hit, and Xia Wangshu loosened her grip on Yi Changqing's neck. Yi Changqing finally got a chance to catch his breath. At this time, the 20 or so followers of the Golden Snake Demon sect killed as many as they could, and without exception, all of these people had entered a state of demonization. There was no way, despite winning by sneak attack, these people knew in their hearts that the strength of the woman in front of them was by no means comparable to their group of Jindan stage, Yuaning stage. A knife attacked. Xia Wangshu was calm and collected himself, smiled faintly and sidestepped to snatch it. Behind him came another knife, but Xia Wangshu's slender waist was like a snake, and with an extremely strange posture, he dodged it again. In the midst of the crowd, she was like a dancer among the flowers, dancing her soft and dexterous body with abandon. A few of the non-magicalized believers carried the breathless Yi Changqing on their backs, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Mr. Evergreen, are you okay? Yi Changqing coughed heavily a few times and said, Quickly go. You guys are not her opponent. Don't look at the crowd and Xia Wangshu fighting back and forth right now. But in reality, Xia Wangshu was purely teasing the group because he was winning. Unsurprisingly, when Xia Wangshu saw that Yi Changqing was escaping under the protection of a few people, she finally got her hands off her playfulness. and with a thought, a fallen immortal poppy appeared in her hand. I. Isn't it a bit much to try and take my toys away? As the words fell, she flicked her hand and the fallen immortal poppy in her hand spilled out a blood-red mist. The fog stained the congregants, and in but a few moments, all of these people were covered in fallen immortal poppies before collapsing to the ground and dying. Immediately after that, Xia Wangshu leapt forward and blocked Yi Chongqing's way. She looked at Yi Chongqing, who was half dead in the arms of a group of women with a smile on her face, and sneered, "Didn't you boast of having a heart for the world? How did you end up mixing with the evil cults?" Yi Chongqing was trembling with anger and said, "The Golden Snake Demon cult at least won't be gracious enough to repay them. I've been a doctor since the beginning, and it's my duty to cure you, but you're taking it that way. Don't you think it's ridiculous to expect without authorization, to break defense without authorization, to end up depressed and blame it all on me?" Yi Chongqing's words could be described as unceremonious, because it was originally the truth. Why should he take the blame? Loyal words were poked at, and Xia Wangshu was instantly poked in the sore spot. Her face was grim as she clutched the stem of the fallen immortal poppy in her hand, gritting her teeth. "I won't shed a tear until I see the coffin. After killing these few people around you, I'll torture you properly." The pupils of several congregants shrank, alarmed. Xia Wangshu was no longer planning to keep his hand. His harmonization stage cultivation was displayed, pressing everyone present completely out of breath. Yi Chongqing, who had the weakest cultivation, even vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot and collapsed on the ground. At that moment, Xia Wangshu moved. The bare jade feet dotted on the fallen immortal poppies blooming on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of the crowd. These believers only saw blood flowers lightly brushing their faces in front of their eyes, and in the next second they fell to the ground, lifeless. Everything flows. Xia Wangshu used her jade foot to gently push the paralyzed Yi Chongqing to the ground, and then stepped on his throat. She smirked and said, "Your helpers have died out. Oh, now how about we continue our game?" Yi Chongqing didn't say anything. He had nothing to say to the madman. Seeing this, Xia Wangshu let out another light laugh. "Not talking, right?" Yi Chongqing glared at her fiercely. As a result, the next second, something unexpected happened. This crazy woman directly placed that white jade-like jade toe hard on her mouth and slightly crushed it with not much force. While doing so, she also put on a look that seemed to have a smile on her face, completely not treating Yi Chongqing as a human being, but purely as a plaything. Yi Chongqing opened his mouth to rebuke. As a result, before the words came out, his mouth just opened, and in the next second he was dumbfounded. Because... woo! Mixed? Oh! Eggs! Oh! The smile on Xia Wangshu's face grew even wider, and a maddening blush even surfaced on her white cheeks. Like this? The feeling of being stepped on by a woman, powerless to humiliate her. She said briskly. Yi Chongqing wanted to cry. Like, he wasn't a pervert, but there's really no way for him to resist. He could do nothing but be played with by women with impunity. This feeling, who understands? Woohoo! Well, just then, suddenly there was a cracking sound from behind him, a huge black scythe, wrapped with a terrifying power that seemed to be able to tear through the void, swept towards Xia Wangshu's back. Asshole! Suffer death. Chapter 38. Eating you up in one bite. Oh! Xia Wangshu's expression rippled slightly. She could clearly feel that the aura wrapped around that scythe was by no means something that an ordinary person would be able to exert. Strength at least comparable to his own. Facing this sudden, powerful strike, Xia Wangshu finally didn't choose to be careless, and the previously disappeared fallen immortal poppy once again surfaced in his hand. With a wave of her veiled hand, her body slightly sidestepped, and she brought Yi Chongqing on the ground and instantly disappeared from the spot, flashing 100 meters away. And just moments after she had left, the scythe blasted the ground. Only a loud bang was heard, and the ground was slashed open with a crack that was 100 meters long and unfathomably deep. In the crack, rolling black gas gushed out. It was the deathly aura that was unique to the demonization of infection with the bereavement epidemic. What a great power! Xia Wangshu looked at a figure not far away with interest and said rather approvingly. Yi Chongqing's expression did show a touch of joy. This is Ren Yunshu. Once upon a time, he was still on the Golden Snake Demon cult, these evil devils and crooked paths across the eyes. But where did he think that one day his life would have to rely on the Golden Snake Demon cult's people to come to the rescue? Ren Yunshu possessed a 5-turn harmonization stage cultivation, second only to Su Wushu in the Golden Snake Demon sect. Let go of him. Ren Yunshu picked up the giant scythe stuck on the ground and swung it to create static shadows and air-breaking sounds, pointing directly at Xia Wangshu, who was smiling petulantly not far away. In the bottom of her heart, she was fortunate that her worrying heart had gotten the better of her and she had chased after Yi Chongqing after he had left. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. At that time, how could he explain to Su Wushu? And how could he explain to himself? Xia Wangshu sniffed and let out a light laugh, even reached out and wrapped her arms around Yi Chongqing's body, and pressed her entire delicate body, all on Yi Chongqing's body. She raised an eyebrow and spoke out, "He's mine. Why would I let go of him?" Ren Yunshu's expression was stunned. She knew that the young girl in front of her was no one else but the eldest princess of the Floating Moon Dynasty, the saintess of the Cheonghua Immortal Palace Xia Wangshu. Just what she did not expect is that this young girl, how so shameless. Eldest princess, Mr. Yi has a heavenly favor with my Golden Snake Demon sect. If you make a move against him, then you are making a move against the Golden Snake Demon sect. I'll say it again for the last time. Hand Mr. Yi over to me, or else the Golden Snake Demon cult and you will not rest in death. Hearing this, Xia Wangshu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The Golden Snake Demon cult and my Floating Moon Dynasty are already immortal. Do I need you to remind me here? Her hand around Yi Chongqing was slightly strong, and she said with a smile, "Besides, Yi Chongqing has always been a member of the righteous path, so why has he ever joined your Golden Snake Demon sect?" Ren Yunshu was speechless, but still gritted her teeth and said, "This point is not your concern. If you don't give it, then I can only come and get it myself." After saying that, the scythe was swung violently, and her figure flashed as she sprinted towards Xia Wangshu. "It's not bad to be afraid of you, yo." Xia Wangshu smiled disdainfully, looking self-conscious, and even had the leisure to charge at Yi Chongqing. "Stay here and don't move. If you dare to run, I'll kill you." Only after saying this did she hold the fallen immortal poppy in her hand, and instead of retreating, she advanced to meet them. Boom! A violent aura explosion rumbled through the entire valley, and countless flowers on the ground were twisted into powder as much as possible. Ren Yunshu was at the 5th turn harmonization stage. As for Xia Wangshu, he was actually not losing ground at the 4th turning harmonization stage. The seemingly fragile fallen immortal poppy seemed to be invulnerable in her hands, and every time it collided with the huge black sickle in Ren Yunshu's hands, it was able to fight back and forth. Boom! There was another loud bang, and Ren Yunshu was shaken back a few steps, the slightest trace of blood actually coming out of her tiger's mouth as she trembled slightly. At the same time, one of the petals of the fallen immortal poppy in Xia Wangshu's hand fluttered to the ground. "Fine, you split my flowers, right?" Xia Wangshu's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of madness flashing through his eyes. In fact, this fallen immortal poppy in her hand was more like her own body than a weapon, for now she and the million-year-old fallen immortal poppy were one, and the flower was her and she was the flower. The falling petal had caused her to suffer a considerable amount of internal injuries. However, Xia Wangshu's breath did not wither, but became more and more frantic. She opened her blood-red eyes, and in the midst of her trembling body, her body rose into the air. Immediately afterward, the aura stirred in her body, and in a moment's time, countless tentacle-like vines suddenly grew out of her back, each vine blooming with countless fallen immortal poppies. At this moment, she was like a giant demon in flowers. Her beauty was creepy. Ren Yunshu was dumbfounded. She had been infected with the bereavement epidemic, but she could be considered normal compared to her now. She didn't dare to be slow. Her hands clutched the scythe with both hands, and she snapped. The sharp edge returns to the crescent traces, and the arc light cuts the dawn and dusk. Thousands of roaches split with the blade, and a single breath breaks through the roots of the clouds. Rolling death aura emerged from the giant scythe, and once she had used this move to decapitate the heads of 3-9 Revolution's harmonization stage powerhouses. In an instant, Ren Yunshu was as fast as lightning as she swung her giant sickle towards Xia Wangshu and chopped him. Xia Wangshu laughed hideously. His body leaned forward violently, and a dozen vine tentacles behind him swept towards the former. At the same time, those fallen immortal poppies on top of the vines actually began to release thick blood-colored smoke. As the smoke swept by, Those remnants of grass and trees around them unexpectedly withered in an instant. Not far away, Yi Chongqing hastily covered his mouth and nose. His body was weak, and he coughed heavily several times. As a medical practitioner, he naturally knew exactly what this blood mist was. The fallen immortal poppy was originally a highly poisonous substance, and if even a tiny bit of these gases were absorbed into a person's body, they would produce endless hallucinations and were extremely addictive. And as more and more quantities are absorbed, the person's constitution will become weaker and weaker, and eventually the soul will be dispersed. But fortunately, Ren Yunshu had entered a demonized state, and she wasn't affected by these gases, merely wrapped in the thick blood mist, resulting in limited movement. She lost her head start, and faced with the vines sweeping over her, all she could do was chop them off. The sharp scythes chopped at these vines, and the vines shattered inch by inch. But with each chopped-off section, they continued to grow rapidly and continued to attack. Ren Yunshu could do nothing for a moment but tire herself out. But right at that moment, Xia Wangshu hurricane struck out, only to see the fallen immortal poppy emerge from within the palms of her hands. With that, his body flashed and headed straight for Ren Yunshu. Be careful.
Ye Chang subconsciously warned.
Unfortunately, it was too late. That palm, slapping hard on Ren Yunshu's abdomen, instantly sent her flying backwards, smashing into a large mountain not far away, with smoke and dust rolling and rocks crumbling. Xia Wangshu let out a light laugh and raised an eyebrow at Yi Chongqing, who was at the side. How can you turn your arm outwards? Do you want to taste them too? The tentacled vines behind them kept swaying and dancing, and countless drops of mucus fell from the heart of the fallen immortal poppy. Yi Chongqing suddenly had a vicious chill. No, I don't want to. Upon hearing this, Xia Wangshu pretended to be aggrieved and said, I didn't even say it specifically, and you just rejected it? She smiled mysteriously and said, I'm going to transform into my original body and then eat you in one bite. How about letting you be inside me and feel my love? She tenderly stroked, behind her, the fallen fairy poppies on the tentacled vines, and said obsessively, They long for you, craving your flavor, craving all of you. Chapter 39, The Good Times Are Ahead. 2 words instantly came to Yi Chongqing's mind. 2 words that can't pass muster if you say them. Pervert. She's a real pervert. I had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes. How could I be targeted by this kind of woman? Looking at Xia Wangshu, who was already pressing towards him, Yi Chongqing trembled and could not help but retreat. Don't. Stay away. The smile on Xia Wangshu's face was charming. She just loved watching this man fear himself, because, well, it feeds her inner desire for revenge. She was going to get back at him, make him cringe, make him afraid, make him feel good about what had happened to him. This kind of joy of a cat playing with a mouse cannot be experienced by the general public. But well, just then, bang. Not far away from that big mountain, there was a loud bang. Ren Yunshu, who was blood-stained and poignant, charged again with her scythe. There were many wounds on her body, and the black robe she wore was torn and tattered. Even a white patch could be seen in many places. It was a good thing that in her demonized state, she didn't feel any pain. She has to fight again. Xia Wangshu frowned slightly and said helplessly, It's really annoying. She sighed, and the fallen immortal poppy emerged in her hand, her veiled hand gently waving. In a flash, the ground shook. Countless fallen immortal poppies broke through the ground and wrapped Ren Yunshu in the moment she was about to rush over. Xia Wangshu laughed softly. Well, turn into pus inside. With a flick of the fallen immortal poppies in his hand, those fallen immortal poppies that wrapped around Ren Yunshu blossomed with red light. You can't see much on the outside, but there's something else inside. Numerous fallen fairy poppies secreted blood-red mucus towards Xia Wangshu. The mucus was highly poisonous and exuded a fragrance like orchid and musk. Even though Ren Yunshu couldn't smell the flavor, and the corrosive effect of the slime falling on her, it was immediately obvious. She gritted her teeth and fought back the feeling of nausea as she swung her scythe vigorously, trying to split the disgusting cage. However, the resilience of the scythe as it blasted above these fallen immortal poppies caused her to be shocked. Surprisingly, can't cut it? Of course it can't be cut, because Xia Wangshu is trying to maintain the cage. She kept on, slowly swinging the fallen fairy poppy in her hand in a rhythmic manner, and kept urging the cage to release the slime. Don't look at Xia Wangshu's lightheartedness from start to finish, but in reality, It was all just an appearance that she deliberately put on. Ren Yunshu's hallowed 5-turn harmonization stage, coupled with demonization, she could fight even if it was the Mahayana stage further up. And Xia Wangshu, who had merged with the Tao in 4 revolutions, had already done his best when he was able to make it this far. The cage continued to expand and tremble. It was a symbol of Ren Yunshu's frantic counterattack. Xia Wangshu's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and her petite body trembled slightly. "That's a tough one," she muttered. But right at this moment, what Xia Wangshu didn't expect was that a figure actually lunged towards her, directly knocking the defenseless her to the ground. "It's Yi Chongqing." Xia Wangshu frowned slightly, and before she could return to her senses, she only heard a loud bang. Ren Yunshu heaved broken through the cage. At this moment, her blood-colored pupils were actually flickering with blood light. This is Bloodbath Demon Pupil. In her demonized state, she had actually managed to activate her special physique. "Let go her." Ren Yunshu's voice was hoarse, as if it came from the depths of the 9 hells. Yi Chongqing smiled in relief. It seemed that his surgery was successful. The Shinong ancient scripture was not an ordinary healing technique, and the contents recorded in it were arcane and mysterious. One of the internal injury chapters then has an ability to catalyze bodily functions and break through limitations. Patients who were saved by Yi Chongqing would benefit from this. When Xia Wangshu, at the age of 15, was still unable to cultivate, it was because she was born with blocked meridians. During Yi Chongqing's process of healing her, with the help of the Shinong ancient scripture, he opened her meridians in passing. And Ren Yunshu's situation was exactly the same as Xia Wangshu's. Therefore, she was now fully capable of activating her bloodshed demon pupils. Even in her demonized state infected by the bereavement storm epidemic, Xia Wangshu clearly felt Ren Yunshu's aura climbing. She knew very well that her current self was no longer a match for her. It was already a big difference, and the other side still had a wacky eye, cutie. Before continuing to fight hard, she decisively grabbed Yi Chongqing's throat and held him in her arms to death, laughing at Ren Yunshu. "Sister, stop. If you keep doing this, I'm going to strangle him." "Oh." Ren Yunshu was startled and stopped in her tracks. "Let her go. Thanks to the fact that you are still a member of the righteous path, what you did is even more shameless than those in the devil's sect." Xia Wangshu, a cheeky smile, full of concern. "Thank you, sister." Praise. The heart without dust face from the net, the body to go Shell Road party light. "If you think of me as those people from the Righteousness Alliance, you're making a big mistake." "Ah." Speaking of this, she even came to Yi Chongqing's ear and inquired with a delicate smile. "Don't you think so?" Yi Chongqing angrily don't look away. Saving as Yunshu, it was the only thing he could do. Even though this would completely offend Xia Wangshu to death, wasn't it still to save himself that people were at war with Xia Wangshu? This is a favor to be returned. Ren Yunshu threw herself at him and said, "What exactly do you want to do to let him go?" Xia Wangshu smiled faintly at his words and said, "It's not impossible to let him go. How about this? I'll count to 3. You put down your weapon, then I'll throw him to you and I'll run for my life. How about it?" Ren Yunshu frowned. "Why should I trust you?" Xia Wangshu said in a bad mood. "You love to believe it or not. Anyway, he is in my hands. What can you do with me?" Yi Chongqing gritted his teeth and said to Ren Yunshu not far away, "Don't believe her. Leave me alone." Just from the experience with her just now, it would be strange for this woman to have a half-truth inside her mouth. Xia Wangshu was very dissatisfied. "Why are you like this?" Saying that, her hand on Yi Chongqing's throat slightly exerted force. Only hearing a crunch, Yi Chongqing lost his strength on the spot and completely leaned on her arms, not moving. Ren Yunshu was shocked and said angrily, "You!" Xia Wangshu quickly said, "Alas, sister, don't be afraid. I just pinched him unconscious. He's still alive." Ren Yunshu was trembling with anger and finally said in a deep voice, "Fine. Give him to me and I'll let you go." Xia Wangshu guffawed and said, "That's more like it, so I'll count to 3? Ren Yunshu nodded, vigilantly looking at the young girl in front of her with a smile that was written all over her face. 3. Xia Wangshu lightly opened her vermilion lips and started counting. 2. "I." As the last voice fell, she finally pushed Yi Chongqing, who was in her arms, towards Ren Yunshu. With a flash of Ren Yunshu's figure, he caught Yi Chongqing steadily in mid-air with lightning speed. She hurriedly checked Yi Chongqing's condition and saw that he was not in any serious trouble. Then she slowly sighed in relief. By the time she raised her eyes again to look at Xia Wangshu, she realized that she had long since disappeared. Ren Yunshu took a deep breath, secretly gritted her teeth, and could only stop there, holding Yi Chongqing in her arms and rushing back as quickly as possible.
La 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 la.
On the mountain trail, Xia Wangshu hummed a light tune leisurely. Behind her, a crumbling, angry voice came. Bastard! You put me down. Don't pester me with this. Hearing this, Xia Wangshu smiled faintly. Looking at the man who was deathly entangled by the vines growing behind her, she narrowed her eyes and sneered. Struggle to your heart's content. The good days that belong to you are still ahead of you. Oh, that woman is also stupid. What a booby. Chapter 40. Are you trying to do it in front of her? Finding Yi Chongqing and reuniting with him again was her Xia Wangshu's obsession. Just for that, how could she possibly return him to Ren Yunshu? What was thrown over was nothing more than an illusion-inducing fallen immortal poppy. When he thought of that busty woman hugging a flower, Xia Wangshu couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise slightly. But then again, being able to reunite with Yi Chongqing in Misty Mountain was something she hadn't expected. When did she first get pregnant? Endless City's conversation with Yin Zixian? Apparently not. This was all thanks to that big sister of the Golden Snake demon cult who had previously ambushed them. The medical cultivator was the only one in the Tai Yin ancient realm, Yi Chongqing. It was at that moment that Xia Wangshu became certain of the identity. At the same time, she also knew that the man that Yin Zixian liked in all probability was also Yi Chongqing. The thought of it gave her a bit of a headache. This man, in the face of me, is a lifetime of wind and snow to thank the peach blossoms. But in the face of other women is to let people linger, even at the risk of life. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. So she simply urged the vines growing behind her back and gave Yi Chongqing a whip on his ass. Yi Chongqing's pain was so painful that he could not cry. This half-month was tortured by women at this point, more than his 2 lifetimes combined. I have been healing people all my life. Is this my blessing? At this time, Xia Wangshu suddenly turned back, blinked her beautiful eyes, and said with a smile, Hey, do you want to die or live? Yi Chongqing struggled a bit and frowned. What do you mean? Xia Wangshu stopped and urged the vines to bring Yi Chongqing to her. She stretched out her hand, picked up Yi Chongqing's jaw and guffawed. Just now, I thought about it. I'd better not kill you, although you make people hate your teeth. But it's better to keep you by my side than to directly kill you and let you get it over with. Yi Chongqing is not saying anything else, but his bones are definitely hard enough. He, for one, has never been able to eat that. For example, Su Wushu is also a sickly girl, but people don't get rough, they only play sugar-coated cannonballs, and even then, he eats the sugar-coated and takes the cannonballs. As for Xia Wangshu, she is just a little bit crazy, so what's the big deal? Thus, Yi Chongqing directly looked away and sneered. What do you want to say? Xia Wangshu let out a light laugh and twirled her fingers, forcing Yi Chongqing to look at her again. Look at me. She laughed and resumed her gentle, watery tone, saying, I hate you because of that poem you wrote in the first place. Let's put it this way, if you make another song in the time it takes to walk from here to Endless City, I will completely give up on killing you. Yi Chongqing snorted, uninterested. No way. Snap. With a crunching sound, Yi Chongqing's eyes watered in pain. Apparently, he got another whipping on his ass. Shameless. Shameless. Yi Chongqing cursed. It wasn't like he hadn't been whipped before. He had experienced it once last night at the hands of Ren Yunshu. But Xia Wangshu, he simply does not follow the common sense. Who hit people to hit their Not very damaging. Extremely insulting. Xia Wangshu grabbed Yi Chongqing's clothes and lifted him over, squinting her fox eyes. You dare not will. I won't. I'll strip you naked and take you for a stroll around the city. You'll naturally do it then. As the words fell, Yi Chongqing immediately stood up in a sweat. He gritted his teeth and pursed his lips. Do you enjoy humiliating me that much? Xia Wangshu raised his eyebrows and laughed. Yes, just like to bully you and still bully hardo. She pinched Yi Chongqing's cheek and said smugly. Because these are what you deserve. So you will now? Yi Chongqing lowered his head and stopped speaking. Xia Wangshu didn't pursue the matter but said, Then let's take that as your default. Oh, you have to rewrite a poem, courting me in 5 lines, and it has to be a stanza. It has to be 1,000 famous lines. If you can't do it, you know the consequences. I'm a person who always does what I say. Yi Chongqing clenched his teeth in anger. Woo you. Unless I'm crazy to woo you. But being able to return to Endless City, he was able to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, there is still Inzixin in Endless City. She is after all a person from Taiji Palace, and he himself is considered to have saved her life. If he intervenes, Xia Wangshu would not dare to go too far. Moreover, maybe Shui Yushur hadn't left and was also in Endless City. Thinking of this, Yi Chongqing could only choose to endure a little longer and nodded silently. Xia Wangshu satisfied with a smile. This is only right. Know the time for the wise. I believe that this reason you understand. Oh. Then, a touch of cunning surfaced on her face and she spoke. Then, now, start the clock. As the words fell, her figure flashed, and the vines wrapped around Yi Chongqing like a gust of wind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yi Chongqing almost didn't spit out his overnight meal, because Xia Wangshu wrapped her up and directly utilized the unique ability of shrinking ground into inch of ground of a harmonious stage powerhouse, and returned to Endless City in a puff of smoke. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a tent. He was thrown onto the bed by Xia Wangshu's vines and fell to his knees. Xia Wangshu instantly pounced on him, looking down on him condescendingly and said with a smile, "Okay, time's up. Let's start." Yi Chongqing gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You're deliberately making things difficult for me." Xia Wangshu shrugged her shoulders and touched Yi Chongqing's face with both hands, rubbing it non-stop, humiliating while saying, "Yeah, I'm just making things difficult for you. What can you do to me? Hurry up. If you can't do it again, I'm going to do it for real." Looking at her face that had a smile on it, but was actually sinister and cunning, Yi Chongqing's heart fluttered. Hell if I know what this is really about. Is it really about stripping yourself naked and being taken out on the street by her? However, Yi Chongqing quickly calmed down, took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I'll court you, but I have one condition." Of course, this was entirely Yi Chongqing's delaying tactic. He was unable to beat Xia Wangshu, but she could totally use her power. This is Endless City. Inzixin is still here. Xia Wangshu narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh, you still want to make conditions? Right." Yi Chongqing swallowed his saliva and said. Xia Wangshu pondered for a moment and said, "Well then, let's hear it." Almost without hesitation, Yi Chongqing said, "Call Inzixin here. There are some things that still need to be explained to her." Hearing this, Xia Wangshu froze, but it was only a moment's effort before she snorted out a laugh. "You are really capable of giving me a new twist. Why? You're trying to woo me in front of her, aren't you?" Yi Chongqing's heart a wave of revulsion. "You are really shameless to the extreme." But there was no way, now even if it was fake, he could only hold his nose and admit it. Otherwise, he couldn't borrow Inzixin's power. "Ah, yes, call her here." Yi Chongqing even used a pleading gaze. Seeing this scene, for some reason, Xia Wangshu's heart softened slightly. In the final analysis, her feelings for Yi Chongqing were still mostly love. When I did that to him before, it was still just a matter of love and hate, to put it bluntly. Now that the man seemed willing to give in, she was naturally happy to relax. "Okay, I'll get her here. But first things first, if you try any little tricks, don't blame me for turning you into a gimmick." Chapter 41. We're going to be best friends for life. Not long after, Inzixin was really brought to Yi Chongqing's tent. Looking at the man in front of her eyes that she had not seen for a long time, Inzixin's worries and thoughts accumulated over the past few days instantly became completely uncontrollable and gushed out. She knew he didn't love her, but she couldn't help the fact that it was like the man was releasing some kind of attractive substance all the time, so she couldn't help but think about him. Therefore, almost instantly after meeting, she jumped headlong into Yi Chongqing's arms and wailed and cried, "Mr. Evergreen, you're fine. That's great." Xia Wangshu on the side was also almost instantly, his face that green. His eyes narrowed slightly as he glared at Yi Chongqing in death. Yi Chongqing was a bit embarrassed, but now that Inzixiao had arrived, he had enough backbone to not be afraid of her as a crazy person. Simply, Yi Chongqing directly reached out, in front of Xia Wangshu, and wrapped his arms around Inzixiang's waist, holding her tightly. Then, with an unprecedentedly gentle tone, he said, "It's fine. I'm not here. It's indeed my fault for making you worry." When Yi Chongqing finished speaking, he himself had a vicious chill. These words, this tone of voice, he had never even said it to Shui Yushur. For a moment, Yi Chongqing himself was cursing himself for being shameless. "I can't believe I'm cheating on a little girl." He was definitely not this kind of person before, himself from when it became like this. Xia Wangshu, who was on the side, was already burning with rage in her heart. She finally understood why Yi Changqing had asked himself to bring In Zixin over. What a bull showdown. What a bunch of bull about giving up resistance. He's clearly a thief, trying to rely on In Zixin to deal with me. If it was any other man, it would be just a matter of giving it to her, by virtue of his relationship with In Zixin since childhood. But Yi Changqing, beating her to death, could never send it, could never share it with others. Yi Changqing keenly captured Xia Wangshu's murderous gaze. But there's no way, there's no turning back. Can't we take back the water that's been poured out? It's just a matter of getting on with it. The delicate body of In Zixin in her arms trembled slightly. She was truly surprised that Yi Changqing would actually embrace herself. In a trance, she felt that all her worries these days, exhausting herself for these patients in endless city, everything was worth it. She raised her head, her eyes misty, and choked. Mr. Evergreen, Ziqiao has not let you down. The endless city are epidemic. Ziqiao has it under control. This is a rare good news, Yi Changqing said from the bottom of his heart. Thank you. In Zixin contained wiped away her tears. Then she looked at Xia Wangshu, who was standing on the side, squeezed out a smile and said, Sister Wangshu, thank you for saving him back. I owe you a favor. We have to be good friends for the rest of our lives. Xia Wangshu's heart reeled. The hell with being your best friend for life. Stealing my man, flirting and cuddling in front of me, and you still want to be good friends with me? The moment we hugged him, our friendship was over. She forced her heart to hold back her anger and said with a leathery smile, Really? Purple smoke? In Zixin nodded her head and said, Of course. If Sister Wangshu needs my help in the future, just say so. Xia Wangshu's eyes lit up and she smiled wryly. Well then, I have a favor to ask you right now. Can you help me? Hearing this, Yi Changqing on the side secretly screamed that it was not good. It's bad. This woman is going to spit bad blood. However, before he could open his mouth to stop it, In Zixin was already patting her small chest without hesitation and said, Anytime you say, Sister Wangshu. Good then. Xia Wangshu likewise didn't hesitate, directly reaching out and pointing in the air, pointing at the tearless Yi Changqing. This man, give it to me. As the words fell, the room fell silent. Yi Changqing was really surprised that Xia Wangshu tore his face so quickly. Before, he thought that if Xia Wangshu wanted to spit bad water, he would have to do it secretly anyways. But she's clearly giving it to the table right away. In Zixin's small face instantly turned white, gazing daggers at Xia Wangshu, not even reacting for a moment. Xia Wangshu raised his head slightly, looking disdainfully at this In Zixin. She was quite a bit taller than In Ziqiao, and she was completely in the posture of a strong and superior person. At this time, In Zixin also reacted. She blushed and said, Sister Wangshu, this joke is not funny. How could one possibly give Yi Changqing to another woman? Even before, when Yi Changqing didn't love her, she couldn't possibly give up. What's more, as far as Yi Changqing's behavior towards her just now, this was already enough to show that the relationship between the two was already warm. That's even more reason not to put it on. Xia Wangshu sneered and said, I'm not joking. She is my person. In Zixin gritted her teeth and said, How can you see that? Xia Wangshu clasped her hands on her chest, lifted up her simmering chest, showing her own principle, while saying, Because he and I, we knew each other as early as 6 years ago, and you, the third party, the interloper. 6 years ago? The look on In Zixin's face changed slightly, and she couldn't help but look towards Yi Changqing. If indeed the truth was as Xia Wangshu had said, then she was indeed somewhat untenable. Well, Yi Changqing shook his head slightly. Seeing this, In Zixin immediately looked happy, and her heart immediately gained strength. She looked at Xia Wangshu and said, Sister Wangshu, you said that you knew each other 6 years ago. Then why did Mr. Evergreen never mention you? And why did he later befriend the Snow Clan's holy maiden? Besides, we grew up together. And why have I never heard you talk about it? A reasoned rebuttal. Xia Wangshu immediately choked, while being annoyed in her heart. Good for you, Yi Changqing, and the Snow Clan's holy maiden. Xia Wangshu boasted of her beauty, but compared to the Snow Clan's holy maiden, who was the first beauty of the Taiyin ancient realm, she had to admit that she was still a bit short, because Shui Yushur was almost recognized to have a face for talent, a face for strength, a face for character, and a face for face. Even the holy maiden of the northern Shao dynasty's Acacia sect Ji Shao demon, the most narcissistic woman in the Taiyin ancient realm, after meeting Shui Yushi, had to comment, "The beauties of the world are once together, and Shui Yushi is the only one who respects the 8 buckets. I'll take up 1 bucket, and you guys can divide the rest among yourselves." As soon as she thought of this, Xia Wangshu couldn't help but glare at Yi Chongqing again, her silver teeth clenching as she said, "It seems that you've given me another surprise." Yi Chongqing smiled awkwardly. In reality, he was afraid that his current relationship with Shui Yushi had blown up in his estimation. Yin Zixin naturally couldn't see Xia Wangshu bullying her man. Although she couldn't beat her, she still stood resolutely in front of Yi Chongqing. In a female-dominated world, what kind of woman is a woman if she can't even protect her own man? Xia Wangshu was even more annoyed and rushed at Yi Chongqing and said in a cold voice, "Yi Chongqing, don't forget our agreement. I'm giving you one last chance." Yin Zixin frowned slightly and turned back to Yi Chongqing. "Mr. Chongqing, what does she mean by that?" Yi Chongqing cried and laughed, saying, "He asked me to write her some kind of courtship poem." When Yin Zixin smiled, she was furious. "Xia Wangshu, you are at least a princess of a country, the holy daughter of a great sect of the Middle Earth, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Okay, straight to the cussing." Xia Wangshu also stopped pretending. Her gaze shot coldly at Yin Zixin, saying, "You're very good. For the sake of a man, do you really want to flip out with me?" Unwilling to show weakness, Yin Zixin clenched her fists and said, "Humph! Turning the other cheek is turning the other cheek." Chapter 42. The War on Women. Xia Wangshu was undoubtedly completely furious, his eyes spewing fire as he glared deathly at Yin Zixin, who was blocking Yi Chongqing's body. Yin Zixin did not show any weakness and blocked in front of Yi Chongqing like a mother hen protecting her calf. Yi Chongqing couldn't help but be very moved for a while in his heart. "Yin Zixin, this little girl is good something she is really on. This is what you said." Xia Wangshu gritted her teeth, and a vine suddenly emerged from her palm. Snap! The vines lashed the ground, sending up sparks. Yin Zikeiru's purple dress was swaying from the airwaves, and she couldn't help but take a step back. Couldn't be helped, she was just a pill refiner, and in terms of fighting, it wasn't like it was her strong point. "You're only going to rely on force, Mangina. You'll never find a man in your life." Yin Zixin gathered her courage and said indignantly. Xia Wangshu's face suddenly darkened. Even Yi Chongqing didn't expect that Yin Zixin would suddenly come up with this. "Boy, women's quarrels seem to be quite interesting. I may not be able to find it, but you won't be able to find it in your lifetime." Xia Wangshu sneered, and a fallen immortal poppy blossomed from the tip of the vine. Yin Zixin frowned. "What do you mean? You think I'm you, crazy woman, crazy fool woman?" Xia Wangshu held back his anger and laughed hideously. "Because today I will send you to Sea King of Hell. If you want to find a man, get lost and find a lonely soul." After saying that, she instantly raised the vine in her hand and was about to whip it towards Yin Zixiao's body. Yin Zixin's little face instantly turned white, and she hurriedly pinched out several spells, sacrificing an ice-blue sword and crossing it in front of her body. Ice Spirit Sword, a fine heavenly-grade spiritual treasure. Could her current ability, facing Xia Wangshu, a harmonization stage powerhouse, still seemed very inadequate. Xia Wangshu sneered, "Looking for death?" As the petulant voice fell, she no longer hesitated and directly moved her hand. In the nick of time, Yi Chongqing behind him finally couldn't sit still and hurriedly spoke. "Slow down. Wait." Xia Wangshu frowned slightly, his hand movement stalled, and then he laughed disdainfully. "Oh, I have to think that you want to hide behind her for a lifetime." Yi Chongqing let out a bitter smile and was speechless for a moment. At that moment, Xia Wangshu was heard sneering. "Of course, as a man, it's not bad to find a woman to rely on. But who are you looking for that's not good enough? But you're looking for a woman who's not much better than yourself. The former Snow Moon Shire is a hit or miss. Afterward, there is Yin Zixin, a golden jade wrapped in defeat. You've always had a poor head for vision." Without waiting for Yi Chongqing's response, Yin Zixiao couldn't help but be furious again. "Who are you talking about who's gold and jade? How weak I am. I'm still better than you, this crazy woman." Xia Wangshu glared at her fiercely. "Shut up. There's no place for you to talk here," Yin Zixin said angrily. "I'm going to say it. I want you to manage. You have the ability to beat me to death, to see if Master and Tai Shifu do you or not, you're done." Xia Wangshu smiled disdainfully. "What else can you do if you can't beat them except move your backer?" Yin Zixin lightly hummed. I don't just know how to move backers. I also know how to shake people. You think I'm crazy and never had a good friend in my life. Instantly, Xia Wangshu's heart ached and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Undoubtedly, that really hit her where it hurts. From childhood to adulthood, the only person who had ever crossed paths with Xia Wangshu was Yin Zixin. Beyond that, there is nothing else. Not only that, she is withdrawn and stubborn. Even siblings are treated as if they were mortal enemies. So much so that by now, there are not a single friend but thousands of enemies. Seek death. Xia Wangshu was completely enraged and swung his vines to viciously whip towards Yin Zixin. Watch out! Yi Chongqing was alarmed. However, in the next second, he realized that instead of dodging, Yin Zixin ate 7 or 8 pills in a row, and instead of retreating, he advanced, holding the ice spirit sword, and chopped towards the incoming vines. Boom! The aura stirred, and the tent was instantly lifted off the ground and torn to shreds. The terrifying pressure came, and if he hadn't sacrificed the black cauldron in advance, he almost didn't shock Yi Chongqing into fainting on the spot. Only what Yi Chongqing didn't expect was that Yin Zixin, who was at the Yuaning stage, actually didn't lose the wind. On the contrary, she actually entered into a stalemate with Xia Wangshu. Both sides desperately poured aura into their respective spiritual treasures, neither of them refusing to give in. How is that possible? The Yuaning stage could actually fight the harmonization stage to a draw? Even if Yin Zixin had taken drugs, it would be impossible to do this to this extent. Right at this moment, Xia Wangshu's delicate body suddenly trembled, followed by a sweetness in her throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth on the spot, spilling onto the ground. She instantly lost her strength and took several steps backward to fall on her knees, followed by vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Yin Zixin also didn't take advantage of people's danger. She put away her sword and asked with a frown, "You're injured." Xia Wangshu took several breaths in a row before slowing down. Only, she still wore a disdainful face and said with a smile, "After eating so many pills, that's all there is to it." She covered her chest and got up from the ground. As a matter of fact, she did suffer a very serious injury. After all, she had fought with the black-clothed envoy of the Golden Snake Demon sect earlier. Ren Yunshu didn't seem to have injured her vitals, but the key was the scythe in her hand. The morose coldness contained within had long since invaded her bone marrow. Cold Moon Underworld Emperor Scythe. It really lives up to its name. Xia Wangshu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and his gaze once again fell on Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing's heart tightened, and it was obvious to him that Xia Wangshu's gaze at this moment was incomparably deep and even creepy. "She can't protect you. I'm giving you one last chance. Pick her or me?" The corners of Yi Chongqing's mouth twitched slightly as he said in his heart, "In reality, you don't even want to choose me. One really doesn't have much emotion, and the other is even more sickly and crazy criticized." Of course, he certainly couldn't say such things. But the good thing is, Yi Chongqing can change the topic, such as saying, "Your body, do you need?" Xia Wangshu directly interrupted Yi Chongqing's words and said in a deep voice, "Answer my question." Yin Zixin frowned and said, "Hey, how can you be like this? People don't like you even if it's okay. Why do you have to force others?" Xia Wangshu glanced at her and laughed coldly. "Oh, do you think you can get him even without me? He's just using you to drive a tiger to swallow a wolf." This was a big truth, and even the person in question, Yi Chongqing, couldn't help but show a touch of embarrassment. Who knows? Yin Zixin simply didn't eat this set, and even said in a serious manner, "I want you to care. Even if it's to utilize me, I'm still happy. And you? People don't even want to use you." Xia Wangshu almost didn't choke to death. How can people be shameless and stupid to such an extent? She clenched her fists in a death grip, as if she was about to have another outburst the next second. But just then, steeply, the originally bright sky became dark. A tremor came from the ground of Endless City. Immediately after, a female warrior in armor hurriedly ran over. "Your Highness, the eldest princess, the Golden Snake Demon Cult Army is approaching Endless City." Chapter 43 in this life. Never be a slave to a woman. The Golden Snake? Xia Wangshu frowned slightly and murmured, "So soon?" She calmed down and leapt, her body rising into the air, and in the blink of an eye, she was above the 9 heavens. Looking down, as expected, he saw that outside of Endless City, densely packed Golden Snake demon cultists were rolling in like a tidal wave. The woman at the head, clad in a black robe, holding a scythe and a murderous aura, Who else could it be if not Ren Yunshu? Ren Yunshu looked at the endless city not far away, as well as the red-clothed silhouette above the sky, and the anger in her eyes was even more blazing. This asshole, who dared to deceive himself by using a blindfold to snatch Yi Chongqing. If you can tolerate it, you can't. If she didn't snatch Yi Chongqing back, how could she explain to Su Wui, and how could she explain to herself? Thinking of this, she turned back to the group of followers behind her and said, "Sisters, Mr. Evergreen has shown great kindness to my golden snake demon sect, and you and the others have also been saved by Mr. Evergreen. Now that Mr. Evergreen is in trouble, how can we not save him? When we rush into the endless city, we will Yi Chongqing and cleanse all the filth that stands in our way. Kill!" With a command, a full 100,000 congregants erupted into a mountainous roar. These 100,000 people, most of them were actually some mortal folk infected with the bereavement riot epidemic, and barely had the strength to be able to fight with a Foundation establishment stage powerhouse. But these people, in the end, are just cannon fodder, making noise. The only ones who can really fight are the core 10,000 congregants. It can't be helped. That's all Misty Mountain can take now. Fortunately, Yi Chongqing did save these people's lives after all, and they were happy to fight for their lives. Xia Wangshu sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Bunch of rabble. With a flash of her body, she returned to the ground and commanded the female warrior. Inform the Marquis of Chongqing to gather his troops and head out of the city for a duel. 10,000 standing army. She had full confidence that these people would have no return. After the female warrior led the order to leave, Xia Wangshu looked again at Yi Chongqing and Yin Zixin who were standing on the side, especially Yi Chongqing, and even threatened, "Let you off the hook for now. Of course, you can run away while I'm fighting, but you'd better not get caught by me or I'll make sure that I make you so good that you'll remember that moment for the rest of your life. I'll do what I say." After saying that, Xia Wangshu waved her vegetative hand, stepped on the fallen immortal poppy, and left. Yi Chongqing was relieved. The back of his forehead was already covered with beads of sweat. Yin Zixin hurriedly walked to him and comforted, "Don't be afraid, Mr. Evergreen. Taiji Palace will always be your solid backing. I will protect you." She clenched her pink fists, her tone firm. Yi Chongqing sighed lightly. He had heard the sounds of killing, aura explosions, and screams coming from outside the city. I wonder how many more people will die after this battle. 10, 30, 50,000? Is it possible that I'm really what they call a redhead? After a long time, Yi Chongqing's gaze landed on Yin Zixin and smiled bitterly. "Anyway, thank you for helping me." Yin Zixin was extremely embarrassed by the gaze. Her pretty face surfaced with a blush. Her hands rubbed behind her back. Her delicate body shook, and she shyly said, "It's okay." Gathering her courage, she looked up at Yi Chongqing and said, "Moreover, with the relationship between us, doesn't Mr. Chongqing feel out of place?" Yi Chongqing's pupils shrunk slightly, and his heart screamed that it was not good. Bad. This girl is afraid that she is too deep into the drama. I blame myself for that, to say the least. Using one woman to checkmate another is a total hemlock.
Xia Guansu, Subusu, Ren Yunsu, Suiwesi, Yin Fixian, Yan Yusang.
Since coming to Endless City in 3 months' time, there have been 6 women walking around him. In the long run, how can one be good? Suddenly, Yi Chongqing's arms were a little itchy. Looking down, at some point, Yin Zixin had already pressed herself against him. She held Yi Chongqing's waist tightly with both hands, burying her head in his chest, her cheeks constantly rubbing against each other in small increments. Yi Chongqing's scalp tingled and subconsciously had to push her away. But just as her hand touched Yin Zixin's shoulder, she heard Yin Zixin ask, "Mr. Evergreen, do you think I'm stupid?" Yi Chongqing froze. What did that mean? Before he could answer, he heard Yin Zixin continue to murmur, "I know that all this is like a dream, but I just don't want to wake up. The dream is false, but it does make the favorite tight." She pushed even harder, itching to rub herself inside Yi Chongqing's body. "Mr. Evergreen." She raised her head, her stunningly lovely face scarlet aside. "Please, let me take this dream and keep it going, okay?" Yi Chongqing's body shook violently, and an incomparably complex emotion surged in his heart. In a trance, he wanted to slap himself a few times. Man, how can one fall to such a level? It's just a lie, and it's going to go on and on? He opened his mouth slightly to say something, but before the words were even uttered, Yin Zixin suddenly stood on her tiptoes and used her peach-colored lips to gently point on Yi Chongqing's mouth. Yi Chongqing's brain instantly went blank. Before he could return to his senses, the peach-like sweet and dexterous tongue had already drilled into his mouth. After a long time had passed, Yin Ziqiao was finally letting go of the man in front of her. She smiled playfully, holding back her shyness, and moved to say, "If you kissed me, it means you promised me. Then, it's decided. Let me keep having this dream." Yi Chongqing said helplessly, "Why are you so bitter?" Yin Zixian smiled and said, "I'd be happy to." She took Yi Chongqing's hand and said, "All right, we should go." Yi Chongqing froze at his words and said, "Where to?" Yin Ziqiao said without a trace of anger, "Of course it's to leave Endless City and go to my Taiji Palace. Xia Wangshu, I know her too well. She's a person. If you don't follow him, you're doomed. If you follow her, you're even more doomed. If you really stay here honestly, she's going to bully you all the same. I don't want her to cuckold me. I can't beat her." Yi Chongqing cried and laughed, but although the words were that, they were still neutral. Especially going to the Taiji Palace, this was something Yi Chongqing had always wanted to accomplish. Push for the joint collaboration of healers and alchemists to work together in good faith. However, Yi Chongqing was a little bit eager to speak again. Seeing this, Yin Zixian understood and said, "You're worried about the Black Death epidemic?"
Ye Chang nodded.
She smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. The Endless City epidemic is under control, and the Tsangzhou range of the Golden Snake Demon cult is already gone. You don't have to work so hard in." Thinking about it, Yi Chongqing sighed in relief. "Shall we go then?" Yin Zijiao said with a smile. "Wait." Yi Chongqing suddenly thought of something and took out a pen and paper from the side. "Isn't Xia Wangshu still waiting for his poem? Fine. Then I'll give you another song. Of course, courting is certainly out of the question, not in this lifetime." Thus, under the gaze of Yin Zixian, Yi Chongqing waved his pen and wrote. He sang generously in the city of Yen, and was a prisoner in Chu. Lead the sword into a fast, not to live up to the youthful head. The copy is a snap, the bravado of copying. Copy the swashbuckling. It expresses Yi Chongqing's noble character of not surrendering even to death and not yielding even to death. In this life, never be a slave to a woman. Wait, who does the author of this poem seem to be again? Forget about it. Yi Chongqing didn't think of it for a moment, so he simply didn't bother to think about it and directly slapped the poem on the table, and together with Yin Zixiang, they went away. Chapter 44. Xia Wangshu. Danger? Outside of Endless City, there was already a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless corpses lay strewn across the ground. There are standing armies, but the vast majority still are the congregants who have just been infected by the bereavement epidemic. Despite the fact that the two sides were fighting so miserably, neither side, on either side, retreated. Especially the Golden Snake Demon cult, once demonized, these people were a complete group of walking corpses that only knew how to kill, without thinking and only attacking. Faced with this situation, this unprecedented situation, Chang Shengjun couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. And at this moment, above the sky, two lights kept colliding. The red light was naturally Xia Wangshu. The black one, on the other hand, was Ren Yunshu. The originally gloomy sky was all beaten and torn open with a huge gash, and the rolling heavenly thunder boomed unceasingly, deafening the ears. Only, as the battle progressed, the situation seemed to appear clearer. The red one grew dimmer and dimmer, while the black one was murderous. After a short collision, the red light stormed back tens of miles, and Xia Wangshu's figure emerged from it. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, her already pale face even more bloodless, her delicate body trembling slightly. The fallen immortal poppy in her hand had lost just a few of its petals, the lone yellow stamen a miserable sight. Even so, Xia Wangshu's demeanor remained calm, with that maniacal smile hanging on his face from start to finish. Just then, only a dainty cry could be heard from a short distance away. The black abyss produces rotten bones. The lotus blooms with soul-consuming fragrance. The colors of 3 springs wither, and the frost of 9 ghosts falls. Underworld Black Lotus, only to see Ren Yunshu's hand strangling a magic spell. A black lotus wrapped in tiny lightning bolts emerged from her chest. The black lotus was extremely huge and covered the sky, appearing above her head. This move, from start to finish, has never been utilized. You are also considered to have no regrets in your fight. The corner of her mouth hooked up a cold smile, her eyes frosty and deadly as she gazed at Xia Wangshu not far away. Just from the Black Lotus. The deathly aura contained in the Black Lotus had already caused all the living beings inside and outside of the endless city to feel their livers and guts cracking. Rapunzel? Not good. Something's going to happen. Get out of the way. The commander of the ever-victorious army, Yi Yunxian, stabbed through a harmonization stage devotee with a shot, intending to draw back to save him, although she was no match for Ren Yunshu. She at least had the cultivation of a second-turn harmonization stage devotee. But before she could move, she saw a young girl in white, holding a Yao Qin, blocking her way. The young girl was wearing a veil, so no one could see her appearance, and her long hair was extremely exaggerated that it even dragged on the ground. Who are you? If you don't want to die, get out of the way. The young girl didn't have the unique deadly aura of the Golden Snake Demon sect on her body, and she subconsciously assumed that this person wasn't a member of the Golden Snake Demon sect. But who knew that the next sentence of the young girl was the one that directly caused Yi Yunxian's face to change drastically. My little daughter, the Golden Snake Demon sect, the white-clothed messenger, the Zither Master Ing Xin. Her voice was like water, gentle and pleasing to the ears, and along with the words falling, she gently pushed one of the strings of the zither, and the pleasing sound of the zither instantly spread throughout the entire battlefield. Only, although the sound of the zither was as beautiful as mountains and rivers, it carried a rolling, murderous aura. In just a few moments, the strongest people below the Jindan stage, surprisingly, all of their eardrums appeared. Their eyes were blood-red and rounded, and they collapsed to the ground in pieces. Yi Yunxian was furious and red-faced, gritted his teeth and said, "Should the heartstrings kill the Zither Master, it is true that the name is not true, so it is you." Ing Xin's vermilion lips hooked up an arc, and softly said, "Then would you like to listen to me play the zither?" Yi Yunxian sighed in her heart, although Ing Xin's strength was not as good as Ren Yunshu's, but after all, she was also at the fourth turning harmonization stage, and now, not to mention rescuing Xia Wangshu, she herself was a clay bodhisattva crossing the river herself. Above the sky, Ren Yunshu held a huge black lotus in her hand as she stepped closer towards the severely injured Xia Wangshu. In the black lotus, the black gas that emerged was like 9 hellish ropes, confining Xia Wangshu in it. Unable to move, she had already won. Xia Wangshu killed so many of our sisters and brothers. Did you ever think there would be today? And deceiving me with the fallen immortal Poppy and snatching Mr. Evergreen, would you have ever thought of today? In the face of Ren Yunshu's ridicule, Xia Wangshu was scoffing and laughing coldly. Who made you so stupid? Just grow meat and not brain. A small barricade can fool you dazed, hehehe. Ren Yunshu immediately burst into a rage. Not saving Yi Chongqing had made her blame herself, and now she heard that this crazy woman still dared to speak out of turn at the end of her life, which made her even more furious. It takes skill to be arrogant, a truth I hope you'll understand in your next life. As the words fell, she gently pushed with her prime hand, and the Black Lotus swept straight towards Xia Wangshu. Underworld Black Lotus, subdue her. The Black Lotus opened its petals, revealing the center of the flower, like a bizarre black eye, in an upside-down position, spinning and falling straight down. Everything, it seems, is irreparable. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion tore open the vault of heaven, billions of thunder snakes dancing wildly. The air wave like the sky pouring like crushing down, shocked the crowd, viscera churning, blood spraying wildly. Those with a slightly weaker cultivation level did not even have time to scream before they were turned into blood mist and dissipated. Ing Xin, who was fighting with Yi Yunxian, was also disturbed by the aftermath. Her willow brows knitted lightly as she raised her eyes to look at the turbulent heaven and earth and whispered helplessly, "This vibration has made even the 9 heavens mess up the sound." Immediately, her gaze fell back to Yi Yunxian, who was woefully beckoning, the corners of her lips slightly raised. Her fingertips flicked on the strings of the zither, and she leisurely said, "Miss Yi, heaven and earth are still accompanying me. Can your sword still hear its own sharpness?" Yi Yunxian was already helpless, and when she heard this clip of words, it didn't make her angry enough to turn her back. "If you're capable, fight me for real. What kind of woman is it to just sit back and play the piano? Aggressive method?" Ing Xin guffawed. Her vain hand lightly pressed the strings of the zither, and between the curls of the remaining sound, she looked at Yi Yunxian's slightly disheveled robes, her eyes flowing, and softly chanted. Turbulent clouds frightened the shadows of the strings, Wind and thunder enter my rhymes. Who will listen to a clear song? Half a broken lamp shines brightly at night. Would Miss Ye's sword light? Be willing to continue to dance together in this song, Falling Plum Leader? The strings of the zither were once again ruffled, and countless zither tones were shot out like arrows, shooting out towards Yi Yunxian again. Yi Yunxian was near collapse. You don't play like that. Putting a bunch of summons in front of me, I can't get in, I can't get out, I can't fight, and my own side is a handful. Seeing the increasing number of ghosts that these zither sounds were illuminating, Yi Yunxian finally revealed a crack. A residual shadow came flying in, heading straight for Yi Yunxian's chest. Yi Yunxian's expression changed drastically, but she was already too late to draw back. If the attack of the fourth turning harmonization stage was hard fought against, she would be greatly crippled without dying. Despair gripped her. But just in the nick of time, a vine plunged straight from the sky. The fallen immortal poppy at the tip of the vine blasted above the spectral soul, and the spectral soul dissipated in an instant. Not only that, the rest of the ghosts were also affected, and after a sonic boom, Yi Yunxian was able to free himself. Then, everyone present heard a maniacal laughter coming from above the sky. Ha 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 ha. Misrun your black lotus. It seems like it can't kill me. Chapter 45 Million Years of Fallen Immortal Poppy. Above the sky, the dark clouds gradually dispersed. Everyone couldn't help but cast their gazes over, and they saw a huge mountain-like body emerge. It was a huge fallen immortal poppy, tens of feet tall and tens of feet wide. Countless ink-colored vines danced wildly in midair, and multiple fallen immortal poppies dotted them, making them even more demonic. And in that stamen, the red-clothed, red-haired Xia Wangshu stood tall, still with that signature disdain, madness. However, it was only her virtual shadow. For her true essence was the one stepping underneath her bare, delicate jade feet, the giant fallen immortal poppy. At this moment, Ren Yunshu's face finally changed. Even the white-robed envoy Ing Xin, who had always been unperturbed, showed surprise on her stunningly beautiful face. A million years fallen immortal poppy? Almost instantly, Ren Yunshu and Ing Xin's hearts simultaneously sprouted one word: escape. Millions of years of fallen immortal poppy. Even if a strong person of the transitional succession stage is here, there is only one way to fall. Just why is she a million-year-old fallen immortal poppy? Isn't Xia Wangshu a human? When did it become a plant? Or a million years at this level? Well, it's too late to worry about that now. Almost at the same time, Ren Yunshu then snapped under her breath. Retreat! Quickly go! Ing Xin took a deep breath, and with a wave of her plain hand, the Yao Qin in her hand dissipated. Go! The followers of the Golden Snake Demon cult retreated like a tidal wave. But the fastest runners are always the core sons and daughters, and the speed of retreat of the remaining cannon fodder can be imagined, densely packed like ants moving. Once Ren Yunshu and Ing Xin left, they lost their top pillar. Above the sky, Xia Wangshu didn't choose to pursue the huge fallen immortal poppy that enveloped the tens of thousands of remaining devotees. The black clouds are pressing down. The earth is cracking and the sky is crumbling. Dozens of vines were like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, frantically lashing at these people. Every time it hit, it instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Several Golden Snake Demon cultists at the God Transformation stage couldn't bear to see the scene, and actually attacked Xia Wangshu at the same time. However, these people had just gotten close to the fallen immortal poppy's attack range, and they were instantly whipped by the vines on their bodies. At the God Transformation stage, this kind of cultivation was not on the top, but in the Taiyin ancient realm, one could completely walk sideways. But even so, in the face of the million-year-old fallen immortal poppy, they were like tofu dregs, directly beaten into a pile of broken meat. The smell of blood filled the entire battlefield, and the roots of the fallen immortal poppy were inserted inside these pools of blood, crazily absorbing the blood as nutrients. The attack of the vines grew faster and faster, condensing into countless remnants. It was a one-sided abuse. This battle doomed everything that the Golden Snake Demon sect had done in Songzhou to crumble to its full extent. The duel, which ended early, misty mountains. Ren Yunshu's delicate body kept trembling as she took the scythe in her hand and closed her eyes in despair. The scythe was aimed at his snow-white jade neck, as if he would slit his throat in the next second. In fact, Ren Yunshu really planned to do that. She no longer had the face-to-face Su Wushu. The 100,000 core followers of the Golden Snake Demon cult that had been laid out in Sangzhou, plus the 300,000 followers infected by the bereavement epidemic, had all been buried by her. Now there are only a mere 1,000 or so who have survived. How could she explain this tragic casualty to Su Wushu? Even if Su Wushu spared her, how would Su Wushu account for it like polyester would? And Yi Chongqing, he didn't save him himself. He would still be humiliated at the hands of the demon Xia Wangshu. After a long time, Ren Yunshu let out a long sigh and finally crossed her heart, swinging her scythe to cut ruthlessly. In the nick of time, a zither sounded leisurely. With a crunching thud, the scythe was knocked to the ground. What are you doing? Ren Yunshu looked toward the door in annoyance. Only the white-robed ambassador, Ing Xinshin, was leaning against the door, quietly watching the scene in front of him. Ing Xinshin guffawed, her eyes seemingly filled with spring water. Suicide is shameful, life is precious. If you even lose the courage to face defeat. She shook her head gently, the silver bells in her hair tinkling with it. Then self-termination is but the final chapter for the vial. Ren Yunshu's heart shook and her nails pinched deep into her palms. But immediately afterward, she laughed back in anger. What do you know? How am I supposed to face the sect leader now? Between the white clothes and the dancing, Ing Xinshin had already walked slowly to her side. The moonlight penetrated the bamboo forest, casting mottled shadows on her veil. Ren Yunshu frowned and took half a step back, but she saw the other party suddenly lift her hand to unravel the veil. The veil fluttered down, revealing a face that was unpowdered but clear and beautiful. Her skin was as pure as fresh snow, her almond eyes were clear, and her lips were a natural cherry pink color. The most touching is the pair of pear edges, hidden when she smiles, innocent as if the world is not a young girl. It was hard to imagine that the white-clothed ambassador third in command of the hallowed Golden Snake Demon cult had such an innocent face. So innocent that the title Killer Pianist is a slur. I don't think you've forgotten. Ing Xinshin tilted her head, her green silk slipping from her shoulders, her voice sweet and soft as if she was whispering. Since the day you joined the Polyester Guild. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes and breathed in Ren Yunshu's ear. Your life, then, no longer belongs to you. Looking at the innocent face in front of her, which was close at hand, Ren Yunshu couldn't help but have a blush appear on her face and took a step back. Be normal. Don't get so close to me. Hearing this, Ing Xinshin snorted and said, What? Is it bad to be closer to me? No good, Ren Yunshu said decisively. Although the white-clothed ambassador had a high status in the Golden Snake Demon sect, his presence was extremely low. Rarely shows her face and hardly anyone goes looking for her. But Ren Yunshu could know this young girl too well, because she doesn't seem to like men. Ing Xinshin let out a light laugh, her hand gently resting on Ren Yunshu's shoulder as she guffawed. So are you still killing yourself now? Ren Yunshu was speechless for a moment.
Suicide?
What's the difference between living and dying now, yourself? Ing Xinshin sighed softly and said, Everything. Wait until the sect leader returns. Endless City. Xia Wangshu didn't seem to be affected by anything. The whole person entered the city intact. On the side, Yi Yunxian couldn't help but worry. Princess Yu? Xia Wangshu waved his hand. I'm fine. The Golden Snake Demon cult has lost its power. Notify the neighboring cities and pools of armies to gather towards Endless City and respond at any time. Also, have you found out the movements of the sect leader of the Golden Snake Demon cult? Not for now. Yi Yunxian sweated. Xia Wangshu frowned slightly. Then keep checking. Although the current situation was clear, Su Wushu had not appeared so far, and this was the biggest hidden danger. And their own bottom card has been shown, but the biggest enemy, but also hidden in the dark. Xia Wangshu sighed languidly in her heart and threw away her miscellaneous thoughts. Right now, all she wanted to do was to see Yi Chongqing immediately.
好不容易才把他抓回来，要的又跑了，可就太让人生气了。
After some more instructions, Xia Wangshu couldn't wait to go straight to the medical center. At the door, a few guards stood watch. Xia Wangshu asked, Has Mr. Yi ever appeared? The guards froze, thought for a moment and said, Back to the princess, not found, seems to have been in the tent. Xia Wangshu heart a long sigh of relief. It seems that he is still quite obedient. She spread a smile and rushed to the guards. Very well. You've worked hard and are heavily rewarded. A few extreme spirit stones were thrown over, and by the time Xia Wangshu left, the few guards were instantly glowing with light and rushed forward. It's an easy job, guarding an individual and actually earning extremely high-grade spirit stones. The Rapunzel is so nice, beautiful, gentle and kind, generous, lively and lovely. Future men are blessed. Chapter 46 Birth. Damn you. I'm a prisoner of Chu, but I'm not a prisoner of Chu. I'm not ashamed to be a young man. Looking at these lines on the paper, Xia Wangshu's expression completed 3 major turns within 10 seconds. Expectation, dismay, anger. In an instant, her entire face turned as red as blood. Her hands clenched in death, and the fragile paper was crushed into pieces at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, large mouthfuls of crimson and blackened blood spurted out of her mouth, and her entire body instantly staggered to the ground. 3 years ago, the phrase, "a lifetime of snow and wind to thank the peach blossoms," made her depressed and nearly collapsed. Today, 3 years later, a sentence, "lead the sword into a fast, not to live up to the youth head," can be said to have completely given her a decisive blow. Suddenly, Xia Wangshu smiled. The corners of his lips rose slightly, and a ghostly sneer escaped his lips. I don't know whether to laugh at her own wishful thinking or at the man for once again making choices that made her furious. One thing is certain, though. She would never be letting him off the hook. After a long time, a bloodied tear flowed out of Xia Wangshu's eyes. She huffed and wiped it off in a hurry, then immediately stood up. "I can't cry. I can't cry. How can fallen poppy cry?" She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and muttered under her breath, "Birth!
Dugman.
You wait. I'm coming for you right now. I'm going to kill you. Born. Damn you." Outside the gate of the tent, several guards had already split the extremely high-quality spirit stones with joyful smiles. These few spirit stones are worth 10 years of their salary. The Rapunzel is such a great person, and what a generous birth. Yes. How nice it would be if the eldest princess didn't go back to that Xianghua immortal palace and stayed in the floating moon dynasty. That's right, His Majesty is too stingy nowadays, with only 800 medium-grade spirit stones a month. He can't even buy a yellow-rank martial skill. Shoo! Shunyan, you kid don't want to die. Just as a few people were chattering, they suddenly realized that Xia Wangshu had already crossed over from them. The back was incomparably depressed, and it looked like the mood was very low. The crowd froze and looked at each other. The leader of the Wuchang couldn't help but shout, "Rapunzel! What are you doing?" Xia Wangshu didn't turn around. In the next second, only a huge fallen immortal poppy appeared at their feet. Rising up from the ground and devouring them in one bite, all of the dozen or so guards instantly became fallen immortal poppy sustenance. "Excuse me, coming through?" The other side, 100,000 miles away, this place is a swamp. The swamp was famous in the floating moon dynasty and was called Falling Dragon Swamp. Legend has it that during the ancient times, the Dragon Emperor and the Taiyin Ancient Emperor fought for control of this heaven and earth. The Dragon Emperor is male and represents the demon race, and the Taiyin Ancient Emperor is female, representing the human race. It looks like a fight between the human race and the demon race, but in fact behind it is a struggle between male and female power. The result was obvious. The Dragon Emperor lost the battle, and his 100 feet dragon body was split up by the Taiyin Ancient Emperor, the most massive of which landed in this place. That's where the name Falling Dragon Swamp came from. The swamp was vast, and there were many demon races in it. Even the Misty Monster Mountain was completely inadequate compared to it. Statistically speaking, the 10 Misty Mountains combined are not as good as the Falling Dragon Swamp. Due to the fact that she had to travel to the Taiji Palace in order to avoid Xia Wangshu's pursuit, as a last resort, Yin Ziqian had to choose to take the shortcut of the Falling Dragon Zephyr. It was late at night, the moon was dark, the wind was high, and miasma was in the air. Both Yin Ziqian and Yi Chongqing were exhausted and hungry. It was reasonable to say that the immortal cultivator had long ago taken the cereal-resistant pill and could not starve without food for 10 or 8 years. It is just that this Falling Dragon Swamp contains an extremely terrifying demonic aura, and when humans enter it, they will be affected by the demonic aura. Their movements will be limited, and their body's aura will stagnate and generate. If a strong person wanted to resist the invasion of demonic miasma, he had to focus the vast majority of his energy on it, and the energy of his own body needed to be provided by food. Yin Ziqian rubbed her almost starving stomach and helplessly said, "So hungry, evergreen." She stared at Yi Chongqing and licked her lips. Yi Chongqing was startled. What do you want? You can't eat me when you're hungry, right? When Yin Zixian heard this, the corners of her mouth rose and she stretched out her hands and said, Fine, then I'll eat you. He he he. Upon hearing this, Yi Chongqing hastily took several steps back. You must be joking, right? Yin Zixian snorted out a laugh and said without a good mood. All right, here. You sit on that rock and rest and relax. I'll go find something to eat. Yi Chongqing naturally knew that what she had just said was a joke. But seeing that Yin Zixiao actually intended to let herself rest while she went to look for food, she couldn't help but be touched in her heart. What a great girl. Shall I accompany you? Yin Zixian shook her head and said, No need. I said I'll take care of you, so don't worry about it. I'll go and come. Yi Chongqing was helpless and was even caught by Yin Zixian's hands, forcibly dragging him to that big rock to sit down. All right, just sit here. Don't leave here. Wait for me to come back.
Ye Chang nodded.
However, Yin Zixian seemed to be uneasy. After all, there were many demonic beasts in the falling dragon swamp, and there were even demonic clans that had transformed into forms, so what could be done in case of danger? She bit her finger and contemplated for a moment. Then suddenly her eyes lit up. Look at my memory. How could I forget it? The Chengkuan ring in Yin Zixiao's hand flashed, and a tiny silver white circle appeared in her hand. What is it? Yin Zixian smiled and said, This is the Vajra circle, given to me by the Grand Master. After saying that, she waved her hand and a silver white circle of light surrounded the boulder. That's it. You sit here. Don't go anywhere. Don't go out of this circle. The golden steel circle can withstand the attacks of a strong harmonized God realm practitioner, and it's more than enough for us to use when we're on the outskirts of the falling dragon swamp. Yi Chongqing's heart warmed and said, Thank you. You're welcome. Yin Zixian's eyes narrowed slightly, waving her hand away with a coquettish smile. Gotta go. Oh, I'll be back soon. Looking at the back of the young girl bouncing away, Yi Chongqing couldn't help but let out a long sigh of helplessness. Indeed, she is a good girl, and the better she treats herself, the more Yi Chongqing feels that he is shameless. She knew she was using her, but she was still willing to mothball her way to the flame. Time passed by, and the falling dragon swamp became darker and darker like ink, unable to see anything. The silver light of the adamantine circle was all drowned out by this thick ink color. A cold wind came. Yi Chongqing couldn't help but shiver and tighten the white robe he was wearing. That being said, this robe was still given to him by Shui Yushi. When he was in the snowy mountains of the western region, Shui Yushi had first personally killed a snow leopard at the Yuaning stage, stripped its fur, and made this dress for Yi Chongqing. Alas! I've done good deeds all my life and never done anything evil. So why did I get this result? 6 women in less than a couple months. A mess. Suddenly, a ghostly song seemed to come to my ears. Do you have anything to confess? Chapter 47. Mugwort. The inexplicable words that floated in made Yi Chongqing instantly tense up, as if he was facing an enemy. Who is it? But, looking around, there was nothing but pitch black. At that moment, the ghostly voice came again. Do you have anything to confess? Confessions. Yi Chongqing's body shivered slightly. It was a phrase he seemed to have heard before. 3 years ago, Clear Springs Villa. Then there was this voice inquiring, and at that time Yi Chongqing's answer was categorical: a lifetime of good deeds. Healing the sick and saving people. No need for repentance. But nowadays, these 12 words, Yi Chongqing no longer had the face to say them. He was saving lives, but he was also, invariably, hurting too many people. What about snow moon shields? How do you respond to swallow drinking cream? How does Yin Zixian face it? And Ren Yunshu, Xia Wangshu, as well as Su Wu Diao. By the ear, the song becomes more and more pronounced. In the mirror of the diamond blossoms, the spring face is thin, and suddenly I realize that frost has invaded my sleeves. Was the Eastern Lord there last night? Begonia weeps of dew, Confederate fatigue wine. Who solves the chain of buttons? The heart of a man is like water flowing eastward for a long time, but the pearl is occasionally lost. The love of the ages is finally dissected. The heart of the infatuated is easily rusted. The thought of love is easily perishable, and I hate the white head of the earth. A mournful scream pierced the night sky as Yi Chongqing clutched his head in severe pain and fell headfirst from the boulder to the ground. Dark, foul-smelling sludge stained his white robe, staining the originally flawless man with incomparable filth. It hurt like never before, A sharp pain. Yi Chongqing listened to the lyrics, as if he had already seen a stunningly beautiful white girl looking at him with a sneer on her face. It's Yuki Tsukushi. Yi Chongqing cannot see the surrounding, can only see the figure of Shui Yushi, white clothes and white hair lonely. Tsukushi, is that you? Listen to my explanation. Yi Chongqing shouted with tears in his eyes. However, what answered him was a sentence as cold as a wintry moon. If you want to confess your sins, the only way to do so is to have died. Dead? Yi Chongqing looked at the figure dumbfounded. That face, without a trace of emotion. Only hate, only resentment. Dead? Should I die? Yi Chongqing looked at his hand, which was trembling violently. After a long time, he looked hollow and muttered, Yes, damn.
I'm sorry.
I repent. Confess my sins. Because of me, I broke your heart. Because of me, I made the whole Sangzhou corpses everywhere. I repent. I'm going to die. After saying that, Yi Chongqing didn't hesitate. The aura surged in his palm, and then towards his head, he fiercely slapped it. Hoo! A gust of wind swept in. The long-lost pain did not come. Instead, Yi Chongqing could feel that he had entered a familiar embrace. Unique bamboo leaf fragrance. A bitter smile escaped the corners of his mouth as he muttered, Hello again. Why are you here? Su Wui looked down at him and kicked to shatter the restrictions of the adamantine circle, wrapped in a wisp of black wind, and took Yi Chongqing with him as he disappeared in this manner. It was also at this moment that Yin Zixian, who was holding a large pile of spirit fruits, saw the scene. She despaired and watched the black wind, which swept the man away without a trace. That figure, it was strong and familiar. In the beginning, she was grabbed by this black wind and went to Misty Mountain. It's Su unsullied. Yin Zixian was in agony and choked. Give me back. Give him back to me. A mountaintop hut. Su Wuyao placed Yi Chongqing on the ground and brought tea to pour a cup of water. Sit. She pointed to the stone bench in the small courtyard and said indifferently. Yi Chongqing sighed softly and said, Since you're using the confessor's song, why don't you simply let me die? That singing voice from before? Yi Chongqing had already thought about it. It must have been Su Wushu's trick. The confessional is able to amplify a person's inner remorse without any bottom line, and even the strongest people, as long as they have made a mistake and the implication of regret exists within them, they will involuntarily die to thank for their sins. Yi Chongqing had been affected, so he would have righteously intended to commit suicide just now. Su Wushu sniffed, but smiled contemptuously and said, You want to die? What will I do if you die? Other men don't have your capital. Yi Chongqing immediately blushed in his old face and couldn't help but say, There you go again, full of yellow waste, a sight for sore eyes. Ha ha ha. Su Wui directly ignored Yi Chongqing's dissatisfaction and directly reached out his hand, forcibly pulling him into his arms as he hugged him and sat on his lap. Don't struggle and don't move. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Let me get a good whiff of you. She greedily sniffed Yi Chongqing's scent, and just the right amount of intoxication surfaced on her stunningly beautiful cheeks. Yi Chongqing had a red face and could do nothing but let her. It wasn't the first time anyway, and he couldn't beat her, so what else could he do? Noticing the powerlessness of the man in her arms, the smile at the corner of Su Wuyao's mouth was even more pleased. Men, if there is a first time for cheating, there will surely be countless times. Especially this one in her arms. It looks like a prude, but it's actually the easiest way to fall. Don't bite, itchy. Yi Chongqing shivered, and pushed away the more and more wanton Su Wushu's evil big hand. Where the hell have you been these days? Do you not care about Misty Mountain? Su Wu Diao beamed, very dissatisfied. I don't want to hear this. Then what do you want to hear? Yi Chongqing said helplessly. Who knows? Su Wushu playfully smiled and came to Yi Chongqing's ear and asked, I want to hear. If you miss me yet. Instantly, goosebumps rose. Yi Chongqing wanted to cry. Can you be more serious? Do you know that the Golden Snake Demon Cult army you laid out in Sangzhou has almost gone up in smoke? It was a pity that Su Wushu still had no interest in this at all, and hugged Yi Chongqing again, going up and down. Look, it's urgent again. So worried about the Golden Snake Demon Cult? Could it be that you've thought about joining us? Yi Chongqing gritted his teeth and said, Farts are joining you. I'm in this state now, all because of you. Since as soon as I met you, my fiancé is gone. People have been offended, and I was forced to cheat a little girl. The more Yi Chongqing thought about it, the more angry he became. Shaking with anger, he reached out and pinched toward Su Wui. But before his hand reached over, his whole body directly turned heavenward, and in the next second he was picked up by her. "You spread out," Yi Chongqing said sadly. Su Wuyao smiled faintly, looking at the impotent and furious man in her arms. She said with a smirk, "Ask yourself, is it really my problem and not yours? How can it be my problem?" Yi Chongqing was furious. Su Wujiao sneered and said, "Why did you save me in the first place? Why did you save Xia Wangshu in the first place? Why did you save Shui Yushi in the first place? Why did you save Yin Zixin in the first place? Why did you save Yen Yenshuang in the first place? You can't keep your hands to yourself, you're all over the place. But you don't care. And when people are twisted and disappointed and hate you, you know to cry." The series of questioning directly shattered Yi Chongqing's 3 views. Meaning this is all my problem? Not yours or mine?
Subushu sneered.
Yi Chongqing completely angry. Where the hell is this crooked reasoning? I save lives because I'm a doctor, and you all have personality problems and you're blaming me for it? I'm not convinced. Yi Chongqing was indignant. Su Wujiao let out a light laugh and asked in return, "Really not convinced?" "No." Su Wushu came to a sudden realization and seemed to smile. "Oh, well then, I'll let you serve." Afterward, she decisively hugged Yi Chongqing and walked towards the hut behind her. Yi Chongqing immediately split his liver and gallbladder. He was starving to death. How could he still have the strength to do this with her? "I'm convinced, don't be really unsullied. Godfather. Shut up. Wormwood." Chapter 48, I am not overcome by you. The word color is a knife that constantly beheads and decapitates people. Pure young girls have a pure flavor. Their youthfulness, do their best to tolerate, knit their brows and smile, shy as jade. And sinful magical girls have their uniqueness as well, epileptic and open, enchanting and flirtatious side by side, the kind of taboo between good and evil, the kind of pleasure that can be brought about which cannot be experienced in the former. This is the case with Yi Chongqing. He hated himself so much. Why can't you just say no in a righteous and forceful way? Instead, you're just going to go down the drain at the hands of this asshole scum? If it was in the past, Yi Chongqing would still be able to find a reason that it was Su Wushu who forced himself. One is the passive party, the helpless and powerless party. But now what? All she needs is a flick of her hand, topped off with a wicked grin before murmuring in your ear, "Good man, you're like that every time, firm with your mouth but honest with your body." And so, just like this, Yi Chongqing could no longer raise his mind to resist. Inside the hands of this scumbag which, falling deeper and deeper, never able to get up. In the middle of the night, a few partridge calls came from beyond the mountains. Yi Chongqing wrapped himself in the quilt and turned his back to the scumbag which behind him. He had lost again and had been taken by the bad woman again. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he became, and the more he thought about it, the more sorry he was for that white-haired maiden on the snowy mountain. Behind her, Su Wushu propped up her head and reclined on the bed, the almost transparent black veil wrapped around her exquisite and delicate body. She watched the slightly trembling back of the man in front of her with interest. Suddenly, Su Wuyao guffawed and reached out her hand to rest on Yi Chongqing's shoulder. "You're not sorry for her. You're not aggravated. You're just tired. And whenever you go through it, there's always that time when you need to rest." Upon hearing this, Yi Chongqing immediately burst into a rage. "Shut up. You're slandering." Su Wui snorted out a laugh and said, "Look, it's urgent again. The more urgent it is, the more it shows that I'm right." She directly hooked her hand and dragged Yi Chongqing to the inside of her arms, then squeezed in front of her heart. Yi Chongqing blushed and gritted his teeth. "You're correct, my asshole woman. It's all because you ruined me. I haven't had a good day since I met you." Su Wuyao had already heard this kind of similar words no less than hundreds or thousands of times, and now she was able to achieve complete immunity. "Huh, so what? You can escape." Yi Chongqing choked and lowered his head powerlessly. Who knew that once he lowered his head, he bumped into Su Wushu's piercing eyes again, which made him even more furious and helpless. Su Wushu narrowed his eyes provocatively. "How about it? It's at least stronger than that Snow Clan holy maiden, isn't it?" "Of course. I'm talking about strength." The corners of Yi Chongqing's mouth twitched, and he said in a bad mood, "She's not like you, horny bastard." Su Wui smiled disdainfully, picking Yi Chongqing's jaw and condescendingly said, "That's why she couldn't keep you. That's why you were easily conquered by me. 4. Sincere self-expression wins more genuine affection than deliberate reserve. Yi Chongqing scoffed. Isn't speaking in human terms what makes you thick-skinned? But you're wrong about one thing. I'm not conquered by you.
No,
Su Wujiao asked back.
no.
Yi Chongqing said decisively. Ha ha ha. Well then, we're at it once. Su Wushu instantly rolled over on his back. In an instant, Yi Chongqing's liver and gallbladder cracked. The two waist suddenly cold. Wanna cry without tears said, Don't. You let me go. You count yourself how many times? Fingers are not enough, right? Su Wushu said thoughtfully. There are still toes if fingers are not enough. Roll. Yi Chongqing didn't want to chat with her about such yellow waste. More than that, he wanted to know where he was now, and why Su Wui had disappeared during this period of time. What's some of this scumbag's backstabbing? To the previous question, Su Wui answered dryly, This is the Dragon Ridge Mountain of the Falling Dragon Swamp. Still in the Dragon Swamp? Yi Chongqing frowned. Then what are you doing here? You don't care about Misty Mountain? Su Wushu smiled faintly and said, Of course I have to manage it. Isn't coming here to manage the Misty Mountains. What do you mean? Yi Chongqing stared at Su Wushu dead in the face. He had already seen a thick conspiracy in those eyes of Su Wushu. It was a pity that in the face of this question, Su Wushu did not answer. Instead, she kept smiling and sizing up Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing was stared at for a while and couldn't help but avert his gaze. Just then, Su Wushu spoke. I like you and won't hide it from you. I came here just to borrow troops. She slowly let go of Yi Chongqing and let him lie beside her, while Su Wuyao hugged Yi Chongqing's waist from behind, a position that seemed to be more comfortable. Yi Chongqing didn't have the heart to care about this. His mind was all on what Su Wushu had just said, especially the word borrow troops. He was not stupid. His mind instantly came up with 4 words: kill by borrowing a knife. You! Yi Chongqing violently rolled over, angrily staring at Su Wushu, and said in a deep voice, You want the demon race of the Fallen Dragon Swamp to send troops to attack the Floating Moon Dynasty, attracting the Floating Moon Army to come to the rescue? Su Wui guffawed and laughed. You guessed right, but it's a pity there's no reward. Receiving an affirmative answer, almost instantly, Yi Chongqing only felt the sky crumble. In the Taiyin ancient realm, the demon race and the human race could be considered to be blood feuds between the two races because of the relationship between the Dragon Emperor and the Taiyin ancient emperor at one time. Once upon a time, the demon race would launch a beast tide every 10 years, attacking all the cities of the Floating Moon Dynasty, slaughtering the human race and eating human flesh raw. It wasn't until 100 years ago, when civil unrest occurred in the Falling Dragon Swamp and the demon race was leaderless, that the Floating Moon Dynasty was given a rare peace. And now, Su Wushu even presumptuously attempted to lure the soldiers and horses of the demon race, attacking the territory of the human race, killing with a borrowed knife and preserving himself. The destruction of life is not far away. You! Thinking of this, how could Yi Chongqing still have the heart to lie in the same bed with this scum? He violently climbed up and angrily rebuked, Su Wushu, if you do this, are you still a human? Asshole, doing this kind of thing, he had just flipped her the bird himself. He wanted to raise himself. Only, in the face of Yi Chongqing's anger, Su Wushu had a straight face from the beginning to the end. With a smirk on her face, she asked, So, are you trying to stop me? Yi Chongqing didn't hesitate. That's right. I'm going to stop you and do everything I can. Do you know the history that the demon race once had against the human race? The Yushang dynasty 500 years ago, and the Floating Moon Dynasty 200 years ago, over the centuries, how many people of the human race died in the hands of the demon race on this land? Su Wui laughed lightly and shrugged his shoulders. What does that have to do with me? If I don't use this move, what about the people under my hand? Besides, it's not like I'm the one who caused the hatred between the demon race and the human race. If you want to blame it, you might as well go blame the Taiyin ancient emperor. Obviously, she has defeated the Dragon Emperor. Obviously, the Dragon Emperor has bowed down. Yet she still wants to split the Dragon Emperor into pieces and offend the demon race to death completely. Why should future generations be held responsible for the mistakes made by those who came before them? She sat up and looked at Yi Chongqing with a smile. So, Mr. Kind Doctor, don't always look at things from a materialistic perspective. Be materialistic and look at it dialectically. Chapter 49. Buckle up. Moreover, you keep saying that the demon race is not good at this and that, but have you ever thought that the demon race is also a living being of the Taiyin ancient realm? Yi Chongqing angrily said, "You're being sophomoric." Su Wushu pretended to be aggrieved and said, "Where have I been sophomoric?" "You're being sophomoric." Yi Chongqing gritted his teeth. Su Wui snorted lightly and said, "I didn't. The demon race is also a living being of the Taiyin ancient realm, and it wasn't me who said that the human race and the demon race are equal. It was the human race's patron, the founder, the Taiyin ancient emperor, who said that. Is it hard for you to deny the Taiyin ancient emperor?" Instantly, a big hat was snapped on Yi Chongqing's brain. The prestige of the Taiyin ancient realm in this world was equivalent to Qin Shi Huang of the Qin dynasty and Han Gaozu of the Han dynasty. All the people of this side of the world worship her with heartfelt and complete obedience. Any decision made by the Taiyin ancient emperor must be supported unswervingly. All the holy words of the ancient emperor of Taiyin must be embraced from the bottom of one's heart. Yi Chongqing was completely speechless for a moment. He had never won when facing Su Wushu, either physically or in terms of sniping. Crafty, crafty, crafty. Crafty's floating moon dynasty is ruined. Crafty's people under the world have no bones left, and Crafty's entire Taiyin ancient realm is falling apart. Yi Chongqing. The big deal is to accompany the people of the whole world to play with my life. He had nothing more to say to the scum of the earth and rolled out of bed after giving his harsh words. Su Wushu always had a smile on his face, silently watching Yi Chongqing dress, put on his shoes and get out of bed. Only, when Yi Chongqing just took a step and suddenly sat down on the ground, covering his waist with a sad face, she could not help it at once and laughed out loud. Yi Chongqing wanted to cry. This body of his, how could he be so unyielding? In reality, it was Yi Chongqing who had wronged his body. A dozen times, even an Iron Man can't carry it. No laughing. Hearing Su Wuyao's silver bell laughter behind him, Yi Chongqing was furious. Su Wui barely stopped laughing and said, "With the current you wanting to be the savior, I'm afraid you're still not qualified. Oh, solid." Yi Chongqing lowered his head helplessly. That's the way the world is. It's like men are cursed. It is not that Yi Chongqing does not work hard to cultivate, but the man you have not worked hard, no matter how hard you work, it is impossible for you to surpass the woman. An analogy. A day of practice for a woman can be worth a year for a man. How do you speculate here? With what? The only male emperor-level powerhouse in the Taiyin ancient realm was the only one in the Taiji palace, Zhang Zhenren. Moreover, Zhang Zhenren was able to come this far thanks to the enlightenment of the Taiyin ancient emperor. Yi Chongqing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Yes, you're right. Just because I can't beat you now doesn't mean I can't beat you in the future. If I can't defeat you, there will be my son in the future, and my son and my grandson, and the children and the grandchildren, and the grandchildren and the endless. And there will always be a day when you evils will be defeated." Su Wushu faintly said, "You mean our son? Our grandson?" Yi Chongqing spat out blood in anger on the spot. "God, open your eyes and see. The ancient realm of Taiyin is too dark to reach out." One day later, Yi Chongqing learned that people make him the most desperate things. Su Wushu has long since negotiated everything with the demon race of the Falling Dragon Swamp, and the reason why she was willing to tell me about Yi Chongqing was purely because of this. After learning about this matter, Yi Chongqing was speechless for a long time, dumbfounded as he was led by Su Wushu, heading to Misty Mountain. Everything, it's too late. Falling Dragon Swamp, the red-robed, white-haired girl played with the fallen immortal poppy in her hand, calmly gazing at the crying purple-robed girl in front of her. "Sister Wang Shu, please save him. He was captured by the sect leader of the Golden Snake Demon Cult." Xia Wangshu laughed lightly. "Having suffered a loss, bumped into a wall, fallen on hard times, gotten into trouble, fallen head over heels, and knows to look for me." Yin Zixian's eyes contained tears, and she said with red eyes, "Sister Wangshu, I'm sorry. I searched for him for a long time, and even encountered the demon clan, but I couldn't find him. So, I happened to meet you and had to ask for your help." "Ha!" The corner of Xia Wangshu's lips hooked up in a hint of mockery. "Zikaru, on account of the many years of affection, I'll warn you one last time. There's a lot of things in this world that I don't care about that I can give you. But only Yi Chongqing. He can only be mine. I won't give it to you, you can't rob it. But I really like him." Yin Zixian commiserated, gathering her courage. After all this, she still won't let go. "You like him too, don't you? In fact, you'll definitely go save him without me begging you." Hearing these words, the smile on Xia Wangshu's face came to an abrupt end. But immediately afterward, what replaced it was endless anger. If it had been before, she would have held out for a moment, a tiny bit of anticipation. But it all ended when I read the line, "I'm not ashamed to be a young man with a sword." Like, oh yeah, yes, I love him so much. I love him to be thwarted and flayed by me. I hope he becomes the nutrients that my fallen immortal poppy thrives on. This birth, just go to hell. Xia Wangshu didn't bother to answer Inzishian's stupid question. She silently turned around and said without looking back, "Get the hell back to the Taiji Palace. When you surpass me, then come back to talk to me about conditions." After saying that, Xia Wangshu stepped on the fallen immortal poppy and turned into a blood-colored stream of light, dissipating without a trace. Looking at the figure that was easily vertical for thousands of miles, Inzishian's delicate body trembled slightly. She lowered her head and looked at her bloodied hands, the fire of unwillingness in her heart burning brightly. "It's my fault. It's my weakness. No one can protect. No one can despise." A faint sob escaped her throat, and she choked and murmured, "I'm going back to practice. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. I have a heart of ice and bones of jade. Why have I ever seen green eyes to dust and mud? Misty mountains." Ren Yunshu and Ing knelt on the ground, and in front of them stood no one else but Sect Master Su Wuyao, who had just returned, as well as Yi Chongqing. Yi Chongqing wasn't interested in listening to these things. He was forced to come here by Su Wushu. However, there was a gaze that surprised Yi Chongqing. An innocent white girl was sizing herself up. The reason why it was appealing was because this young girl had an incomparably pure, innocent face. One glance and the answer one gets will always be only to think that this young girl is kind and innocent, without a hint of dirty misunderstanding. This kind of look, Yi Chongqing had never seen before in his life. Even the always kind Yuki Yushur, he had never experienced it. Su Wushu brought Ren Yunshu into the inner room, leaving Yi Chongqing and this white girl in the lobby. At this time, the white-clothed girl had already walked over and asked curiously, "Are you the Mr. Physician who cured the lives of tens of thousands of followers of my Golden Snake Demon sect?" The voice is gentle and guffawing, refreshing and heartfelt. Yi Chongqing almost had his bones half crisp. To be honest, Yi Chongqing, because of Su Wushu's relationship, he didn't have much goodwill towards the Golden Snake Demon sect until now. But it was this young girl who actually caused a trace of absurdity to arise in his heart. That is, within the Golden Snake Demon cult, there are also good people. Chapter 50, The Innocent Maiden. "You are?" Yi Chongqing tried to calm down his mixed thoughts and inquired. The white-clothed girl didn't hide anything, and she graciously bowed and said gently, "My name is Ing, the white-clothed envoy of the Golden Snake Demon cult." Instantly, Yi Chongqing was thunderstruck. The white ambassador? How is that possible? He had always thought that this young girl might be considered a guest secretary at best. After all, with these looks, how could he not see that she was one of those infamous top executives of the Golden Snake Demon sect? Seemingly sensing Yi Chongqing's shock, Ing guffawed. "Mr. thinks I don't look like it?" Yi Chongqing shook his head incredulously. "Didn't see it." Ing snorted out a laugh and said, "Maybe, in fact, I didn't used to be like this. It's just that I got a hobby later and became like this. It's true what they say about phases being born from the heart." Yi Chongqing expressed his approval, and coupled with Ing pure and flawless worldly appearance, he even nodded his head in agreement. "Miss Ing is indeed different from those demonic sect congregations I've encountered." Who knew that Ing was quite curious and asked, "Oh, where's the difference?" Yi Chongqing scratched his head and smiled sarcastically. "It gives a comfortable feeling, right? There is no shelf and it feels like you should be very kind." Upon hearing this comment, Ing lightly covered her smile, and there was a burst of silver bell-like laughter. "Thank you for the compliment." Yi Chongqing asked again, "You just said that you were not like this before. It was your hobby that changed you, so what is your hobby?" Ing pretty face slightly reddened, and with a thought, a yaoqin appeared in her hand. "It was the sect leader who taught me. In fact, compared to me, the sect leader is the true master of Rakugo." The corners of Yi Chongqing's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Su Wushu was more than just a master of the music path. The confessional soul song was still in her hands. This was another time bomb. "What's wrong?" Yi Chongqing shook his head and said, "It's fine." Ing softly said, "If you don't mind, Would you like to go with my daughter to a secluded place and listen to a song? If it was anyone else, Yi Chongqing's first reaction in his heart would definitely be to reject it. But now, in front of the eyes of this heartstring, Yi Chongqing from the beginning to the end, the heart of a tiny bit of rejection of the idea cannot come up. He just couldn't say no to a young girl who was pure and sincere. Thinking of this, Yi Chongqing took a deep breath and said, "Good, but aren't you afraid your godfather has something for you?" Ing Xinshin smiled lightly. "I'm not in charge of the affairs of the sect. That's for Yun Shu to take care of. All I need to do is stay here, that's fine." The words were somewhat ambiguous, but Yi Chongqing didn't look too deeply into it, so he followed behind Ing Xinshin. Deep in the bamboo forest, quiet and secluded, the breeze is a rustle. The sound of the zither plummets with the wind, and the stars accompany the bright moon. Yi Chongqing quietly gazed at the young girl in front of him seriously playing the piano, could not help but think of a poem from his previous life, and then chanted. Sitting alone in a secluded bamboo grove, playing the piano to resume long whistles, the deep forest people do not know. The bright moon comes to shine on each other. Ing Xinshin heard this. Her jade hand stroking the zither stopped moving, and she was very surprised. "Mr. Exit, my daughter admires it." Yi Chongqing was embarrassed in his heart. After all, he had copied this poem. But it's really not a bad image to use to describe this. Just then, Ing Xinshin seemed to have sensed something, and a small movement came from behind the woods. With her cultivation at the fourth turning harmonization realm, it wasn't hard to see that it was a 7 or 8-year-old child who was making a small move. That child's hand was quietly reaching into the wooden box Ing Xinshin had hidden in the bamboo bush. The wooden case opened and inside was a glazed hairpin. Throughout the entire process, Ing Xinshin acted as if she was unaware of it, not even bothering to stop it. However, Yi Chongqing found it. His brows furrowed as he stood up and drank at the figure in the bamboo forest not far away. "Kid, what are you doing?" "Hey!" The sound instantly scared the kid so much that he fell on his butt. Who knows that this child is not afraid in the slightest, standing up and rushing at Yi Chongqing angrily. "Who are you? How dare you yell at me? Know who I am?" Yi Chongqing was also a bit surprised. This kid was so bold? Or is it that one's face is always so harmless that no one is afraid? But no matter what, it's always wrong to steal something, let alone something that should be heartstrings. "Hasn't your adult taught you anything? Don't you learn at a young age?" The child said with a straight face. "I stole it today, so what? Do you know who my father is? He is a famous hunter in this area of Misty Mountain. Once, he even killed a 300-pound tiger." Yi Chongqing instantly laughed in anger. What can he say but one thing? Ignorance is not an option. However, right at this moment, Ing Xinshin suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Evergreen, it's fine. I'll take care of it." Her pure and stunning face was written with seriousness as she pacified Yi Chongqing and whirled towards that child. Ing Xinshin's smile was sincere and always gentle. "Do you like this hairpin a lot?" She leaned over to the child's ear and said in a voice only the two of them could hear. The child held the hairpin in his hand, looked at it twice, and then slipped it into his coat pocket with one hand. "Like it? Give it to me." Ing Xinshin nodded and said with a smile. "Well then, I'll see you off." The child was instantly delighted and grinned. "You're a good woman. Much better than that man." "Okay. I don't care to bother with you. I'm going home to my dad." The child finished and turned to leave. Yi Chongqing behind him was dumbfounded. Indeed, Ing Xinshin's innocence is very attractive. But this kind of behavior, I sent it a little too. That has been so pure that it's breathtaking. He wanted to speak out to stop him, but was stopped by Ing Xinshin waving her hand. Ing Xinshin then whispered to the child, "I also know of a place where there are many more treasures. Do you want them?" The child's eyes brightened up at the words, and he said excitedly, "Of course, don't want it for nothing. Where is the treasure?" Ing Xinshin pointed her finger not far away. "Inside which cave? I've put a lot of things there." The child looked in the direction of Ing Xinshin's finger, and there really was a cave, the opening of which was not big enough for only one person to burrow into. "Will there be danger inside?" The child, whose intelligence was still online, couldn't help but ask. Ing Xinshin smiled and said, "No, my sister has been there several times. See the clothes you are wearing are thin? You can go and get some belongings and buy some clothes." When the child heard this, he couldn't help but smile. "Really? Ha ha ha. Great, great." He rushed at Ing Xinshin. "Little, your conscience is greatly good. I'll be right over." When the kid brother left, Yi Chongqing frowned and said, Miss Ing, you kind when not at all like someone from the Golden Snake Demon Cult. And even, somewhat. The last two words Yi Chongqing did not say. Only, Ing Xinshin blinked her sister and asked back, Are you sure? Yi Chongqing was puzzled. What do you mean? Ing Xinshin smiled faintly and pointed her finger at the cave not far away. Listen! In the next second, a giant bear roar suddenly cut through the sky, and the mountains and forests stirred. Among other things, there was a scream. Ay! Chapter 51, The Man Who Sharpened the Mirror? Just by listening to the roar of the giant bear, one could clearly pop out that it had the strength of the Yuanying stage. And that scream was naturally the kid brother. Seconds later, the giant bear bites into a bloody arm and steps out of the hole. It swallowed the arm in one gulp, and its gaze was dead set on the direction Ing Xinshin and Yi Chongqing were in. A few moments later, the giant bear was actually furiously pouncing towards Ing Xinshin's direction. Yi Chongqing was completely in shock and dumbfounded at this point. Facing the giant bear that pounced, Ing Xinshin dashed to the Yaoqin, and with a wave of her hand, a zither sound transformed into a sharp blade, easily splitting the giant bear into 5 horses, dismembered limbs, various organs, and a kid brother whose face had been corroded by stomach acid. Afterward, under Yi Chongqing's dumbfounded gaze, Ing Xinshin slowly walked over and retrieved the glazed hairpin in the kid brother's hand. Mr. Evergreen, I've given you a fright. Ing Xinshin had a pure smile on her face. Well, Yi Chongqing admitted that he had looked at the wrong person. He has an innocent face, but in fact, he is more dark than anyone else behind his back. Trick the kid into the bear cave, let the bear eat him into his belly, and then kill the bear to get the food all in one go. What the hell, you're telling me it's innocent? Ayuk. Yi Chongqing took several steps back and muttered, You. Ing Xinshin furrowed her brows, puzzled and aggravated. What's wrong, Mr. Evergreen? I didn't kill him, ah. Yi Chongqing twitched. Yes, you didn't kill anyone, but you borrowed a knife to kill someone. Ing Xinshin retorted, It's a bear, not a knife, and an animal's instinct is to feed, so this doesn't count. Yi Chongqing said breathlessly, Then what do you say when you killed the bear again later? Ing Xinshin retorted again, It was the bear that made the first move. I defended myself before I counterattacked. Self-preservation is also a human instinct. Hearing this, Yi Chongqing could be said to be in tears. Are all the people of the Golden Snake Demon Cult good at sophistry? Ing Xinshin guffawed and laughed. So, this matter, it's not my fault. Everything is his fault. She pointed at the corroded and miserable corpse, and that innocent smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He made a mistake. He should be punished. As for the severity, it's not a matter for the wrongdoer or the bystanders. It's a matter for the victim. This is what I am as a person, a code of conduct. Yi Chongqing was really lazy to care about her, and also lazy to reason with her, so he coldly said, That child made a mistake first. This is a fact, but the severity of the sin also needs to be constrained by the rules. If everyone relies on the heart, on the coolness, won't the world be in chaos? Well, you have your guidelines, but I also have my 3 views, different paths, goodbye. After saying that, Yi Chongqing no longer paid attention to her and turned around to leave. But in the next second, Yi Chongqing's footsteps came to a halt. It's not that he doesn't want to go, it's that he can't, because all of his limbs, all of them were bound by a nearly transparent silk thread, and his entire body was nailed to the spot. Immediately after that, a gentle voice that was both innocent and creepy came from behind him. Mr. Evergreen, I don't seem to have, as it were, given you permission to leave, do I? Yi Chongqing's liver and gall bled at once. This kind of tone, he had already heard it more than once. Su Wushu, Ren Yunshu, Xia Wangshu, plus the current Ing Xinshin. Exactly the same ah. What do you want? Yi Chongqing gritted his teeth and endured the sharp pain of the silk threads isolating his skin and said, The silk thread that Ing Xinshin pulled in her hand gently pulled, instantly yanking Yi Chongqing to her. Yi Chongqing gritted his teeth and kept struggling. Both hands were even grabbing towards Ing Xinshin. Without realizing it, it actually touched Ing Xinshin's collarbone. Ing Xinshin froze, her body abruptly stiffened, and her mind went blank. Until then, she had never touched a man or been touched by another man in her life. But now, she had to have her body actually touched by a man. He's desecrating himself. Ing Xinshin instantly became enraged, and there was no longer the pure color on her face from before. there was only burning fury. Squeaks. On the silk thread, there was actually an electric current coming from it. In an instant, the electric current bombarded Yi Chongqing's body, and the intense pain coupled with the feeling of paralysis caused Yi Chongqing to completely lose the ability to resist for a moment, and his body softly collapsed. Nowadays, his entire being had become a puppet on strings for this stunningly beautiful young woman in front of him. Xinxin tightened her face, chills spreading. To tell you the truth, bringing you here, I just want to talk to you about one thing. Yi Chongqing lost strength in his body, but still raised his head to look at her when he sniffed. I didn't provoke you, did I? Xinxin, however, said in a deep voice, You robbed my people. Robbed your man? Upon hearing this, Yi Chongqing was instantly confused. What do you mean? Who did I rob? Xinxin said angrily, You still don't know? I am not aware of it, make it clear. Yi Chongqing wanted to cry. It's just an unmitigated disaster on its own. Who's the one who's messing with me? But in the next second, Xinxin directly said, It's Ran Yunshu. She always cared about me before when you weren't here. Since meeting you, she's never been like she used to be to me. The more Xinxin said, the more angry she became, and she increased her strength even more, and blood flowed out from where Yi Chongqing was strangled by the silk thread. Yi Chongqing finally understood a little. This woman couldn't be the legendary mirror grinder, right? You like her? Yi Chongqing's mouth twitched as he inquired. Unsurprisingly, a blush instantly appeared on Xinxin's pretty face when she heard this. Obviously, Yi Chongqing guessed correctly. Of course, Xinxin didn't hide it and simply nodded. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? But there is one thing if you don't want to be that corpse. Xinxin pointed at the kid brother lying on the ground and said in a deep voice, Then you must draw a line with her. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you experience what it means to have a broken sleeve dragon yang as well. Yi Chongqing instantly cracked his liver and gallbladder. His bones were creeped out, and his heart was pounding. He was actually not afraid of anything, but this point mentioned by Xinxin, he was absolutely scared to death. Are you kidding me? Broken sleeve dragon yang. If you really want to encounter this kind of thing yourself, you'd better not live. Fine, whatever you say. Draw the line, you calm down. Xinxin grunted lightly. The silk thread in his hand instantly disappeared, and Yi Chongqing, as if relieved of his burden, fell limply to the ground, gasping for breath. Get up, you must do as you say. Yi Chongqing let out a bitter smile. He had to retract what he had said before. The Golden Snake Demon Cult. Not a single sane person. He stood up slowly and said helplessly, Shall we go back then? Xinxin nodded. But just then, a familiar voice came. Why are you guys here? An evergreen? Why are you with her? Yi Chongqing was dumbfounded. Speak of Chow Chow? What's with Ren Yunshu coming? Before he could open his mouth, Xinxin's face on the side immediately changed back to her previous pure and flawless appearance. Yunshu, Mr. Yi and I are talking about things. Mr. Yi is well. You say it ain't so, Yi. First, Sheng. Chapter 52. Knowing that you can't do it. I'm not good at all. Sphinx. Yi Chongqing glanced at her. His gaze shifted to Ren Yunshu and said in a nonchalant manner, When exactly will Su Wushu leave Songzhou and roll back home? Given the Golden Snake Demon Sect's current situation in Songzhou, even with the help of the demon race from the Falling Dragon Swamp, these people would still be dead. Let's not forget that up until now, the people from the Righteousness Alliance hadn't made a move so far, and it had always been the Floating Moon Dynasty's army that had fought. Unless Su Wuyao was planning to pull over the 200,000 core believers over in the western snowy plains in a single handful of pokers. Ren Yunshu had already seen Yi Chongqing's displeasure with Su Wui's attitude and only smiled with a guffaw at his words, saying, The sect leader has already decided to retreat, so all we have to do now is to watch the fight between the Floating Moon Dynasty and the Demon Clan. Snipes and muscles, fishermen gain, Xinxin added in a timely manner. Just as soon as she finished saying this, Ren Yunshu said to her, That heartstring, can you? Ren Yunshu was a bit eager to speak. Supporting Xinxin, she had quite a few personal matters that she wanted to talk to Yi Chongqing about. Xinxin frowned slightly and said, What? Are you two planning to discuss something behind my back? During the period when Ren Yunshu was injured before, Xinxin was still in Songzhou Prefecture, so she did not know what happened between Ren Yunshu and Yi Chongqing. It wasn't until Yi Chongqing was captured by Xia Wangshu and Ren Yunshu sent troops to rescue him that Xinxin happened to come back and get involved. Hearing Xinxin's inquiry, Ren Yunshu could only smile bitterly. Yes, something very important. Ing Xinqin was suspicious and her beautiful eyes sized up Ren Yunshu and Yi Chongqing for a long time, but she finally gave up and left silently holding her Yao Qin. If she was just facing Yi Chongqing, she naturally wouldn't be like this. But after all, Ren Yunshu was here, so she could only hold back for a while. When Ing Xinqin left, Ren Yunshu walked in front of Yi Chongqing. She was back to her previous appearance, shy and waiting to be released, which still had the might of the second in command of the Golden Snake Demon sect who killed ferociously on the battlefield. Mr. Evergreen. Sorry. Ren Yunshu was blaming herself, and naturally, the reason for her blaming herself was that she had failed to save Yi Chongqing from under Xia Wangshu. Yi Chongqing smiled helplessly. In fact, in his opinion, Su Wushu, Ren Yunshu, Ing Xinqin, and Xia Wangshu were all peasants in a pod. It was only that Ren Yunshu and Su Wushu's attitudes towards themselves were not as maniacal as Xia Wangshu's. However, the treatment of the people in this land of Cangzhou is not to hide their means. It was this point that was the reason why Yi Chongqing was unable to accept and empathize with this group of demonic cultists from the beginning to the end. There is no need for this, but thanks. Yi Chongqing wanted to say something, but in the end, he still said thanks. After all, people are also out to save themselves. Say thank you is deserved. At least 3 views in this regard. Yi Chongqing poses very positive. Hearing this thank you, Ren Yunshu had mixed feelings in her heart. Actually, that's what I should do, because you know how I feel about you. Ren Yunshu laughed bitterly and said, I know what the sect leader has in mind for you, and even though I've emphasized to myself countless times that we won't be able to stand together after all, I just can't help it. Suddenly, she couldn't help but grab Yi Chongqing's hand very tightly. Yi Chongqing was startled and subconsciously tried to pull out, but he was unable to move because of Ren Yunshu's grip. Ren Yunshu gritted her teeth and said with red eyes, Mr. Evergreen, when we return to the snow plain, if I can't control it, can I come to you? She finally said the words she wanted to say the most. The corners of Yi Chongqing's mouth twitched slightly. Listening to the meaning of these words, it means that he reckons that he's going to be abducted to the Golden Snake Demon sect again. A prisoner? Or maybe a bird in a cage? Oh! No matter how to say, I am afraid that I will lose my freedom from now on, and completely fall into a woman's plaything. In the shadows, a resentful gaze deadened on the man. Ing Xinqin's fists were clenched extremely tightly, and her silver teeth clenched. And then there's Ren Yunshu. You're a liar and you lied to me about being a regular friend. Bull. You traitor. Betraying me and stealing the Godfather's man. For a moment, Ing Xinqin even wanted to go and tell on him. With Su Wushu's ruthless character, if he knew about this, he would teach him Yi Chongqing to eat his words. But on second thought, what about Ren Yunshu? Perhaps the most tragic is not necessarily Yi Chongqing. On the contrary, it is Ren Yunshu, right? Thinking of this, Ing Xinqin hated Yi Chongqing's teeth even more. 3 days later, the Golden Snake Demon sect, led by Su Wushu, prepared to evacuate Cangzhou. Moreover, Su Wushu didn't withdraw in secrecy, but on the contrary made a big fuss. The ever-victorious army within Endless City sensed the movement and immediately notified Yi Yunxian, who was sitting in the army, as well as Xia Wangshu, who had just returned from the Falling Dragon Swamp. Xia Wangshu. Xia Wangshu knew that Yi Chongqing had been captured by Su Wushu, but in the great battle the other day, she had been seriously injured, and her only cards had been revealed and used. In other words, she was not at all sure that she could fight Su Wushu to the death right now. There is also no certainty that he can get out of Su Wushu's hands and take Yi Chongqing back. Eldest princess, the Golden Snake Demon cult is planning to escape. Are we pursuing? Yi Yunxian found her and asked. On the martial seat in the tent, Xia Wangshu played with the fallen immortal poppy in his hand, his face looking joyless and sad. After a long period of silence, Xia Wangshu spoke up. They retreated with great fanfare only to lure us into taking the initiative. Yi Yunxian froze and replied, could it be that they didn't want to leave? They just want to show the enemy that they are weak? Ah, it's us who are weak. Xia Wangshu raised his head and swept a glance at her, faintly saying, when it's fake, it's real, and when it's real, it's real. The art of war is all about falsehoods and falsehoods. But one thing is for sure, they will definitely retreat. Yi Yunxian listening to the confusion, what true and false, in the end what is the meaning of O? Xia Wangshu didn't bother to explain more and slowly stood up. Seeing this, Yi Yunxian also hurriedly straightened his body and waited for orders. In the next second, Xia Wangshu could be heard saying, "Pass on this princess's decree. The ever-victorious army will immediately get ready for battle and take the initiative to attack and annihilate the remnants of the enemy." In addition, Mr. Yi Chongqing has made significant contributions to the Floating Moon Dynasty. He has worked tirelessly, traveled from east to west, cured the sick and saved thousands of living beings in the Floating Moon Dynasty. Now that he's in the hands of the Golden Snake Demon Cult, how can the Floating Moon Dynasty see death and save him? Yi Yunxian didn't know that things like Yi Chongqing being captured back by Xia Wangshu, running away again, and being captured by Su Wushu, Xia Wangshu had been hiding it from her. However, for Yi Chongqing as a person, she still admired and respected him. So, for this order, she didn't have the slightest hesitation, and immediately led the order to leave, ordering all the troops and horses, and heading straight to Misty Mountain. Xia Wangshu looked out at this distant layered mountain range and let out a long sigh in his heart. She knew that she was not a match for Su Wui. Even if she was once again transformed into her original intent, her strength was not as strong as before. But, in order to capture that birth back and torture it properly, she had no choice but to do it, knowing that she could not do it. Chapter 53. You're the challenger. Bishop. The Chongqing army is out of the city. The moment Xia Wangshu marched out, there were scouts who immediately delivered the news for Su Wushu. Ren Yunshu and Ing Xinxin were by her side. As soon as the scout's words left his mouth, Ren Yunshu said, "Sect leader, we only have more than 1,000 men. Should we meet the battle?" She couldn't actually figure out what Su Wushu was thinking, whether to fight or not to fight. If they fought, even if they could win, it would have nothing to do with the 1,000 or so people, and they would have to rely on Su Wuyao to crush them with his Mahayana cultivation. But fighting a war is not a one-on-one sparring match between cultivators. The battlefield is full of swords and swords, you and me, and it is not by relying on cultivation that you can run roughshod over. For example, before, the Golden Snake Demon sect in Songzhou have hundreds of thousands of corpse tied. But the result is why still can't beat the Floating Moon Dynasty's army, is not that the quality of the fight can't keep up with it. How can a bunch of walking dead possibly compete with a thinking, battle-hardened professional army? Seeing Ren Yunshu's question, Su Wushu but lightly laughed and said, "Why should we meet the battle? We will just go our way." She turned around and faced the crowd. "You guys take Mr. Yi away first, and leave the rest to me." Ren Yunshu was taken aback and couldn't help but say, "Is the sect leader alone?" Su Wui smiled confidently. "Naturally. How can this be?" Ren Yunshu said in shock. However, Su Wushu was completely set in his mind and didn't bother to say much, directly forcing this decision. With no choice but to take the remnants of the army, Ren Yunshu could only lead Yi Chongqing to follow Su Wui's order and march towards the western snowy plains. The ever-victorious army soon arrived at the foot of Misty Mountain. Yi Yunxian's divine sense swept over, and he was actually dumbfounded, and said in shock to Xia Wangshu beside him, "Princess, the Golden Snake Demon cult has run away. It's empty." Xia Wangshu frowned slightly, and unbelievingly used his own divine sense to probe carefully as well. The result was, unsurprisingly, exactly the same as Yi Yunxian. In the entire Misty Mountains, there was no shadow of the devil cult at all. There are quite a few demonic beasts. Xia Wangshu's brows were tightly locked, his gaze dead set on the Misty Mountains in front of him. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with surprise. After pondering for a long time, she spoke, "You guys wait on the spot. I'll go into the mountains and come back." Without waiting for Yi Yunxian to reply, Xia Wangshu turned into a red light and swept towards Misty Mountain. A lyre sounded long and sudden. The tune that was played was no other than the one that Yi Chongqing had once taught Su Wui Xiaoxiang Shueyun. Looking at the grass hut in front of him, Xia Wangshu didn't show any shyness and simply stepped in. When he entered, he saw a black silhouette playing the zither in the small courtyard. Move with grace and demeanor. Her veiled hand gently stroked the strings of the zither, and the melodious sound of the zither resounded continuously. Seemingly sensing that there was someone standing beside him, the corners of Su Wui's mouth rose slightly, the movements in his hands stopped, and the sound of the zither came to an abrupt end. Is the visitor the eldest princess of the Floating Moon Dynasty, the holy maiden of the Cheonghua Immortal Palace, and the million-year-old fallen immortal Poppy Xia Wangshu? Hearing the woman take the lead in asking, Xia Wangshu, however, smiled faintly and said, "Are you the senator of the 12 chairmen of the Cleansing Society, the Disperser, and the master of the Golden Serpent Demon Cult, Su Wushu?" Su Wujiao was surprised. "Exactly, You're not afraid of me? Xia Wangshu laughed lightly. Why should I be afraid? But your cultivation is really good. You're the real challenger. What a smooth talker. Su Wui was dumbfounded and couldn't help but smile. Sister is not very old, but quite arrogant. I've seen many geniuses, and I've beheaded many famous heavenly prides in my hands. For words for you rigid and easy to break. 1,000,000 years of fallen immortal poppy can't shelter you. There are people outside of people, and there are days outside of days, and there are 11 other people in the cleansing society who are stronger than me. This was indeed true. Among the 12 chairpersons, only she, Su Wuyao, was the weakest, a mere Mahayana. The rest of them, all of them were strong at the transition stage. Hearing these words with a strong flavor of gunpowder, Xia Wangshu still did not change his face and said lightly, just easily folded is not an excuse for cowardice, for the sake of the heart's obsession. Knowing that it is not possible to do, is a person who can stand in the world of the foundation of the establishment. If the sect leader doesn't believe me, I wouldn't mind letting you see the true face of the fallen immortal poppy. Upon hearing this, Su Wushu finally raised his gaze and landed on Xia Wangshu. It was the first time she had faced this enemy that she had never seen before. Xia Wangshu was equally undaunted, her gaze looking straight at her. In a trance, this side of heaven and earth seemed to be stilled. The falling leaves are silent and the killing is pervasive. After a long time, the corners of Su Wushu's mouth raised into a light smile, and she said with a faint laugh, "You are not my opponent right now, and before that, you have already manifested your fallen immortal poppy body once, and I'm afraid that the aftereffects brought about by that one time is the most serious one you've had so far." Xia Wangshu's eyes narrowed slightly, non-committal. What Su Wushu said was indeed right. At this time, Su Wui continued, "Even if you were to manifest your fallen immortal poppy body again, can you guarantee that you will definitely defeat me?" She said with a wry smile, "I'm afraid I don't even have a 1 in a million chance of winning, do I?" Xia Wangshu said without changing his face. "So, what is the sect leader planning to do by staying here specifically to wait for me?" Su Wui guffawed and said, "Nothing, just an ordinary appointment. A covenant?" Xia Wangshu frowned slightly and said, "What do you mean?" Su Wui extended a finger and blandly said, "Yi Chongqing is my person. Give him up. Leave him. If you agree, from now on, the Golden Snake Demon Cult will not look for trouble from the Floating Moon Dynasty." At that, she paused for a moment and added, "At least for the duration of my term, I'll do what I say." When these words came out, Xia Wangshu immediately snorted. "Is the sect leader joking? What do you mean he's your man? And how long have you known him? Who am I to give him up to you?" Su Wui shook his head, his heart like water. "At least he's in my hands now, and you don't have the ability to snatch him back, just based on that." Xia Wangshu couldn't help but feel anger in her heart. "Are you threatening me?" Su Wui smiled and said, "Think what you want. At least that's the truth for now." Xia Wangshu clenched her fists. This was the first time in her life she had been threatened like this. A strong sense of humiliation frantically eroded her limbs and bones. "What if I say no?" Su Wuyao let out a light laugh and stood up from the stone bench. The Yao Qin on the table instantly dissipated. She stretched her back, unfolding the luscious body, and said, "The mouth grows on you, so feel free to do as you please. You can also take your 100,000 elite troops, catch up with me, and recapture him. However, let me remind you." She walked over to Xia Wangshu, attached herself to her ear, and murmured in a low voice, "Beware of the praying mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow in the back." "What do you mean?" Xia Wangshu's pupils suddenly shrunk and she took a step back. Su Wui guffawed and asked, "You just came back from the Dragonfall Swamp not long ago, right?" Hearing this, Xia Wangshu's entire face instantly paled like paper. You moved the demon race to strike." Su Wui smiled and continued, "Right, so you don't want your country, either, to be trampled by the demon race, right?" Chapter 54 Enforcer. Thunder Palace. Neon Image. Xia Wangshu, who had always been careless, finally changed her expression after hearing Su Wui's words. Falling Dragon Swamp. Billions of demons. If these great demons reappeared, the entire Floating Moon Dynasty would be destroyed.
Su Wushu.
There is a difference between humans and demons. Even if you are the head of the demon sect, you should not collude with the demon race and willingly become a traitor to the human race. However, in the face of these words, Su Wushu was extremely frank from start to finish. saying, "Equality of man and demon symbiosis. This is the blood oath covenant that the Taiyin ancient emperor had once made. I never thought that after millions of years. This phrase that the human race claimed to support all of the Taiyin ancient emperor's decisions had already turned into an empty phrase." Xia Wangshu droned in a deep voice. "The era of the ancient emperors is too far away from us. The current human race cannot do symbiosis with the demon race. We have our own path. You're a typical demon walker." Su Wushu held his arms and said indifferently, "I'm too lazy to reason with you anyway. You, right now, should make a choice. Are we going to fight the Golden Snake demon cult to the end? Or are we going to lead our troops to the Falling Dragon Swamp to suppress the demon race?" Hearing this, Xia Wangshu's clenched fists eventually loosened. Yeah, there's no point in saying anything. Once the demon race was allowed to seize the opportunity and attack the city, with their fighting strength, it would definitely be a catastrophe no less than the one 300 years ago. Thinking of this, Xia Wangshu took a deep breath, stared dead at Su Wushu, and said in a deep voice, "I will come back and defeat you for his sake." Su Wushu smiled faintly. "Any time." The ever-victorious army, as well as all the troops and horses in Songzhou, totaling 70,000 men, set out for the Fallen Dragon Swamp. In addition, the court urgently mobilized 300,000 troops and stationed them in Longzhou to defend against the beast tide that would break out at any time. The Jingqi alliance mobilized 10,000 strong people of all realms to help in the battle. The Great War, it's on the verge of happening. Same time, the Golden Snake demon cult had already traveled north to evacuate the territory of the Floating Moon dynasty and entered the Clear Night dynasty. They were going to turn their troops westward from Sangzhou, within the territory of the Clear Night dynasty, and return to the base camp of the Golden Snake demon sect in the Western Plateau. Along the way, there were no accidents. However, but as the Golden Snake demon cult had just stepped out of Xiangzhou and entered Yuezhou of the Clear Night dynasty, the Thunder Hall, a force of the Polyester Guild stationed in Yuezhou, suddenly appeared to stop Su Wushu's path. Above the Great Plains, war drums like thunder tore through the sky, and between the dark clouds, the lightning split the dome into broken silver mirrors. The crowd of the Golden Snake demon sect looked up, only to see a red-clothed phantom figure hanging in midair directly in front of them, with the thunder light meandering along the sharp sword in her hand, outlining a demonic arc of light under the dark clouds. The woman was clad in a scarlet mackerel cape, with a dark gold map of thunder patterns embroidered between the lapels of her coat, which was hidden as the air currents churned. Her posture was tall and straight, and her lithe waist was wrapped in close-fitting soft armor, outlining thrilling curves. A pair of long boots were trimmed with shen iron. The boots were as high as his thighs, and with every step, there were fine bits of lightning erupting along the soles of the boots, stepping out blue-purple trails of light in the void. What was most alarming was the black brocade cloth that blindfolded her eyes, embroidered with silver silk clouds at the edges, which trembled lightly with the gusty winds, revealing the snow-white skin underneath. The woman's side face lines as harsh as a knife, agar nose high and straight, red lips with a three-pointed coldness, jawline clean and sharp, will be cold and harsh two temperament mixed just right. Although his eyes were covered, the pressure emanating from his body was like substance, making the people below have the illusion of being stared at by a fierce beast for no reason, as if under the brocade cloth, there was the eye of thunder that could pierce through the soul. Transition Realm Powerhouse. The faces of the crowd suddenly changed, and they all landed their gazes on Su Wushu. Sect Master, the Thunder Hall is a sister state, but they are coming from a bad place. Ren Yunshu couldn't help but say. The Cleansing Society had forces all over the Taiyin ancient realm. For example, the Floating Moon dynasty is the Golden Snake demon cult. For the Clear Night dynasty, it was the Thunder Hall. The Hall Master who was in charge of the Thunder Hall was named Nei Imaging. At the same time, she is the 12th seat of the Purification Society, the Nin seat, the Enforcer. Su Wushu didn't have the slightest fear. Of course, she did manage to detect the killing intent on Neo's body. However, the killing intent was not directed at herself, but behind her Yi Chongqing. Su Wushu took a step forward and said in a nonchalant manner, "What is the Enforcer's reason for stopping me on my way?" In midair, Nei waved the thunder-sharp blade in her hand and said with an icy face, "By order of the Cleansing Center, we will cut off the scruples for the stragglers. If you insist on not obeying, I have the right to make a decision before I do." Su Wui's gaze narrowed slightly and he said in a deep voice, "First to kill, does that include me as well?" Hearing this, the corners of Nei Imaging's mouth rose slightly as she teased, "That's natural. but remembering that you've done quite a bit of work for me over the years, you're not guilty of death. Now, hand over that man and everything will be forgiven. Yi Chongqing behind Su Wui frowned slightly. It really was a wave that had not yet subsided. And this time, I'm afraid it's going to be even more dangerous than before. Su Wushu was only at the Mahayana stage. How could he be a match for a transitional succession stage powerhouse? Can she save herself? I'm just a doctor. Is it possible that you, the polyester society, can't even accommodate a doctor? In midair, NEI Imaging laughed softly. Mr. Ye's virtuous name. The Thunder Hall has long heard of it, and countless people throughout the Taiyin ancient realm have received Mr. Ye's favors. But 1,000 times, you should not have gone against our polyester guild. Your existence is the biggest stumbling block to the success of our ideals. Yi Chongqing sneered. Are you referring to the epidemic? My Yi Chongqing's existence makes your epidemic plan impossible to accomplish. NEI faintly said, Naturally, so is Mr. Yi ready? Yi Chongqing shrugged his shoulders and looked at Su Wushu and said, All right, just hand me over without involving you guys. As soon as the words fell, without waiting for Su Wushu to speak, Ren Yunshu said sharply, Mr. Evergreen, what nonsense are you talking about? How could we leave you behind? Yi Chongqing guffawed and smiled. You are a family. How can you fight hand-to-hand because of me? An outsider? Not far away. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the neon band and said with a smile, Is this Mr. Ye's way of provoking him? Or is he really deeply righteous? Yi Chongqing smiled faintly. Think what you want. Anyway, I'm only a Jindan stage. In the hands of a transitional succession stage powerhouse, there's no way to live at all. Ren Yunshu gritted her teeth and turned her gaze to Su Wushu again. Sect leader. Good thing Su Wushu finally made a move. She blankly glanced at Yi Chongqing without any good humor and said, If I take you away, I will naturally protect you. Why do you need to use any agitation? Yi Chongqing smiled bitterly. I really didn't. I'm just too tired. Being grabbed and played with by a bunch of women has long since tired me out. Is there anything sadder in life? This kind of traveler, whoever he wants to be. However, Su Wushu said, The Yi Chongqing I remember is not someone who gives up easily. The earth is sick and in need of a gentleman to save it. Yi Chongqing's expression was stunned. For a moment, he suddenly felt that Su Wushu had changed, but the feeling, again, is somewhat indefinable. However, one thing was certain. Su Wushu had already stood in front of Yi Chongqing, while raising her eyes to look at the thunderous silhouette in midair. Yun Shu, heartstrings, take him away. Go as far away as you can. Chapter 55 I'm not missing anything now. Almost at the same time, Ren Yunshu and Ing Xinshin immediately reacted, and the two of them each grabbed Yi Chongqing's arm and leapt up, leaving the place. The rest of the Golden Snake demon cultists resolutely chose to stay behind. NEI did not choose to catch up with Yi Chongqing. She came here to block Su Wushu's way. Naturally, she had left a backhand. If a mere 2 harmonization stages wanted to keep the people they wanted to kill, then she didn't need to be the Thunder Hall Master. The corners of Nei's mouth rose slightly as she swept her gaze over the district's 1,000 or so followers and said disdainfully, Dispersers, with just these remnants of your army, do you want to stop me? Bang, bang, bang. As the words fell, the tens of thousands of Thunder Hall disciples below once again sounded the war drums. The momentum was majestic, shocking heaven and earth as a change of color. The wind is so powerful that it shakes the mountains and rivers and makes them tremble. Boom! Thunder roared and the long sky flashed. The full cultivation of a powerful person at the transitional succession stage was on display. But just at that moment, in Su Wushu's hand, a greenish-black bizarre ball of light appeared. Nei's gaze landed on it and her complexion changed slightly. Epidemic? Pathogens? The corners of Su Wushu's mouth rose slightly as he said, Morningstorm epidemic? How about this name? And it's not the old funereal epidemic, it's a new pathogen. As Su Wui's mind moved, she only saw the bereavement epidemic pathogen in her hand begin to tremble slightly. In just a few breaths, within the pathogen, countless black gases sprang out, and with lightning speed, they didn't enter the bodies of the 1,000 or so religious people behind them. In an instant, these religious people's bodies were twisted and their eyes were bloodshot in agony. But after the pain, what followed was a change like no other. They're demonized, but it's no longer the simple demonization that it used to be. This time, the demonization appeared mutated. Some look like crocodiles, some like wolves, tigers, snakes, butterflies, horses and leopards. In short, completely lost the human capital mold. Completely transformed into a demon. But also at the same time, their breath got climbed. Those with Jindan's strength became Yuaning. Those with the strength of Yuaning came to Huanshan. Na's face suddenly changed and she lost her voice. How is this possible? How could there be a secondary evolution of the epidemic pathogen? You actually tampered with the pathogen. Su Wui corrected. Not tampering, but fusion. As for what was fused, no one knew but her. She went to the swamp of the falling dragon, found the corpse of the former dragon emperor, and used the bereavement epidemic pathogen, devouring the corpse of the dragon emperor, to complete her secondary evolution. This was Su Wushu's biggest card right now. Nei took a deep breath and snapped. Even so, you have absolutely no chance of winning. Su Wushu laughed. Then try it. Before the words left her mouth, an inky miasma rolled up around her, and she rose up into the air and stood in the sky. The green threads in his hair suddenly turned to red gold, jagged bones protruded from under his scalp, and two pairs of dragon horns curved like scythes broke out of the ground, their surfaces covered with dark purple lines, oozing out sticky black blood as their pulses throbbed. In an instant, the dome of the sky was torn apart, and the dragon's roar shook the clouds and disintegrated them. Su Wushu's body began to twist and distort, his bones bursting like a drum, and a scale like horny layer surfaced under his skin. In the blink of an eye, a black dragon that covered the sky came out across the sky. The dragon's head was like a lofty mountain, and its fangs were intertwined in its bloody mouth, each as thick as a giant tree. The amber vertical pupils glowed with a demonic ghostly light, and the air twisted into a vortex where he gazed. The dragon's whiskers dangled down like chains, the venom dripping from the ends corroding out green smoke. The dragon's body snaked for dozens of feet. Its scales seemed to be cast in metaphysical iron, and the greenish-purple miasma unique to epidemics flowed between its crevices, and wherever it passed, even the sunlight was dyed a bizarre ink color. Between the sweep of the dragon's tail, the ground cracked into a bottomless gully, mud and rotten water gushed out, and the fishy wind wrapped with the rotten smell of the dragon emperor's corpse caused the grass and trees in a 10-mile radius to wither instantly. The breath, the same goes for transits, and, not in the least bit weaker than Neo. What? At this moment, and I no longer had the calmness she had before, and there was only a strong shock. The black dragon's mouth emitted the voice of Su unsullied. Raspy, vicissitudes, regal. I am now complete and nothing is missing. With another dragon's roar, Su Wushu went straight to Nei. The 1,000 or so demonized religious below were also charging towards the tens of thousands of Thunder Hall disciples at this moment. The Great War is on the horizon. The other side, Ren Yunshu and Ing Xinshin escorted Yi Chongqing and fled all the way to the northwest. To the northwest was the territory of the Starfall dynasty, able to stay away from the Thunder Hall sphere of influence. The Polyester Society forces of the Starfall dynasty were friends with the Golden Snake Demon sect, and only there was the safest place to be. But accidents always come suddenly. Just as the three of them had entered a canyon, a woman in black stopped the way. At the 6th transformation harmonization stage, he was even stronger than Ren Yunshu. Without the slightest hesitation, Ren Yunshu immediately said to Ing Xinshin, Xinshin, you take Chongqing and go. I'll stop her. Ing Xinshin frowned. What about you? I'll catch up. Ing Xinshin had no choice but to look at Ren Yunshu with a grudging look and pull Yi Chongqing to flee once again. I don't know how long I've been walking, but Ing Xinshin suddenly stopped in her tracks. Yi Chongqing turned back and said, worried about her? Just who knows? Ing Xinshin suddenly sneered. I think you should worry about worrying about you. Hearing this, Yi Chongqing was startled and couldn't help but take a few steps back. What do you want? Ing Xinshin walked towards him with a smirk, then pinched the back of Yi Chongqing's head and said in a deep voice with his eyes half closed, what do you say? Take advantage of the fact that no one's around right now. I'll kill you, and then declare to the public that you've died inside the Thunder Hall's manpower. How's that sound? Yi Chongqing was dumbstruck, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. Why? Ing Xinshin said in a cold voice. Why? You still have the face to ask me why. What good is it to me for you to live? The incident a few days ago, when Ren Yunshu sidetracked me and said those things to you, do you really think I don't know? Yi Chongqing was speechless for a moment. He actually didn't discriminate against some things between women and girls. But the problem is, between you Ing Xinshin and Ren Yunshu, It seems like it's purely you who has been in unrequited love, right? Alas! Yi Chongqing sighed and said, then let go of me and let me fend for myself. You can just go back and find Renyun Shu. Ing Xinshin heard this, but she smiled disdainfully and said, and what if you survive? I wouldn't be at ease with a living person. Only with a dead person would I put 100 hearts. Yi Chongqing frowned. You really want to kill me? Of course. Ing Xinshin was decisive. Hearing these such resolute words, Yi Chongqing really broke down a bit. In reality, between him and Renyun Shu, there really wasn't much of a feeling of love at all. It was at best a friendship. She is a friend to be reckoned with. Yi Chongqing also didn't bother to talk nonsense. No longer struggling, faintly said, then you do it. Ing Xinshin sniffed. The corner of her mouth rose slightly and said, not bad. I thought you would kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Yi Chongqing snorted lightly and said, to live as a human being and to die as a ghost. It's not my character to be greedy for life and fear death. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Chongqing felt a stabbing pain coming from his neck. He closed his eyes and didn't need to think about it to know that Ing Xinshin was strangling his neck with silk thread. I didn't expect to have to toss a hand of Ka-Ching before I die. Chapter 56. Pure faces have pure benefits. A close call. Whoosh! A tiny cracking sound suddenly rang out. Ing Xinshin, who had originally intended to increase her strength, was like an enemy. And Pure Liang's pretty face changed drastically as she violently turned around and crossed the taut silk thread in her hand in front of her body. Click! Only a crunching sound was heard, and a long, slender needle fell to the ground with a flourish. White-clothed ambassador. I remember that the order your Golden Snake sect master gave you was to protect Mr. Yi. Right? But what you're doing now, isn't that considered treason? In the middle of the woods, a figure stepped out, dressed in a colorful costume with heavy makeup on her face. It was extremely bizarre. Almost all in an instant, Ing Xinshin recognized the visitor and murmured under his breath, you are the Thunder Hall's deputy hall master, Kai Renren. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect the famous white ambassador to actually know me. This is truly an honor for my concubine. The colorful actress's slender hand made the pattern of an orchid finger, which was as creepy as it could be with her full face of makeup. The hanging heart of Yi Chongqing on the side had never been put down. He had heard of this person, the colorful mercy man. It is said that she once fell in love with a man, and as a result, that man betrayed her, causing her to become insane, and later even killed 76 members of that man's family. After this, the colorful mercy man intensified her efforts to kill the entire family of any man who had done one thing to upset her. But if there is a man and a woman who are in love with each other and are in love with each other, they will also kill his whole family. As for why, don't ask, it's purely in her head. So, whether it is Ing Xinshin or Kai Renren, the end is the same. Ing Xinshin said nonchalantly, so, are you here to rob someone? Hearing this, Kai Renren didn't hide it and said bluntly, that's right anyway. He's a dead man in your hands, and he's also a dead man in my hands. I've killed I don't know how many men. Why don't you give him to me so I can kill another one? Fruity. Yi Chongqing's liver and gallbled really fell into 8 lifetimes of bad luck. He realized that ever since he met Su Wushu, his good days were considered to be at an end. Either they are abused or die, or they are caught or captured. But well, unexpectedly, Ing Xinshin blocked in front of Yi Chongqing and said disdainfully, who am I to hand him over to you? Even if he dies, he must die in my hands, not in the hands of a madman like you. Yi Chongqing froze. Well, that's quite a surprise. Colorful Renren's regicide is regicide. The key is that she doesn't just kill. She prefers to torture people. Often, the man who falls back on them is tortured to death and then driven to suicide. Moreover, his means of torturing people was not the kind of Su Wushu, but pure sadism. Yi Chongqing can accept, hold up Su Wushu that kind of level. After all, it is only a blow to the human mind, but physical torture, he is never willing. Thinking of this, Yi Chongqing immediately took a stance. Ms. Ing, give me a break. If I have to die, I'll die by your hand. Ing Xinshin guffawed and turned back with a pure smile. Don't worry, I'll satisfy you. Not far away, the colorful mercy man was furious when he saw the two singing together. Ever since she was betrayed by her man, she hated nothing more than a man and a woman flirting together, which in her mind was an insult to her. Kai Renren's scarlet nails pinched into her palms. Her almond eyes widened. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Before the words fell, The silver light on her sleeve burst out, and several poisoned steel needles broke out of the air. Moreover, the steel needles actually emitted a strange buzz when they cut through the air, suddenly splitting in mid-air. 2 for 1, 4 for 2. In the blink of an eye, it was densely packed, like torrential rain pouring down, and like a spider web covering down towards Shin. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of cold awns weave a net of death, reflecting the surrounding grass and trees with a cold ghostly light. Careful! The needle is quenched with poison. Yi Changqing lost his voice and exclaimed. But fortunately, Shin seemed to have noticed it earlier, and with her wide sleeves fluttering, a 7-stringed Yaoqin surfaced in response. Her jade fingers lightly knocked on the body of the zither, and the clear sound exploded like cracking silk, shaking the dead leaves on the ground to dance one after another. Her hands stroked over the strings of the zither, and the stirring tune of one song poured out, 7 condensed sound waves stirring in a fan shape. The moment the sound wave collided with the poisonous needles, a dense golden and iron clash erupted. Shin's fingertips fluttered like a butterfly, and the sound of the zither suddenly changed. The clear sound transformed into an invisible barrier, bouncing the poisonous needles into mid-air. As the last pantone fell, hundreds of poisonous needles actually shattered into pieces under the moonlight, rustling on the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. She gently stroked the strings of the zither with her eyes downcast, and said, "Using sound as a blade to fight poison with poison, you are still a bit short of the mark in this concealed weapon kung fu." The colorful Renren narrowed her bifaces slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. In her opinion, Shin was a 4-turned harmonious Dao, while she was likewise at the same cultivation level, and with this all-out attack, Shin was not so calm and relaxed. Of course, Kai Renren naturally couldn't just give up. The corner of her mouth rose slightly as she said, "Hehe. So what if I let you have one game? Just come back again. Hopefully, this time, you'll still be able to outsmart idle hands." The corners of her scarlet lips hooked up into an arc, and the silver jewelry in her hair jingled with the aura surging around her body as she violently ripped open the silver chain at her neck, and a bronze bell engraved with runes crashed to the ground in response. In an instant, the withered leaves within a 10-foot radius were like being clutched by an invisible giant hand, wrapped in gravel and condensed into dozens of emerald-colored blade wheels in the air. The dark purple miasma that flowed between the veins of the leaves colored the entire sky a treacherous twilight color. Shin's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the movement of his fingertips stroking over the strings of the zither paused. The previous move appeared to be one that she easily neutralized, but in reality, the poisonous mist left on the strings had already dyed 3 of her fingers green and black. And it wasn't that she was anything but chipper. It was entirely the innocent face she wore that masked all her emotions. At this moment, facing the overwhelming leaf blade, she is no longer careless. Zhu lips gently open spit out half of the crystal jade beads hanging in front of the forehead actually will be the life of the magic weapon are sacrificed out. The 7-stringed Yaoqin rumbled up to about 10 feet. Shin's hand was like a butterfly's shadow, and the body of the Qin played 3 tunes at the same time. The killing sound transformed into golden sound blades chopping high into the sky, and the thick zither sound condensed into a curtain of water to ward off the poisonous miasma. Boom! The moment the 2 forces collided, all the trees within a 100-meter radius snapped, countless leaf blades crashed into the talisman with blinding sparks, and between the cloud gaps split by the sound blades, the bloody remnants of the sun were like a sob. After a stalemate of only a few teas, Shin suddenly sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and the jade pearl's light dimmed by 3 points. The colorful Renren likewise turned pale as the leaf blades she was manipulating began to splatter in all directions uncontrollably. The aura around the 2 men stirred like a boil, and no one dared to withdraw their power first. Once they slacked off, they would surely be killed by the other party's residual power backlash. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose under this situation. But right at this moment, Yi Changqing suddenly struggled to stand up and walked over to Shin. This sudden move immediately caused both Shin and Kai Renren to be startled. However, Kai Renren was mostly joyful, and immediately said, "Little brother, kill her. Just now she tried to poison you." Hearing these words, Shin's face turned even paler, and she painstakingly turned her head away to look at Yi Changqing, wanting to use her eyes to warn him not to make a mess. But in reality, with that innocent face on top of her, even the fiercest eye warnings became pleas in the eyes of others. Chapter 57: The Purgatory Society. The Sacrificial Seat. Martial Laws. Yi Chongqing was a little embarrassed by this innocent face staring at him, even though he kept emphasizing that Ing Xinxin and Kai Renren were all one and the same. But, in order to stay alive, he ultimately chose to help her. It would be better to let Ing Xinxin give himself a hard time than to fall into the hands of Kai Renren and be tortured to a life worse than death. Thinking of this, Yi Chongqing took a deep breath and walked behind Ing Xinxin. Then, he stretched out his arms and gently hugged Ing Xinxin. Ing Xinxin's delicate body stiffened and trembled slightly. It was the first time she had ever been held by a man, and an unspeakable wave of panic came over her. His unique cedar scent mixed with the smell of nitrous smoke came to his face. Warm breath swept over the ears. Even more than the colorful mercy people flung out of the poisonous silver needles called for people to panic. But just then, Yi Chongqing said in a deep voice, "Don't wander off. I'll teach you a tune." After saying that, Yi Chongqing grabbed Ing Xinxin's hand and added, "Run your aura and play after me." Ing Xinxin took a deep breath and finally chose to believe him. She tried to calm down and let Yi Chongqing grab her hand. In the next second, Yi Chongqing's hand that was holding inks and string, his fingertips pressed down heavily on the gong in the 7 strings, and the clanging sound was like a golden goose coming out of its sheath. Buzz! Ing Xinxin only felt that his spiritual platform was instantly clear, and the meridians that had been infested by the poisonous mist just now were suddenly unclogged. Yi Chongqing's palm carried an irresistible force, leading her fingertips to sprint on the strings of the zither, and a tune that had been famous in his previous life appeared in the Tai-in ancient realm. And the tune, called The King of Lanling's Breaking Song. The killing spirit shook the sky and the earth. The colorful mercy's pupils shrunk, only to see the two people's auras mingling around their bodies. The golden aura rising from the Ingsin stringed zither actually intertwined with the cold aura emanating from Yi Chongqing to form an array. Yi Chongqing clasped her wrist with a fierce force. The sweeping of the strings is like the autumn wind rolling down the leaves. The war drum-like rhythm shook the ground and cracked it. Thousands of sound blades wrapped in sword chi rushed up to the sky. Wherever they passed, the poisonous miasma withered leaves that the colorful mercy people were so proud of were reduced to pieces. No way! The colorful mercy man staggered back, the runes on his forehead flickering violently. She swung her last poison blade with all her might, but it exploded the moment it touched the sonic sword. Yi Chongqing and Ing Xinxin interlocked their 10 fingers and simultaneously pressed the 7th overtone. The sound wave swept away like a shocking wave. In an instant, Kai Renren screamed miserably and flew backwards, his back slamming heavily into the ancient tree, blood mixed with the broken jade like bell debris gushing out of his mouth, his aura completely collapsing around him. Ing Xinxin was a strong player in the way of music, and the music path kills by song. Just this world's music has long been down and out, countless inheritance has long been lost. The tune played is nothing more than that, a few popular common-only words. Although Yi Chongqing was not a man of the way of music, he had mastered countless killing weapons from the ancient times of his previous life. Use the tunes of your past life to match the musical paths of this world, and in doing so, defeat your strongest enemies. Obviously, Yi Chongqing had gambled correctly. Nowadays, the colorful mercy man is heavily injured and will never be the same again. This song, what is it called? Ing Xinxin's expression was tinged with astonishment, and she couldn't help but look up at Yi Chongqing and ask. Yi Chongqing guffawed. You can call it King Lanling's Breaking Formation Song. In a trance, Ing Xinxin's pretty face was colored with a touch of scarlet, and she lowered her head, actually saying with a hint of shyness, "Thank you." It was Yi Chongqing's turn to freeze. She actually said thank you? So you don't have to be killed by her? Thinking of this, Yi Chongqing tentatively tried to ask. But at that moment, an inexplicable aura spread out steeply. Suddenly, Ing Xinxin spat out another large mouthful of blood from his mouth. As if he was on the verge of an attack, she was already injured, and with this appalling aura, she was powerless to resist. As for the colorful mercy man on the ground, he was even more crushed to death by this mighty pressure, directly crushing him to death. Just by relying on the pressure, it can make 2 harmonization stage powerhouses, one seriously injured and one dead. Without thinking about it, one can guess what level the strength of the visitor has reached. Transition period. Suddenly, an icy voice without a trace of emotion came out. It's time to end. Ing Xinxin's pure and innocent cheeks surfaced a thick panic. She covered her heart and lost her voice. Polyester Society. Purge seat. Martial artist. Upon hearing this, Yi Chongqing frowned slightly and asked, "And what is a martial artist?" Ing Xin shook her head and said with difficulty, "You go quickly. I'll stall her." Having said that, in reality, she didn't have the slightest chance of winning. How could she do it when she was already seriously injured? Even in her heyday, she could not be a match for a transitional succession stage powerhouse. What's more, this person in front of him was also the 9th-ranked chairman of the Polyester Society. Yi Chongqing was helpless. He could naturally see Ing Xin's inner worry, and he also knew that he really couldn't run away this time. As expected, a figure shrouded in black robes appeared in front of the two. Ing Xin struggled to get up, but no matter what, she couldn't. On the contrary, it was Yi Chongqing, who offered the black cauldron to resist the pressure, gritted his teeth, and with blood flowing from his mouth, blocked in front of Ing Xin. Ing Xin froze, silently gazing at the man in front of her. That figure, which was obviously very thin, was like a mountain at this moment. Yi Chongqing looked at the black-robed man in front of him and laughed coldly. "You Polyester Dang Association are really crazy. To kill a Jindan stage doctor of mine, you sent out 2 ferrying stage powerhouses." The preceptor's voice was majestic. "Gullibility is always the greatest enemy of victory. Arrogance is always the most treacherous slippery slope to the summit. You're not an ordinary person. To deal with you, naturally, I have to use my full strength, kill you with one blow, and eliminate any future problems forever." Hearing this tear-jerking reply, Yi Chongqing was dumbfounded. That's not the right script, is it? It's reasonable to say that travelers in danger should take their time anyways. For example, little Yanzi, the Soul Palace, wanted to kill him, and at the very beginning it was also the Protector Elders who lined up to give away their heads. How is it that when it's their turn, they go straight up to the Soul Heavenly Emperor, a final boss of this level, to strike, and it's still 2 of them at once? "Play with me." Yi Chongqing wanted to cry and simply said, "Okay, I admit it. This is my life. But before I die, will you answer me one question?" The ringmaster did not respond. Seeing this, Yi Chongqing clenched his teeth and continued, "What exactly do you Polyester Society want? Creating a plague everywhere in the Tai-in ancient realm and killing so many people. A villain has to have a motive for doing bad things, right? It's not possible that each of you is a vindictive social personality." Phew! A gust of wind swept by and the breath couldn't help but freeze. After a while, the ringmaster was finally answering. "Your question, I refuse to answer. You just need to suffer death. The more I say, the better your chances of surviving." Yi Chongqing, what kind of villain is this? Do they even understand that villains die from talking too much? It was no longer up to Yi Chongqing to feel sorry for himself, because the next second, the martial artist struck out brazenly. The majestic aura crushed towards Yi Chongqing like a mountain of mountains. A sharp pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow and soul enveloped Yi Chongqing and Ing Xin's entire body. It's like the smell of death. Chapter 58. I can heal. It was pain like no other, deep into the soul. The black cauldron, which had always been impregnable, finally had a crack appear under the full force of the unhesitating strike of the transitional apparitional stage powerhouse. The backlash received from a broken essence spiritual weapon could be imagined. The black cauldron impacted on Yi Chongqing's back, and instantly there was another bone-cracking, ear-piercing sound. At this moment, Yi Chongqing's mind went blank. His eyes rounded and gazed at Ing Xin underneath him with a listless gaze. Although she was just as bad, at least the vast majority of the attack was absorbed by Yi Chongqing. Ing Xin's pure face was completely covered in fear at the moment. She looked at the man in front of her in near disbelief, and for the first time a mist of water appeared in her eyes. She wanted to ask him, "Why did you even bother to save me? Before that, I wanted to kill you." As if he could see the doubts in the young girl's heart, Yi Chongqing barely squeezed out a smile. But in the end, he was no longer able to speak, and the only thing he could do was to raise his hand, stroke it through her hair, and finally drop it. Slowly, the terrifying pressure swept over again. Having lost Yi Chongqing as a line of defense, it was now her turn. Darkness, endless darkness. The ringmaster looked at the 2 men on the ground, motionless, and stepped forward. Her gaze was drawn to the shattered black cauldron. As a strong person of the 8th turn of the transition period, the full force of the blow can only make this black tripod broken a small crack. This black cauldron, what kind of god is it? Right at this moment, the martial artist suddenly realized that Yi Chongqing, who was lying on the ground, seemed to still have a trace of faint breathing. A hint of surprise actually appeared on her often serious face. Worthy of being a heavenly destiny deduced by the conciliator. Is this not even dead? As the words fell, the martial artist slowly raised his hand, and a greenish-black cyclone surrounded his palm. As she watched, her hand was about to press down on Yi Chongqing's back. In the nick of time, an ethereal voice came from all around. "Stop it! Have mercy!" The preceptor's brow furrowed slightly, but she didn't hesitate for a second as her hand continued to descend with great speed. However, in this instant of effort, on Yi Chongqing's body, a golden radiance was born. The light shone all around them, and the hands of the martial artist, after all, could not inch forward. "Who is this?" The preceptor raged. Clearly this was someone trying to protect him. As the words fell, a figure was seen, slowly walking over. The preceptor frowned tightly, his gaze falling on the figure. It's an old man. White hair, very short hair, wearing a rough single garment, sleeves and trouser legs are pulled up. There is still a lot of mud on the body. Living is the dress of farmers. The old man's smile was extraordinarily kind, simple, and sincere, without a trace of a murderous aura. It was just that, for the martial artist, the old man in front of her gave her the creeps. He's definitely far stronger than me. With the current Taiyin ancient realm, the only male powerhouses that could surpass her were the chief of the Cleansing Society and Zenithzhang of the Taiji Palace. But what about the one in front of me? Who are you? The preceptor inquired in a deep voice. The old man wore a smile on his face and said amiably, "Me? Just an ordinary farmer." As he spoke, the old man had unexpectedly appeared in front of the martial artist. This momentary appearance, the martial law person of the transitional succession stage, was actually unaware of it. Luckily, the old man didn't launch an attack on the martial artist, but slowly picked up the black tripod on the ground before saying to her, "Go back. I need the help of these two. You can't kill them." How could the preceptor be willing to do so, and immediately said, "The task is at hand, so I beg the old man's pardon." After saying that, she took her stance, ready to attack. In the face of this scenario, the old man couldn't help but laugh out loud. The smile was still kind, as if the elders were seeing their juniors playing around in front of them. I don't know how long it took, but the old man finally did speak. "Well, I know that you can't return empty-handed to your superiors this time, so be it." He paused, and suddenly took out an ear of rice from inside the basket behind him. The rice ears are golden and full, over 1.6 meters in full length. The ears of rice were then handed by the old man to the martial artist, saying, "Take it and go back, and your superiors, naturally, will understand." Even though the martial artist was still confused, no matter what, this was already the strong man in front of him, handing himself a step. She pondered for a moment, deliberating over and over, and finally came to a decision. She clasped her fists and turned to step away. When the vigilantes left, the old man again landed his gaze on Yi Chongqing and Ing Xinqin. A moment later, the old man muttered, "There is no rice in the city of rice. Starving people. Desolation. 10,000 years carry on. Time to make a break." When Yi Chongqing opened his eyes, he was truly surprised that he was actually still alive, although his body was still in excruciating pain. But after checking, they were all minor injuries, and those injuries that his hand had inflicted heavily had miraculously healed. Who saved himself? But this question Yi Chongqing could not know. And his black cauldron, it's gone. Over the years, the black tripod had followed Yi Chongqing on his travels, through thousands of hardships, and for Yi Chongqing, it was not an object at all, but a handful of relatives. Now that the black cauldron was lost, his heart was completely empty. In front of us was a cave. Maybe the person who saved him brought him here and then took the black cauldron as payment. Suddenly, there was a muffled grunt next to his ear. Yi Chongqing was instantly startled, looking for the sound, only to seeing Xinqin lying right beside himself, his mouth continuously vomiting out a large amount of blood. No good. Yi Chongqing's face changed drastically. The injuries Ing Xinqin had sustained were no worse than his own. He hastily reached out his hand and grabbed Ing Xinqin's wrist, probing her physical condition. "It doesn't matter if you don't check. You'll be surprised." Luckily, Yi Chongqing woke up in time. If it was a little later, "I'm afraid that this pure girl will have to perish." Seemingly sensing that her hand was being grabbed, Ing Xinqin opened her bloodshot eyes with difficulty. Good thing the one who entered the eye and saw it was Yi Chongqing. He seems to be saving himself again yet. Ing Xinshin let out a bitter smile. She had long ago probed her own physical condition. Nowadays, I'm afraid that if a ninth-grade alchemist appeared, that would be unable to return to heaven. Don't waste your aura, Ing Xinshin murmured and whispered. Hearing the young girl's voice, Yi Chongqing raised his head and his gaze fell on her. It's fine, don't worry. I can cure it. After saying that and without waiting for Ing Xinshin to respond, Yi Chongqing continued to pour all the few spiritual qi in his body into Ing Xinshin's body. The only thing to do now is to save her life first. Then it can be healed. Yi Chongqing aura is not much, moreover it is still a Jindan stage. Not long he himself is almost overdrawn. His face is as white as paper. His forehead is densely covered with sweat. Ing Xinshin began to struggle, saying in pain, "Don't. It's useless. You let go." The response, however, was the same firm, "I can heal." Ing Xinshin's eyes left two horizontal tears, clear tears mixed with blood. "Don't save. You're doing this. Save me and I'll kill you too." Chapter 59 Staying with You Heaven, Hell, Earth. Yi Chongqing really stopped, gazing at the indignant young girl in front of him with a surprised face. However, it didn't stop for long. Yi Chongqing began to continue pouring in aura again. Ing Xinshin was truly furious and gritted her teeth. "Let go. Are you really not afraid that I'll have to kill you if you bring me back to life?" Yi Chongqing smiled helplessly, but asked in return, "I suggest that you buy a transfiguration pill." Hearing this, Ing Xinshin froze and subconsciously asked, "What's the point of buying an easy-face pill?" Yi Chongqing said in a serious manner, "Change your face a little bit. You can't convince people if your threats are real with this face. Should heartstrings? Go to hell." Luckily, Ing Xinshin seemed to be tired as well and stopped struggling, allowing Yi Chongqing to exert himself on her body. Only once the resistance stopped, it was replaced by something that made her blood run cold and her face red. "Why are you stripping my clothes?" She blushed, her voice as thin as a fly. Yi Chongqing said helplessly, "I don't think you've heard of it, have you? I save people from internal and external injuries. Internal injuries only need herbs boiled in juice to condition them, while external injuries require surgery. How am I going to operate while you're dressed?" Hearing this, Ing Xinshin half-convincedly said, "This is a strange cure you have." Yi Chongqing didn't have the heart to say, "What's so strange? It's not like it's happened once or twice. Renyunshu was injured before, and I handled it the same way." But as soon as these words were uttered, Yi Chongqing regretted it. He was aware that Ing Xinshin liked Renyunshu, this one was a mirror grinder, and now that he mentioned this in front of her, it would be strange if she didn't blow up. But doubtfully, after a while, Ing Xinshin didn't react at all, which made Yi Chongqing very surprised. He couldn't help but sneak a few glances at Ing Xinshin, and seeing that she remained calm, he couldn't help but ask, "You're not angry?" Ing Xinshin blankly glanced at Yi Chongqing and said, "What am I angry about? Aren't you a doctor?" Yi Chongqing was embarrassed for a moment and said smoothly, Right, right, right. There are only patients in the eyes of a doctor. There are no men or women." Ing Xinshin let out a light grunt and looked away, just without realizing it. Her lips quirked slightly and no one knew what she said. After another moment, Yi Chongqing had already removed all the clothes from her body. Subsequent examination of the injuries revealed a total of 35 heavily damaged areas where decay had begun to appear. All of this meat needs to be cut off or it will affect other parts of the body. Afterward, Yi Chongqing pulled out a red flower and handed it to Ing Xinshin's mouth. "This is the
Fallen immortal poppy."
Ing Xinshin froze and frowned. "Are you trying to poison me to death?" Yi Chongqing cried and laughed. This fallen immortal poppy was actually the one he had yanked off Xia Wangshu's body earlier. At that time, Xia Wangshu used vines to bind herself, and there were many fallen immortal poppies blooming on the vines, and when she was struggling, Yi Chongqing secretly picked several of them. "I ran out of the paralyzing soup I developed a long time ago and had to make do with it. Although the fallen immortal poppy is highly poisonous and extremely addictive, it also has some medicinal value, such as pain relief and paralyzing the nerves. So as long as you control the dosage and don't consume it with prolonged exposure, there won't be any major problems." Ing Xinshin pondered for a moment, but still opened her mouth. Instead, she said, "You feed me." Yi Chongqing's expression was stunned, but seeing her put on a pure and flawless appearance, he couldn't say anything more and fed the fallen immortal poppy into her mouth. "Okay, I'm going to start, so bear with me." Ing Xinshin nodded, her hand inadvertently grabbing Yi Chongqing's sleeve. Despite taking the fallen immortal poppy, the pain of the available knives cutting into the flesh still made one's life worse than death. After only 10 minutes, Xinqin screamed in pain as she tore her heart and lungs apart. "Give it to me again. It hurts." Yi Chongqing wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "No. Have you forgotten that the fallen immortal poppy has addictive properties? One is already the limit." But turning his head to look at Xinqin, who was in near collapse of pain, with agony written all over her originally delicate and stunningly beautiful cheeks, he had no choice but to put a wooden stick into her mouth. As a result, in no time, the wooden stick was bitten to pieces. Ouch! Ah! Hard! 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 1 cut, 3 cuts, 9 cuts. It was as if Xinqin had completely lost her mind, and she even still had the urge to grab the knife. In the nick of time, Yi Chongqing could only extend his arm and move it to his mouth. In just an instant, severe pain struck, and a piece of skin was instantly bitten through by Xinqin. Xinqin froze. She looked at Yi Chongqing's bloody arm that she had bitten, and the piece of bloody meat in her mouth. She completely broke down and cried. "Why? You're going to do this? Sorry." In a trance, she swallowed Yi Chongqing's piece of meat and hugged the man in front of her tightly. Yi Chongqing laughed miserably, trembling his body, using only one left arm, continued to operate. "I'm a doctor. If I don't save you, who will?" 3 days later, Xinqin woke up. Aside from being a bit weak with only 30% of her previous strength, she was pretty much fine. The first thing she does when she wakes up is try to find the man who saved his life. If she couldn't see him, she would feel empty inside. Well, the man returned with a bowl of mountain spring water wrapped in leaves in his hand. Before Yi Chongqing could say anything, Xinqin had already jumped into his arms and hugged her to death, seemingly unwilling to let go for even a moment. Yi Chongqing froze and said helplessly, "You're awake? Drink some water first." Xinqin kept shaking her head and said, "No drink? You hold me." Hearing these such blunt words, Yi Chongqing was even more dumbfounded. "That? I thought you didn't like men. Who knows?" Xinqin glared at him fiercely, her silver teeth clenching. "You're talking nonsense. I'm going to beat you up." The innocent face did not manifest the slightest threat at all. There would only be pouting. Yi Chongqing guffawed. Between him and Xinqin, it was considered a life of 9 deaths. For this pure girl, now in Yi Chongqing's heart, fear has been much less, and even a trace of love. In the face of the young girl's request, Yi Chongqing finally obeyed her, reaching out and gently wrapping his hand around the young girl's waist. The young girl was even more excited when she got a response. She kissed the man in front of her frantically. She never wanted to leave him again. What ideals, what connections, what eternity. Not even a hair on his head. He's the one who owns everything. Evergreen. "I ate a piece of your body." Touching the scabbed spot on the man's arm, the young girl was filled with heartache and remorse. Immediately afterward, though, she tilted her head and gazed at the man in front of her with a hopeful gaze. She said thus, "In this life and the next, I will accompany you to heaven, hell, and earth. Okay, my strings, played only for you. I wish to be in the clear light of the bright moon, and to shine long on the white jade edge of the gentleman's clothes." Chapter 60 Hunger. The arms of a young girl are always warm and soft to linger in. Yi Chongqing's XP was clearly more inclined towards the likes of Xinqin, while he was by and large less interested in the mature ones like Su Wushu and Ren Yunshu. Therefore, when he was with Xinqin, Yi Chongqing cooperated like never before. She made him feel loved. He let him feel the blaze. Who would have thought that a few days ago the two would be at odds with each other, but a few days later they were rolling together. Let's just say that the creation of the world has been a blessing. Xinqin reddened her pretty face and shyly snuggled into Yi Chongqing's arms, her pure cheeks filled with strong love. Yi Chongqing couldn't help but smile and said, "Will you blame me if I break you back?" Hearing these slightly flirtatious words, Xinqin grunted, "Blame you? But it doesn't seem to matter, right? In case you're not around in the future, I can still go find her." Yi Chongqing was dumbfounded. It could still be played like this? Seeing Yi Chongqing's expression, Xinqin snorted a laugh. Her small fist gently smashed his chest and said, all right, I'm just kidding." She tightly embraced Yi Chongqing, buried her head deeply in his embrace, and murmured, After tasting your flavor, I realized how wrong I was before. However, if one day, you, me, and Yunshu are all together, it's not impossible for me to do the same if you're the same. Yi Chongqing had just come back to his senses from Ing Xinqin's shock, and as a result, he was dumbfounded again when he heard these words. Eyes staring at her dumbfounded. Ing Xinqin's pretty face was scarlet, but then she blanked Yi Chongqing and said, "What are you thinking about? I mean, I don't oppose Yunshu and you being together. After all, I'm the later. So I'm fine with it if it's just the three of us." Yi Chongqing was relieved. One question, though. Does it count if it's between a woman and a woman? 3 more days in the cave. The injuries on Ing Xinqin's body had recovered about 60%. Yi Chongqing was planning to wait until Ing Xinqin had fully recovered and had a certain ability to defend herself before going out to make plans. But then a strange thing happened. One day, Ing Xinqin's stomach suddenly growled, a gurgling sound that startled her. She found Yi Chongqing and asked, "I feel hungry." And when Yi Chongqing heard this, he was also surprised. "I'm the same. I started yesterday." In theory, Yi Chongqing was at the Jindan stage and Ing Xinqin was at the harmonization stage, and both of them, as immortal cultivators, had long been abstaining from consuming food, so there was no need to consume food to alleviate their hunger. It was also true that at least Yi Chongqing hadn't eaten for a long time, and even if he did, he would just casually cope with a few bites that tasted like chewing wax. But now, the hunger is clearly real. They, all of them, felt hungry and needed to eat. Strange. Do you have any food on you? Yi Chongqing looked at Ing Xinqin and said. Ing Xinqin shook her head and smiled sarcastically. "I stopped eating a long time ago. There are only a few pills. Do you want them?" The corners of Yi Chongqing's mouth twitched. It's strange that this thing called elixir can top hunger. However, Ing Xinqin still took it out and smiled cheekily. What if it's a grain-preventing elixir? Seeing her smiling, coquettish look, Yi Chongqing realized that he had been tricked. "Good for you, hurry up. 1 for each of us." Ing Xinqin had 4 in her hand, but she still gave 3 to Yi Chongqing. "The rescue pill is very hard to eat, so I'll give you the extra." Yi Chongqing instead put it all away, taking 1 for himself and keeping the remaining 2 for backup. However, by the time the 2 of them had not long after taking the grain-preventing pills, the hunger pangs rolled in once again, and they were even more ferocious and intense than before. Ing Xinqin frowned and couldn't help but say, "Evergreen, the grain-preventing elixir can only top up for less than half an hour. I'm hungry again, and my intuition is telling me that we need food, not the grain-preventing elixir." Hearing this, Yi Chongqing also cried without tears and said, "I'm the same." "What then?" Ing Xinqin asked. Yi Chongqing pondered for a moment and smiled bitterly. "Let us leave here, go around the neighborhood. Can we find some demonic beasts or a city?" Ing Xinqin nodded in agreement, so the 2 of them left the cave. Imagination is wonderful, but reality is cruel. Demonic beasts. Yi Chongqing did encounter them, but the ones he encountered, without exception, were all skin and bones. There's nothing but skin and bones all over his body. There's no meat to speak of. Many of the edible plants inside the forest were all chewed cleanly by these demonic beasts. The hungry demonic beasts. Looking at Yi Chongqing and Ing Xinqin, the 2 big living people, were even more straight-streaming harumphing, and could not wait to immediately gulp the 2 into their bellies. Now, let alone eating demonic beasts, it was a problem not to be eaten yourself. Bang! A spirit transformation stage demonic beast was blasted into a bloody mist, and Ing Xinqin collapsed to the ground powerlessly. If it was before, it would have been absolutely effortless for her to deal with this demonic beast. But now, starving, she had to fight almost as hard as she could to overcome. What the hell happened to this place? Yi Chongqing quickly walked to Ing Xinqin's side, helped her up, and helped her sit down next to a tree. He then picked up the remains of the demonic beast on the ground and made a fire to roast it. But on this wreckage, there was only a mere smattering of skin, not enough for the 2 of them to consume. After simple treatment, Yi Chongqing shaved off the bit of skin with his knife and fed it to Ing Xinqin's mouth. "You eat it, you're the main force. Getting out of these mountains and forests will depend on you." Ing Xinqin looked worriedly at Yi Chongqing, who was getting thinner and thinner, and said, "You eat. I'm not hungry." Yi Chongqing didn't have the good sense to say, "It's only strange that you're not hungry." After saying that, and without waiting for her to answer, he stuffed a brain into her mouth. Ing Xinqin finished the so-called food with red eyes. Although it was better than nothing, but after all, it was made by Yi Chongqing, and mentally she did feel a little full. She slowly stood up and said, Let's go. Get out of here as soon as possible. Once we find the city, everything will be fine. It was a doomed hunger strike. The further they went, the more the scene in front of them shocked them. The bark of many trees was stripped bare. The grass on the ground was also clean. Countless corpses of demonic beasts were lying horizontally and vertically on the parched ground. Without exception, all of them were starved to death alive. Further on, the two found a village. Only Yi Chongqing and Ing Xinqin did not hold much hope. Demonic beasts are starving to death on a large scale, let alone people. Unsurprisingly, the rice fields are a mess, now that it's the middle of summer and still some time before the fall harvest. But the rice planted by the villagers has long been rooted and eaten. The hungry villagers had nothing to eat and cannibalism ensued. Until, that is, the people are all eaten up too. When Yi Chongqing and Ing Xinqin walked into the village, not a single living person could be seen, except for a bone-thin middle-aged man and a yellow-faced boy. Next to them lay a woman, the mother of a child, the wife of a man. Yi Chongqing asked, "Hello, may I ask where is this place?" The middle-aged man replied breathlessly, "This is Inari." Chapter 61. No rice in the city of rice. Inari? When they heard these two words, a hint of shock flashed through Yi Chongqing and Ing Xinqin's eyes almost simultaneously. The reputation of Inu City in the Taiyin ancient realm was no less than any other city. It doesn't belong to any one country, any one power. It is a completely separate city, and no one dares to hit it. Because the former leader of Inari City was the one who followed the Taiyin ancient realm to conquer the Four Directions Emperor Shennong. 10,000 years ago, the Taiyin ancient realm was unified. Grateful for the fact that Emperor Shennong had been supplying food to the armies under her command all these years, the ancient emperor of Taiyin appointed him as the lord of Inajiku, hereditary and second only to herself. Ever since then, Rice City had been growing rice and grains, supplying the entire Taiyin ancient realm. It wasn't until there were more and more immortal cultivators, and the successful promotion of the pure grain pill, that the status of Inajiku gradually declined. But in spite of this, Inagaki continues to deliver food to the many mortals in the ancient realm of Taiyin, and continues to do so to this day. As a result, the world was honored with a name inaccessible ripe. The world is sufficient. Because of this, famine can break out anywhere, but Inagaki definitely not. There's no reason for it. Yi Chongqing walked over. He still wanted to ask something, but the middle-aged man, already holding his child, could no longer speak. Ing Xinqin patted Yi Chongqing's shoulder and whispered, "Starving to death." Yi Chongqing's body trembled slightly as he muttered, "What exactly happened in Inari City? The Pathfinder pill is useless, and the hunger pangs are overwhelming." Right at this moment, Yi Chongqing suddenly noticed that a wisp of black chi appeared at the middle-aged man's brow location. He hastily reached out his hand and mobilized some aura into its body. A moment later, Yi Chongqing was shocked. It's an epidemic! Out of a healer's intuition, and his experience in fighting epidemics over the years, almost instantly, Yi Chongqing detected this thing. He stood up and walked straight to Ing Xinqin's body, similarly touching his hand to the center of her brow. Unsurprisingly, Ing Xinqin similarly contracted the epidemic. And then yourself. Similarly, Yi Chongqing, a doctor, was sick. Ing Xinqin was puzzled. How could it be an epidemic? The Polyester Guild is distributed all over the Taiyin ancient realm. Only in Inuyasha City, they have never dispatched any of their Presidium members. This wasn't that Ing Xinqin was excusing it, it was indeed the case. Even though Ing Xinqin didn't know much about the core affairs of the Polyester Guild, she was still clear about which places had the strength of the Polyester Guild. Are you that sure? Out of stereotype, Yi Chongqing still couldn't help but question. Ing Xinqin was a bit aggravated and said, "Definitely, Rice City is the fiefdom of Emperor Shennong. And there have been 2 times in history when Emperor Shennong manifested his spirit, defeating numerous powerful people, including an Emperor Beast. Perhaps because of this, the Polyester Society has never hit Inari City so far. Besides, although the Polyester Society has created a number of epidemics, the only ones that have really been put to use are smallpox, the Black Death, and the Golden Snake demon cults. Morning riot epidemic." Yi Chongqing also calmed down a bit and apologized. "Sorry, I was too excited." Ing Xinqin hurriedly shook her head. "It's fine. Besides, Evergreen, please don't put me and the Polyester Dance Society together anymore. I'm your person for the rest of my life. I'm only willing to follow you." Yi Chongqing let out a bitter smile and rubbed her head. "All right, I'll study it first. After staying in the village for a night, Xinqin walked through all the houses, and the harvest he got was actually a piece of dried-up beast skin. There was no choice but to settle for eating this. The beast skin was extremely hard, and she didn't have the strength to cook with spirit fire, so she could only use the primitive fire cooking method to cook it. For a full 3 hours, the animal skin remained rock solid and solid as gold. At this time, Yi Chongqing walked in with an extraordinarily grave expression. Seeing this, Xinqin pointed helplessly at the pot and said, "We'll just have to make do with what we've got. Have you researched anything over there?" Yi Chongqing let out a long sigh and shook his head. The situation is not very good. The way this epidemic spreads is even more terrifying than any previous epidemic. It seems to spread by diffusion, and if you step into the area where it is, you are immediately infected. The infected, whether mortal or immortal, are affected equally and develop hunger. If you don't eat, even if a powerful person of the transitional succession stage comes, you will starve to death alive. Xinqin froze and said, "Conceptual level epidemic?" Yi Chongqing's eyes lit up as he said approvingly, "Your word describes it very well. Under the epidemic, it's really true that all beings are equal, regardless of strength or weakness. It's all a word of death." Xinqin lowered her head with a red face and asked again, "Then is there any way to save it?" Hearing this, Yi Chongqing showed a trace of hopelessness on his face. Hunger is a human instinct. When one is hungry, one eats. As long as one has something to eat, one will not die, and this is what I can think of so far. Xinqin said, "In that case, it's not considered sick again." Yi Chongqing nodded and said, "Indeed, people are meant to eat. The reason why we seldom eat now is because we are immortal cultivators, jumping out of the cycle of the 5 grains. Even if we are mortals, we can still take the grain-expelling pills, and a single one will manage a few years. But this disease appeared and broke the previous situation completely. Now cultivators have to eat. Mortals also have to eat. If they don't eat, they starve to death." Xinqin sighed softly, finally cutting off a piece of beast skin and handing it over. Yi Chongqing just took a bite and almost didn't break his teeth. Is this human food? For a moment, he wanted to throw the thing away. But the constant protests of his stomach made it hard to swallow the thing. It was kind of the first time he'd eaten anything in days. It's hard to eat. It's so hard it's hard to swallow. Xinqin also bit a piece, simply cannot bite, simply swallowed. I don't know how long it took. Xinqin suddenly said, "Evergreen, I want to eat rice." How comical such words were, coming from the mouth of an immortal cultivator. The truth is, Yi Chongqing really heard it with his own ears. Ugh! Let's go to Inari. I'm afraid the problem lies in Inagaki. Only by going there can we find the cause and a solution. With that, the two set out on the road to Inari again. In front of us, there is a lush rice field. Countless rice is planted in the fields. An old man with gray hair walked barefoot in the field. At the age of 90, he carried a hoe and looked at the rice in front of him with a small smile on his face. Behind him, a green-clothed young girl followed closely beside the old man. Seeing the old man's pace accelerate, she couldn't help but remind him, "Grandpa, autumn harvest, slow down, be careful of falling down." The old man turned back to the young girl in green and said, "Ah Ching, you go and stand guard in the direction of the southwest road later. There are 2 people who will be coming over, you bring them to me." Ah Ching froze and muttered, "But I have to protect Grandpa." "And who are those 2 people, Grandpa's friends?" The old man gazed into the distance and muttered, "There is no rice in the city of rice, and Shunnong came west." Chapter 62. Going in search of great opportunities. Not knowing how long he had been walking, Yi Chongqing, who was under the erosion of exhaustion and hunger, was the first to be unable to carry on. He fell head over heels, unconscious. On the side, Xinqin held him up in shock. But what happened next, Yi Chongqing would know nothing about. In his deep sleep, he had a dream. "Hello again, kid." In front of him was a place where white light shone as far as the eye could see. Just then, Yi Chongqing heard a familiar voice. Mangled, ethereal, husky. It was a voice that evoked memories from over a decade ago. At that time, he traveled to this female world with nothing. It was the remnants of that soul that gave him the hope to live and stand up. Yi Chongqing turned his head back, and sure enough, he saw that wisp of residual soul again. It was still as before, shrouded in a white cloak so that the face could not be seen. However, the gentle aura that flowed from his body still made Yi Chongqing tremble with joy. "Teacher," Yi Chongqing muttered. It was he who had taught himself the ancient scriptures of Shinong. He who was his own mentor. Whether it was in his past life or in this life, his kindness, Yi Chongqing would always remember it. The remnant soul let out a long laugh. Child, it's been almost 12 years since you and I parted ways, hasn't it? Yi Chongqing shook his head and said, 15 years. I'm 22 this year. Oh, it seems that my memory has gone wrong again. The remnant soul laughed bitterly. Yi Chongqing had too many doubts in his heart and hurriedly asked, Teacher, where am I? Do you still exist? Upon hearing this, the remnant soul shook its head slightly. I have long since turned into withered bones, and my existence is nothing more than a party's obsession. You seem to be in a bind, don't you? Yi Chongqing was ashamed. Teacher, the black tripod is lost, I am sorry. Ever since the black cauldron disappeared, Yi Chongqing had been extremely self-condemning. Not only was it because the black tripod had followed him for 15 years, but more than that, the black tripod was a gift from this remnant soul, his own teacher. However, after hearing this, the remnant soul laughed and said, Child, there is no need to blame yourself. Anything will not disappear. It will only continue with another existence. Maybe it's out there somewhere, waiting for you? Yi Chongqing froze and couldn't help but say, What does teacher mean? The remnant soul sighed softly and said, Go to Inuyasha, where there is a chance for you. Opportunities that can truly change your life. Suddenly, the remnant soul's gaze fell on Yi Chongqing's face through the cloak. Yi Chongqing was stared at a little uncomfortably, always feeling as if he was being seen through all over his body. Unsurprisingly, the residual soul's next sentence almost didn't make Yi Chongqing so ashamed that he couldn't wait to drill a hole in the ground. On you? Why do you have so many peach blossom scents? And, as time goes by, they will become more and more numerous, not even distinguishing between black and white, good and evil, good and evil. Hearing this, Yi Chongqing was so embarrassed that he even wanted to cry a little. However, he did not hide it from the remnant soul, but said helplessly, Teacher, I apologize to you for failing your expectations. Afterwards, he focused on the matter of Xia Wangshu and Su Wushu. Of course, Shui Yushi, Ing Xian, In Zixian, and the others also mentioned it. Anyway, the reason one crosses paths with these people is basically the exact same. The remnants of the soul heard this, but they cried and laughed. Interesting life. Yi Chongqing said helplessly, So, teacher, what should I do now? I really didn't mean to do it, I just saved them out of the kindness of a healer, but they always have to take the liberty of expecting it, and then take the liberty of breaking their defenses and taking the liberty of blacking out. The remnants of the spirit were silent. In fact, it was a problem that he himself had never encountered. The doctor-patient relationship shouldn't have gotten to this point by definition. After a while, the remnant soul spoke. Perhaps you should find a way on your own. The only thing I can do is to remind you that the peach blossom qi is just an embellishment. But the more it accumulates, the more it spreads, the more yang qi is dispersed, and yin qi spreads. It's not just the body, it's the luck. Yi Chongqing mouth corner slightly twitching. This said is not the same as did not say it. As far as affecting your physical fortune, sure. Being squeezed clean and disheveled as a whole. It's a wonder you don't have bloody bad luck. The remnant soul didn't dwell too much on this topic. He then offered to let Yi Chongqing travel to Inari City, and it's imperative to go and settle the Inagaki unrest. As for the great opportunity, he did not explicitly say so. After that, the remnants of the soul disappeared. Yi Chongqing could do nothing about it. He actually knew that he had passed out and was now in a dream. But how to escape from this dream? With a blanket of daylight all around him, he wandered aimlessly forward. He didn't know how long it had been, but suddenly, Yi Chongqing's eyes cleared up before him. The place, it seemed, was a square. At the front of the square, a woman in an official's robe was saying to a crowd of people, Emperor Shenong is the hero of our Inari city. We should erect a statue in his honor. I've already asked Emperor Shenong, and he also said that if there's any trouble in Inaccessible City in the future, we can worship the statue and he'll return to save us. A crowd of people were thrilled to hear this and agreed. The screen turned and Yi Chongqing saw another square. Above the plaza, a statue of a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe stood. Could this be that divine farmer emperor? Yi Chongqing muttered and walked straight to the statue to visit it. The statue was so lifelike that even when he was close, Yi Chongqing could feel the strong sacred aura coming from the statue. Just then, though, a large group of people came up behind them. It was the same female officer at the head of the group, only she was a bit sad now. Emperor Shenong doesn't like this statue. Let's guess remove. The official on the side frowned. How can you not like it? This statue is a one-to-one replica of the honorable face of Emperor Shenong. Isn't that honorable enough? It should be still nearly decorated, like the Shenong tripod that Emperor Shenong once used. Shenong's tripod? Yi Chongqing was startled. Could it be that it was his own black cauldron? At that moment, someone else said, "Why don't we make another throne for Emperor Shenong to sit on?" In the face of the crowd's inquiry, the female official shook her head and said, "Not really anyway. Let us dismantle it first. The Shenong Emperor is very dissatisfied with this, and then we will study and research it." Subsequently, these people, in front of Yi Chongqing, removed the statue of Emperor Shenong, and thus dismantled it. The scene shifted again. Inagaki has changed drastically. The female officials are also gone, and the statue of Emperor Shenong is still not standing. Still, a statue existed above the square. To be precise, it's a group of statues, a dozen statues of men and women, holding scythes, hammers, axes, abacuses, and ears of rice. Yi Chongqing walked forward. The statue did not feel the divine aura that he had encountered before. Obviously, there was no divine power left behind by Emperor Shenong on it. There was no one around to worship either. Pedestrians with big bellies and deep pockets ride in a big luxury car pulled by a demonic beast, each and every one of them immensely wealthy. Evergreen. Evergreen. Wake up. Chapter 63, Teenage Inazuma. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ing Xinqin's worried expression in his eyes. He was lying by himself under a dead tree, with some water stains remaining at the corners of his mouth. "You're finally awake. Great." Seeing Yi Chongqing open his eyes, Ing Xinqin was finally relieved. Yi Chongqing slowly sat up and said, "Where is this place?" Ing Xinqin said bitterly, "I don't know, you've been unconscious for a day. I've searched a lot of places nearby, trying to find you something to eat, but I haven't found anything, even water. It's just this morning's dew. I'm sorry. Am I useless?" She cried as she spoke, her already reddened eyes becoming drier and drier. Yi Chongqing reached out his hand and wiped away her tears, comforting her. "Don't cry. I'm fine." Ing Xinqin choked. "I'll make sure to bring more food in the future." "I'm sorry." She's still beating herself up. Yi Chongqing had no choice but to gently hug her, letting her rely on the inside of his arms. After a while, when she had quieted down, Yi Chongqing said, "Let's continue our journey. We should be almost there." But who knew that in the next second, Ing Xinqin suddenly pulled out a broken blade. Yi Chongqing was startled and grabbed her hand. "What are you doing?" Ing Xinqin clenched her silver teeth and firmly said, "Let you eat." When she finished, she was about to cut into herself. Yi Chongqing's strength was not as strong as hers, and in the nick of time, the only thing he could do was to grab the blade with his hand and use his own blood to calm her down. Watching the crimson blood dripping down the knife to the ground, Ing Xinqin completely broke down, hugging Yi Chongqing tightly and bawling. Hunger is desperate. No one thought that there would be a day when they would go hungry. Suddenly, a wolf's howl cut through the sky. With a rustling sound, several black wolves sprang out of the grass. They were all demonic beasts, and their strength was only at the Jindan stage. But despite this, a hint of fear spread across Ing Xinqin's face. With her current strength, she would have to do her best against one, let alone so many. Yi Chongqing laughed bitterly. "My blood attracted them, and by the looks of them, I guess they are also starving and faint. The most brutal time for a creature like a wolf is when it's hungry. Hungry wolves, that's where it comes from." Ing Xinqin apologized. "I'm sorry. You go. I'll hold them off." Yi Chongqing shook his head and said, "It's useless. The smell of blood will make them keep chasing us." "What then?" Ing Xinqin said eagerly. A hallowed harmonization stage was bitten to death by a group of Jindan stage demonic beasts because of hunger, and it would not be a laughing matter to tell the world about it. She won't leave Yi Chongqing behind, and she'll pull a cushion even if she dies. At that moment, several hungry wolves let out a wolf howl at the same time. With the roar falling, there was a hungry wolf that took the lead in pouncing towards Yi Chongqing. Ing Xinqin was shocked and feebly mobilized the few auras he had, trying to block the blow. Her speed, however, was long gone, and the hunger made it difficult for her to move an inch. In just an instant, the hungry wolf crossed over her and went straight to Yi Chongqing. "Evergreen." Inshin cried out in a lost voice. But at that very moment, a thunderous roar cut through the sky. A sharp sword wrapped in lightning blasted into the head of this hungry wolf. The wolf screamed miserably and fell to the ground with his head broken. Looking at the sword stuck in the head of the wolf corpse on the ground, Yi Chongqing couldn't help but be overjoyed. Saved. This is really, heaven forbid that I, Yi Chongqing, should die. At that moment, a young girl in green jumped down from the treetops above. The young girl bit into a red apple and walked idly up to the two men. While pulling out the sword on the wolf corpse's head, she said to Heartstring with a smirk, "A harmonization stage powerhouse getting his hands messed up by a Jindan stage demonic beast? Ha 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 ha." Inshin brows suddenly furrowed, wanting to retort a few words. But when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say anything. But one thing was certain. If one was not affected by hunger, 10,000 girls in green would not be her match. After all, a 6-turn Yuaning, that's all. The young girl also just flirted for a few moments, and then with a wave of her long sword, the few remaining hungry wolves, all of them turned into dead souls under the sword. At that moment, Inshin walked over. Seeing this, the young girl couldn't help but say, "Hey, what are you doing?" Inshin stopped and looked at the young girl warily, saying, "They still have meat on them, and my man needs to eat." After a pause, she was afraid that the young girl would grab it and added, "I'll give you the spirit stones in a while. Thank you for saving us." Upon hearing this, the young girl but laughed out loud. She was obviously very lively and laughed so much that the half-chewed apple in her hand fell to the ground, causing Yi Chongqing to stare at the apple and gulp. After laughing for a long time, the young girl stopped her smile and said, all right, I'm not going to rob a few demonic beast corpses, so don't tighten up." Inshin frowned. "Then you are?" The young girl walked to the middle of the two and introduced herself. "My name is Inari Green. Grandpa asked me to come over to pick you up, go to my grandpa's house. Grandpa has a lot of good food." "And who is your grandfather?" This time, the one who asked the question was Yi Chongqing. Tao Qing shrugged and said, "My grandfather is a farmer. He has no other hobbies. He just likes to farm. Let me tell you, my grandpa's farming is awesome. Other people can only produce 200 or 300 kilograms per moo. But my grandpa is different. He researched special rice, but he can do more than 700 kilograms. When it came to his grandfather, Inazuma always had endless things to say. If it were before, Inshin would definitely not be interested in this at all. Planting? Only mortals farm. But now she was listening in wonder. On the one hand, she was really hungry and needed to eat. On the other hand, 700 kilograms per acre, how is that possible? Looking at Inshin's shocked face, Tao Qing got great satisfaction in her heart. She continued, "This is nothing. My grandfather has been researching even more powerful rice recently. If the research is successful, it can be at least thousands of kilograms." Okay, anyway, you guys come with me, and we'll make sure you never have to go hungry again." No matter what, Yi Chongqing was finally saved. Under Inazuma's leadership, it only took half an hour for them to reach their destination. In front of me was a farmhouse. The house was small and plain, but it could accommodate a dozen people. And beyond the farm is an endless, lush rice field. Each rice plant have grown to more than 1 meter, rice flower aroma. Rice ears are full. Apparently, once the summer is over, it is bound to be a productive year come fall harvest time. However, in front of Yi Chongqing, there is a big doubt. You have planted so many, are you not afraid of being robbed? Nowadays, there's a big deal going on in the city of rice. Who knows? Inuyasha gave Yi Chongqing a puzzled look and said with a confused expression, "Huh, big deal. What's the big deal?"